Chapter 1. Survival in the Universal Mind. Hey, why are your movements so fluid? It's because I've recently switched to a new phone. What about the old one? I sold my previous phone through a recycling app and made 4,000 yuan. An engineer came to assess it, and I received the money on the spot. In the video, a gaming streamer and his assistant engaged in an exaggerated conversation. Good grief, Lin Mo muttered irritably. That wretched advertisement was like a lingering ghost. No matter what type of video he scrolled through, but culinary delights, gaming, beautiful dancers, or even educational documentaries, it always managed to insert itself in the most obtrusive manner. With a sense of helplessness, Lin Mo rose to retrieve a can of cola from the fridge in his rented apartment. He had been hungry all day, and the takeout had yet to arrive. He decided to drink some cola to calm his nerves. Just as he popped open the can, the world suddenly spun wildly. Not in a figurative sense, but in a literal, physical whirlwind. Lin Mo felt as though he had been tossed into a spinning washing machine, the entire world around him whirling, stretching, and distorting. The ice-cold cola he had been holding slipped from his grasp, and he was yanked downward by an irresistible force. The sensation of weightlessness. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness. Good heavens! Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Thud! He crashed heavily onto a hard, cold surface, nearly splitting himself in two. Ouch! Lin Mo grimaced in pain, struggling to regain his composure. He pushed against the ground in an attempt to rise, but his palms met not the familiar texture of floor tiles, but rather a rough, damp surface imbued with the earthy scent of soil. He lifted his gaze. Surrounding him was a profound darkness. Above, approximately 10 meters high, there was a large object emanating a faint white glow, resembling crystal, barely illuminating a small area around him. Was this a cave? A space approximately 7 meters in length and width, around 50 square meters in area, with uneven rocky walls, the air thick with an odd mix of dust and mildew. What on earth is happening? Am I being kidnapped? Or have I suddenly died? Lin Mo's mind was flooded with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. He instinctively checked his pocket's phone, wallet, keys, nothing but emptiness. Just as confusion reigned in his mind, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed throughout the space, resonating in his very thoughts. Welcome to the Mind survival game. All humans aged 16 to 60 have been transported to the initial mind. Any bodily abnormalities have been rectified. Time on Blue Star has frozen at the moment of transport. Your loved ones are safe, so do not worry, unless you find a way back. Here, your sole objective is to survive. The game rules are as follows. 1. Each participant begins with a 50 square meter mine and a standard pickaxe. Do not worry about oxygen. The magical crystal above provides a self-sustaining air circulation. Every morning at 8 o'clock, a brand new pickaxe will be refreshed. During the excavation process, there exists a probability that the pickaxe may fracture, rendering it unusable for further digging on the same day. As you delve into the rock face, you might procure survival supplies, treasure chests, and unique items, or perhaps unearth monsters. Survival or demise awaits. The game offers no exit option, wishing everyone a delightful experience. The mechanical voice faded away. He was left in a daze. For a full 10 seconds, his mind lay in a stupor before it began to function once more. Global humanity, survival in the mines? Surely, this cannot be a mere dream. He pinched his thighs sharply, the intense pain unequivocally confirming the reality of his situation. Calm down, Lin Mo compelled himself to breathe deeply. As an experienced reader of online literature, he was not merely familiar with the trope of universal transmigration, he could recite it backwards with ease. Panic would not resolve any issues. He needed to ascertain his current circumstances. Focusing his mind, he found a semi-transparent virtual panel materializing before him, akin to a game's UI interface. The panel displayed only a few succinct icons. Attributes, inventory, crafting, chat, trade. He intended to click on attributes or inventory to assess his situation, but that damn chat icon was flashing with a red dot, a temptation too great to resist. Lin Mo could not hold back. With a thought, he activated chat, eager to discover whether others shared his predicament. The page was divided into 2 channels, World Channel and Regional Channel. He first opened the World Channel. Instantly, countless messages cascaded like a waterfall, flowing so swiftly that the content was indecipherable. What the hell? What's going on? I was just taking a shower. Who brought me to this hellhole? Is this some kind of large-scale VR game? This feels so real. The organizers are incredible. You fools above, this is for real. I just banged my head against the wall. It hurts so much. Fuck, what is this place? Are there any Americans here? Haha, this is thrilling. I've always wanted to live differently. Bring it on. Everyone come on. A cacophony of languages and emotions, panic, confusion, excitement, despair. Billions of individuals were simultaneously ensnared in this brutal game, transforming the entire world channel into a colossal emotional landfill. The information flowed too rapidly to comprehend. Lin Mo decisively exited and entered the regional channel. The information stream in the regional channel was considerably slower, yet still rife with chaos. Is anyone there? Brothers in Zone B2, report in. What on earth is happening? I was brought here before I could eat. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food? I dug a bit and a rock fell, almost hitting my foot. Everyone be careful. Are there any beautiful sisters? I can protect you. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on his ID. Player, Lin Mo number, B29527B2 zone, 9527. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. This number sounded exceedingly familiar. He needed to assess his own capabilities. With a thought, he clicked on the leftmost icon labeled Attributes. A succinct personal data list materialized before him. Player, Lin Mo number, B29527 health, 160160 note. When health reaches 0, the player dies. Sanity, 100100 note. A decrease in sanity will lower base attributes and may induce hallucinations. Strength, 8 agility, 9 constitution, 8 spirit, 9 attack power, 83 mining pick defense, 0 luck. Note, the average basic attributes for a healthy adult male from Blue Star are 10 points each. So, a constitution of 8 and strength of 8? Am I not even reaching a normal level? This data merely reflects the reality of being a sub-healthy recluse. His only attributes exceeding 8, agility and spirit, were likely honed from years of online surfing and dodging his landlord. This starting point is rather hellish, Lin Mo mused, attempting to find humor in his plight. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, that cold, unfeeling mechanical voice reverberated through everyone's minds once more. All personnel have been deployed. The talent system is officially activated. Talents are your only reliance in this despairing world. They are miracles and variables. Talent levels are classified from highest to lowest as follows. S, A, B, C, D, F. Please open the talent chest before you and awaken your destined fate. No sooner had the voice faded than a palm-sized chest materialized before Lin Mo, Chapter 2. C-level talent? Talent. This is the crux. This is the foundation upon which the protagonist of a web novel turns the tide. Attributes may be lacking, but as long as the talent is exceptional, even a cart can traverse the expressway. He promptly chose to open the chest, and a spinning wheel appeared, with the system indicating that talent extraction was in progress. Seizing the moment, he glanced at the chat channel. As expected, the world channel and regional channel were in complete uproar, with many reacting faster than he could. I got it. My talent is D-level night vision. Haha, I'm no longer afraid of the dark at night. Mine is C-level plant affinity, but what's the use? Am I supposed to make friends with the moss in the corner? F-level hair, growth multiplier. System, are you mocking me? I'm already close to bald. D-level precision throwing, but I don't even have a stone to throw. The chat channel echoed with a cacophony of lamentation and boastfulness. The majority of participants received D-level and F-level talents, while the occasional C-level elicited waves of envy. F-level talents were particularly bizarre, ranging from Master of Mimicry to Cold Resistance 5 and Foot Soul Hardening, emphasizing mere participation over prowess. At that moment, global announcement. 3 brilliant golden banners dominated the top of everyone's chat interface, the text gleaming in a resplendent gold, radiating an air of supreme nobility. Congratulations to player 104556 for successfully awakening the Scrade Talent Elemental Mastery. Winter. Reward. Special Building Chest 1. Congratulations to player S580002 for successfully awakening the Scrade Talent Sword Heart Clarity. Reward. Special building chest 1. Congratulations to player M31415 for successfully awakening the Scrade talent Gene Frenzy. Reward. Special building chest 1. The first 3 Scrade talent awakeners have now emerged, and the reward chests have been distributed. The chat channel erupted in excitement and envy. Wow, Scrade, a king start? Who are these big shots? Elemental mastery? Is this the path to becoming a mage? I'm so envious I could burst. Gene Frenzy? Does that mean transforming into the Hulk? That looks so fierce. Special building chest. What could it yield? A defensive tower? The disparity between individuals felt greater than that between man and dog. He stared at the spinning wheel before him, cursing its slow pace. The talent will gradually came to a halt, the pointer landing in the sea area. A plain white light, akin to a beam from a flashlight, swiftly pierced into his forehead. Congratulations to player Lin MOB29527 for successfully awakening the Crade talent recycling. Talent, recycling Crade effect, allows the reclamation of tools, buildings, and equipment, with a chance to return some basic raw materials. Failed recycling results in the original item's disappearance. Lin Mo's heart sank. Crade, scrap collection, returning basic raw materials? This was akin to dismantling an old pickaxe into a piece of scrap metal and a wooden stick. And the success was not even guaranteed. He felt as though he had scratched a lottery ticket only to reveal the words, "Thank you for your patronage." Is fate conspiring against me? Lin Mo, utterly despondent, resignedly clicked on his attributes panel, eager to see how meager the new talent page would be. However, the moment he opened the talent page, an unexpected change occurred. The line that originally displayed recycling Crade began to flicker and distort wildly, transforming into a jumble of meaningless characters. Is the system bugging out? Lin Mo was taken aback. In the next moment, a logo that would forever be etched in his memory, one that had already formed a patina in his mind, suddenly popped up. It was a red circular symbol composed of 2 arrows. Immediately following, a voice, starkly contrasting the cold mechanical tones, resonated in his mind with enthusiasm and vitality, exclaiming, "Ding! Host meeting the criteria detected. Spin recycle system, binding in progress. 105099, binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique talent spin recycle." Lin Mo stood there, utterly petrified. Transfer recycling? Before he could fully comprehend, a palm-sized, entirely fiery red cartoonish phone avatar suddenly sprang from his panel, hovering before him with a cheeky grin emblazoned on its screen. "Dear host, greetings." The cartoon phone avatar chimed, its voice brimming with the enthusiasm of a top-tier salesperson. "I am your exclusive system sprite, Zhuan. From this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly serve you, helping you transform waste into treasure and ascend to the pinnacle of life." Lin Mo, gazing at the incessantly chattering red phone, he recalled the relentless advertisement from before his transmigration. "So, I am bound to a being born from an advertisement? You can interpret it that way." The system sprite, Zhuan, answered cheerfully. The ordinary recycling talent can only reclaim basic items, with low efficiency and numerous restrictions, truly a case of collecting scraps. "But we, Zhuan Recycling, are different." Its voice suddenly soared, filled with pride. "We focus on high-value items. Any technological creations, luxury goods, precious metals, or artworks. As long as it's a good thing, I can recycle it. And furthermore," Zhuan performed a somersault in the air, "what you receive post-recycling is not mere raw materials, but directly usable finished goods or even delightful treasure chests. Zhuan Recycling is the unique mythic talent surpassing strength. It is the sole bug in this frigid world. It is your VIP express pass to the pinnacle of life." "Stop, hold on a moment." Lin Mo raised his hand, signaling for a pause, feeling his temples throb. "You claim you can recycle high-value items? Technological creations, luxury goods. Where in this wretched place am I supposed to find those? Am I to dig out an LV bag from a rock wall?" He was utterly destitute, possessing nothing but his current pajamas and a battered mining pick. No matter how grand the system's promises, one still needed flour to bake the bread. "Excellent question, dear." Zhuan instantly shifted into a professional customer service mode. There are primarily 2 channels for sourcing high-value items. First, excavation. This world is not as simple as you imagine. deep within the earth lie countless relics and treasures from bygone eras. With diligent digging, you may unearth buried technological products, ancient artworks, or even remnants of extraterrestrial civilizations. Second, opening treasure chests. Within the chests you obtain from excavation, in addition to food, water, and materials, there is also a chance to discover various wondrous items. For instance, a functioning vintage smartwatch, a rare record from another world. These are all high-quality sources for our recycling. Currently, this system can recycle 10 times a day. Juan Juan twirled in the air, its smile on the screen shining even brighter. So, do not hesitate, dear host. Take up your mining pick and venture forth towards wealth and treasure. Your first pot of gold awaits you within the rock wall ahead. Upon finishing his words, it transformed with a whoosh into a beam of crimson light, vanishing once more into Lin Mo's talent panel, leaving behind an echoing advertisement, Juan Juan Recycling, ensuring that every discovery is truly worthwhile. Lin Mo felt as if his mind had been utterly formatted by this marketing rhetoric. At that moment, a system announcement jolted him from his reverie. Global announcement. The talents of all humanity have been activated. Players strive for survival. In the interest of game balance, all players with D and F level talents will experience increased mining yields today, with a 50 reduction in pickaxe damage rates. For further survival information, please consult the basic survival manual for mines in your inventory. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As the announcement concluded, the world channel erupted once more. It's over 3 divine beings have ascended. How can we mere mortals continue? Fortunately, today's yields have increased. Let's mine, brothers. Basic survival manual for mines. Is that in my inventory? How'd I not notice it? Lin Mo's attention was drawn by that last statement. He swiftly opened his inventory. It presented a page with 50 empty slots, and among those vacant spaces lay a modest-looking booklet with a cover made of craft paper. He focused his thoughts and opened it. Lines of text materialized before his eyes. Basic survival manual for mines. Initial size of 50 square meters. Expandable via items. Every morning at 8, all excavated rock walls will reset. Note that placed structures and items will not be reset. Pickaxe. 1 per person per day, of ordinary quality, with a 5 chance of breaking while extracting items. The quantity can be increased through pickaxe upgrade scrolls, or enhanced to a higher quality via enchanting books. Please note that not every excavation guarantees an item. Treasure chests. The quality of basic treasure chests ranges from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and rainbow. Additionally, there are various special chests. The higher the chest quality, the greater the chance of obtaining rare resources. Monsters. Various creatures inhabit the mines. Defeating them may yield materials or treasure chests. Be aware that not all monsters will drop items. Blueprints, crucial for crafting tools, weapons, and buildings. Obtainable through opening treasure chests or special events. Trading. The trading system is an official platform. Engage in private transactions with caution. Lin Mo perused the foundational rules, committing them diligently to memory. This information was critical, particularly the daily reset mechanism of the mines, signifying that he would have fresh excavation opportunities each day without the fear of collapsing his home. The 5 chance of the pickaxe breaking loomed like a sword over everyone's heads. That 5 chance was neither too high nor too low. Yet, if it were to break, it would mean that without unearthing food, he would have no choice but to endure hunger. Humph! Lin Mo closed the manual. No matter how formidable other level talents were, they bore no relevance to him. The only reliance he has now is his own advertisement eternity recycling system and the cold pickaxe in his grasp. He approached the wall, firmly gripping the handle of the pickaxe. The solid sensation emanating from the coarse wooden handle finally instilled a semblance of tranquility in his tumultuous thoughts. No matter what, I'll dig first and sort out later. Chapter 1. Survival in the Universal Mine, a repository for unused mines. Unwanted brains can be recycled here. Why is your operation so smooth? Because I recently acquired a new phone. And what about the old one? I earned 4,000 yuan by recycling my previous phone through a platform. An engineer came to assess it, and I received the payment on the spot. In a video, a gaming streamer and their assistant engaged in an exaggerated dialogue. Goodness, Lin Mo exclaimed in annoyance. This dreadful advertisement is relentless. No matter what type of video I watch, be it culinary delights, gaming content, alluring dancers, or even educational documentaries, it always manages to intrude in the most obtrusive manner. With a sense of resignation, Lin Mo rose to retrieve a can of cola from the refrigerator in his rented apartment. Having gone a day without food and still awaiting his takeout, he sought to calm his nerves with a refreshing drink. Just as he pulled the tab on the can, the world suddenly spun uncontrollably. This was not merely a metaphor. It was a physical reality. Lin Mo felt as though he had been thrown into a tumultuous washing machine, the entirety of existence swirling, stretching, and distorting around him. The icy cola slipped from his grasp and flew away as an irresistible force yanked him downward. A sensation of weightlessness, an overwhelming sense of free fall. After an indeterminate amount of time, he landed heavily on a cold, hard surface, nearly splitting himself in two. Ugh! Lin Mo grimaced in pain, struggling to regain his composure. As he pushed against the ground to rise, he was met not by the familiar texture of tiles, but by a coarse, damp, earthy sensation. Raising his gaze, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Above him, approximately 10 meters away, a large crystalline object emitted a faint white glow, barely illuminating a small area around it. Was this a cave? He found himself in a space roughly 7 meters wide and 50 square meters in area, with uneven rock walls and an atmosphere thick with a bizarre blend of dust and mildew. When the world is happening, am I being kidnapped? Or have I perished? Lin Mo's mind raced with a cacophony of confusion. Instinctively, he checked his pockets. Phone, wallet, keys, nothing but emptiness. Just as uncertainty washed over him, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated throughout the space and echoed in his mind. Welcome to the mind survival game. All humans aged 16 to 60 have been teleported to the initial mine. Those with physical anomalies have been healed. Time on Blue Star has frozen at the moment of teleportation. Your loved ones are safe, so do not worry, unless you can find a way back. Here, your sole objective is to survive. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. Each participant begins with a 50 square meter mine and a standard pickaxe. There is no need to worry about oxygen, as the overhead magic crystal provides air circulation. 2. Every day at 8 a.m., a brand new pickaxe will be refreshed. In the process of excavation, there exists a probability that the mining pick may fracture, rendering it unusable for further digging on the same day. While delving into the rock walls, one may acquire survival supplies, treasure chests, or special items, but there is also the chance of unearthing monsters. Survival is paramount, or else death ensues. There is no option to exit the game. The mechanical voice faded away, leaving him in a daze. For a good 10 seconds, he was utterly bewildered until his mind began to function once more. Humanity, surviving in a mine? Surely, this cannot be a mere dream. He pinched his thigh sharply, the intense pain confirming the reality of his situation. Calm down, remain composed. Lin Mo forced himself to take deep breaths. As a seasoned reader of online literature, he was not merely familiar with such a universal transmutation scenario. He could recite it from memory. Panic would not resolve anything. He needed to ascertain his current status. Focusing his mind, a semi-transparent virtual panel materialized before him, reminiscent of a game's user interface. The panel contained only a few succinct icons: attributes, backpack, crafting, chat, and trade. He intended to explore the attributes or backpack to assess his condition. Yet the incessantly blinking red dot on the chat icon was impossible to ignore. Lin Mo certainly could not resist its allure. With a mere thought, he opened the chat, eager to discover if others shared his predicament. The page was divided into two channels, World Channel and Regional Channel. He first selected the World Channel. Instantly, a torrent of messages cascaded down the screen like a waterfall, so rapid that the content was indecipherable. What the hell? What is going on? I was just taking a shower. Who brought me to this cursed place? Is this some kind of large-scale VR game? It feels too real. The organizers are impressive. You idiot upstairs, this is real. I just smashed my head against a wall, it hurts. Fuck, what is this place? Are there any Americans here? Ha ha, this is exhilarating. I've longed for a change in life. Bring it on. Various languages and emotions. Panic, confusion, excitement, despair filled the air as billions of people were simultaneously ensnared in this brutal game, transforming the world channel into a colossal emotional landfill. The information surged too rapidly to comprehend. Lin Mo decisively exited and entered the regional channel. The flow of information in the regional channel was considerably slower, yet still rife with chaos. Is anyone there? Brothers in Zone B2, report in. What on earth is happening? I was brought here without having eaten. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food? I dug a little and a rock fell, nearly crushing my foot. Everyone be careful. Are there any beautiful sisters here? I can protect you. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on his ID. Player, Lin Mo ID, B2-9527 Zone B2, 9527. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. This number sounded oddly familiar. It was time to come to terms with his own limitations. With a mere thought, he clicked on the leftmost attributes icon. A succinct personal data list materialized before him. Player, Lin Mo ID, B2-9527, Health, 160-160. Note: when health reaches 0, the player perishes. Sanity, 100-100. Note: as sanity decreases, fundamental attributes will diminish, and hallucinations may occur. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 9. Attack power, 8-3. Mining pick. Defense, 0 luck. Note: the standard basic attributes for a healthy adult male from Blue Star are set at 10 points. This, Constitution 8, Strength 8. So, I can't even reach a normal level? The truth of being a sub-healthy recluse was thus quantified. The only attributes exceeding 8 points, agility and spirit, were likely honed through years of surfing the internet and evading the landlord. This beginning was rather hellish, Lin Mo mused with a bitter sense of humor. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, the cold, merciless mechanical voice resonated in everyone's minds once more. All personnel have been deployed. The talent system is officially activated. Talents are your sole reliance in this desolate world, a miracle and a variable. Talent levels are categorized from highest to lowest as follows: S, A, B, C, D, F. Please open the talent chest before you and awaken your destined fate. As the voice faded, a palm-sized chest materialized out of thin air before Lin Mo. Chapter 2. C-Class Talent? Talent. This is the crux. This is the essential capital for the protagonist's resurgence in online literature. Attribute deficiencies matter little. As long as the talent is formidable, even a cart can traverse the expressway. He immediately chose to open the treasure chest, and a spinning wheel appeared, with the system announcing that the talent extraction was underway. Taking advantage of this moment, he glanced at the chat channel. As expected, both the world channel and the regional channel were in a frenzy, with many outpacing his reflexes and speed. I got it. I have a D-Class talent, Night Vision. Haha, I'm not afraid of the dark at night. I have a C-Class Plant Affinity. What use is that? Am I supposed to make friends with the moss in the corner? F-Class Hair Growth Amplification. System, I curse you. I'm already balding. Are you mocking me? D-Class Precise Throw, but I don't even have a stone to throw. The chat channel was a cacophony of lamentation and boastfulness. The majority possessed D-Class and F-Class talents, and whenever a C-Class talent emerged, it sparked waves of envy. F-Class talents were particularly peculiar, boasting abilities like Master of Vocal Techniques, Cold Resistance 5, and Hardened Souls, emphasizing participation over prowess. At that moment, global announcement. 3 resplendent golden banners occupied the top of everyone's chat interface, the text gleaming in a blinding golden hue, exuding unparalleled nobility. Congratulations to player A10-4556 for successfully awakening S-Class talent, Elemental Control. Winter. Reward: Special Building Chest 1. Congratulations to player S58-0002 for successfully awakening S-Class talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Reward: Special Building Chest 1. Congratulations to player M3-1415 for successfully awakening S-Class talent, Gene Frenzy. Reward: Special Building Chest 1. The first 3 awakeners of S-Class talents have all emerged, and the reward chests have been distributed. A wave of commotion surged through the chat channel. Various expressions of envy and astonishment flooded the screen. Wow, S-class. Starting off with a bombshell? Who are these big shots? Elemental control? Is this the path to becoming a mage? I'm so envious I could burst. Gene Frenzy? Is that turning into the Hulk? Looks incredibly fierce. A special building chest. What wonders might it contain? A defensive tower? The disparity between individuals was greater than that between man and dog. He gazed at the spinning wheel before him, cursing internally at its sluggishness. The talent will gradually came to a halt, the pointer landing in the C-class region. A plain white light, akin to the beam of a flashlight, swiftly pierced into his forehead. Congratulations to player Lin Mo B2-9527 for successfully awakening C-class talent, recycling. Talent, recycling C-class. Effect, allows the recycling of tools, buildings, and equipment with a chance to return some basic raw materials. If recycling fails, the original item will be lost. Lin Mo's heart sank. C-class, junk collector, returning a portion of basic raw materials. Isn't this akin to dismantling an old pickaxe into mere scrap metal and a piece of wood? And the success of this endeavor is far from guaranteed. He felt as though he had scratched a lottery ticket only to reveal the words, "Thank you for your patronage." The heavens seemed determined to bring about my demise. Lin Mo, engulfed in despair, resignedly opened his attributes panel, eager to glimpse the newly added talent page and its dismal offerings. However, the moment he accessed the talent page, an unforeseen event transpired. The line that originally displayed, recycling, C-level, began to flicker uncontrollably, twisting into a chaotic jumble of meaningless characters. Is the system malfunctioning? Lin Mo was taken aback. In the next instant, a logo that would forever be etched in his memory, one that had already begun to take on a patina in his mind, suddenly appeared. It was a red circular emblem formed by two arrows. Immediately following, a voice, starkly contrasting the cold mechanical tone, filled with warmth and vitality, resonated in his mind with a chime. Ding! Host conditions met. Spin recycling system, binding in progress. 10, 50, 99. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique talent. Spin recycling. Lin Mo stood utterly petrified. Spin recycling? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a cartoonish, fiery red smartphone avatar, about the size of his palm, sprang forth from his panel, hovering before him with a cheeky grin on its screen. Dear host, greetings. The animated smartphone avatar spoke, its voice lively like a top-notch salesperson. I am your exclusive system sprite, Spin. From this day forth, I shall diligently serve you, assisting you in transforming waste into treasure and guiding you to the pinnacle of life. Lin Montag. He gazed at the incessantly chattering red smartphone, recalling the inescapable advertisements from before his transmigration. So, have I been bound by some sort of advertising spirit? You could say that. The system sprite Spin replied cheerfully. The ordinary, recycling, talent can only reclaim basic items, is inefficient, and comes with numerous restrictions. It is truly just collecting scraps. But our Spin recycling is different. Its voice suddenly soared, brimming with pride. We focus on high-value items. Any technological creation, luxury goods, precious metals, artworks. As long as it is a good thing, I can recycle it. Moreover, Spin performed a somersault in the air, proclaiming that after recycling, what you receive is not mere fragmented raw materials, but directly usable, finished goods, or even delightful treasure chests. Spin recycling is a unique mythic talent that transcends S-rank. It is the sole bug in this frigid world, the VIP expressway to your ascent to the pinnacle of life. Stop, hold on a moment. Lin Mo raised his hand, signaling for a pause, feeling the throbbing at his temples. You say you can recover high-value items? Technological creations, luxury goods. In this cursed place, where am I to procure such treasures? Am I to dig an LV bag from the rock walls? Currently, he was penniless, possessing only this set of pajamas and a worn-out pickaxe. No matter how grand the promises of the system, one still requires flour to bake bread. Excellent inquiry, dear host. Zhuang immediately shifted into a professional customer service mode. The sources for high-value items primarily come from two channels. First, excavation. This world is far from the simplicity you envision. Buried deep within its layers lie countless relics and treasures from bygone eras. With diligent digging, one has the potential to unearth concealed technological products, ancient artworks, or even artifacts from extraterrestrial civilizations. Second, treasure chests. Within the chests obtained through your excavations, alongside food, water, and materials, there exists a chance of discovering various wondrous items. For instance, a functioning vintage smartwatch, a rare record from another world. These are indeed our premium sources for recovery. Currently, our system allows for 10 recoveries each day. Zhuang Zhuang twirled in the air, its smile radiating even more brightly. Therefore, do not hesitate, host. Grasp your pickaxe and march towards wealth and treasure. Your first fortune awaits you within the rock walls ahead. With that, it zipped away in a flash of red light, re-entering Lin Mo's talent panel, leaving behind a lingering echo of its promotional slogan, Zhuang Zhuang Recovery, making every discovery worth its weight in gold. Lin Mo felt as though his mind had been thoroughly formatted by this marketing rhetoric. Just then, a system announcement jolted him from his reverie. Global announcement. The innate talents of all humanity have been activated. Players strive for survival. In light of game balance, all players with D and F rank talents will receive increased mining yields today, with pickaxe damage rates halved. For further survival information, please refer to the basic handbook for cave survival in your backpack. Wishing everyone an enjoyable game. Upon the announcement, the world channel erupted once more. It's over. The three deities have taken flight. How are we mere mortals to play? Fortunately, today's yields have increased. Let us dig, brothers. Basic handbook for cave survival? Is that in my backpack? How did I not notice it? Lin Mo's attention was drawn to the last statement. He hurriedly opened his backpack. It was a page with 50 empty slots, and among the vacant spaces lay a rather rudimentary booklet, its cover crafted from brown craft paper. He activated it with his thoughts. Lines of text materialized before his eyes. Basic handbook for cave survival. Cave, initial area of 50 square meters, expandable through items. Every day at 8 a.m., all excavated rock walls will reset. Note that placed buildings and items will not reset. Pickaxe, 1 per person per day, of ordinary quality, with a 5 chance of breaking when extracting items. One can augment the daily quantity through the pickaxe upgrade scroll or enhance the quality of the pickaxe via the enchanting book. It is imperative to note that not every excavation yields an item. Chests. The quality of basic chests ranges from low to high, classified as white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and rainbow. Additionally, there exist various special chests. The higher the quality of the chest, the greater the likelihood of obtaining rare materials. Monsters. Various creatures inhabit the caves, and upon defeat, they may drop materials or chests. Be aware that not all monsters will yield items. Blueprints. Essential for crafting tools, weapons, and buildings. These can be acquired through opening chests or special events. Trading. The trading system serves as the official platform. Exercise caution when engaging in private transactions. Lin Mo perused these fundamental rules with great speed, committing them to memory. Information is crucial, particularly regarding the daily refresh mechanism of the caves, which signifies that he has fresh excavation opportunities each day, alleviating the concern of collapsing his own abode. The probability of the pickaxe breaking looms like a sword over everyone. A 5 chance, neither excessively high nor particularly low. Yet, should it break, it would mean that, without having unearthed food, he would be left helplessly starving. With a sigh, Lin Mo closed the manual. The prowess of others with their S-level talents bears no relevance to him. The only resources he can rely upon are his ingenious recycling system and the cold pickaxe in his grasp. He approached the wall, gripping the pickaxe firmly. The solid texture of the rough wooden handle instilled a semblance of stability in his tumultuous thoughts. No matter. He resolved to dig first and contemplate later. Chapter 3. Unearthing a monster. Lin Mo took a moment to regulate his breathing, directing his focus toward the seemingly loose rock face before him. With a determined swing of his arm, he exclaimed, "Hey!" Summoning all his strength, He brought the pickaxe down forcefully against the wall. He braced himself for the overwhelming recoil that would surely numb his hands, for with his meager strength of 8 points, such laborious tasks felt akin to punishment. However, the anticipated agony did not materialize. With a crisp crack, the tip of the pickaxe effortlessly embedded itself into the rock, as if slicing through tofu. Lin Mo scarcely felt any resistance. Instead, a faint and peculiar energy coursed through the handle, swiftly disintegrating the structure of the stone. A rock the size of a human head fell away with a thud. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Acquired, stone material 1. Ah, that was so easy? He glanced at his not particularly muscular arms, then at the unremarkable pickaxe. It appeared that the tools within this game defied conventional logic. This revelation was undoubtedly splendid news for Lin Mo. Instantly invigorated, he swung the pickaxe once more, vigorously striking the wall. Acquired, stone material 1. Item not acquired, copper or 1. Item not acquired, item not acquired. A continuous stream of notifications rang out, quickly accumulating a small pile of dusty stone materials and a gleaming piece of ore at his feet. Though the excavation process was monotonous, each notification of success acted like a shot of adrenaline, fueling his enthusiasm. As he dug, he distractedly monitored the activity in the regional channel, treating it as a source of amusement. The voice and text chat in the channel erupted with life, resembling a vivid human drama. B2-7788. Brothers. I unearthed a wild dog. It charged out. Ah, help. B2-1001. Is the brother above all right? Respond. B2-3456. I also encountered a monster, a massive beetle. But luckily it seemed uninterested in me and crawled back into its hole. It scared me to death. B2-7788. I'm still alive. I fought off with my pickaxe and killed it. However, its body just turned to light and vanished, leaving behind only a damaged dog skin, not even a piece of meat. B2-6666. How tragic, so tragic. Brother, look on the bright side. At least you're still alive. B2-9999. Haha. I opened a green treasure chest, an exquisite axe, plus a piece of roasted meat. Aren't you all envious? Upon reading this message, the channel was instantly flooded with exclamations and cries for the fortunate one to leave. Lin Mo felt a twinge of envy. A green treasure chest was a remarkable find, a tier above the ordinary white ones. He glanced down at the small pile of broken stones at his feet, contemplating the disparity between himself and others who wielded axes and roasted meat. The chasm between people was indeed greater than that between man and dog. Damn it, I must hasten. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and quickened the pace of his pickaxe swings. Suddenly, the sensation in his hands transformed. It was no longer the firm texture of rock. In the instant the pickaxe struck, Lin Mo felt a wholly different feedback force. What on earth? He instinctively took 2 steps back, warily gazing at the spot he had just excavated. There, on the rock face, a dent formed where he had hit, and loose soil cascaded down as cracks spread like a spider's web. Creak! A sharp, piercing cry erupted from the fissure in the wall. Subsequently, with a thunderous boom, the entire rock face exploded. A dull yellow shadow surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward Lin Mo's face. What the hell? Thanks to his agility rating of 9, his body reacted instinctively, executing a clumsy roll to narrowly evade the ambush. Bang! The shadow crashed heavily into the spot where he had just stood, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. At that moment, Lin Mo finally discerned the nature of his assailant. It was a creature over half a meter long, resembling a groundhog, but with sinewy muscles. Its incisors and claws glinting with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were blood red, filled with ferocity and madness. A piece of information promptly materialized before his eyes. Groundhog, weakened version, rank, white common race, beast, attributes, health 60, attack 8, defense 5, description, a common cave creature. It is irritable and will attack any being that invades its territory. White comet. Lin Mo's heart steadied slightly. This was the lowest tier of monster. Yet, seeing its attack power of 8, he surmised that a single hit would likely cost him a significant amount of health. Squeak! Missing its first strike, the groundhog, with its bloodshot eyes, charged once more. Its limbs clawed rapidly at the ground, moving with astonishing speed. In a confined space, there was hardly any room to evade. Lin Mo clenched his jaw, steeling himself. There was no escaping now. He would have a fight. Gripping the pickaxe tightly, he positioned this sole weapon across his chest, fixating his gaze on the oncoming creature. Just as the groundhog was about to pounce on him, Lin Mo sharply turned to the side, channeling all his strength into a powerful swing of the pickaxe aimed directly at the creature's head. It was devoid of technique, purely instinct. Clang! The pickaxe struck the groundhog squarely on the forehead, producing a sound akin to a thud against an iron pot. -15, a red numeral emerged above the groundhog's head. Effective. But before Lin Mo had the chance to revel in his success, a tremendous force surged from the pickaxe handle, numbing his arms and sending him stumbling several steps backward, out of control. The mole, having merely shaken its head as if unperturbed, emitted a sharp cry once more, revealing its formidable claws. The grass was remarkably tough, although this creature's defensive power was a mere 5. It was certainly not vulnerable enough to be easily vanquished by a single attack. The mole did not grant him a moment's respite. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged again, this time targeting Lin Mo's throat. In a critical moment, Lin Mo deftly dodged by leaping aside. He resolved not to engage in a direct confrontation, but instead relied on his relatively high agility, beginning a dance around the 50-square-meter space, akin to the legendary Qin King circling a pillar. No, it was Lin Mo circling a mound of ore. He maneuvered around the small pile of rocks he had just excavated, evading the mole as it charged straight ahead, seemingly lacking in intelligence, allowing Lin Mo to exploit the terrain to evade its relentless assaults multiple times. Now it was the moment. Seizing the opportunity as the mole missed its attack and became momentarily rigid, Lin Mo surged forward, aiming the sharp end of his pickaxe at the creature's nape and thrusting it down with force. Thud! Weakness damage. -25. This time, the sharp strike inflicted significantly greater damage than the previous blunt blows. The mole emitted a piercing shriek, blood gushing from its neck. It writhed furiously, attempting to dislodge Lin Mo, its claws flailing wildly in the air. Lin Mo gripped the pickaxe tightly, allowing the creature's strength to toss him about. Yet he refused to release his hold. His health steadily dwindled under the creature's frantic thrashing. -3, -4, -3. In mere seconds, his health plummeted to 145 points. You wretched beast! Lin Mo roared, pressing his entire weight upon the pickaxe and forcefully twisting it downward. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bone reverberated through the air. Weakness attack. -22. The mole's body stiffened abruptly, its crimson eyes losing their luster, and it collapsed lifelessly. Congratulations. You have slain Mole, X1. As the notification echoed, the mole's corpse transformed into a myriad of white light particles, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing wildly. This first battle had been far more perilous than he had anticipated. Had it not been for his slight advantage in agility, he might have met his end there. He glanced towards the direction where the creature's body had vanished, finding nothing left behind. It appeared his luck was not particularly good. After resting for a few seconds, just as he was about to rise, his gaze was drawn to the depression from which the mole had emerged. In that hollow, he spotted an object the size of a palm, encased in a glossy black plastic shell, its ancient rectangular form reflecting a glimmer of light. Was that a small communicator? Chapter 4. The first unboxing to the eyes of others. This contraption was nothing more than worthless electronic refuse. Yet, to Lin Mo, it gleamed more brilliantly than gold. Ding! High-value recyclable item detected. Old pager phone, no battery. That familiar, vibrant voice joyfully resonated in his mind. Here it comes. Lin Mo directly commanded the system with his thoughts. Recycle. Command received. Evaluating old pager phone, no battery, for recycling. Evaluation complete. Value low. Technological content, low. Integrity, good. Recycling successful. The ethereal figure of the system sprite sprang forth from his panel, carrying a virtual tray. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Rye bread 1. Purified water 500 milliliters 1. White treasure chest 1. As the announcement faded, a sealed bottle of mineral water, a bread wrapped in oil paper exuding the aroma of grains, and a palm-sized white wooden treasure chest materialized before Lin and Mo on the ground. Water, food, and a treasure chest. Having gone a day without sustenance, coupled with a morning of excavation and a recent battle, Lin and Mo was ravenous. He swiftly snatched the rye bread from the ground, disregarding cleanliness, and took a hearty bite. The coarse, slightly sour taste instantly filled his mouth. Yet, what would usually be an unpalatable flavor transformed into the most exquisite delicacy in the world at that moment. He twisted open the mineral water bottle and gulped down several generous swigs. The sweet, crisp liquid glided down his parched throat, providing a revitalizing sensation that nearly coaxed a moan of pleasure from him. He felt invigorated. After consuming half the bread, the burning sensation in his stomach eased, and Lin and Mo sensed that he had finally been pulled back from the brink of death. His gaze fell upon the white treasure chest quietly resting on the ground. Though it was merely the lowest tier of white quality, having it was certainly better than nothing. Please, let it not be a thank you for your patronage. Lin and Mo muttered to himself as he reached out and gently pressed the chest's opening button. With a soft creak, akin to an old wooden door being pushed open, a gentle white light emanated from the chest before dissipating. Several items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Lin and Mo eagerly leaned in to inspect them. Congratulations. You have acquired the following items. Purified water, 500 milliliters 1. Compressed biscuits 2. Flint 1. Worn t-shirt 1. Rusty dagger 1. Gazing at this modest collection of spoils, which could even be described as meager, Lin and Mo sighed in resignation. Indeed, a white treasure chest could only yield a white treasure chest. No weapon blueprints, no special items, not even a piece of jerky. Compared to the green treasure chests, this was akin to the most pitiful of offerings. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. At least these are items he urgently needed. Lin and Mo swiftly adjusted his mindset. In such a hellish beginning, every morsel of resources was extraordinarily precious. He first seized a bottle of water and 2 compressed biscuits, for food was a vital currency, and essential for survival. Coupled with the bread and water salvaged from the previous recovery of a pager, he was assured of at least a day or 2 without the dread of hunger. This already placed him ahead of the vast majority. Next, he grasped a piece of flint, its texture rough against his palm. Possessing this item signified the potential to create a source of fire. Fire, in any survival scenario, represented light, warmth, and a sense of security. Then, he picked up a tattered t-shirt. Worn t-shirt, quality, coarse, effect, none, description, an old t-shirt scavenged from an unknown refuse pile, featuring 2 ragged holes, barely better than nothing. Lin and Mo tugged at his own battle-worn pajamas, tattered from previous encounters, and without hesitation donned a shabby t-shirt. Finally, his gaze fell upon a dagger. Rusty dagger, quality, coarse, attack power, 1 to 3. Effect, none, description, a rust-covered dagger, which you might doubt could even slice butter without dulling. Yet, it was undoubtedly better than using his fists. He attempted to wield it a couple of times. It felt light and short, lacking any semblance of intimidation. But as the description indicated, it was certainly superior to bare knuckles. Should he encounter any lurking monstrosity, he would not have to engage with a pickaxe, which might very well break in the fray. Having reviewed his acquisitions, Lin and Mo felt a sense of calm wash over him. While he had not achieved monumental progress, each item tangibly enhanced his survival capabilities. He once again accessed the regional channel. The atmosphere within was even more desperate and agitated than before. Who has water? Please, just a sip. I'll trade 20 stones. I've encountered a monster cave, spider my leg it hurts so much, I'm going insane alone. This cursed place is too oppressive. My pickaxe broke. I'll have to starve today. Damn it, a 5 chance is just too cruel. Observing these messages, Lin and Mo deeply appreciated his current advantages. He lacked neither food nor water for the time being, possessed basic tools and weapons, and most crucially, his pickaxe remained intact. He refrained from hastily resuming his digging and instead clicked on the icon he had yet to explore. Trade. A rudimentary trading platform interface appeared before him. The items listed were scant and their prices exorbitant. Item: stone to demand. Purified water, 500 milliliters. Item: fine axe, durability 95. Demand: pickaxe upgrade scroll 1 or rare blueprint. Item: slime goo on demand. 1 shoe, any style. Linimo could not help but gasp in astonishment. The prices for food and water had escalated to an unfathomable extent. 10 blocks of stone require at least dozens of swings of the pickaxe, all while ensuring that no extraneous materials are unearthed. The effort expended for a mere sip of water illustrates the dire state of thirst that everyone faces. Meanwhile, the fortunate individual who unearthed a green treasure chest has priced his axe exorbitantly, evidently seeking to exchange it for more essential strategic resources. As for the one trading slime goo for shoes, Lin Mo could only wish him luck. He continued to scroll through the listings. Most transactions involved trading basic materials for food and water, with no electronic products in sight. Suddenly, a unique item caught his eye. Item: wooden shield blueprint, fragment 1-3. Requirement: purified water, 500 milliliters, to a blueprint fragment. It turns out blueprints can also manifest in fragmentary form. This undoubtedly introduces yet another pitfall. To assemble a complete blueprint may take an eternity. However, it also underscores the rarity of blueprints. Lin Mo closed the trading platform, already formulating a strategy in his mind. The resources he currently possessed, if traded, could undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of stone or other basic materials. Yet, merely consuming resources without replenishing them is not a sustainable approach. It would be wiser to wait for someone to unearth electronic products before making an exchange. He cast a resolute glance at the remaining rock wall before him. It was time to resume his labor. Lin Mo shouted with determination, raising his pickaxe once more to strike the wall with fervor. Bang! Chapter 5. The Green Treasure Chest Acquired. With a resounding clang, Lin Mo found himself drenched in perspiration after an extended period of labor. The relentless toil had rendered his arms nearly unrecognizable as his own. Despite the enhancement provided by the power of rules, the act of mining remained laborious, exacerbated by its monotonous and repetitive nature, demanding a genuine exertion of his arms. Before him lay a modest heap of rubble and 2 pitiful pieces of copper ore. The scant yield bore no comparison to the exertion expended. The efficiency was dismally low. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo leaned against the wall to rest, instinctively opening the regional channel. This had become his sole source of amusement during the mining intervals. Listening to the tales of others significantly uplifted his spirits. As anticipated, the channel was rife with lamentations. "I'm so hungry. I feel like I could devour a whole cow. Has anyone found food? I'll trade all my ore for it. I think I have a fever. It's damp and cold in this cave. And my head is spinning. Does anyone have medicine? Don't mention it. I just caused a minor collapse and nearly got buried alive. Now, even looking at the walls gives me psychological trauma." Lin Mo perused these messages, his heart unmoved. This was the stark reality for ordinary individuals in this survival game. Just then, a new message caught his attention. B2-3838, damn. After a whole morning of digging, I've unearthed this thing. Canon DSLR, no battery. Can this useless item even be eaten? I'm starving. Immediately, a flurry of responses followed. Haha, brother, you could take your own posthumous portrait. The resolution must be quite high. Sure. A doomsday-themed selfie, posted on social media to commemorate if you can still find power in a network. How tragic. This item is even less useful than a stone. At least a stone can be thrown as a weapon. B2-3838, get lost. You heartless bunch. Observing the fury of the player with the ID B2-3838, Lin Mo recognized the potential value of the DSLR camera far exceeding that of the antiquated cell phone. An opportunity for profit had arisen. No longer able to remain seated, he promptly opened the player list, located the ID B2-3838, and sent a private message. Lin Mo, B2-9527 brother, are you there? Would you be willing to trade that camera? After approximately half a minute, a response arrived, laced with skepticism. Trading is possible, but I need food right now. However, brother, are you sure about this? What do you intend to do with that? It's neither edible nor drinkable. Merely a decorative piece. Does it serve any other purpose? The lad appeared quite cautious. Lin Mo's mind raced as he swiftly replied, "It serves no other purpose. My talent allows me to repair certain electronic devices, and I have yet to find a suitable item to test. I'd like to try your camera, and should such items arise in the future, you can reach out to me. All right, as long as you provide food, I'll make the exchange. How about this? I'll trade you half a block of compressed biscuit. This item is calorie-dense, and I can't spare more." For Lin Mo, compressed biscuits were of little consequence. As long as he had electronic devices to recycle, food would never be in short supply, which was his advantage. However, for other survivors in the current environment, no one could ascertain when they might unearth food again, making this a desperately needed resource. Indeed, after a brief silence, the other party promptly sent a message. "Deal. Half a block is sufficient. System notification. Player B2-3838 has initiated a trade with you. Trade items. Canon DSLR, no battery. 1. Required item. Compressed biscuit, half block, 1. Do you agree?" Agreed. Lin Mo selected confirm. In the next moment, half of a compressed biscuit vanished from his backpack, replaced by a seemingly new black DSLR camera. System notification. Player B2-3838 requests to add you as a friend. Lin Mo readily clicked accept. B2-3838, Big Boss. You are truly my lifesaver. In the future, if I dig up any unusable electronic waste, I will save it to sell to you. Just hoping for a meal in return. Sure thing. Lin Mo replied with 2 words, his heart already soaring with joy. Had he not just secured a stable supplier of discarded goods? He closed the chat window and immediately issued a command to the system in his mind. "Spin, come out and get to work." "Coming right up, dear." The familiar, mischievous red smartphone apparition reappeared. "Recycle," Lin Mo commanded, pointing at the camera in his backpack. Ding. Detecting recyclable high-value item. Canon 400D. Receiving command. Conducting recycling assessment on Canon 400D. Assessment complete. Value, medium. Technological content, average. Collectible value, average. Integrity, excellent. Recycling successful. The apparition excitedly performed a somersault in the air, and a virtual tray, larger than the last, appeared before Lin Mo. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Cheese beef burger 1. Chilled cola, 500 milliliters 2. Green treasure chest 1. As the announcement concluded, a perfectly packaged burger emanating a fragrant warmth. 2 bottles of cola beaded with condensation, and a softly glowing wooden treasure chest materialized on the ground. Tears of joy streamed from Lin Mo's eyes. While excavating did not induce recoil, it still required considerable effort to wield the pickaxe. The energy provided by the half-whole wheat bread had long been expended. A burger, still warm. Cola, ice cold. What a divine day this is. He grabbed the warm burger, tore open the packaging, and took a hearty bite. The soft bread, succulent beef patty, melting cheese, and crisp lettuce. An explosion of exquisite flavors erupted on his palate. It was simply delectable. He had never tasted such a delightful hamburger in his lifetime. He twisted open a bottle of cola and gulped down several generous sips. The icy, effervescent liquid cascaded down his throat, delivering a thrilling sensation that invigorated him from head to toe, leaving him on the brink of a moan of pleasure. After consuming a hamburger and a bottle of cola, Lin Mo felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. He contentedly belched, his gaze ultimately settling upon the treasure chest emanating a faint green glow. A green treasure chest. Chapter 6, The Divine Blueprint. This opportunity takes flight. This remarkable item lay quietly on the ground, emanating a faint, firefly-like glow, as if silently proclaiming its uniqueness. Although the contents of the white chest were modest, each item addressed his immediate needs. What treasures could a green chest, 1 tier above the white, unveil? He took a deep breath, aware that with great expectations often come profound disappointments. It was entirely possible that it might only yield a selection of slightly superior food and water. Maintain composure. Keep a tranquil mind, muttering to himself. He reached out with a hint of reverence and touched the green chest. A soft hum resonated, louder than the sound accompanying the opening of the white chest. A vibrant green light surged forth from the chest's crevice, transforming his humble mining cave into a verdant ocean. The glow was gentle and not blinding, infused with a soothing energy. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Mo leaned closer. The contents of the chest were few, yet each item appeared far more exquisite than the meager offerings of the white chest. He inspected them one by one. Congratulations, you have acquired the following items. Self-heating military ration 1, functional beverage 1, miner's gloves 1, blueprint for simple forging furnace 1. What? Upon seeing the name of the last item, Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply, and an exclamation escaped his lips uncontrollably. A blueprint, not a fragment, but a complete blueprint. And for a simple forging furnace. Lin Mo felt his blood surge with excitement. What did a forging furnace signify? It meant he could transcend the Stone Age. He could craft metal tools himself. Eagerly, he glanced at the other items. Self-heating military ration, quality, superior, effect, automatically heats up upon pulling the tab, completely restores hunger and gradually replenishes stamina over 1 hour. Description: the flavor may be lacking, but the energy is undoubtedly sufficient. A splendid item. This was truly a godsend for outdoor endeavors. Not only would it satiate his hunger, but it could also restore his stamina, potentially saving his life in critical moments. Functional beverage, quality, superior, effect, instantly restores 50 of fatigue upon consumption. Description: revitalizing and invigorating, allowing you to mine tirelessly. No questions asked. It's the power of taurine. Another exceptional find. After a tiring session of mining, a sip of this would bring him back to full vitality. Miner's gloves, quality, common white. Effect: strength 1, protecting your hand from the friction of mining tools. Description: a good pair of gloves is the first step toward becoming a legendary miner. Without hesitation, Lin Mo donned the gloves. Crafted from soft leather, with reinforced protection at the joints, they fit snugly and imbued him with a sense of increased strength. His character attributes, particularly in strength, had increased from 8 to 9. Every item was of the highest quality. Yet, none of this could compare to the profound impact of the final blueprint. Lin Mo grasped the ancient blueprint, seemingly drawn on parchment. Simple forging furnace blueprint, quality, green, learning requirement, none, effect, upon learning. The option to construct this simple forging furnace will be unlocked in the production panel. Materials required for construction: stone 50, copper ingots 10, iron ingots 10. Description: the spark of civilization ignites from this rudimentary furnace. It allows you to smelt ores and forge basic metal tools and weapons. Comes with a basic white tool weapon crafting blueprint. Stone, copper ingots, iron ingots. Lin Mo immediately checked his backpack. He had mined quite a bit of stone, accumulating over 20 pieces, leaving only a small deficit. He had also extracted a few pieces of iron and copper ore, but the blueprint required iron ingots, which meant he needed to smelt the ores first. The problem was that without a forging furnace, smelting was impossible. This was a vicious cycle. No. Suddenly, Lin Mo had a thought and quickly opened the production panel. In the most basic crafting list, he discovered an inconspicuous option. Campsite, crafting materials, wood 5. Stone 5, effect. Ignited with flint, it provides illumination, warmth, and allows for simple food cooking or smelting, with a very low success rate and significant material loss. So that was it. The system had left everyone with the most primitive pathway. One could use a campsite to smelt ores, but both efficiency and success rate were dismal. It would be fortunate to produce a single ingot from smelting a dozen ores. The simple forging furnace was the crucial structure that significantly enhanced this success rate and efficiency. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, storing all his items in his backpack. Once the forging furnace was constructed, his pace of development would leave everyone else far behind. With this thought, Lin Mo felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. He glanced at the regional channel, where people were still struggling for a sip of water or a piece of bread, with some even debating the feasibility of eating dirt. Meanwhile, he was poised to ascend the technological tree of the Industrial Revolution. This feeling was exhilarating. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the pickaxe in his hand. His gaze shifted towards the rock face before him, no longer perceiving it as mere cold stone, but rather as blocks of copper ingots and iron ingots, the very foundation of his future. Wood, he murmured to himself. Looking at the trading channel, he noted that the price of wood was exorbitantly high, with a single piece of food fetching 1 unit, making it not worth the exchange. Furthermore, upon examining other items, it seemed that since people had just begun mining, no one had listed electronic products or other goods yet. It appeared he would need to wait until others mined for a while longer before better options became available. Lin Mo glanced once more at the survival manual. According to its descriptions, there existed a possibility of unearthing resilient tree roots while excavating, which could be utilized as timber. Although the odds were slim, it was worth a try. With a resounding clang, Lin Mo donned the miner-esque gloves and felt an increase in the strength of his swing. With a single strike of the pickaxe, a substantial chunk of rock tumbled down. Chapter 7. Just as it was about to take flight, the plane crashed. Bang! Acquired stone 2. The enhancement from the increase in strength was palpable. Excellent. This is the sensation. Lin Mo felt an exhilarating joy within, perceiving himself as the most dazzling presence in the cavern. Once he procured timber, crafted a campfire, and smelted metal ingots, his forge would rise triumphantly. At that juncture, metallic tools and weapons would be within his effortless grasp. Contemplating this, Lin Mo felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him, and he raised his pickaxe once more, aiming at the rock face before him, straining every muscle to strike down with all his might. He envisioned countless timber, copper ore, and iron ore beckoning to him. After mechanically excavating for an hour, accompanied by the sound of stones tumbling down, a crisp, heart-wrenching crack reverberated abruptly throughout the cavern. Lin Mo felt a sudden lightness in his hand, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over him. He stood frozen, as though his actions had been paused. Slowly, he lowered his gaze, realizing that only half of the pickaxe remained, the bare handle still clutched in his grip. The other half, complete with the pickhead, had clattered to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust before vanishing in a shimmer of light. A system notification echoed mercilessly in his mind. Warning, your pickaxe has broken, and you cannot continue mining today. A new pickaxe will refresh tomorrow at 8 a.m. Lin Mo was taken aback. Broken? Just like that? How many items had he acquired today? No more than 20? Surely? Was he truly this unfortunate? Cursing under his breath, a suppressed rage slipped through his teeth. This was absolutely outrageous. Just as he had been granted a blueprint for a simple forge, igniting a glimmer of hope, it seemed they had snatched away his sole tool of production. It felt akin to winning a 5 million lottery only to be struck by a vehicle upon stepping outside, landing him in the hospital. Never mind, he thought, having observed the trading channel with no one selling electronic refuse. An hour had elapsed. Perhaps some unfortunate soul had unearthed something. Lin Montag seit in Resignation. He had salvaged a pager and a DSLR camera today, utilizing only 2 of his recycling opportunities. This meant he still had a full 8 chances remaining. These 8 opportunities represented his potential for a comeback. With that thought, the clouds of despair that had loomed in his heart dissipated, and his mind became strikingly clear. Since he could not unearth refuse himself, then, he would trade with others. Without hesitation, Lin Mo sprang into action. He first took stock of the items in his backpacks suitable for trade. Materials needed for future constructions would remain unsold, but food items were currently a hard currency. However, once he salvaged electronic refuse, these would be the least of his concerns. The chilled cola was a luxury, not to be squandered lightly. The self-heating military rations and functional beverages were strategic resources that could prove life-saving in critical moments. Thus, they too must be preserved. What remained were the initial items acquired: half a loaf of rye bread, 3 bottles of purified water, 500 milliliters each, 1 package of compressed biscuits, and half a block of compressed biscuits. Lin Mo opened the trading platform and began to browse meticulously. He disregarded the posts exchanging materials for food, instead directly inputting several keywords into the search bar: broken, damaged, unusable, garbage. Instantly, a plethora of peculiar items appeared before him. Item, leaking iron bucket 1, demand. Any edible item. Wooden stool with a broken leg 1, demand. Purified water item, burnt circuit board 1, demand. 25 stones. Upon observing these listings, it was evident that some unfortunate souls had unearthed electronic products. This was hardly a trading platform. It was clearly a scrapyard tailored for him. His gaze ultimately settled on a particular listing. Seller, B2-2222 item, a damaged gold watch, demand. Any food item. This was the one. Lin Mo sent a private message to the seller. Brother, is the watch still available? The response came almost instantaneously. Yes. Boss, do you want it? Well, I can only offer half a portion of compressed biscuits in exchange. Is that acceptable? Trade. You're such a good person, boss. I'll initiate the transaction right away. Moments later, a trade request popped up. Lin Mo swiftly completed the transaction, and a gold watch with a shattered face and a broken strap appeared in his backpack. He barely had time to examine it before promptly issuing a command to the system. Recycle. Chapter 8. System upgrading. Detecting recyclable high-value item. Damaged Rolex gold watch. The system sprite, Zhuang, conveyed a hint of undeniable excitement in its tone. A Rolex gold watch. Although it was broken, its value was incomparable to the previous low-end communicator and DSLR camera. This was a luxury item, a precious metal. Recycle. Lin Mo silently chanted within. Command received. Conducting recycling assessment on damaged Rolex gold watch. Assessment complete. Value. Excellent. Precious metal content. High. Technological content. Low. Completeness. Poor. Recycling successful. Zhuang's ethereal figure snapped its fingers with flair, and a virtual tray radiating a ghostly green glow gradually materialized before Lin Mo. Congratulations, host. Precious metal recycling activated. Rewards acquired. Iron ingot 5, copper ingot 10, wood 20, green treasure chest 1. Iron ingots, copper ingots, wood. These were precisely the fundamental materials he had long yearned for, the very essence needed to construct a forge. Now, the system had delivered them directly to him. What delighted him the most was the final reward. Green treasure chest. Another one. This haul was truly a windfall. He forced himself to suppress the overwhelming urge to immediately open the green treasure chest, prioritizing the collection of the materials that had appeared out of thin air into his backpack. Gazing into his backpack with stone, wood, copper ingot, and iron ingot, accompanied by their respective quantities, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him. This was the cornerstone of industry. He still had 7 more recycling opportunities. He could not afford to pause. He must strike while the iron was hot. Lin Mo once again accessed the trading platform, his eyes sparkling as he scoured through the array of junk items, resembling a scavenger in search of treasure amid refuse. Before long, he pinpointed another target. Seller, B2-6119. Item, burnt circuit board 1, demand. Stone 25. He had previously taken note of this seller, who sought to exchange a damaged circuit board for 25 stones. An unreasonable request, considering that even a broken pickaxe might not yield such a quantity of stone. Clearly, they aimed to take advantage of the situation. However, now was different. He directly messaged them. Brother, is the circuit board still available? I don't have that many stones, but I can offer half a rye bread in exchange. What do you think? The player B2-6119, lamenting in the mine, could hardly believe his eyes upon receiving this message. Half a rye bread for a piece of circuit board he had casually dug up? Was this not akin to a pie falling from the sky? Big shot? Is this for real? Indeed. Hurry, I'm pressed for time. Deal. I'll trade. The transaction was completed in an instant. Lin Mo observed the charred, dark circuit board in his backpack, exuding a burnt odor, and without hesitation, he selected the option to recycle it. Ding. Detecting recyclable technological item. Burnt motherboard chip. Recycling successful. Congratulations, host. Rewards acquired. Copper or 5. White treasure chest 1. A white treasure chest. Lin Mo was not at all surprised. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. Even the slender legs of mosquitoes are flesh, and little by little, they accumulate. This demonstrated that even the most worthless electronic waste can yield consistent returns, which was sufficient for him. He was no longer content with conducting transactions one by one through private messages, as it was far too inefficient. If he were to do this, he would do it on a grand scale. Taking a deep breath, he opened the regional channel. The channel was still rife with despair and complaints. Lin Mo cleared his throat, composed a message, and sent it out. B2-9527, high-value recycling. I'm actively seeking to acquire various electronic waste, damaged mechanical parts, discarded luxury items, and incomprehensible technological creations. If you deem it useless debris, feel free to message me. I will exchange for food, water, and basic materials. Bulk orders are welcome. Trust is guaranteed. As soon as this message was dispatched, the previously noisy regional channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, as if a ladle of water had been poured into a bubbling pot of oil, the entire channel erupted. What the heck? What's going on? High-value recycling of garbage? Boss, did I read that correctly? Trading trash for food? I just dug up a rusty iron lump with a couple of gears on it. Are you interested? Boss. B2-3838, boss. I have a broken Bluetooth earphone. I'm saving it for you. Boss, I have a pair of torn black stockings with lace. Would you like them? Lin Mo automatically disregarded the last bizarre message. Observing the deluge of private messages flooding in, he thought to himself, the fish have taken the bait. He clicked on the first private message from B2-3838, the individual who had sold him the DSLR camera. Boss, I found a broken Bluetooth earphone. Can I trade it for some water? Half a bottle is fine. Let's proceed with the transaction. Lin Mo deftly navigated the trading platform and exchanged half a bottle of purified water for the Bluetooth earphone, which had only one functional earpiece and a crooked charging port. Based on his previous experiences, the value of recycled items seemed to correlate with their complexity and rarity. Though small, this Bluetooth earphone bore a brand logo, indicating that its worth should be considerable. Lin Mo silently commanded the system. Recycle. Ding. Detecting recyclable technological item. Damage high-end brand Bluetooth earphone. The system sprite joyfully spun into view again, circling the virtual Bluetooth earphone twice. However, this time, it did not immediately initiate the recycling process. A distinctly different system prompt chimed crisply in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 5 effective recycling transactions. Achieving the hidden milestone, Scrap Collection Station Master. Zhuan Recycling. System module upgraded. New feature, Selective Recycling, has been unlocked. Lin Mo paused for a moment. The system had upgraded? Such good fortune? He immediately focused his attention on this so-called new feature. Function name, Selective Recycling. Function effect, when recycling specific items. The system will provide 2 reward options based on the item's potential value. The host can choose one as the final reward according to their needs. Description: life is a grand gamble. Do you seek stability or dare to take a risk? Now, the choice is in your hands. The power of choice. This new feature is nothing short of a stroke of genius. Previously, recycling was akin to a blind box. One received whatever was given. Now, the system astonishingly grants him a glimpse into the prize pool beforehand. Although limited to 2 options, this undeniably expands his operational latitude and margin for error. Just as excitement surged within him, the ethereal figure completed its assessment of the Bluetooth headset, presenting 2 virtual trays, each radiating a distinct glow, hovering side by side before him. Considering this is the host's first time activating this feature, this reward is doubled. Please select your recycling reward. Option A, rye bread 3, purified water 500 milliliters 3. Option B, white treasure chest 3. Gazing at these 2 options, option A signifies stability. 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. At this current stage, this is undoubtedly a substantial gain. With this supply, he can not only secure his survival for several days, but also acquire greater capital to procure more refuse in the trading market, establishing a virtuous cycle. This is the most prudent and rational choice. Meanwhile, option B represents the unknown and the potential. I choose B. Choice confirmed. The host receives the reward. White treasure chest 3. As the words echoed, The three unassuming white treasure chests plopped down before him. At this moment, Lin Mo retrieved one white treasure chest and one green treasure chest from his backpack, placing them together with a grin, as if he were a quirky hero. Chapter 9. The Unboxing Frenzy begins. Before embarking on the unboxing adventure, one must adhere to the principles of metaphysics. Lin Mo, an avid gamer in his previous world, was well acquainted with this doctrine. To directly open the most coveted treasures would be folly. Should luck betray him, his morale would surely plummet. The correct approach is to engage in a preliminary ritual. First, he would exhaust all his lesser white chests, and only then would he dare to unveil the grand finale. The coveted green chest. May the system deities bless him, and may the ancestors of the three pure ones bestow their favor. Amen. Muttering a few incantations under his breath, Lin Mo resolutely opened the first white chest. This was one he had obtained from recycling circuit boards. It was a mundane white light flickered, and the chest obediently opened. Congratulations. You have received the following items. Purified water, 500 milliliters, 1. Stone 2. Moldy cloth, 1. Gazing at the cloth emanating a suspicious odor, Lin Mo's lips twitched. The rewards were indeed rather stingy. Very well, -1 for luck. With a stoic expression, he stowed the items into his backpack and turned his attention to the second white chest. This was one of the three he had just acquired from recycling Bluetooth headphones. Open. The white light flashed once more. Congratulations, you have received the following items. Rye bread, 1. With 2 holy socks, 1. Lin Mo fell into silence while staring at the socks, which also exuded a dubious aroma. Did this system harbor a grudge against him? Was it deliberately bestowing upon him these wretched items of personal apparel? No matter, they were merely stepping stones. He reassured himself, -2 for luck. With a slightly trembling hand, he pointed at the third white chest. I refuse to be daunted. Buzz, congratulations, you have received the following items. Stone 5, inferior whetstone, 1. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Then a flicker of delight crossed his face. Inferior whetstone, quality, white. Effect, can slightly restore the durability of tools or weapons. Description, better than nothing, but preferable to using one's teeth. Though of inferior quality, this was the first item he had obtained that could restore durability. While his pickaxe lay broken, the rusty knife remained intact. With this, he could at least ensure that the knife would not succumb to wear from excessive use. Quite promising. Indeed, Lin Mo's confidence surged. He felt that his misfortune had nearly been exhausted, and it was time for his good fortune to shine. With eager anticipation, he gazed at the fourth and final white chest. Grant me a blueprint. Even fragments will suffice. He pressed decisively. Buzz, this time, the white light appeared slightly more radiant than before. The lid sprang open, revealing its contents. Alongside a pack of compressed biscuits, a yellowed, tattered piece of parchment lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Blueprint fragments. Lin Mo eagerly seized the parchment. Blueprint fragment of basic water purifier 1-3. Quality, green effect. Collecting all 3 fragments allows for the synthesis of a complete basic water purifier blueprint. Description. A clean water source is the foundation of survival. Ah, how splendid. Though merely a fragment, it is indeed a blueprint of green quality. The water purifier. Its strategic significance is on par with that of a forge. Possessing it signifies that he can transform any murky water source he encounters into safe, potable water. Although a water source has yet to be discovered, blueprints for wells are surely forthcoming. From 4 white treasure chests, the journey from trash to practical items, and finally to blueprint fragments, has seen his fortune ascend like a staircase. This metaphysical luck is truly eternal. Lin Mo feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his current state. He takes a deep breath and directs his gaze toward the final, most resplendent treasure, the green chest obtained from recycling a Rolex watch. Success or failure hinges on this moment. He gently taps the green chest lid. Buzz, a vibrant emerald light, far richer than the white glow, bursts forth from the chest, illuminating the entire cavern in a verdant hue. Within the radiance, countless runes symbolizing hope seem to swirl. Lin Mo gazes into the chest's interior. As the brilliance dissipates, several items, each radiating a distinct luster, appear before him. Congratulations! You have obtained the following items. Rye bread, 3. Minor life restoration potion, 1. Comfortable single bed blueprint, 1. Upon seeing the final line, he exclaims, a blueprint. Another complete one. He cradles the softly glowing green blueprint in his hands. Comfortable single bed blueprint. Quality, green, excellent. Learning requirement, none effect after learning. The option to construct comfortable single bed will be unlocked in the crafting panel. Materials required for construction. Wood 30, soft bee skin 5. Cotton 10, description. Bid farewell to the cold, hard ground. A good bed allows you to forget the day's fatigue, and upon waking, you will find the world transformed for the better. Lin Mo immediately inspects the attributes of this piece of furniture. Comfortable single bed. Type, building furniture. Quality, green, effect. Resting for 8 hours on the bed fully restores fatigue and grants the buff, energized. Energized buff lasts for 24 hours. All attributes 1. All attributes 1. This is nothing short of miraculous. He understands all too well how precious attribute points are. Even donning the miner's gloves only adds 1 point to his strength. Yet, this bed, with a mere night's rest, can enhance all his attributes by 1. This means he will gain several additional points in strength, agility, and constitution. This is a super buff that can be claimed every day. At present, nothing excites and reassures him more than the prospect of becoming stronger. Lin Mo's mind has already begun to devise a plan. He possesses some timber, yet he lacks a sufficient amount. It appears that he must find a way to acquire soft beast hides and cotton, either for monsters or treasure chests. Gazing at the blueprint, he envisions himself reclining upon a plush bed, peacefully drifting into slumber. Chapter 10. Do not dally. I need to exchange rubbish for bread. With naught but soft beast hides and cotton, he found himself lacking. It seemed he would have to rely on his original expertise. Lin Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting his gaze once more towards the recycling system. Today, he still had a full 5 opportunities for recycling left. These 5 chances held the promise of gathering materials and securing a place to rest comfortably. Without further hesitation, he activated the still-flashing regional channel. His post offering high prices for garbage had become the hottest topic of the day, inundated by a torrent of private messages threatening to overwhelm his system notifications. Without wasting words, Lin Mo promptly initiated the filtering mode. He was no longer the naive novice who would grasp at any morsel. After several recycling attempts, he had begun to discern a pattern. The value of items appear to be linked to their price in the old world, technological sophistication, and rarity. Luxurious items, such as Rolex watches, could yield green treasure chests, while technological gadgets like DSLR cameras and Bluetooth headphones consistently produced either treasure chests or practical resources. Hence, his objective was clear: to selectively target items that seemed intriguingly valuable. He swiftly perused the private messages, quickly honing in on 5 potential targets. Big boss, I've unearthed a drone that's smashed to bits. 3 propellers are broken. Do you want it? Brother 9527. I have a tablet with a screen shattered like a spider's web. It still flickers faintly. Can I trade it for some food? Big boss, I possess an impressive graphics card named RTX 9090 Ti, though I know not its worth. It has been bent by a stone. Would you like it? Brother 9527. I've dug up a women's handbag, made of leather. The brand is unfamiliar to me, but the zipper features a shiny letter G. Can I swap it for some water? Big boss, I have a silver pendant that can be opened, though it is empty inside and the chain is broken. Can I trade it for a biscuit? These were the items for him. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Mo's eyes as he began to message each seller. Now, with ample resources at his disposal, he could easily exchange half a loaf of bread or half a bottle of water for each piece of junk, executing the trades with decisiveness. In mere minutes, 5 transactions were completed, and Lin Mo's backpack brimmed with 5 new acquisitions of refuse. His bold maneuvers once again stirred a significant commotion in the regional channel. The majority marveled at Lin Mo's wealth and generosity, showering him with praise, proclaiming that associating with such a figure would guarantee sustenance. Yet, as is often the case when one's influence grows, dissenting voices emerged amidst the harmonious flattery. Suddenly, An incongruous voice broke through the chorus. B2-5408. Everyone, let's remain calm. Do not be deceived by him. Think critically. In this environment, engaging in labor, one may not even find food within treasure chests. Food and water are now more precious than gold. What gives him the right to exchange such valuable sustenance for our worthless rubbish? There must be a conspiracy at play. These so-called e-waste and luxury item remnants undoubtedly harbor hidden purposes unknown to us. He is exploiting the information gap, acquiring our treasures for a mere pittance. I call upon everyone. Do not trade these items to him any longer. Keep them for yourselves. Who knows, we might uncover some astonishing secrets in the future. Do not foolishly relinquish your opportunities to others. Upon the emergence of this message, a brief silence enveloped the channel. One must admit, the words of this individual carried a certain incendiary quality. At the critical juncture of survival, any hint of doubt is magnified infinitely. Several players who had initially intended to contact Lin Mo hesitated. Indeed, what if these discarded items were truly treasures? If one were to exchange a mere piece of bread for them, would that not result in a significant loss? In an instant, the sentiment within the channel appeared to shift subtly. Lin Mo observed this message with a furrowed brow. His concern was not about the lack of transactions, but rather his disdain for such self-important individuals. Keep them? Can they be consumed? He was on the verge of typing a rebuttal when a familiar figure swiftly interjected. B2-3838. B2-5408. Have you lost your mind or been kicked by a donkey? It was the #1 fan who had sold him the DSLR camera and Bluetooth headphones. I am someone who has traded with the big shot. I exchanged a broken camera for food and a lousy headset for water. The only reason I still have the energy to berate you, you fool, is because of the big shot. What nonsense are you spouting here? Hidden purposes? Astonishing secrets? Bah, take your scrap metal over there. Let us see if you starve quickly or discover a secret first. Don't stand there blabbering while we need to find a way to survive. B2-3838's words erupted like a machine gun, filled with indignation. His remarks awakened many. Exactly. I just traded with the big shot for bread, something that can actually satiate my hunger. I couldn't care less about that useless drone. Can it be eaten? Exactly right. I worked all day and am nearly parched. A bottle of water could save my life. And you tell me that broken chain might be a divine artifact? Get lost. B2-5408. I see you're just envious because you couldn't find anything worthwhile, while others managed to acquire food. A classic case of sour grapes. Public opinion flipped dramatically. Those who had just completed transactions, now enjoying bread and water, became Lin Mo's staunchest supporters. In the face of survival, any ephemeral possibility pales in comparison to the tangible sustenance one can consume. B2-5408 was mercilessly berated, retreating into silence, never daring to surface again. Thus, a minor upheaval was quelled by the power of the masses. Lin Mo glanced at the chat records and smiled. He had done nothing yet gained a cadre of the most loyal business partners. He closed the cacophonous channel and refocused his attention on his backpack. 5 brand new treasures lie quietly there, awaiting the favor of their master, the king of trash. Let the work commence. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest. He meticulously examined the 5 pieces of discarded items that had just come into his possession, resolving to start with the one of the least value. The first target was the damaged silver pendant box. This item appeared devoid of any significant technological merit, and its precious metal content was minimal, making it an ideal candidate for a trial run. Recycling. Ding. Recyclable item detected. Damaged silver pendant box. Please select your recycling reward. Option A, silver or 2. Hemp rope 2. Option B, white treasure chest 3. He opted for the treasure chest without hesitation. Although silver ore and hemp rope might prove useful in the future, they paled in comparison to the allure of a chest brimming with potential. The white treasure chest was secured. Next, he turned his attention to the second item. A worn women's handbag, emblazoned with the letter G, recycling. Ding. Recyclable item detected. Worn designer handbag. Please select your recycling reward. Option A, soft leather 3. Exquisite thread 1. Option B, White treasure chest 2, soft leather. This was precisely the material he urgently needed to construct a comfortable single bed, and it provided 3 pieces at once. This was a crucial resource that could directly enhance his quality of life. Rationality and the thrill of gambling waged a swift battle in his mind for a fleeting moment. This time he chose stability. Lin Mo made his decision. The temptation of a bed ultimately triumphed over the impulse to gamble. He was not a mere gambler. He was a survivor who understood the balance of risks and rewards. Selection confirmed. Host receives rewards. Soft leather 3. Exquisite thread 1. Gazing at the 3 exquisite pieces of leather added to his backpack, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He was one significant step closer to achieving his goal of a proper bed. In high spirits, he reached for the 3rd item, a damaged tablet with a shattered screen. Recycling. Ding. Recyclable technological item detected. Damaged brand tablet. Please select your recycling reward. Option A. Basic food pack 1. Contains bread 5. Purified water 5. Option B. White treasure chest 2. So much food in the food pack. Having recently consumed a considerable amount of provisions, he chose the food this time. Next was the 4th item, a broken drone. Observing the large, uniquely designed drone equipped with an LCD screen and camera, it was evident that this contraption was beyond the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. Its value should surpass that of the tablet, one would presume. Recycling. Ding. Recyclable high-tech item detected. Damaged high-tech civilian drone. Please select your recycling reward. Option A. Micro motor 1. White treasure chest 1. Option B. Green treasure chest 1. Upon glimpsing the green treasure chest, he realized there was no further choice to be made. Although the items in option A appear quite sophisticated, who knows their current utility? I choose B. It must be B. Selection confirmed. The host receives a reward. Green treasure chest 1. A treasure chest radiating a rich green glow materialized before Lin Mo. Only one item remains. It is also the most technologically advanced and valuable among the 5 pieces of junk he acquired today. The bent, damaged RTX 9090 graphics card. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his heart brimming with reverence, and issued the final command to the system. Recycle. Ding. High-value core technology item detected. Damaged flagship graphics card. Command received. Recycling assessment of damaged flagship graphics card underway. Assessment complete. Value. Excellent. Precious metal content. Moderate. Technological content. Extremely high. Integrity. Poor. Recycling successful. This time, the system's prompt tone carried a weightier significance than before. A swirling illusion performed a somersault in the air and then waved its hand vigorously. 2 radiant trays emerged before Lin Mo. On the left tray lay 3 green treasure chests, exuding vibrant vitality. On the right tray, however, there was only one chest. This chest was enveloped in a deep and pure blue hue, its surface seemingly flowing with rippling water, and mysterious runes flickered in and out of view, radiating a brilliance that overshadowed the 3 green chests beside it. Please select your recycling reward. Option A. Green treasure chest 3. Option B. Blue treasure chest 1. The blue treasure chest. Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. This was a blue treasure chest. If a green treasure chest could yield a bed with all attributes 1, what wonders might lie within the blue treasure chest? I choose B. Selection confirmed. The host receives a reward. Blue treasure chest 1. As the words fell, the chest exuding a dreamlike blue luminescence descended before Lin Mo. It hovered silently in midair, as if drawing in the surrounding light, creating a small vortex. Lin Mo gazed at his spoils, 3 white treasure chests, 1 green treasure chest, and the resplendent blue treasure chest at the center, grinning silently in delight. This lineup is truly extravagant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo exhaled slowly, forcing down the surging excitement within. In moments like this, one must remain calm. Opening chests is both an art and a science. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the first white treasure chest and waved his hand. Open. A mundane white light flashed. Congratulations. You have received the following items. Stone 2. Purified water, 500 milliliters. 1. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded. Although there was no surprise, food and water are always valuable commodities. Never too many to have. He expressionlessly looked at the second white treasure chest, silently repeating, non-attribute -1. Continue. Open. The white light flashed again. Congratulations. You have acquired the following items: 1 loaf of rye bread and 1 stone. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. This fortune seemed almost too tranquil. Yet, he reassured himself that it was merely a prelude, all leading to that breathtaking shade of blue. He directed his gaze towards the final white treasure chest, inhaled deeply, and with determination, he tapped it assertively. Give me something extraordinary. Buzz. As the white light dissipated, the contents of the chest were revealed. No blueprint, no tools. Only 2 items that exuded an aura of antiquity and disrepair. Congratulations, you have acquired the following items: 1 dilapidated wooden chair and 1 yellowed quilt. Lin Mo stared at the chair, missing a leg, and the quilt emitting a faint musty odor, its edges frayed. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was this it? 3 white treasure chests, yet the rewards were diminishing. Just a bit of bread, water, stone, and 2 pieces of shabby furniture. He gazed at the tattered quilt, unwilling to concede defeat, and issued a command to the system. Recycle. The system sprite, a swirling red phantom, lazily floated out, circling the quilt with a lackluster demeanor. System warning. The recycling limit for today has been reached. System warning. This system only recycles high-value technological artifacts and special items. Please refrain from insulting the professionalism of this system with such lowly domestic refuse. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Insult? This was cotton, a vital material for making bedding. How could it be deemed trash? He felt a flush of indignation, yet found himself powerless. The system had many rules. It seemed he could not rely on it. Must he truly sleep with this tattered quilt? Wait, just because the recycling system could not assist him did not mean he could not take matters into his own hands. He recalled that before the awakening of the recycling system, he, like others, had awakened a talent, though it was merely a C-grade talent called recycling, which allowed him to convert simple items into basic materials. He had long since forgotten about it due to its inefficiency. Lin Mo anxiously inquired within his mind, Zhuan, can I still use that original C-grade talent? The sprite Zhuan, with a languid demeanor, yawned and responded in a disdainful mechanical voice. The host's innate talent does not conflict with the talents provided by this system and can be invoked at any time. Excellent. Lin Mo's spirits soared immediately. No longer hesitating, he focused intently on the dilapidated quilt, silently reciting. Activate. Recycle. Buzz. A faint, nearly imperceptible white light emanated from his palm, gently enveloping the quilt. The quilt began to disintegrate at a visible rate, the fabric transforming into fibers. The cotton becoming fluffy once more. C-grade talent. Recycling activated successfully. You have received 10 units of cotton and 3 pieces of rags. It worked. Gazing at the 10 pristine units of cotton nestled within his backpack, Lin Mo felt a surge of exhilaration that nearly propelled him from his seat. Was this truly a mere C-grade talent? It was nothing short of a concealed divine skill, a veritable alchemy that transformed waste into treasure. His fervent gaze immediately shifted to the battered chair beside him, missing a leg. Recovery. A radiant light flickered once more. C-grade talent. Recovery activation successful. You have acquired Timber 10, Rusty Nails 5. Fortune favored him. The talent's description hinted at a chance for successful recovery, and to his astonishment, he had not encountered a single failure thus far. As he beheld the newfound materials in his backpack, Lin Mo swiftly began to contemplate his next move. Comfortable single bed, construction requirements, timber 30, soft bee skin 5, cotton 10. He initially possessed 20 units of timber, and with the recent dismantling of the chair, he had just acquired an additional 10 units, perfectly meeting the requirement of 30. The 10 units of cotton were also accounted for. He had 3 pieces of soft bee skin, but still needed 2 more. Remarkable. The earlier gloom had dissipated entirely. With just 2 more pieces of bee skin, he could bid farewell to the cold, unyielding ground and indulge in the luxury of a grand bed that would enhance his attributes each night. He resolved to visit the trading platform shortly to see if he could procure the necessary bee skin. A disheartening metaphysical defeat had been deftly revived by his own recovery talent. Lin Mo's spirits soared back to their zenith as his fervent gaze fell upon the green treasure chest lying quietly on the ground. The appetizer had concluded. Now, it was time for the main course. Chapter 12. My first green weapon. Muttering to himself, he reached towards the vibrant green treasure chest that radiated life. This was a reward for recovering the damaged drone. The technology involved was assuredly impressive. Open. A beam of rich emerald light, far more intense than mere white light, erupted from the chest, illuminating the entire mine in a breathtaking hue of jade. Lin Mo held his breath, fixated on the interior of the chest. As the brilliance gradually faded, several items, each exuding a distinct luster, came into view. There were no blueprints or materials. Instead, he found a gracefully crafted wooden longbow and a neatly bundled set of arrows. Congratulations. You have obtained the following items. Exquisite blade, longbow, 1. Standard arrows, 50. A weapon. It was a ranged weapon, and the ends of the bow bore glinting, menacing blades. Lin Montag was overjured. His only weapon until now had been a rusty dagger with a meager attack power of 1 to 3. Faced with unknown monsters, such low damage was woefully inadequate. Now, he possessed a bow that provided both range capability and the means for close combat self-defense. Though the mine was small, merely 7 meters square, having a method for ranged attacks was undeniably advantageous. Eagerly, he retrieved the longbow and arrows. The bow felt slightly heavy in his hands. Crafted from a resilient wood, its surface polished to a smooth finish, entwined with the tendons of some unknown creature, brimming with strength. The blades at both ends appeared razor-sharp, radiating a chilling gleam. He immediately inspected the weapon's attributes. Exquisite blade longbow, quality, green excellent, attack power, 15 to 25, effective range, 50 meters special effect, precision 1, hit rate 10. Description, a finely crafted hunting bow. A reliable companion for maintaining a safe distance in the mine. Also usable for close combat with its blades. Cherish it, for it will become your best friend. An attack power of 15 to 25. This damage utterly eclipsed that of his broken dagger. With a single shot, even the wild dogs mentioned in the chat channel would likely be pierced through. What a treasure. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Lin Mo caressed the bow with affection. He took out the arrows as well. Their shafts were straight, the tips gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the fletchings were neatly arranged, clearly indicative of professional-grade equipment. 50 arrows were more than sufficient for his needs for some time. In a fit of excitement, Lin Mo mimicked the poses of skilled archers he had seen in films, holding the bow in his left hand and knocking an arrow with his right, striking a pose he deemed quite impressive as he aimed at a distant rock wall. He was eager to test the power of this magnificent bow. Drawing a deep breath, he began to pull back the string with all his might. However, his face soon flushed crimson. Wow, so tight? The bowstring and limbs felt as if forged from steel. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could only manage to draw it back a fraction. His arms began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pose he had once considered charming now appeared utterly ridiculous and awkward. The scenes in the movies where the protagonists effortlessly drew powerful bows and released arrows with the grace of dragons were, indeed, deceptive. It was futile. His strength was insufficient. Lin Mo, disheartened, lowered the bow and gasped for breath. He cast a glance at his attribute panel, noticing that, thanks to the enhancement from the Miner-S gloves, his strength barely reached 9 points. This level of strength was adequate for an ordinary person, but it was evidently inadequate to draw this fine longbow. However, he experimented by wielding the bow, utilizing its dual blades as a polearm. To his surprise, it felt quite natural, and the system indicated that his attack power remained unaffected. It seemed that to master this bow, he would first need to enhance his physical attributes, he mused. This further solidified his determination to swiftly craft a comfortable single bed. The All-Attribute 1 buff was precisely what he needed at this moment. With a strength of over 10 points, perhaps he could finally draw this bow. He then recalled that he still required 2 more pieces of soft bee skin. Lin Mo carefully stowed the longbow and arrows into his backpack. He steadied his emotions and directed his gaze towards the blue treasure chest quietly suspended in midair. Having already opened the white and green chests, all luck should now converge upon you, right? Come now. Let me witness what miracles the blue treasure chest can bestow. Chapter 13. The Ultimate Gamble. The moment of the final showdown has finally arrived. Lin Mo's gaze is firmly fixed upon the treasure chest, emanating a dreamlike blue luminescence. This treasure, the highest grade he has ever encountered, was acquired in exchange for a flagship graphics card. No, he must remain composed and maintain a sense of ritual. Taking a deep breath, he retrieves half a bottle of precious pure water from his backpack, mimicking the ancient practice of purification, and meticulously washes his hands. Then, he produces the survival manual gifted by the system and bows 3 times before the illustration of the goddess of fortune depicted within. Only after performing these rituals does he feel himself reach a state of peak readiness. All the preparation and waiting have culminated in this moment. A hint of fervent yet devout madness graces his face. He extends his hand, mustering all his strength, and forcefully taps the treasure chest that radiates infinite allure. Open for me. Buzz. A brilliance more resplendent and pure than anything he has ever witnessed surges forth from the chest like a tsunami. The entire cavern is bathed in a profound azure hue, the air seemingly infused with mysterious energy particles. The rock patterns on the walls appear to come alive under the glow, transforming into flowing runes. Lin Mo struggles to keep his eyes open against the dazzling light. He can only sense an indescribable, supreme aura emanating from the chest. After what feels like an eternity, the light gradually dissipates. Lin Mo eagerly opens his eyes to behold the contents of the chest. Inside, it is empty. There are no towering piles of resources, no elaborately designed weapons, nor blueprints glowing with wisdom. Only a single card remains. A card entirely composed of blue crystal, its edges adorned with intricate silver patterns, and at its center, a vaguely human-shaped figure is quietly suspended. A card? Lin Mo is momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with questions. After such an elaborate display, I am presented with a mere card? He gingerly retrieves the card, which feels icy to the touch, yet possesses a subtle warmth. Special talent summoning card. Quality. Description: knowledge is power, and talent is the vessel that carries knowledge. Young one, draw a card. Let us see which remarkable individual your destiny is intertwined with. A talent summoning card? Lin Mo stares at the description, utterly bewildered. Such an item exists? He quickly flips open the Cavern Survival Basics manual, eager to search for information. Finally, at the last page of the manual, within a hastily drawn appendix titled Legend of the Lucky One, he discovers the relevant entry. The special talent summoning card is one of the rarest treasures in the cavern world. The holder can summon powerful beings from different times and dimensions to serve as allies. The manual boldly proclaims in exaggerated lettering, followed by examples of potential summons. For instance, the martial deity Guan Yu, when acquired, could single-handedly wield his blade to vanquish countless fiends. Likewise, the sage Zhuge Liang, upon being summoned, could strategize from afar and secure victory from miles away. There was even a fortunate soul who called forth the renowned genius Tony Stark, who, in a mine, crafted an entire suit of iron armor by hand, reigning supreme. However, the summoned talents require continuous upgrades to unleash their full potential. What? Guan Yu? Zhuge Liang? Iron Man? Goodness, this is no mere cheat. It's akin to employing a professional gamer. A flurry of images raced through his mind. If he could summon an unparalleled warrior, then what would wild dogs or slimes be? One strike would suffice for each. He could bulldoze through, seizing every treasure chest in sight. If a super scientist were summoned, then what use would there be for a forge or a water purifier? He would delve into energy weapons, construct towering mechs, and establish a technological empire within the mine. Lin Mo's heart ignited with fervor. Clutching the card tightly, he felt not merely a card, but a ticket to the pinnacle of the world. How is it that one cannot escape the allure of drawing cards? Although he voiced his complaints, his expression betrayed his excitement. He raised the card once more, bowing thrice before it. Great system deity, ancestors of the three pure ones, Lord Jesus, and all celestial beings, grant me your blessing. Please, do not bestow upon me someone useless. Bring forth a capable fighter. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, even Jian Wei would suffice. If not, I would settle for an Einstein or a Newton. After fervently muttering his prayers for what felt like an eternity, he resolved to take action. Fortune lies in the heavens. Success hinges upon this moment. He raised the special talent summoning card high, summoning all his strength, and bellowed within his heart. Use. Boom! The card in his hand erupted, transforming into a towering blue beam of light that pierced through the top of the mine. Within the beam, torrents of data and runes swirled wildly, and a blurred figure began to take shape at the core of the radiance. Lin Mo's palms were slick with sweat from anticipation. It's here, my divine general, my scientist. As the brilliance gradually faded, a figure emerged clearly before Lin Mo. It was a man appearing to be in his 50s, slightly plump, with a warm smile gracing his face. He donned a somewhat worn, yet impeccably clean white chef's uniform, topped with a tall chef's hat. In his hands, there was no green dragon crescent blade, nor any futuristic weapon. Instead, he held a gleaming, polished stainless steel ladle. The man gazed at the dazed Lin Mo and offered a highly professional, enthusiastic smile, bowing slightly. Greetings, boss. I am Wang Dahi, a chef. May I inquire where the kitchen is? What would you like to eat tonight? I personally recommend my specialty, braised pork, tender and delectable. Lin Mo's mouth slowly fell open, his fervor and anticipation instantly frozen in place. His mind was a blank slate. A chef? Chapter 14. Is this really a chef? The air was thick with a deathly silence. Clad in a chef's uniform and hat, he wielded a stainless steel ladle polish to a shine that rivaled his own face. A chef? I had utilized a state-of-the-art flagship graphics card to summon a rare blue treasure chest, which yielded an extraordinary talent summoning card, only to end up with a mere cook. In Lin Mo's mind, it felt as though countless alpacas were stampeding past, shattering the grand ambitions he had just begun to cultivate. A chef? What could he possibly accomplish in this perilous, resource-scarce mine? Would he strike goblins with his oversized ladle? Or perhaps prepare an extravagant feast for the monsters? Boss, are you all right? Wang Dahai observed Lin Mo's petrified expression, a hint of confusion creeping into his previously warm smile. Cautiously, he inquired again, May I ask if there's a kitchen? Or perhaps any ingredients would suffice. You seem unwell. Would you like me to prepare a calming broth for you? Calming broth? What I truly need is a quick-acting heart remedy. Lin Mo felt his blood pressure rising, a lump of frustration lodged in his throat, impossible to expel or swallow. It was over. All hope was lost. No, this was an ultra-rare summoning card. The system, however troublesome, could not possibly yield such a worthless entity from an item of this caliber. This chef must possess hidden attributes that I am yet unaware of. With this thought igniting a flicker of hope within him, Lin Mo suppressed the tumult of frustrations and focused on Wang Dahai, silently urging himself to inspect the attributes. Buzz, a faint blue light screen, visible only to him, unfurled beside Wang Dahai, densely populated with rows of data. Name, Wang Dahai. Race, human. Profession, culinary deity. Level 1, can be enhanced through the creation of special dishes. Loyalty, 80, a natural follower. Attributes, health, 440. Strength, 20. Agility, 18. Constitution, 22. Mentality, 15. Attack power, 40 to 50. Defense, 25. Upon viewing the attribute panel, Lin Montag was astounded. What in the world were these attributes? His own strength, bolstered by the miner's gloves, barely reached 9 points. Yet this chef, Wang Dahai, boasted a baseline strength of 20 points, more than double his own. This indicated that Wang Dahai could effortlessly draw the exquisite longbow, which Lin Mo struggled with all his might to wield. Moreover, with a constitution of 22 points, he resembled a humanoid bulwark, capable of withstanding extraordinary punishment. This was hardly the profile of a mere chef. It was clearly that of a berserker cloaked in culinary attire. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the most crucial skill section. Skills 1. Divine Culinary Arts, Passive, LV. Max, you embody the essence of culinary mastery. Any ingredient in your hands transforms into a wondrous delicacy. All the dishes you create will come with additional beneficial effects. And there exists a minuscule chance of producing legendary dishes that possess miraculous effects. 1. Daily meal, active without the need for any ingredients. You can conjure a meal from thin air each day, capable of satisfying one person's hunger, nutritionally balanced, and exquisitely delicious. This meal will swiftly restore vitality and alleviate most minor negative states, such as fatigue and despondency. 2. Culinary spirit, frenzy, active through special recipes and ingredients. You can craft battle cuisine infused with the essence of frenzy. The consumer will experience a significant enhancement in attributes for a brief period, but will succumb to an uncontrollable state of rage. Currently available for creation, stir-fried kidney, strength 5. Pain sensitivity reduced by 50, lasting 5 minutes, side effect, mild kidney deficiency. 3. Kitchen utensils as gear, passive in your hands. Any kitchen tool is regarded as equipment of fine quality. The stainless steel ladle you wield possesses attributes akin to a well-crafted mace, attack power, 20 to 30, with a stunning effect. Your chef's attire is equivalent to a suit of fine leather armor, defense power, 25, and this skill will enhance with your level. 4. Dark cuisine. Active you can amalgamate your malevolence with culinary skills to create terrifying dark dishes. Currently available for creation, deadly salad, highly toxic, tear-inducing onion rings, powerful tear gas. Brick bread, throwing blunt weapon. Lin Mo meticulously examined Wang Dahai's skill list, and upon finishing, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. His mind was inundated with a barrage of astonishment. This is a chef? This is clearly an ultimate strategic weapon, embodying healing, buffs, debuffs, control, and area of effect capabilities. Divine culinary skills and the daily meal flawlessly resolve the team's logistical and endurance challenges. The culinary spirit. Frenzy is akin to a berserk potion, a trump card for critical moments. Kitchen utensils as weapons is utterly ridiculous. A mere spoon wielder becomes a warrior with attack power rivaling that of a longbow. In that dark cuisine, this is nothing short of a master of biochemical weaponry. What Chow Chow or Iron Man could compare to Master Wang? This is the true divine general. The ultimate answer for survival in a mine. Lin Mo gazed at Wang Dahai, who remained amiably smiling, waiting for his command, and his eyes transformed completely. It was a gaze akin to beholding a priceless treasure. All his previous feelings of disappointment and anger evaporated in an instant. Master Wang. Lin Mo's voice quivered with excitement as he dashed forward, tightly grasping Wang Dahai's hand, which held the ladle. The kitchen. Let us build it immediately. What materials do you need? What shall we eat tonight? Let us have braised pork. I want a large portion. Chapter 15. Today my mind opens big feast. Wang Dahai's benevolent smile, in Lin Mo's eyes, shone with the brilliance of an angel. He clasped Wang Dahai's hand tightly, his excitement rendering him speechless. The sensation was 100-fold more exhilarating than the first time he laid his hands on a flagship graphics card. Master Wang, rest assured, the kitchen, it must be built. I shall construct the finest one for you at once. Lin Mo vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Although he currently lacked even a proper house, he felt it was essential to boast first. Wang Dahai appeared quite pleased with Lin Mo's enthusiasm, nodding with a cheerful grin. No need for extravagance. Just a cooking platform will suffice. If we can kindle fire, we can conjure miracles. A cooking platform. No problem. Without hesitation, Lin Mo sprang into action. He opened his backpack and extracted all the stones he had amassed from mining, a substantial collection that piled up like a small hill on the ground. Master Wang, how shall we proceed? I shall take care of it. Wang Dahai, with his hands clasped behind his back, circled the mound of stones like a supervisor, wielding a large spoon to gesture the ground. Here, build it higher, leave a vent. The top should be flat for placing pots. Understood. Under Wang Dahai's guidance, Lin Mo worked with fervor, moving stones, stacking walls, and leaving an opening for the fire. Despite his lack of construction experience, his considerable strength and the relatively uniform stones proved advantageous. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, a rudimentary stone stove, though somewhat crooked, stood sturdily in the corner of the mine. Wang Dezai approached, patting the stove with his hand, nodding in approval. Not bad, quite sturdy. You've worked hard, boss. Now let me take over. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Wang Dezai reached into the pocket of his white chef's coat, searching within. While the pocket appeared unremarkable, the item he produced nearly made Lin Mo's eyes bulge out in astonishment. A piece of exquisite pork belly, weighing about 2 pounds, marbled with fat and lean meat and boasting clear textures, materialized in Wang Dezai's hand from seemingly thin air. Wow! Lin Mo could not contain his exclamation. Where did that come from? Is his apron a fourth-dimensional pocket like Doraemon's? But that was not all. Wang Dezai placed the pork belly onto the stove with a resounding thud and reached into his pocket once more. With a flurry of movements, he produced a large iron pot, a packet of salt, a bottle of soy sauce, a small bag of rock sugar, several star anise, a few bay leaves, and a small bundle of dried chili peppers. Various seasonings emerged, as if by magic, neatly arranged around the stove. Lin Montag was utterly dumbfounded. He finally grasped the true value of the skill daily meal. This was not merely cooking. It was an act of conjuring from thin air. Wang Dezai, seemingly oblivious to Lin Mo's astonished expression, skillfully brandished a gleaming large spoon, chopping the pork belly into evenly sized pieces with a series of deft strikes. He then retrieved the flint Lin Mo had previously unearthed, effortlessly igniting the wood in the stove's hearth. Flames danced, casting a warm glow upon his confident visage. Soon, chunks of meat were submerged in the pot, and with a sizzling sound, a rich aroma of meat permeated the entire mine. Soy sauce, roksuga, and spices were added in succession, intensifying the fragrance to an irresistible allure. Gurgle Lin Mo's stomach betrayed him with a growl. Having finished his lunchtime burger and toiled for an hour, hunger pangs struck. His mouth was already watering in anticipation. Now, as he inhaled the heavenly scent of braised pork, his saliva began to flow uncontrollably. It was simply delectable. The aroma seemed capable of whisking away his very soul. Taking advantage of Wang Dezai's engrossed cooking, Lin Mo forced himself to divert his gaze. He had an important task at hand. He opened the trading platform, his goal clear, soft bee skin. He needed just 2 more to craft the magnificent superbed that would enhance attributes. He quickly scanned the listings and found several sellers of bee skin. Although the prices were rather steep, requiring either water or multiple loaves of bread in exchange. Contemplating his options, Lin Mo decided to make an announcement in the regional chat. Food for soft bee skin, 1 for 1. Any brothers willing to trade? First come, first served. No sooner had he sent the message than a private chat request appeared. Player B2-4567 requests to chat with you. B2-4567. Brother, I'm in. I just defeated a rabbit monster and obtained a bee skin. Was wondering what to do with it. Lin Mo, great, let us trade. They swiftly completed the transaction, and Lin Mo's inventory now held an additional soft bee skin, while 1 rye bread was deducted. Shortly after, another private message popped up. Player B2-6899 requests to chat with you. B2-6899. Hey there, I also have a bee skin obtained from a fox. Can we trade? Lin Mo. Yes, let us do it. Another deal was sealed. 2 soft bee skins acquired. Lin Mo felt a spark of curiosity and inquired about their encounters. Were the monsters you faced formidable? B2-4567. Not at all, just a large rabbit. I dispatched it with a few strikes of my pickaxe. B2-6899. The fox was quick but fragile. I lured it into a corner and dispatched it effortlessly. Lin Mo understood the situation. It seemed that on the first day, the system had introduced relatively weak creatures, predominantly beasts, allowing players a period of acclimatization. He casually glanced at the upper right corner of the regional chat. 9,999.99. This indicated that, thus far, no one had perished. He felt a slight sense of relief, yet remained vigilant. Now everything was in place. Lin Mo closed the chat channel and concentrated entirely on the crafting page. He opened the blueprint for the comfortable single bed and saw that all the numbers next to the required materials had turned green. Wood, 30-30 soft bee skin, 5-5 cotton, 10-10 out. It was the moment. Lin Mo decisively pressed the create button. A soft, golden glow illuminated before him, and all the materials vanished in an instant. Within the radiance, a single bed, appearing exceedingly soft and immensely comfortable, gradually took shape. The bed frame was crafted from sturdy wood, topped with a thick, pristine white cotton mattress and adorned with a layer of smooth, supple animal hide sheet. It was complete. Lin Mo eagerly examined its attributes. Comfortable single bed, quality, green, effect 1. After a full night's sleep, all attributes 1. Effect 2. Significantly accelerates recovery of stamina and spirit. Description: a bed that allows you to forget all your worries. Sleeping upon it, even dreams are sweet. Gazing at the bed, Lin Mo felt the weariness of the day dissipate considerably. He longed to lie down at once and indulge in a deep slumber. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Dahai busily working by the stove. A question arose in his mind. With him sleeping on the grand bed, where would Master Wang rest? Surely, one as esteemed as a culinary deity should not be relegated to the cold, hard ground. Wang Dahai seemed to sense his gaze. Turning with that ever-kind smile, "Boss, do not worry about me. For beings of our unique nature, sleep is not a necessity. However, if you do not mind, I could take a rest." He paused, gesturing mysteriously with a ladle towards the cave's wall. "Moreover, tonight, I shall keep watch for you." Keep watch? Lin Mo was taken aback. Aside from mining, there shouldn't be any monsters wandering in, right? What was there to guard against? Wang Dahai simply smiled, wiping his ladle, and slowly replied, "In a little while, you shall understand." Chapter 16. Your friendly neighbors are online. The enigmatic words of Wang Dahai stirred a sense of unease within Lin Mo. After more than an hour, his attention was entirely captivated by the bubbling braised pork simmering in the pot. The sauce, a deep crimson hue, was thick and syrupy like honey, with each piece of pork belly rendered translucent and quivering, as if it would melt away with the slightest touch. The rich aroma permeated every pore of his being, elevating his very soul. "Boss, the meat is ready. Care to sample?" Wang Dahai scooped a piece with a large spoon and extended it toward Lin Mo. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Lin Mo disregarded the heat and bit into it eagerly. The skin was tender, the fatty meat dissolved in his mouth, and the lean meat was succulent and flavorful, a delightful balance of sweet and savory that exploded in his mouth. "Delicious, absolutely exquisite," Lin Mo exclaimed, his words barely coherent as tears nearly spilled from the corners of his mouth. In his lifetime, he had never tasted such incredible braised pork. He devoured one piece and, reaching into his backpack, pulled out some rye bread, tearing it open and dipping it into the thick sauce. The hard, coarse bread transformed into a soft, delectable morsel after soaking up the meat juices, offering an endless array of flavors. Lin Mo consumed an entire loaf alongside the meat broth, feeling invigorated, as if the fatigue and aches from a day of digging had vanished without a trace. Wang Dahai, too, savored a piece of bread leisurely while indulging in the meat. Clearly, the food he skillfully prepared was also a delight for him. In that moment, the cavern was no longer cold and dark. Instead, it radiated warmth and the comforting aroma of food, resembling a true home. Just as Lin Mo relished this rare warmth and satisfaction amidst the apocalypse, an unexpected system notification echoed in the minds of all players. Global announcement. Survivors, the daytime adaptation period has concluded. Nightfall is imminent. Though you are underground and cannot perceive the passage of time, the system has thoughtfully adjusted your cave. When night descends, the brightness of the luminous crystals atop the cavern will diminish to 20. Wishing you all a pleasant evening, filled with joy alongside your friendly neighbors. The final sentence of the announcement, punctuated by an ominous question mark, sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. He looked up and, indeed, saw the crystals that had once emitted a gentle white glow slowly dimming at a visible pace. The entire cavern quickly plunged into darkness, visibility plummeting, and the corners were engulfed in an oppressive blackness, filled with an unsettling sense of the unknown. Simultaneously, the regional chat channel erupted. What the hell? What is happening? Why is it suddenly so dark? I can barely see. What does friendly neighbors mean? I feel a chill. I'm scared. Damn it. This wretched system has malicious intent. Mining by day, causing trouble by night. Everyone, stay calm. It might just be that night has fallen. Stop yelling. Listen to me. The system specifically mentioned friendly neighbors, a phrase that certainly does not evoke positivity. I suspect that something may come to seek us out during the night. Perhaps a monster or something else entirely. The analyst's words fell upon everyone like a cold shower, instilling a sense of panic that spread through the chat channel like a plague. Could the monster dig its way over? That would spell doom. I am unarmed. Help! Does anyone possess a weapon? I would barter food for one. I do not wish to perish. Oh no, my pickaxe broke today, and I have unearthed nothing. Will I starve only to be devoured by a monster? The entire channel was filled with despairing cries. Observing the frantic remarks, Lin Mo's heart sank. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Wang Dahai's warning about keeping watch. In this world, there exists no absolute safe zone. Nightfall signifies the true beginning of trials. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, Lin Mo discerned a flicker of opportunity. What does everyone lack the most right now? A sense of security, a weapon they can wield. He glanced at the rusty dagger in his backpack. With a meager attack power of only 1 to 3. Though the longbow remained unstrung, it would serve better as a club than this useless item. To him, it was trash. But to those defenseless commoners, it could be a lifeline. He promptly accessed the trading platform and listed the rusty dagger for sale. But he sought neither food nor resources. Seller, B2-9527. Item for sale. Rusty dagger 1. Desired items. Bed, recliner, sofa, etc. He required items such as a bed for Wang Dahai's rest. Although Master Wang had stated it was unnecessary, he could not truly allow the man to stand vigil all night. This trading request appeared quite peculiar, even somewhat absurd. Yet, in the next moment, the transaction succeeded. System notification. You have successfully traded the rusty dagger for a comfortable recliner 1. Exchanging a barely functional weapon for a piece of furniture that could enhance comfort was not a significant loss, as resting well would afford the energy needed to continue excavation efforts. Lin Mo retrieved the somewhat worn but usable recliner and placed it beside the stove. Master Wang, you've worked hard. Please rest here tonight. Wang Dahai gazed at the recliner, a flicker of warmth crossing his eyes, and nodded. Thank you, boss. Follower Wang Dahai's affection for you increases. Loyalty 5. Was there an unexpected gain? After completing this exchange, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. He settled onto his large bed while Wang Dahai leaned back in the recliner. Neither spoke, quietly awaiting the unknown. The cave grew darker, illuminated only by the flickering flames in the stove, providing the last remnants of light and warmth. Time passed, second by second, just as Lin Mo's eyelids began to flutter. Nearing exhaustion, a faint sound emerged, a soft scratching, akin to nails scraping against the rocky wall, suddenly emanating from the left wall behind him. Chapter 17. Do not underestimate the chef as a combat force. The rustling sound was akin to a dull knife scraping against Lin Mo's heart, each scratch resonating within the profound silence of the mine. Though the noise was not loud, it reverberated through the stillness of the cavern, sending chills down one's spine. It had arrived. The so-called friendly neighbor from the system announcement was finally making its entrance. Instinctively, he sprang from his bed, hastily donning the miner's gloves at his side while gripping the exquisite longbow, boasting an attack power of 25 with his other hand. Although he could not yet draw it, the mere presence of the bow in his grasp provided a semblance of false security. Boss, remain calm, came a composed voice from beside him. Lin Mo turned to see Wang Dahai, who had somehow risen from his reclined position. He maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the commotion outside was merely the sound of boiling water in the kitchen. With one hand, he brandished a gleaming stainless steel ladle, while the other adjusted his tall chef's hat with an ease that was almost surreal. Rustle, crack. The sounds emanating from beyond the wall grew increasingly pronounced, now accompanied by the faint rumble of rock splintering. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the wall. where he could vividly discern fine cracks beginning to form, dust and debris cascading downwards. Something was attempting to force its way through the wall. Wong, this. Lin Mo's voice faltered, parched with trepidation. A trivial matter, Wang Dahai replied casually, stepping forward to shield Lin Mo, adopting a standard stance for flipping a pan. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the rock face could no longer bear the strain and exploded outward. Countless shards of stone flew in all directions, shrouding the area in dust. A colossal creature crawled through the shattered opening. This beast was a deep crimson hue, its body encased in a hard shell that glinted coldly under the flickering light of the hearth. It possessed 8 robust limbs supporting a massive form exceeding a meter in diameter. And most alarming were the elevated pincers at its front, resembling 2 gigantic hydraulic shears. A crab? A gigantic crab larger than a dining table. Rock shell pincer crab. Weakened version. Grade. Green elite. Species. Beast. Attributes. Health 300. Attack 20. Defense 15. Description. A mutated creature dwelling in the depths of the mine. Its shell is tough as rock, capable of easily severing steel with its massive pincers. Hiss! The enormous crab emitted a sound reminiscent of steam escaping, its tiny eyes locking onto the 2 living beings within the mine as it charged forward with its 8 legs, radiating an overwhelming sense of aggression. Its speed was not particularly swift, yet the sheer force of its advance was sufficient to instill fear in any ordinary person. Holy hell! Lin Mo instinctively recoiled 2 steps, nearly tripping over himself. Was this truly the friendly neighbor the system had referred to? This was clearly an unwelcome demolition, as the massive pincers drew near. He braced himself for the impending confrontation. At this critical juncture, a fleeting white figure darted past. Wang Dahai sprang into action. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced towards the giant crab, his body slightly bending as he poised himself. With a swift motion, he swung the stainless steel ladle in a fierce arc, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, and brought it down with tremendous force. His target was aimed squarely at the fastest advancing crab leg. Clang! -60. A resounding crash, akin to a heavy hammer striking an iron plate, echoed throughout the cavern. Sparks flew. The crab leg, thicker than Lin Mo's arm, was struck head-on by the ladle, instantly leaving a visible dent in its hardened shell. Hiss! The giant crab let out a sharp cry of pain, its charge abruptly halted. Effective! Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within him. Indeed, Master Wang's ladle was a formidable weapon. Infuriated, the giant crab abandoned Lin Mo and turned its ire towards the audacious biped before it. Its massive pincers snapped open, aiming directly for Wang Dahai's head, threatening to crush it like a rotten watermelon. Yet, Wang Dahai's expression remained unperturbed. He even had the leisure to remark, "Boss, your luck is truly unfortunate. This monster is quite troublesome in the early stages." As he spoke, he deftly flipped his wrist, transforming the ladle from a bludgeoning weapon into a precise parry, intercepting the pincer's joint with remarkable accuracy. Clang! Another jarring clash of metal resounded. Wang Dahai stood firm, while the giant crab was jolted back a half-step by the sheer force. A prime opportunity. With a low cry, Wang Dahai deftly shifted his stance, closing the distance to the crab's side. The ladle in his grip seemed to come alive, unleashing a flurry of silver streaks as he targeted the crab's vulnerable, jointed limbs with relentless fury. Clang! 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 -48, -46. The incessant sound of strikes filled the air, reminiscent of a master blacksmith at work, as the giant crab's health steadily diminished. Lin Mo was utterly astonished. The Wang Dahai before him was no longer merely a genial chef. He had transformed into a battle-hardened master of weaponry. Each of his attacks was precise, efficient, and lethal. Every movement perfectly evaded the crab's counterattacks. The ladle, which had seemed unwieldy moments ago, had now become the most fearsome of weapons. Crack! At last, after enduring a series of heavy blows, one of the giant crab's legs could no longer withstand the assault and broke cleanly at the joint. Its massive body swayed violently, its balance irrevocably shattered. Now it was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Dahai's eyes as he seized upon this opening. He leaped high into the air, gripping the ladle's handle with both hands, channeling all his strength into it, and brought it crashing down with the force of a mountain upon the center of the giant crab's colossal shell. Boom! -87. The seemingly indestructible shell of the crab fractured under the impact, splintering into a web of cracks. Viscous green liquid gushed forth from the fissures. The colossal crab convulsed violently a few times, its once towering pincers now drooping helplessly, and its 8 legs, now reduced to 7, gave way, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. The battle had come to an end. Wang Dahai nimbly landed, retracting his large spoon, and gracefully spun in the air. He cast a glance at the green liquid staining the spoon, his brow furrowing slightly, as he retrieved a clean cloth from his pocket and began to wipe it meticulously, muttering to himself, "It's dirty. I'll need to scald it with boiling water upon my return." Lin Mo stood in a daze, witnessing the breathtaking scene before him, then glanced at the long bow in his hand, which he had yet to draw. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged for quite some time. Silently, he placed the long bow back into his backpack. With Master Wang around, it seemed, indeed, there was little need for such a weapon. At that moment, the massive corpse of the crab vanished, leaving behind only a severed leg and 2 orbs of gentle light. One orb was a phantom of the immense crab shell, while the other was a chest radiating with a green glow. Chapter 18. The hardest man in the mine, as Lin Mo gazed upon the spoils emerging from the carcass of the giant crab, he rushed forward, heedless of the sticky green ichor pooling on the ground. "Master Wang Yu, you are truly formidable." Lin Mo's voice brimmed with admiration. This was no mere display of strength. It was a transcendental annihilation. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by how to contend with these seemingly amicable neighbors. Yet in less than 10 seconds, Wang Dazai had effortlessly vanquished the formidable beast. "Just a routine procedure," Wang Dazai replied, wiping his ladle clean and resuming his amiable chef persona, as if the fierce warrior who had just wielded his spoon with such authority was merely a figment of Lin Mo's imagination. "Boss, I have taken the crab legs. You may collect the spoils. I'm only interested in the ingredients, but alas, this one appears rather unappetizing," Wang Dazai remarked, poking at the phantom shell of the giant crab with his spoon, a hint of disdain for inferior ingredients gracing his features. Lin Mo chuckled and, no longer holding back, reached out to touch the enormous crab shell's illusion. System prompt: you have acquired giant crab shell 1. A colossal carapace, over a meter in diameter and shimmering with a dark red luster, materialized in his backpack, heavy and substantial. His gaze then shifted to the alluring green treasure chest, a sight he had witnessed firsthand, one dropped by an elite monster. The contents would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Drawing a deep breath, he placed his hand firmly upon the chest. Open! With a click, the chest sprang open, a flash of green light flickering momentarily. Though no golden glow emerged, Lin Mo felt no disappointment. After all, it was merely a green chest. Eagerly, he peered inside. At the bottom lay a blueprint, softly radiating a gentle green light. System prompt: you have acquired crab armor, upper body, blueprint 1. At last, a blueprint. Lin Mo eagerly accessed the detailed information of the blueprint. Crab armor, upper body, quality, green, type, equipment armor, effect, defense 25, strength 2, negative effect, agility -1. Crafting requirements: giant crab shell 1, rags 3, iron ingot 1. Can be crafted manually, no workbench required. Description: armor crafted from the hardest shell of the giant crab. Though somewhat cumbersome, it offers unparalleled security. Donning it emboldens one to even provoke an enraged wild boar. Defense 25, strength 2. Currently, Lin Mo was clad in a tattered t-shirt obtained from a white chest, with a defense rating approaching 0. This crab armor provided an astonishing 25 points of defense. Wang Dazai's ensemble, equivalent to a fine leather armor set, comprising a chef's attire and hat, also boasted a defense of merely 25 points. The defensive capabilities of this crab armor rivaled those of 2 pieces of leather armor, though it may reduce agility by 1 point for Lin Mo at this stage. Survival is paramount. As long as one possesses sufficient resilience, what does it matter if one runs a tad slower? Standing firm against monstrous foes without faltering is the true path to success. Even more crucial is the abundance of crafting materials, all perfectly complete. Fortune smiles upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly opened the crafting interface and located the shimmering blueprint of the crab shell upper armor. Upon seeing the numbers next to all the required materials turn a gratifying green, he decisively clicked the Craft button. With a resounding hum, a dazzling green radiance, more brilliant than when crafting a simple bed, erupted before him. The giant crab shell, rags, and a piece of iron ingot in his backpack vanished in an instant, transforming into countless motes of light that swirled rapidly in the air, reforming. Amidst the brilliance, an armor imbued with primal and rugged beauty gradually took shape. It was a dark crimson half-armor, perfectly retaining the natural curvature and robust texture of the crab shell. The edges of the shell were smoothed meticulously, woven together with sturdy strips of rag to form connected straps, with a small heart guard reinforced by the remaining iron ingot at the chest. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, the thick shell imparted an undeniable sense of invulnerability. As the light dissipated, the armor clattered to the ground. Lin Mo eagerly picked it up, and the equipment information instantly materialized before him. Crab shell, upper armor, quality, green, defense, 25, strength, 2, agility, -1, durability, 100, equipment requirement, none, description hard, sturdy, secure. You are now the toughest contender in the mine. Equip, Lin Mo silently chanted. The next moment, the heavy crab shell instantly adorned his body. A sensation of weightiness and solidity radiated from his chest and back. While it slightly hindered his movements, the unprecedented sense of security enveloped by the robust armor was unparalleled. He attempted to swing his fist, feeling a significant increase in his strength. He opened his attributes panel, gazing at the refreshed data, and couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. Name, Lin Mo, strength, 8 base 1 gloves, 2 crab shell, 11 agility, 9 base 1 crab shell, 8 constitution, 8 mentality, 9 defense, 25. His strength had officially surpassed the crucial threshold of 10 points. Defense had surged from nearly 0 to an impressive 25 points. He felt immensely fortified. Boss, how do you feel? Wang Dehai inquired with a smile as he observed the transformed Lin Mo. Absolutely fantastic, Lin Mo exclaimed, thumping his sturdy chest armor, producing a resounding thud. I now feel that even if another giant crab were to appear, I could face it head-on. Of course, this was merely his illusion. Yet, the confidence he felt at this moment was indeed unprecedentedly inflated. With a sturdy shelter, a comfortable bed, a formidable companion, and now, robust armor, he has painstakingly crafted a secure bastion for himself in this perilous world of caves. In high spirits, he cautiously reopened the chat channel of that region, which he had refrained from viewing since the onset of night. Curiosity piqued, he yearned to glimpse the nature of his friendly neighbors. Chapter 19. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. The moment Lin Mo accessed the regional chat channel, a deluge of voice and text messages inundated his screen, resembling a flood that had burst its banks. The entire channel had transformed into a cacophony of despair and agony. 4,515, help. Someone rescue me. I'm cornered by a wolf. My pickaxe is broken. 534, wah. It's a snake. A green venomous snake. It bit me, and my health is plummeting. Who has an antidote? I'll trade all my food for it. 7,657. Damn it. What kind of monstrosity is this? An elite green unicycle robot wielding a chainsaw. My leg. My leg has been severed. 6,553. It's goblins of white quality. More than one. They are hurling stones at my wall. A small breach has formed. My wall is about to collapse. 9,697. Everyone remain calm. Do not panic. Utilize the terrain. Lure the monsters into the corners of the mine. Use everything you have to strike. A medley of pleas for help, cries of anguish, and desperate wails intertwined with a few attempts to restore order, painting a vivid tapestry of a post-apocalyptic hellscape. Lin Mo scrolled through the messages one by one. He discerned that after nightfall, players encountered a diverse array of unfriendly neighbors. Those with better fortune faced ordinary beasts such as wild wolves, wild boars, and venomous snakes. Though ferocious, they could be managed with weapons and a cool head, utilizing the terrain to their advantage. Most players wielded their initial pickaxes or resorted to hurling stones they had unearthed, enduring injuries and arduous battles to barely vanquish their foes. Those less fortunate encountered mechanical monstrosities or elite creatures, which were nearly insurmountable for players at this stage. Lin Mo even noted one player mentioning that after a wall cracked, what lay beyond was a grotesque mass covered in eyes. Merely glancing at it seemed enough to drive one to madness. Panic and despair reigned as the predominant theme throughout the channel. Observing the plight of others, Lin Mo touched the icy, hard shell of his crab armor and glanced back at Wang Dehai, who was methodically wiping down the stove with a cloth. A quote from a literary giant suddenly sprang to his mind. The sorrows and joys of humanity are indeed not interconnected. In a world where anyone could meet their demise at any moment, managing to care for oneself consumed all available strength. The only course of action for Lin Mo was to continually grow stronger, ensuring that he and his companions could survive longer and thrive better. Amidst the myriad of whales, he also spotted some players who had successfully retaliated, boasting about their spoils. 5,454. A feeble, white-quality wild boar appeared, and I bludgeoned it to death with my pickaxe. It dropped a simple wooden spear. I am now armed. 8,554. I defeated a green glowing slime and obtained a green monster chest, which contained a minor healing potion. What a profit! Are you envious? I ensnared a green-quality subterranean spider, which yielded a splendid leather armor, granting 15 defense. Who can rival me? Lin Mo glanced down at his own crab shell armor, boasting a defense of 25. He felt immensely grateful to have a formidable ally. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the upper right corner of the channel, where the total number of individuals in the area was displayed. Area population, 9,129,999. He distinctly remembered that, before the arrival of night, this number stood at 9999, with not a soul missing. Yet now, in less than an hour, nearly 900 individuals had vanished from this world forever. What horrifying toll must the global death count reach? Moreover, that number continued to decline at a slow but relentless pace. 9119, 9,118, 9,115. Each fluctuation represented a living person, devoured by monsters in an unknown dark corner, or perishing in despair. The seemingly peaceful world of the mining cave, akin to a grand online game by day, revealed its most grotesque and brutal visage after dusk. This was no mere game. This was reality, where death was imminent. Survival. Lin Mo's smile gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. He had grown stronger and more resilient, yet this world was far more perilous and insane than he had ever imagined. He turned to the still busy Wang Dehai and inquired solemnly, "Master Wang, are there many crabs like the one we just encountered?" Wang Dehai meticulously polished his cherished ladle, treating it as though it were a priceless work of art. Without lifting his gaze, he replied, "This creature is scientifically known as the rock-clawed crab, one of the more primitive nocturnal invaders. Its shell is hard, yet its joints are fragile, and it moves sluggishly. If one identifies its weaknesses, it is not difficult to deal with." He paused briefly before adding, "However, the nocturnal invaders come in a variety of forms. Most are weaker than this one, yet there are some that are several times stronger. They are attracted to light and the scent of the living, so the more individuals present in the cave, the more formidable the monsters that arrive. Thus, there's no place in the night cave that is absolutely safe. Is this merely the low tier?" He observed the players in the area channel, besieged by wolves, venomous snakes, and goblins, while recalling the crab that was larger than a round table. Feeling a tumult of emotions, with Master Wang by his side, his starting point was already elevated far above that of the majority. Yet, Wang Dehai's words felt like a splash of cold water, awakening him to the reality that this was merely the beginning. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive weight. The cries in the area channel gradually diminished. Lin Mo kept his gaze fixed on the upper right corner, where the number of survivors lingered. That vivid crimson figure ultimately settled at 9,999. Chapter 20. The world has gone mad. At that moment, a chilling system notification reverberated in the minds of all survivors. Global announcement. Congratulations to all survivors for enduring the initial visit from the friendly neighbors. Friendly reminder. This is merely to familiarize you with the knights in this world. From tonight onwards, friendly neighbors will randomly appear to provide their services during the night. Normally, only one wave of neighbors will visit for your rest. Now, your performance in the Night-S combat will be evaluated and rewards will commence. Farewell, survivors. Live well. The final phrase of the announcement, laced with a subtle mockery, caused the hearts of the players, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, to plummet once again into despair. Random visits at night? How could one possibly survive this? However, before Lin Mo could fully digest this disheartening news, another system announcement emerged. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for achieving the highest comprehensive score in tonight's defense. Following were the details visible only to him. B2 Region Ranking 1. Global Ranking 728,932. System Reward. Blue Treasure Chest 1. Keep up the good work. Lin Mo was initially elated, ranked first in the region, and a blue treasure chest to boot. Yet, upon seeing the global ranking, he was utterly taken aback. Over 700,000? What a joke. He paid no heed to the uproar in the regional channel. Glancing back at Wang Dahai, who had just dispatched a colossal crab with grace and ease, his composure and skill were nothing short of exemplary. Yet, with such prowess, why was his global ranking still over 700,000? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's back. What did this signify? It indicated that among the hundreds of millions of players worldwide, there existed at least over 700,000 monsters who performed even better than Wang Dahai. How had they achieved this? Had they drawn S-class combat talents from the onset? Or perhaps they had unearthed divine weapons from golden chests? Or did they, like himself, possess formidable combat talents? This world concealed far more than he had ever imagined. He inhaled deeply, retrieving the treasure chest that emitted an ethereal blue glow from the void. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Enhancing his strength was the only viable path forward. This was his second blue treasure chest, a direct reward from the system, undoubtedly of considerable value. He cast a furtive glance at Wang Dahai, who was resting with his eyes closed, silently praying, "Bring forth a talent, a capable one, to help alleviate Master Wang's burdens." He had no desire to rely solely on a chef wielding a ladle to battle monsters at night. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and placed his hand upon the chest's lid. Open. Click. Lin Mo eagerly peered inside. Within the chest lay two items, a card shimmering with a blue radiance and a spear, entirely emerald in hue, its tip glinting with a cold light. The absence of the summoning talent card left Lin Mo with a tinge of disappointment, yet his gaze was swiftly drawn to the two items before him. He first picked up the card. Mind Expansion Card. Rare. Quality. Blue. Effect. Upon use, it permanently enlarges your initial mind shelter by 10 square meters. Description. A larger space signifies greater possibilities. Perhaps you might consider constructing a private restroom? What a splendid item, with his mind currently spanning 50 square meters. This addition of 10 square meters would create ample space, allowing for the installation of a forge or workbench without constraint. This is undoubtedly a strategic asset. He then turned his attention to the spear. Exquisite piercing spear, quality, green, type, weapon polearm, effect, attack power 15 to 22, attack range 1. Description, a finely crafted spear that enables you to strike your foes from a relatively safe distance. While its attack power may not rival that of his unyielding, exquisite longbow, it boasts no usage threshold, and the one attack range is exceptionally practical. Tailor-made for a novice such as himself. With this weapon in hand, complemented by the 25 defense of his crab shell armor, he finally possessed some semblance of capability for direct combat. Although he did not summon the talent he most desired, both items proved to be remarkably useful, and Lin Mo felt quite content. He stowed away the two items and casually inquired of Wang Dahai, "Master Wang, I am merely curious. What is the likelihood of obtaining a special talent card from a blue treasure chest? Without even opening his eyes, Wang Dehai replied in a flat tone. Not high. Based on the information I possess, the probability of a blue quality treasure chest yielding a special talent summoning card is approximately 0.00001, 0.0001. Lin Montag gasped in astonishment. A 1 in 10 million chance? It dawned on him how extraordinarily fortunate he was to have summoned Wang Dehai. This was no mere stroke of luck. He was akin to the favored child of the system. Indeed, luck is an integral component of strength, and a critically important one at that. He dismissed further thoughts and proceeded to utilize the blue mine expansion card. Use. A subtle rumble resounded throughout the mine shelter. Lin Mo distinctly felt the surrounding rock walls being pushed outward by an invisible force, and the entire space visibly expanded. The sensation of crafting his own domain was immensely satisfying. Next, he equipped the exquisite piercing spear. The spear felt slightly heavy in his grasp, its length perfectly balanced, and combined with the weighty crabshell armor he wore, he finally resembled a warrior rather than a mere scavenger hiding in the shadows. Having completed these tasks, an eerie stillness enveloped the area outside the mine. The remainder of the night passed peacefully without incident. As the luminescent crystals atop the cavern restored their brilliance to full intensity, the chilling sound of the system notification resonated punctually. A new day has commenced. Your pickaxe has been refreshed. The mine tunnels excavated yesterday have been reset. No sooner had the words faded than Lin Mo observed the gaping chasm created by the relentless crab, as the rocky walls swiftly reverted to their pristine state, as if time itself were rewinding. Simultaneously, a brand-new, standard pickaxe materialized at his feet. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. Lin Mo felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Stretching lazily, his joints emitted a satisfying crackle. He glanced over at Wang Dehai, who was already busy at the stove preparing breakfast, and a profound sense of calm washed over him. He accessed the player panel, promptly clicking into the trading platform. As anticipated, after a night of bloodshed, the entire trading market had undergone a dramatic transformation. The simple wooden spear, which had garnered no interest the day prior, had skyrocketed to a staggering price of 10 units of food and still remained scarce. The basic healing potion was absurdly priced at 100 units of food or a single green blueprint. Weapons, armor, and potions, everything that could enhance survival had seen prices multiplied several-fold, even by tens. Conversely, the most fundamental supplies of food and water had slightly decreased in value. The rationale was simple. Nearly 1,000 souls had perished, no longer requiring sustenance, while those who survived desperately sought assurance for their survival through the impending night. Observing the frenzied trading activity, a subtle smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. The crisis of others had transformed into his opportunity. Although he had no intention of selling the spear just yet, the market's upheaval unveiled an alternative path to prosperity. Master Wang, let us have breakfast first. Lin Mo picked up the new pickaxe and approached the stove, thinking to himself that once they finished their meal, they would have much to attend to today. Chapter 21. The pioneer Wang Dehai prepared his breakfast with remarkable swiftness today, opting not to utilize his daily meal ability, but rather to repurpose the crab leg from the rock crab he had caught the previous night. With deft movements, he extracted the succulent crab meat, marinating it with spices of unknown origin before frying it to a golden crisp in the skillet. Accompanied by 2 slices of slightly charred bread, he triumphantly completed a fragrant sandwich. Boss, do try this. It's a lucky crab leg sandwich. Wang Dehai presented the plate, explaining that the coarse texture of the rock crab meat was not ideally suited for culinary use. Yet his special technique had transformed it, promising a touch of fortune. Lin Mo accepted the sandwich and took a generous bite. The crab meat was crisp on the outside, tender within, and the delightful juices burst forth in his mouth, prompting him to squint his eyes in bliss. At that moment, a series of system notifications appeared. You have consumed a special dish, lucky crab leg sandwich. For the next 4 hours, your luck increases by 1. Luck 1. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy, swiftly finishing his breakfast. The fatigue from the previous night dissipating entirely, leaving him invigorated as if the very air around him had become more refreshing. He did not rush to mine. Instead, he sat down on a newly expanded plot of land and opened the crafting interface. His goal was clear: forge a furnace. This was the inaugural step towards industrialization and a crucial move to distinguish himself from other players. Blueprint for simple forge, quality, green, materials required. Stone X50, copper ingots X10, iron ingots X10. Description: the spark of civilization ignites from this humble furnace. It allows you to smelt, ore, and forge basic metal tools and weapons. Includes basic white tool and weapon crafting blueprints. Lin Mo took stock of his inventory. Following yesterday's mining and treasure discoveries, he had ample stone and copper ingots, yet was short by 6 iron ingots. Although he could smelt iron or using a campfire, the blueprint's description specifically mentioned refining, implying a potentially alarming waste rate. Rather than squander precious iron ore, it would be wiser to trade for ready-made ingots at the marketplace. Opening the regional chat channel, he found it still rife with expressions of survival and anxiety for the future. Is anyone selling weapons? I'll trade 5 food items for the most useless dagger. Looking to buy medicine. I've been wounded by monsters and am still bleeding. If I don't receive treatment, I will perish. Damn it, what will happen next night? I don't want to die. The channel was overwhelmingly filled with requests for weapons and medicine, yet very few were actually being offered for sale. Everyone recognized the significance of these items, preferring to keep them for themselves rather than trade away. This was a promising sign. It indicated that, as of now, no one in Zone B2 could mass-produce weapons. Once his forge was constructed, he would seize the opportunity to dominate the market, becoming the sole arms dealer in the region. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo, no longer hesitating, promptly posted a message in the regional channel announcing his intent to purchase. B2-9527, high price for iron ingots. 1 unit of iron ingot in exchange for 2 loaves of rye bread or 2 bottles of pure water. First come, first served. As soon as this message was dispatched, the previously mournful chat channel fell silent for a brief moment. Soon after, responses began to flood in. B2-7788. What on earth is an iron ingot? I only possess a few dark stones, known as iron ore. B2-6543. The fool above. An iron ingot is produced by smelting iron ore. I have tried it. You can refine it using a campfire. 10 pieces of iron ore yield 1 iron ingot, albeit slowly and with a risk of failure. B2-4396. So that's how it works. I happen to have a dozen pieces of iron ore. Wait for me. I'm going to smelt it right away. B2-1234. I'm starving. I have quite a few iron ore pieces. I'm off to smelt. You must wait for me. Most players were at the most primitive stage of survival. They recognized the value of iron ore, but were oblivious to its efficient utilization. It was only after a player's reminder that they had an epiphany. Faced with the pressures of survival, these materials, though promising, could not compare to the immediate sustenance provided by a loaf of bread. This was especially true for those players injured in the battle the previous night, as the system indicated that they could slowly recover health after eating and drinking. Food was their lifeline. Before long, Lin Mo received several private messages. He refrained from unnecessary chatter, adhering to the principle of fair trade, and swiftly completed the exchanges. Ultimately, he succeeded in acquiring 6 freshly minted iron ingots. Materials collected, Lin Mo stood in the corner of the shelter, took a deep breath, and silently recited in his heart. Construct a simple forge. Buzz. The stones, copper ingots, and iron ingots from his backpack transformed into a stream of light, swiftly intertwining and merging in the space before him. A rudimentary furnace, towering at half his height and constructed of rough stones and metal, rose rapidly before his very eyes. The furnace, dark and imposing, bore a weighty blend of metal and rock, with a crooked chimney extending upward. Although it appeared simple, it exuded a sense of power. At the very moment the forge was fully formed, a chilling system announcement reverberated in the minds of all survivors in Zone B2. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for successfully constructing the first simple forge in Zone B2, officially ushering in the Iron Age for this region. In recognition of the pioneer's contributions, a reward is granted. Iron Ingots 10. Title: Industrial Pioneer. Upon the announcement's release, the chat channel of the entire B2 zone erupted into chaos. Wow, this game actually has titles. A forge? Is that for smelting iron ingots? The Iron Age? I haven't even grasped the Stone Age, and the boss is already delving into industrialization. The system even grants rewards. 10 iron ingots. It requires over 100 units of iron ore to forge, and I spent the entire day yesterday mining. Yet I did not even catch a glimpse of iron ore. I managed to refine 20 pieces of iron ore, but alas, all my endeavors ended in failure. It seems that at least 300 pieces are necessary to produce 10 iron ingots over the campfire. Oh, esteemed 9527, do you still require any attachments? Perhaps the kind that can exclaim 666? A mix of envy, jealousy, and astonishment spread through the channel. If last night's nighttime defense score made everyone regard 9,527 as formidable, then today, being the first to construct a forge has irrevocably established his status as a regional leader. He resembles a relentless champion, ascending the technological tree while others are still grappling for survival. Lin Mo observed the waves of admiration in the chat with an unperturbed heart. He had no time to concern himself with such matters. His entire focus was captivated by the forge before him and the system's rewards. The 10 iron ingots he received replenished his health and even yielded a small profit. Upon reviewing the effects of his title, he was astonished to discover that it doubled the probability of forging high-tier items. Approaching the forge, he reached out and touched its warm surface, and a brand-new crafting interface materialized before his eyes. Simple Forge, special effect. When forging basic white weapons, there is a 2 chance of a quality upgrade, producing a fine green quality weapon. Note, with the title effect activated, the probability increases to 4. Description: the most rudimentary forge, lacking automatic forging capabilities. To create items, you may need to hammer them yourself. Note, lack of forging skills is not an issue. The system will provide assistance. Crafting list: 1. Simple dagger, white iron ingot 1, wood 1, crafting time 10 minutes. 2. Simple spear, white iron ingot 1, wood 1, crafting time 10 minutes. 3. Simple iron sword, white iron ingot 1, wood 1, crafting time 10 minutes. Upon seeing that special effect, a 4% chance, he glanced at the lingering luck 1 buff on himself. Though the probability may be modest, it could yield a tremendous surprise. This implies that not only could he mass-produce white weapons, but he might also craft green weapons. For the ordinary players still wielding pickaxes and stone blocks as weapons, white weapons are akin to divine artifacts, while green weapons are nothing short of legendary. A clear commercial blueprint began to take shape in Lin Mo's mind. Chapter 22. The birth of the arms dealer in the regional channel. The players who had just witnessed Lin Mo construct the first forge were still reeling from their astonishment when the focus of discussion swiftly shifted. A forge? By its name. Is it used for smelting iron? I just consulted the basic survival manual for mines, which states that a forge can create weapons. What? Create weapons? This revelation detonated like an underwater bomb in Area B2. Great one. 9527, please, I beg you for a weapon. I will trade you all my food. Oh no. Please look at me. I've been wounded by monsters, and I'm still bleeding. Without a weapon, I surely won't survive the night. Great one. Do you need a lackey? You mean the exceptionally fast. The bloody reality of last night made everyone acutely aware of a fundamental truth in this cavernous world. While food is undeniably important, a weapon to safeguard oneself is essential for survival. Panic and fear of death transformed into the most primal of motivations. In an instant, countless private messages and friend requests flooded Lin Mo's interface. Observing the frenzy of requests with a calm demeanor, he chose not to respond individually, but instead issued a new announcement in the regional channel. Everyone, please remain calm. Currently, the forge can produce 3 types of white quality weapons: simple dagger, simple spear, and simple iron sword. I can craft these for you, provided you supply the materials. Each weapon requires 1 iron ingot and 1 wood. He paused before continuing. The crafting fee is 1 iron ingot. Alternatively, you may pay with 3 units of wood, 3 portions of food, or 3 bottles of purified water. Of course, if you possess blueprint fragments or cave expansion cards, you may directly exchange them for completed weapons. As the message spread, the channel fell silent for a brief 3 seconds. Then, a piercing voice broke the quiet. Why should we pay such exorbitant fees when you're not even supplying the materials? This is outrageous. Exactly. 1 iron ingot. It might take me an entire day to mine just 1 piece of iron ore. Their scattered grievances emerged, quickly overshadowed by the wave of demand. Yet some voices echoed in agreement. Lin and Mo found their remarks somewhat amusing. As anticipated, a familiar ID resurfaced. B2-3838. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy. How many people actually possess proper weapons? Most are barehanded or wielding useless daggers. Those who survived last night were merely fortunate. Can you guarantee that monsters 1T come tonight? Would you confront them empty-handed? His words fell like a bucket of cold water on the doubters. Indeed, some people simply cannot stand to see others thrive. Great one, ignore them. If you decide not to exchange with us, who else can we turn to? When I'm killed by monsters, I'll haunt those whiny fellows first. I second that. ISNT the Great One, time valuable? Why should they provide the forge, which they have painstakingly crafted through their own efforts for free? If they do not wish to exchange, they may as well leave and not hinder our weapon upgrades. Public opinion swiftly shifted. The voices of doubt were drowned out by a multitude yearning for survival, quickly vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo observed with intrigue. This B2-3838 fellow always stood at the forefront of defending his interests. It seemed he ought to reward this lad. He sent a private message to 3838. What weapon do you wish to forge? The first one will be free of charge. The individual on the other end was evidently taken aback, taking several seconds to respond, his words imbued with a palpable excitement. Boss, is this for real? I would like a longsword. I will send you the materials immediately. Soon, Lin Mo received the iron ingots and wood for the transaction. He approached the forge and placed the materials within. Forge! The flames surged, and Lin Mo wielded the forging hammer, the sound of clanging echoing through the cavern. 10 minutes later, the clanging ceased abruptly. With a hum, a radiant green light erupted from the forge, casting a verdant glow throughout the entire sanctuary. Lin Mo hurried forward to inspect. There, within the flames, lay a long sword, entirely emerald in hue, its tip glinting with an intimidating cold light. Exquisite sharp long sword. Quality. Green attack power. 15 to 25, special effect. Sharpness 2, adds an additional 5 fixed attack power. Goodness. Lin Mo was astonished himself. The first forging had triggered the chance for a quality upgrade, yielding such exceptional attributes. The Lucky One buff was extraordinarily powerful. The quality was commendable, though the attack range was somewhat short, lacking the safety of spear. Thus, he directly sent the freshly forged green longsword to 3838 via private message, informing him of the 2 chance for green equipment and requesting his assistance in promoting it. In the next instant, his private chat channel was inundated with 3 colossal exclamations of astonishment. Goodness! 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 Boss, is this a green weapon? These attributes are incredible. Boss, I bow to you. You're like my reborn parents. Observing the other party's incoherent gratitude, Lin Mo simply replied, it's merely luck. Clearly still enraptured by the remarkable surprise, 3838 expressed his profound admiration for Lin Mo in a torrent of words before, without further ado, posting the attributes of the green longsword in the regional chat channel, accompanied by a statement. Brothers, this is the freshly forged longsword from the esteemed Boss 9527. The boss mentioned a 2 chance for a quality upgrade, resulting in green equipment. I am that fortunate one. This message was akin to a drop of water plunging into a boiling pot of oil. The entire B2 district erupted in chaos. My heavens! A green weapon, an additional 5 attack power, making it 20 to 30 points. The broken knife I am currently wielding only has 5 points of attack. A 2 chance. I am willing to take the gamble. Boss, here are my materials. This is all my wealth. I beg you to forge one for me. Don't you dare snatch it from me. I was here first. Esteemed one, I am prepared to offer double the transaction fee. I shall exchange a fragment of the simple trap blueprint for an opportunity to commission your craftsmanship. Please grant me this favor. Those who previously deemed the fees exorbitant or hesitated in their decision are now filled with regret. The white weapons are akin to timely assistance, while the green weapons are artifacts capable of altering one's destiny. Securing just one opportunity could elevate one to a position of prominence within the region. In an instant, Lin Mo's trade requests and private messages became overwhelmingly abundant, and the once scattered doubts had vanished without a trace. Chapter 23. Master of System Certification and Processing. As he prepared to pour the materials into the forging furnace, a rather pragmatic question suddenly emerged in his mind. How could fairness be guaranteed in this processing business? What if, by sheer luck, he produced several pieces of green equipment in a single furnace? Whose equipment would that be? Consider a scenario with 10 individuals in line, each providing their own materials. If he were to forge a top-tier green weapon, would it belong to the first person in line or the 10th? Even if the weapon type aligned, for instance, if Zhang San requested a sword and fortuitously a green sword was produced, would the subsequent players, Li Si and Wang Wu, accept this outcome? They might wonder why Zhang San's materials yielded an exceptional item instead of their own. Human nature is frail under scrutiny, especially in a life-and-death situation. He had no desire to place himself in the line of fire, subject to the ire of envious players. Just as he furrowed his brow, contemplating possible solutions, a chilling system notification rang out at the perfect moment. System notification. Player B2-9527 is detected preparing to offer forging services using the simple forging furnace. To ensure transaction fairness, the leasing function has been activated for you. Leasing function. You may list your special buildings, such as forging furnaces, workbenches, etc., on the trading platform. Leasing area for other players to use for a fee. Leasing rules. 1. You set the leasing fees. The system charges no service fees. 2. During the leasing period, the building is operated independently by the lessee, and the produced items will go directly into their inventory, with no ties to you. 3. To protect the building's core, only one item may be forged per lease, and a 30-minute cool-down period will commence from the start of use. 4. During the leasing period, the building owner may still utilize the structure, but fuel consumption will be doubled. 5. Would you like to activate this function? You may pay 10 units of basic food or water as an activation fee. Such a fortunate turn of events. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. It was as if a pillow was offered just as he began to doze off. This leasing function perfectly resolved all dilemmas. By treating the forging furnace as a shared charging device, whoever scanned the code would have access, and whether they produced exceptional items would depend solely on their own luck. In this manner, all disputes would be extricated from his responsibility. He merely needed to recline and collect rent. Without hesitation, Lin Mo confirmed his choice. His inventory was automatically deducted by 10 units of resources, and a golden leasing button appeared on the forging furnace's operation panel. He clicked the button and skillfully set the leasing price. Leasing fee options. Option 1. Metal ingot 1. Option 2. Wood 3. Option 3. Purified water 3. Option 4. Any food 3. This price was quite reasonable. After completing the setup, he clicked to confirm the listing. In the next moment, a brand new section, the rental zone, was illuminated in the trading platform. The icon of his modest, yet powerful simple forge was prominently displayed, accompanied by the fee structure he had set and a notification indicating its availability, with a cool-down period of 30 minutes. Done. Lin Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. His forge had transformed into a proverbial hen laying golden eggs and had operated round the clock. He promptly shared this news in the area channel. B2-9527. Ladies and gentlemen, my forge is now available in the rental zone of the trading platform. You may pay to use it at your convenience. First come, first served, with a cool-down of half an hour. Upon hearing this, the channel erupted in excitement. What? The rental zone? Such a feature exists? Wow. I just checked, and it's real. Impressive big shot. I can't believe this. Oh no, I was too slow. It already shows in use. Which player has such quick fingers? Damn, so close. Friends, don't even think about it. I'm camping in this rental zone today, and no one is getting my next cool down. Observing the channel filled with cries of despair and regret, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile subtly. He received a system notification indicating that the fortunate player who secured the first rental had paid 3 units of rye bread as rent. The 30-minute cooldown meant that, at most, the forge could be rented out 48 times in a day. Even so, the potential earnings from rent alone could yield a substantial amount of resources, a lucrative venture indeed. Just then, Lin Mo noticed that his forge was eerily quiet, showing no signs of activity. Wait a minute, wasn't he already rented out? Why was there no response? He checked the system notification again and noticed the rule. During the rental period, the building's owner could still utilize the structure, but fuel consumption would be doubled. So that was it. What had been rented out was merely a shadow of the usage rights, which did not conflict with his own operations. This was sheer bliss. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 10 iron ingots recently rewarded by the system, along with sufficient wood, and embarked on his forging endeavor. As for the laborious task of mining iron or to forge ingots for sale, he dismissed the notion. It seemed far too exhausting. Although the forge boasted a 100 success rate for smelting iron ingots, it took 10 minutes to smelt a single piece, and he had to hammer it himself. Automatic smelting was not an option. Surely, it was far more efficient to forge a few iron ingots into finished weapons for sale during that time. Forge, simple iron sword. The flames roared to life, consuming wood at a rate visibly double that of before. Armed with the forge's diminutive hammer, Lin Mo set to work, the resounding clang of metal echoing from the cavern. Meanwhile, in the area channel, the player who had secured the first rental excitedly showcased their achievement. Brothers, I made a sale. Ha! Simple iron sword, attack power 5 to 15. That's a whopping 12 points higher than my pathetic wooden stick. Satisfied. Thank you. Big shot 95-27. Envious. There are still 20 minutes left. The next one is mine. Don't even try to compete. I've already set my alarm. Lin Mo paid no heed to the cacophony outside. His focus was solely on his forge as he wielded the hammer with precision. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, his first iron sword was completed. A blinding emerald glow erupted from the furnace, even more radiant than the previous occasion. Success. Lin montak swiftly approached, and within the fiery depths lay a sword, elegantly crafted with intricate designs on its hilt, emanating a faint green luminescence. Exquisite iron sword. Quality. Green attack power. 15 to 25. Special attribute. Fury. Your attack has a 5 chance to deal critical damage, doubling the harm. A critical hit. This attribute was tailor-made for output. Without pause, he commenced the forging of his second and third swords. For the next hour, Lin Mo toiled tirelessly, depleting all his iron ingots. His luck seemed to be ignited by the luck one buff, yielding remarkable results. From 10 iron ingots, he forged exquisite iron sword, 2 simple iron sword, 1 simple spear, 4 simple dagger, 3 2 green quality iron swords. One bore the fury attribute he had just crafted, while the other possessed equally commendable qualities. Exquisite iron sword, quality, green, attack power, 15 to 25, special attribute. Resilience. This weapon's durability is increased by an additional 100 points. One sword pursued ultimate explosive power, while the other sought durability. Both were exceptional. Gazing at his newly forged arsenal, gleaming with metallic luster, Lin Mo understood that the harvest season had arrived. He refrained from hastily listing these weapons on the trading platform and instead opened the regional chat channel, observing quietly. At that moment, the channel was ablaze with discussions regarding the rental of the forge. Each player who secured a rental opportunity eagerly displayed their crafted white weapons, eliciting a flurry of envy and admiration. Those who had missed out were fervently complaining and urging others. The entire B2 area was in turmoil due to this forge. Everyone understood that white weapons had become the standard for this region. Those without them risked being eliminated by the next nightfall. The time was ripe. Lin Mo cleared his throat and sent forth a message he had long contemplated. B2-9527. Greetings, everyone. I have just produced a batch of weapons here. Their quality, surpasses white weapons by a slight margin. The quantity is limited, and I intend to sell them through auction. The highest bidder shall prevail. As soon as he finished speaking, he promptly shared the attributes of the two exquisite iron swords. Oh my, green. They are green weapons. And two of them. A 5 critical hit rate. My heavens. If that triggers, one strike could take down that wild wolf from last night. And resilience. An extra 100 durability. This could last until the end of time. My esteemed friend, please cease your bidding. I shall offer 5 portions of sustenance. Sell them to me. I implore you. Depart. You wish to acquire a divine artifact with merely 5 portions of food? I shall offer 10. I shall exchange a cavern expansion card, 5 square meters. My esteemed friend, behold me. Chapter 24. You call this ordinary? Lin Mo observed the frenzied players around him, particularly focusing on the ID of one who was bidding for the expansion card. In this confined world of mines, land area was indeed a valuable commodity. Weapons were swiftly exchanged. After all, there is no guarantee of luck in securing the next opportunity to use the forge. A single green, fine iron sword was traded for 5 square meters of mine expansion cards, while 7 white weapons were selectively exchanged for blueprint fragments, resulting in the acquisition of the wood spike trap blueprint and wooden shield blueprint, along with 2 additional 1 square meter mine expansion cards. Wood spike trap blueprint, quality, white. Materials required for construction, wood 3, iron nails 5. Description, a simple yet effective defensive facility. When placed on the ground, it will spring sharp wooden spikes when a creature steps on it, inflicting piercing damage. While it may not be very effective against tough-skinned monsters, it works wonders against smaller creatures like wild wolves and goblins. An introductory choice for defending one's home. Wooden shield blueprint, quality, white. Materials required for crafting, wood 3. Rags 2. Description, a basic shield reinforced with sturdy wooden planks and strips of cloth. Although rudimentary, it effectively blocks or deflects attacks, providing an additional layer of protection for your life. Attributes, defense 5, can mitigate part of the damage upon successful block. The acquisition of these 2 blueprints significantly enhanced Lin Mo's defensive capabilities. The wood spike traps could be set near the mine walls as an early warning and first line of defense. Meanwhile, the wooden shield could be equipped by Wang Dahai, further augmenting his already resilient physique. Now, only the green iron sword remained untraded, and Lin Mo was dissatisfied with the offers from the other players. As he perused the chat channel, a player with the ID B2-9999 directly sent him a private message. Hey, is that sword with the Fury attribute still available? I want it. Lin Mo recalled that this was the same lucky player who had opened a green treasure chest on the first day and obtained a green axe. It's still here, but if I remember correctly, you already have a green weapon, right? Lin Mo replied with curiosity. The response came swiftly, laced with a hint of Versailles-style resignation. Ah, don't mention it. The axe is too heavy and doesn't suit my style. It hampers my performance. Lin Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What on earth does that mean? Other players were fighting tooth and nail just to secure a mere wooden spear, yet this player was complaining about the inadequacy of a green axe? The air of arrogance was palpable. Lin Mo began to formulate a strategy. This 9999 was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely possessing exceptional talents worthy of further acquaintance. All right, what do you wish to trade? The other party seemed well prepared, promptly sending over an item description. Ordinary talent summoning card, quality, green, effect, upon use. It randomly summons a common laborer. This laborer can assist in production, gathering, or combat. There is a very low probability of summoning a talent with special abilities. A talent summoning card. He immediately thought of his ace, Wang Dahai. A single special talent summoning card had summoned the god of food. So what could this ordinary talent summoning card yield? Although its quality was merely green, and the word ordinary prefixed it, the prospect of summoning a living being promised a steady source of labor and combat prowess, an invaluable asset. Are you willing to part with this? Lin Mo inquired tentatively. He even summoned Wang Dahai, who was reclining with his eyes closed, to take a look at the card. Wang Dahai squinted at it, smirking disdainfully. Boss, whatever this summons. At best it LL be an ordinary person, someone to lend a hand or perhaps do some mining, but it can't produce a legendary culinary master like me. Despite his words, Lin Mo understood that even an ordinary person was a treasure in the severely manpower-scarce mines. Soon, 9999 sent another message, his tone quite sincere. To be honest, my friend, I previously opened 2 of these from a blue treasure chest. I used one myself and summoned a construction worker named Zhao Dizhus as strong as an ox, with a skill that enhances strength. He can eat quite a bit too. Currently, the 2 of us barely manage to sustain ourselves with our mining yield, and adding another person would be a financial strain. That green axe would be perfect for him. A blue treasure chest. The luck of 9,999 was simply absurd. Aside from his own exploits, how could someone else manage to open a blue treasure chest? From his account, one person's bounty not only supported himself, but also a robust man, even leaving some surplus. This was already far beyond 99 of players. Was it the blessing of a fortunate emperor? It was likely. Such individuals were undoubtedly high-value prospects in novels. Maintaining a good rapport with them was essential. Lin Mo decisively agreed. All right. However, your card is more valuable than my sword, so I cannot take advantage of you. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a bottle of energy drink from his bag. With Chef Wang around, he wouldn't need to expend effort mining. Thus, this item held little utility for him. It was better to do a favor, as gaining goodwill from a fortunate emperor was never a loss. In that case, I'll add a bottle of energy drink. It can alleviate fatigue during battles. Let's keep in touch for future treasures. You're generous. 9999 clearly did not anticipate such a delightful surprise and readily completed the transaction. And the 2 added each other as friends. Once the trade was finalized, Lin Mo held the green glowing card firmly in his hand. He glanced at the lingering Lucky One buff on himself and rubbed his hands together. Come on, let me see what kind of ordinary person my luck, blessed by Master Wang, can summon. He silently chanted in his heart. The card transformed into a gentle white light, slowly dispersing before him. Within the radiance, a tall and slender figure gradually took shape. She was clad in simple yet well-tailored leather armor, her silver hair cascading like moonlight, appearing extraordinarily radiant in the dimly lit mine. Sharp ears peeked through her locks, signaling her non-human identity. As the brilliance faded entirely, she opened her eyes, 2 emerald irises, as clear as the waters of a forest lake. In the next moment, she knelt on one knee, her right hand resting on her chest, bowing her noble head before Lin Mo. I am Liana, the elven archer, at your service. Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the gentle breeze caressing the strings of a harp. Lin Mo stood there, utterly astonished. Is this what one would call an ordinary person? System, are you perhaps misinterpreting the term, ordinary? He hurried forward to assist Liana to her feet, feeling the cool texture of her leather armor beneath his touch. Please rise. There is no need for such formality. As he spoke, he swiftly accessed Liana's attribute panel. Name, Liana. Race, elf. Profession, archer. Level, 1 can be increased through combat. Loyalty, 80 innate follower. Attributes, health, 200, strength, 11, agility, 12, vitality, 10 mentality, to defense, 5, skills, archery mastery, passive as an elf. You're a born marksman. When using bow and arrow, damage is increased by 10 and accuracy is enhanced by 50. Goodness. Although her basic attributes were significantly lower than Wang Dehai's, she possessed combat skills as a ranged profession. A 50 increase in accuracy? It was as if she had a built-in scope. With her, he effectively had a mobile defensive arrow tower. He glanced over at Wang Dehai, who was at the stove, wielding a ladle as if experimenting with a new recipe, and then at the poised and dignified elven archer, Liana, a top-tier logistician and melee powerhouse. Alongside a precise ranged attacker, this combination was nothing short of perfect. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of security. He even began to contemplate whether he should take the initiative to mine or hunt down a few solitary monsters. Liana, you should be adept at this, correct? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo handed her his green longbow. Liana accepted the bow, her fingers lightly gliding over its surface, a flicker of nostalgia and confidence shimmering in her verdant eyes. She did not speak, merely knocking an arrow onto the bowstring. Buzz! The string was drawn into a perfect arc, her movements fluid and graceful, radiating power. An ordinary arrow in her hands seemed to be imbued with life. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, becoming a nearly indistinguishable blur, striking precisely on a small protrusion the size of a thumb on the rock wall 6 meters away, embedding itself halfway. The fletching buzzed in the aftermath. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched at the sight. Is this truly what one calls ordinary? Chapter 25. Do not address me as master. Call me boss. Lin Mo gazed at Liana, whose remarkable archery skills left him unable to suppress a smile. She was no ordinary individual. She was clearly a hidden SSR, drawn from the common pool under the auspices of fate. He patted Liana's shoulder, feeling the resilient texture of her leather armor. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Lin Montauk exclaimed Zinsaili, henceforth. You shall be like Master Wang. Do not call me master as it sounds rather awkward. Simply refer to me as boss. We do not adhere to feudal oppression here. This was merely a casual remark, intended to bridge the gap between them. After all, they would soon be comrades in arms, and addressing him as master felt rather peculiar. Liana blinked her emerald eyes, seemingly intrigued by the term boss, but she obediently bowed slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yes, boss. At that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System notification. Your follower Liana has developed a fondness for you. Loyalty 1, current loyalty, 81. Lin Mo was taken aback. Is this truly a possibility? Can one merely speak to enhance loyalty? He had previously believed that loyalty had to be cultivated through gifts, equipment, or shared battles, never imagining it could be so simple. This revelation instilled a flicker of confidence in his personal charm. Nearby, Wang Dehai observed this interaction and ambled over, scratching the back of his head with his large hand, a hearty grin on his face. A boss is indeed a boss, possessing personal charm. Unlike me, I can only fuss about food. Lin Mo chuckled at his words, and a thought emerged from the depths of his mind. He turned to Wang Dehai, then glanced at Liana, his expression growing slightly more serious. By the way, I had completely forgotten to ask. Master Wang, Liana, do you recall any memories from before your summoning? This question had long lingered in his thoughts. Were they mere data NPCs conjured by the system, or had they once existed as living beings? Upon hearing the question, both Wang Dehai and Liana fell into a brief silence. A rare look of confusion surfaced on Wang Dehai's usually amiable face. He pondered deeply before responding uncertainly. I can hardly recall, boss. It feels as though I had been asleep for an eternity in a dark and silent place. Then suddenly, a light pulled me out, and when I opened my eyes again, I saw you. He paused, adding, however, there remains a clear thought in my mind, which is to diligently assist you, ensuring that you eat and drink well in this world and survive. Liana nodded in agreement, her cool voice tinged with a hint of perplexity. My feelings are quite similar to Master Wang's. It feels as though I have experienced an exceptionally long dream, in which everything was hazy. Upon awakening, all that remained in my mind were the instincts of battle, as well as the imperative to follow your commands. So, you were once living beings, were you not? Lin Mo pressed further. This inquiry seemed to touch upon the depths of their memories. Wang Dehai furrowed his brow, seemingly straining to recollect something, ultimately shaking his head. It should be so. I sensed that I was not conjured from nothing. I must have a past, a narrative of my own. Yet that memory is as if locked away by a great key, visible but inaccessible. Liana softly echoed, I share that sentiment. My archery skills and combat techniques feel etched into my very bones, rather than instilled by any system. I should have had home companions. Lin Mo listened intently to their accounts. Alive, they were likely living beings. For some unknown reason, they had been ensnared by the rules of this cavernous world. Their memories sealed, transformed into the form of summoning cards. This revelation weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. If they were indeed living souls, then summoning them would imply. He shook his head, choosing to abandon thoughts of questions that remained unanswered for the time being. Not to dwell on the incomprehensible was one of his principles for survival in this realm. The most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength and endure. Only by surviving could he hope to unravel the truths of these mysteries. He glanced at the time. He had yet to utilize any of the 10 opportunities for turn and recycle today. This was a vital skill for consistently yielding resources and surprises each day, and it must not be squandered. Skillfully, he opened the chat channel, preparing to procure those electronic items deemed as refused by others with food or water, as was his custom. However, before he could post his purchasing information, the regional channel was suddenly inundated with a message accompanied by a screenshot. A player with the ID B2-5688 excitedly shared an illustration of a dagger. Excellent blood-sucking dagger. Quality, green, attack power, 15 to 22 special attribute. Lifesteal 1. Restores 1 health point with each successful attack. Haha. Brothers. I struck gold. I struck gold. With the Forge of the esteemed 9527, it was a perfect hit. A green weapon. And it even has lifesteal. From now on, I shall stand toe-to-toe with monsters. This message instantly ignited the channel. Wow. Lifesteal attribute. This is a divine artifact. Damn it. Why is it always someone else? Wah. We both rented the same forge. Why can theirs yield results? Am I destined to be a non-lucky player? The Big Shot's forge is truly magnificent. Though the chances are slim, it can indeed create miracles. Amidst a wave of envy and resentment, the fortunate player suddenly sent Lin Mo a private message. Big Shot, are you there? Big Shot. The other's tone was so excited that it bordered on incoherence. Lin Mo replied with a question mark. Big Shot, I'm immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your forge, I would never have laid my hands on a green weapon in this lifetime. To express my gratitude, I have some items here. I wonder if you would accept them? Shortly thereafter, a trade request arrived. Lin Mo opened it to find several electronic products prominently displayed in the trade window. Several shattered old mobile phones, a mouse with a malfunctioning scroll wheel, a pair of Bluetooth headphones with only one side remaining functional, and even a dusty computer monitor that evidently belongs to a bygone era. On the other side of the transaction, the counterpart did not request anything in return. Is this a gift? Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback and replied, Are you certain? I can exchange these for some supplies. No. The other party responded instantly, esteemed one. Your provision of a forging furnace for our use is already a tremendous favor. The value of this dagger surpasses all my possessions. If you do not mind these trifles, consider it a token of my respect. In the future, anything similar that I unearth will be reserved for you. Chapter 26. A bloodshed triggered by Patek Philippe. Observing the sincere words of the other party, Lin Mo could not help but feel a wave of emotion. In this world, there are indeed more individuals who understand gratitude. He no longer declined and gracefully accepted this gesture of filial piety. After all, what others deemed as mere clutter was, in his eyes, a treasure capable of yielding delightful surprises. Thank you. In the future, do feel free to seek me out for valuable items, Lin Mo replied, acknowledging this kindness. Upon closing the chat window, he gazed at the dozen or so pristine recyclable materials in his backpack, his spirits soaring. Time to get to work. With a thought, the familiar red cartoonish phone avatar swiftly emerged from his body, joyfully spinning in the air. Command received. Initiating assessment for Cool Mouse. Assessment complete. Value low. Technological content low. Completeness high. Recycling successful. Please select your recycling reward. Option A, rye bread 1. Option B, white treasure chest 1. Once again, he was faced with this familiar choice. With ample food and water reserves and the rental fee for the forging furnace settled, his need for basic resources was no longer as pressing as it had once been. What he yearned for now were the diverse blueprints and special items that might emerge from the treasure chests. Option B it is. Recycling successful. Congratulations on obtaining white treasure chest 1. Following suit, Lin Mo proceeded to recycle the remaining old phones, Bluetooth headsets, keyboards, and other electronic waste one by one. Perhaps his luck had been spent for the day, as after 8 selections of the treasure chest option, he amassed white treasure chest 10, along with some scattered bread and water. Most astonishingly, the keyboard yielded not just resources and treasure chests, but also a weapon. Keyboard quality, white common, attack power, 5 to 14, Description: one key to open the gates of heaven. The weapon for keyboard warriors. Just as he was preparing to utilize his final recycling opportunity for the day, a private message arrived. A voice request from a player with the ID B2-1435. Boss, are you there? Do you have any weapons left? It's urgent. I unearthed a monster and my mining pick broke. I can't fight it off. I've seen you collecting luxury items these past few days. I have a Patek Philippe watch I dug up. Can I borrow a weapon? I promise to return it after I defeat this monster. Please, Patek Philippe. This is a top-tier luxury brand on Blue Star, renowned as the blue-blooded aristocrat among watches, with even the most basic models fetching a hefty price. To think someone had actually unearthed such a treasure. The heartfelt plea echoed with desperation, almost palpable enough to envision a grown man on the verge of tears from the other end of the mine. Lin Mo's fingers paused over the chat window. He was not a foolhardy benefactor, but when faced with absolute benefit, he had no qualms about offering a helping hand. Lending a weapon in exchange for a top-tier luxury watch that could be recycled? This was a deal that only a fool would refuse. The keyboard has been sent. Please bring the watch. Lin Mo's response was succinct and direct, devoid of any superfluous words. Almost instantaneously, a transaction request popped up with the other party, seemingly anxious about a potential change of heart, clicking agree in a heartbeat. Transaction successful. You have received Patek Philippe Starry Sky Watch 1. Transaction successful. You have lost Keyboard 1. Lin Mo did not even bother to contemplate whether the other party would survive or return the keyboard, as that exquisitely crafted watch, seemingly harboring a dazzling galaxy within its dial, nestled quietly into his backpack. Everything felt worth it. Time to get to work, everyone. He suppressed his excitement and silently roared within. A red cartoonish smartphone avatar suddenly darted out, joyfully circling around Lin Mo, as if sensing the extraordinary nature of this item recovery. Command received. Conducting recovery assessment on Patek Philippe Starry Sky Watch. Assessment complete. Value high. Precious metal content high. Special craftsmanship value high. Integrity excellent. Recovery successful. In the next moment, two radiant options appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. Please select your recovery reward. Option A, Iron Ingots 10, Jade 1, Green Treasure Chest 1. Option B, Blue Treasure Chest 1. I choose B. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo made his selection. No sooner had he spoken than the ethereal blue treasure chest materialized, quietly hovering before him. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch it. Click! The lid of the chest opened with a sound, and dazzling blue light flooded the entire cavern. As the brilliance faded, two items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. A fruit and a book. The fruit, roughly the size of fist, was a vivid crimson, its surface resembling the finest ruby, adorned with intricate crystalline facets that refracted a captivating halo in the dim light. A subtle, sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his senses. Crimson crystal fruit. Quality, blue excellent. Effect, consuming it permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point. Restriction, for player use only. Each person may consume a maximum of 10. A permanent attribut point. This was an extraordinary boon that could genuinely enhance his capabilities. Without hesitation, he seized the fruit and consumed it in a few bites. A warm current instantly spread from his stomach, coursing through his limbs, and he could distinctly feel his muscle fibers rejoicing, strength gradually and steadily growing in an astonishing manner. He immediately opened his attribute panel, and the number in the strength category had quietly shifted from 12 to 13. Lin Mo's gaze turned to the other item, a substantial book with an ancient leather cover. Complete Guide to Basic Structures, Quality, Blue. Effect, upon use, grants mastery of 6 basic building blueprints. He reached out to touch the book, and it instantly transformed into a beam of blue light, morphing into 6 blueprints. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen. Blueprint for a simple cottage. Cottage provides a secure and comfortable resting environment. Grants a residence buff, enhancing all attributes by 1 for 24 hours, stackable with similar buffs. Can be constructed only once. Construction requirements: wood 20, stone 40. Simple toilet. Simple toilet addresses physiological needs, maintaining environmental hygiene. After use, grants a refreshing buff. Increasing spirit by 1 for 4 hours can be constructed only once. Construction requirements: wood 10. Stone 5. Blueprint for a basic kitchen. Basic kitchen enables more complex culinary creations. Dishes prepared here have a chance to gain an additional random attribute point, lasting 4 hours. Can be constructed only once. Construction requirements: stone 30, wood 10, iron ingot 2 kitchen. A voice filled with surprise erupted from behind Lin Mo, unbeknownst to him. Chef Wang had approached, his eyes intently fixated on the kitchen blueprint, burning with a fervor surpassing that of beholding a stunning beauty. Boss, this is fantastic. If my culinary skills could be enhanced by this kitchen. Chef Wang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his chubby face flushed with excitement. The flavors, the effects, simply unimaginable. Lin Mo chuckled. Rest assured, I'll arrange it for you right away. His gaze continued to scan downward. Blueprint for a small warehouse. Small warehouse. Provides an additional 100 slots of storage space. Can be constructed only once. Construction requirements: wood 20. Iron nails 10. Blueprint for a planting box. Planting box. Allows for the cultivation of various plant seeds. Can be constructed multiple times. Construction requirements: wood 2. Soil 1. Blueprint for a wooden fence. Wooden fence. A basic defensive structure. Attributes: defense 10, durability 200. Construction requirements: wood 2 per meter of fence. After reviewing all the blueprints, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 27. The mansion in the mine log cabin, restroom, kitchen. Lin Mo gazed upon the freshly minted blueprints, a bemused smile dancing on his lips. To construct a humble abode within the pitch-black confines of an underground mine? The very thought was absurd, although the cavern soared to heights of over 10 meters. Providing ample space, it felt akin to pitching a tent inside a submarine, somewhat akin to the folly of pulling down one's trousers to release gas. Yet, the alluring enhancements promised by the blueprints left him with no choice but to acquiesce. This was no mere folly. It was a venture to empower his endeavors. Build. He simply must. After assessing the system's constraints, he realized that he could only accommodate one of each structure within the current area. Lin Mo swiftly calculated the materials at his disposal. Stone and iron ingots were plentiful, and iron nails posed no challenge. A single ingot yielded 50 nails in the forge, a veritable abundance. The sole shortfall lay in timber. To construct the trio of the cabin, kitchen, and restroom, he required a total of 40 units of wood, yet his backpack fell short. Despite the forge's ceaseless supply of resources, the demand for wood was rather excessive. It seemed the time had come for some scavenging. Lin Mo chuckled at the irony of his C-grade recycling talent, which occasionally proved beneficial. He deftly accessed the trading channel. Now somewhat of a renowned purveyor of luxury goods and weaponry, his credibility was commendable. Exchanging basic food items for cumbersome, useless old furniture was a trivial task. Before long, he had bartered a few loaves of rye bread, acquiring over 20 pieces of dilapidated chairs, rickety tables, and decrepit cabinets from various players. C-grade talent, recycling, activated, initiating recovery of damaged wooden chair. Recovery successful. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5. Initiating recovery of broken-legged coffee table. Recovery failed. The item is irreparably damaged. A flurry of notifications flashed across the screen, causing Lin Mo's complexion to pale slightly. The mental toll of repeatedly activating his talent was far more taxing than he had anticipated. After recovering the 15th piece of furniture, he had succeeded only 4 times, amassing the requisite 20 units of wood, when a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, forcing him to pause. It appeared that this talent could not be employed indiscriminately. He would need to refrain from using it for the next couple of days. Rubbing his temples, Lin Mo took a moment to recuperate before directing his gaze back to the architectural blueprints. All structures shall be constructed with a mere thought. The materials in his backpack transformed into streams of light, soaring forth to coalesce in the cavern's open space. The ground trembled slightly as stones and timber danced about, seemingly guided by invisible hands, assembling, joining, and shaping at an astonishing pace. Within mere seconds, A charming little cabin of approximately 20 square meters rose majestically, flanked by a 10 square meter stone kitchen, while to the side stood a 2 square meter independent restroom. The entire spectacle unfolded in a matter of mere moments. Imbued with a sense of fantastical technology, you have entered a secure environment. Your mental state is gradually recovering. As soon as one stepped into the small cabin, a wave of warmth enveloped the entire body, soothing the mental fatigue considerably. Chef Wang, in particular, dashed into the kitchen with the exuberance of a child who has just discovered a cherished toy. He caressed the pristine stone countertop, murmuring excitedly, "What a marvel! This countertop, this space. Boss, tonight I shall show you my culinary prowess. I guarantee you will be left speechless." Lin Mo, observing the scene, couldn't help but scratch his head. The cabin was rather modest, accommodating at most 2 beds, and now the challenge of accommodating 3 individuals loomed large. Chef Wang seemed to sense his predicament and patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, "No worries, boss. I can reside in the kitchen, keeping my beloved pots and pans company. It's quite endearing. My duty is to protect you." Liana's tone was earnest, her emerald eyes devoid of distraction. "You shall stay in the wooden cabin, and I can keep watch outside. No danger shall approach you." After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo devised a plan. "Let us do this. The cabin has ample space. I will procure a bed from the trading channel, one for each of us." Without delay, Lin Mo utilized all the cave expansion scrolls from his backpack, increasing the cavern's area from 60 square meters to 67. The previously cramped space felt significantly more spacious. Next, he easily acquired 2 ordinary wooden beds and several blankets for the price of a single bottle of water from the trading channel. These were mundane items, quite simple to trade. He placed his comfortable single bed on one side of the wooden cabin and the other ordinary wooden bed on the opposite side. Then, he fashioned a rudimentary partition curtain from a blanket and some salvaged rags, hanging it in the center of the room. Thus, a simple 2-room layout was established. The additional bed and blankets were joyfully handed over to the delighted Chef Wang, who cherished them as he transported them into the kitchen. Once everything was arranged, Lin Mo glanced at the system time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. With 2 hours until dusk, he hadn't yet mined for the day. There was no rush to open any treasure chests. He would finish mining first. Perhaps he might stumble upon a chest during his endeavors. He handed the pickaxe to Liana for assistance in mining while he returned to the forge to continue crafting weapons for trading. Suddenly, he noticed the chat channel erupting with fervor, messages flooding the screen. "Where are my treasure chests? I've been mining all afternoon, and Haven Tea even glimpsed a white chest. Same here. I managed to find 2 yesterday, but none today. How are we supposed to survive? Help! Is there anyone with food? I am starving. I'll trade my last 10 stones for a single loaf of bread. Is there a kind soul out there? Has the treasure drop rate been altered? At this rate, we're all doomed." The lamentations echoed throughout. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, observing the cacophony of despair in the chat channel, a ripple of unease stirring within him. Had the treasure chest drop rate indeed diminished? Reflexively, he recalled his own experiences. Ever since arriving in this cavernous world, it seemed he had never personally unearthed a single treasure chest, be it white, green, or blue. All of his treasure chests had come from the recycling rewards of the rotating system. Could it be that all of one's fortune has been expended to awaken this extraordinary talent? Is that why one has become an invulnerable entity in mining? This fleeting thought passed through Lin Mo's mind, yet he did not dwell on it. Whether he had personally unearthed a treasure chest was of little consequence. What truly mattered was his ability to continuously acquire chests through the recycling system. However, the reactions of other players in the global chat piqued his awareness. It appeared that this cavernous world was tightening the noose around the necks of all its players. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. He possessed a recycling system and had Chef Wang by his side, so for the time being, sustenance was not a concern. Yet, if the overall environment deteriorated and resources became exceedingly scarce, the difficulty of obtaining special items through trade would significantly escalate, and his development would inevitably be constrained. It was time to forge more weapons. He approached the forge and hefted the hammer. Tonight, it seemed, would not be a tranquil one. Chapter 28, The Wailing Cavern. After forging a batch of weapons, Lin Mo took a brief respite before switching to excavation. As he delved deeper, aside from a few stones and ores, nothing of significance emerged. Suddenly, with a powerful swing of his pickaxe, a crisp crack echoed through the cavern. Unlike the usual cascading rocks, the wall before him collapsed inward, revealing a pitch-black opening. The entrance was profound and devoid of light, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast poised to devour its prey. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo immediately ceased his actions. This was not right. If a monster were to emerge, it would have already roared forth. He refrained from advancing recklessly and promptly opened his friend's list, locating the user with the ID B2-9999. The fortunate one. Have you ever encountered a black hole while mining? It's not a monster. It's merely an opening. The response came almost instantaneously, infused with astonishment. What on earth? A black hole? Hold on. Let me consult a friend with an information-related talent from another district. A few moments later, 9999 sent a screenshot of their conversation. Instance: a distinct space formed by the collapse of a mine or a unique geological structure with an internal environment, monsters, and resources differing from the outside world. The loot from the instance chests is bountiful. Types include resource instances, monster nests, trap tombs, etc. Note: upon entering the instance, you will be temporarily isolated from the outside world and unable to use any communication channels. That individual's talent only allows for this information to be uncovered. Your luck is extraordinary. However, it's hard to ascertain whether this is fortunate or not. Lin Mo inquired, "Why has no one mentioned this in the chat channels?" After a brief silence, 9999 replied with a weighty statement. "Perhaps others have unearthed it as well, but those who ventured inside never had the chance to speak again." As Lin Mo gazed at those words, a chill crept up his spine. Indeed, this world was far from a gentle game of make-believe. Death was the norm. After expressing his gratitude, he closed the chat window and glanced back. Chef Wang was humming a tune in the kitchen, meticulously polishing his beloved large iron ladle with a tattered cloth. Liana sat on the steps of the wooden cabin, diligently maintaining her longbow, her elven focus emanating a cold aura that discouraged any approach. With these two reliable companions by his side, he felt far from alone. Lin Mo understood, while that in a world where the yield of treasure chests dwindled, stagnation would only lead to demise. To thrive and live well, one must seize every possible opportunity. Risk often accompanies opportunity. Chef Wang, Liana, prepare yourselves. We have a new place to explore. Lin Mo's voice was steady and resolute. He retrieved materials to craft 3 rudimentary wooden shields. Rudimentary wooden shield, quality, white, attributes, defense 5, can absorb a portion of damage upon successful block. Though simplistic, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. All right, boss. Do we have new ingredients? Chef Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped his ladle and wooden shield, brimming with enthusiasm. Liana quietly rose, securing her wooden shield to her right arm while gripping her bow in her left hand, readying herself for battle. Once prepared, Lin Mo took a deep breath and boldly stepped into the dark entrance. A momentary sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and the surroundings rippled as though pebbles had been cast into a still pond. When his vision cleared once more, they found themselves within a vast underground cavern. The air was damp and cool, imbued with the earthy aroma of soil and fungi. Towering rock walls loomed overhead, adorned with countless bizarre stalactites. Surrounding them were gigantic mushrooms, towering above a man's height, emitting a ghostly blue-green luminescence, the sole source of light in this subterranean realm. Beneath their feet lay soft, decaying soil, and in the distance, several caves could be discerned, their destinations unknown. You have entered the instance. Wailing Cavern, Lin Montak Momulet, sensing from the name that it was not a place of benevolence. With a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, preparing to choose a direction for exploration. A chilling howl erupted unexpectedly from a nearby thicket. In an instant, a shadow lunged forth. It was a colossal wolf, its size rivaling that of a lion, cloaked in dark gray fur, with blood-red eyes fixated on the trio. Wailing Terrorwolf, rank Green Elite, Race, Beast Attributes, Health 500, Attack 30, Defense 10, Skill, Frenzy, Description. A frequent inhabitant of the Wailing Cavern, its prolonged confinement has rendered it ferocious. Its sharp fangs and claws can effortlessly rend any defense, even steel. An elite creature, Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he immediately assumed a defensive stance, aiming his spear at the Terrorwolf. However, someone was swifter than he. "Take this, shield," Chef Wang bellowed, unexpectedly launching himself forward. His massive frame exhibited agility unbefitting its size as he swung his rudimentary wooden shield with force, striking the wolf squarely in the face. Thud! -96. A muffled sound echoed as the ferocious terror wolf staggered, momentarily dazed, its formidable body collapsing to the ground. Shaking its head to regain composure, it was met with Chef Wang's heavy iron ladle crashing down upon it. Clang! -95. The wolf's head met the ladle with an intimate encounter, inducing another bout of disorientation. At that moment, an arrow flew silently from behind Lin Mo, piercing precisely into the wolf's struggling eye socket. -128, weak point attack. A howl of agony erupted from the terror wolf, sending it into a frenzy. Its fur glimmered ominously with a crimson hue, its speed and strength surging dramatically. It violently tossed its head, breaking free from Chef Wang's grasp, disregarding the nearby chef, and transformed into a red blur, charging towards Liana. The enmity had shifted. This was dire. Chef Wang gasped in shock, attempting to pursue, but it was already too late. In a flash, Lin Mo sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself like a cannonball, his body colliding fiercely with the waist of the Terrorwolf. This creature, with its iron head and legs yet a tender waist, possessed a glaring vulnerability in its midsection. The impact resounded with a loud bang, dealing significant damage and forcefully interrupting the wolf's assault, sending it careening into a luminous giant mushroom, which shattered upon impact, splattering juices everywhere. However, before Lin Mo could regain his footing, a second howling terror wolf emerged silently from the shadows, its sharp claws aimed directly at Chef Wang's vulnerable back. "Hey, you scoundrel! Still trying to ambush your Grandpa Wang?" Chef Wang, without turning his head, deftly raised his shield, blocking the wolf's strike with precision, splinters flying from the shield's surface. In one fluid motion, he twisted his torso and swung his large iron ladle in a wide arc, the air whistling as he aimed for the head of the second terror wolf. The scene swiftly transformed into a one-on-one struggle. Lin Mo found himself grappling with the increasingly frenzied one-eyed wolf, using his shield and spear to keep it at bay, thus creating an opportunity for Liana to unleash her attacks. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the other battlefield, where Chef Wang was engaged in a fierce exchange with the second crazed wolf, the cacophony of clashing pots and sharp claws filling the air. The rotund chef cursing loudly with vigor. "Try gnawing on your grandpa's pot lid. Take that, you oil-exploding double crisp." He continued to taunt, executing his signature move, the ladle's devastating swing. Lin Mo refocused. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, he thrust his shield forward with great force, staggering the one-eyed terror wolf and exposing a significant opening. "Liana!" Before his voice could fade, another arrow soared through the air, this time targeting the joints of the wolf's front legs. The arrow struck true, penetrating flesh and eliciting a pained howl from the wolf as its front leg buckled, causing its massive body to falter. Now was the moment. Lin Mo stepped forward decisively, channeling all his strength into his finely crafted spear, driving it forcefully through the soft neck of the wolf, piercing straight through. Critical hit. You have slain the howling terror wolf, Elite. Warm wolf blood splattered onto Lin Mo as he withdrew his spear, taking a heavy breath. Turning to look, he saw that Chef Wang's battle had also concluded. The chef stood triumphantly with one foot on the corpse of the other wolf, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Upon noticing Lin Mo's gaze, he flashed a broad grin. "Boss, it's done. How about an extra meal tonight? That wolf's hind leg looks excellent. The meat is firm. Let's roast it over charcoal, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. It'll be simply delectable." Lin Mo managed a slight smile, But before he could respond, a system notification chimed in. You have received Wolf Meat X2, Soft Beast Hide X4. The haul was promising. However, just as they relaxed after vanquishing the two terror wolves, a low, hoarse roar echoed from the depths of the cave, as if emanating from the very bowels of the underworld. Roar. The roar, though not thunderous, carried an ineffable weight that made the very ground of the cavern tremble slightly. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The expressions of Lin M.O. and his companions shifted in unison, revealing a primal dread that resonated from the depths of their souls. Just moments ago, Chef Wang, who had been brimming with enthusiasm for a barbecue, found his smile frozen in place. He swallowed hard and murmured softly, "Boss, this creature appears to be significantly larger than those two we encountered earlier." The pressure emanating from this entity was far beyond what the previous two elite-level terror wolves could possibly evoke. Deep within the cavern, there lurked a formidable presence. Chapter 29. Wait a moment. This is not New Oriental. As if awakened by a hellish roar, a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life in the dim shadows of the cave. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 wailing terror wolves stealthily emerged from the darkness, surrounding the 3 of them inescapably. The damp chill in the air instantly transformed into a bone-chilling aura of impending death. Lin Mo's heart sank. They had expended tremendous effort to defeat just 2 elite monsters. Now they faced 7. Liana's complexion paled as she instinctively nocked an arrow, though her arm trembled slightly. This was not a battle they could win. 2 had already pushed them to their limits. How could they possibly handle this? They'd been too careless. Their equipment and attributes were still insufficient for this challenging dungeon. Was their survival game in this cave destined to end here, with Lin M.O. becoming nothing more than a pile of wolf dung? In that moment of despair, a stout figure stepped protectively in front of Lin M.O. boss. Miss Liana, step back a bit. Chef Wang's voice remained hearty, yet it carried an undeniable calmness. Lin M.O. was taken aback. He watched as Chef Wang adjusted his comically oversized white chef's hat, and in the next second, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His plump physique seemed to inflate, swiftly becoming tall and robust, nearing 2 meters in height, muscles bulging and straining against his once-loose chef's attire. The kind and approachable round face morphed as well, its contours sharpening, his gaze turning piercing, revealing a resolute and handsome middle-aged man. Strangely, his immaculate white chef's uniform and hat visibly darkened, turning black, with dark red veins like blood vessels slowly coursing through it, exuding a sense of foreboding and the uncanny. A faint red glow emanated from his eyes as he surveyed the surrounding pack of wolves, the corners of his mouth twisting into a chilling smirk. A pack of uncivilized mongrels dares to bare their fangs before my boss? He extended his left hand and commanded, "Pan, come." Clang! A massive black iron pot materialized from the void, firmly gripped in his hand. Subsequently, brilliance radiated from his right hand, and, as the light dissipated, an exaggeratedly designed chef's knife, glowing with an entrancing luminescence, appeared in his grasp. Lin M.O. was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was Chef Wang capable of transforming? What left him even more astounded followed next. Transformed Chef Wang, facing the 7 ravenous terror wolves, nonchalantly brandished his chef's knife. He did not charge at any of the wolves. Instead, he performed an array of dazzling chopping, slicing, and dicing motions in the empty air. It was as if the void had become his cutting board. With each movement, vibrant green lettuce, translucent cool noodles, plump peanuts, and fresh cilantro materialized from thin air, clattering into the large iron pot. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with an ineffable sense of rhythm, as though he were not preparing to vanquish enemies, but rather to craft a delightful cold dish. Lin M.O. opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. Liana's face was a canvas of bewilderment, her azure eyes reflecting a profound confusion of identity, location, and purpose. For heaven's sake, we are engaged in a life-and-death struggle, not a graduation performance from a culinary academy. Chef Wang paid no heed to their expressions. He rummaged through the pocket of his darkened chef's robe, retrieving 2 jars. With a flourish, he unscrewed the lids and generously poured copious amounts of chili oil and minced garlic into the pot. An overwhelming, piquant aroma instantly enveloped the air. Suddenly, Chef Wang executed a vigorous toss of the pan, causing all the ingredients to pirouette beautifully in mid-air, enveloped uniformly in the sauce. Subsequently, he struck the edge of the colossal iron ladle against the pot, causing it to enlarge dramatically, and scooped a generous portion before aiming it towards the pack of wolves, flinging it with great force. Dark culinary art, deftly mixed salad. At the moment the ingredients departed from the ladle, a rich, unyielding, ghastly green luminescence erupted forth. They disintegrated mid-air, transforming into a tempest of verdant destruction, akin to a gigantic python with a gaping maw, surging towards the wolves. A wolf. In an instant, damage indicators reading -50 erupted. A cacophony of anguished howls rose and fell, only to be abruptly silenced. Where the green mist passed, the ferocious howls of the wolves seemed to have their bones extracted, their bodies rapidly withered and decayed, unable to even muster a struggle before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A minute later, the green fog dissipated. The world fell into silence. The 7 once mighty wolves had been reduced to charred corpses, emitting wisps of black smoke, utterly deceased. Your follower Wang Dahai has slain howling terror wolves 7. Congratulations, you have acquired wolf meat 7, supple beast pelts 7. Sharp fangs 2. The system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind, jolting him back to reality from his profound shock. When he turned to look at Chef Wang, the latter had reverted to his plump, elderly visage, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Master Wang. Lin Mo rushed forward, supporting his swaying form. Boss. Cough, cough, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Chef Wang managed a weary smile, his expression heavy with exhaustion. My mental energy can only muster enough for a single dish in a day. I just need a moment to recover. Observing Chef Wang's frail state, Lin Mo hesitated not for a second, promptly retrieving the self-heating military ration from his backpack and placing it in the chef's hands. Eat this. Chef Wang, showing no reluctance, tore open the packaging and began to eat heartily. The high-calorie sustenance visibly restored some color to his face. The trio paused to recuperate momentarily and gather their spoils. Lin Mo gazed into the depths of the cave. Although the terrifying pressure had vanished, the roar that resonated from the depths of his soul remained vividly etched in his mind. Those 7 wolves were likely just the appetizer. The true behemoth awaits within. At present, there appears to be no other exit. To escape this wretched replica, one must likely vanquish the final boss. Is it still possible to proceed? Lin Mo glanced at Chef Wang. No problem, boss. Chef Wang patted his chest, though still somewhat trembling. His spirit had considerably revived. Then let us depart. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the spear, casting a glance at Liana, who had regained her calm composure beside him. Let us take a moment to gather ourselves, and then we shall confront that formidable creature. Chapter 30. Treasures abound in the dungeon. The trio found themselves with no alternative. The dungeon presented a singular path. They proceeded cautiously along the cave walls, following the underground stream that emanated a ghostly blue glow, venturing deeper into the cavern. Upon testing the stream's water and the soil beneath, they discovered that even the enormous mushrooms were unattainable, merely part of the scenery. The humus underfoot was soft and slippery, and occasionally, the distant sound of dripping water echoed through the stillness, resonating with unusual clarity. Lin Mo gripped his spear tightly, his eyes scanning the shadows around them for any lurking monsters. After walking for several minutes, Chef Wang abruptly raised his hand, signaling them to halt. Boss, wait, he cautioned. Instantly, Lin Mo and Liana tensed, assuming a combat stance, their vigilance directed towards the dark corners surrounding them. Do not be alarmed. It is not a monster. Chef Wang grinned, his chubby finger pointing to a damp section of the rock wall. Look over there, it's something splendid. Following his gesture, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a cluster of translucent mushrooms sprouting from the crevices of the rock wall, radiating a soft white light that stood out starkly in the dim environment. He focused intently, and the item information materialized before his eyes. Underground savory mushroom. Quality, green, description, a gift from the depths of the earth, encapsulating an exquisite flavor. Premium ingredients often require the simplest culinary methods. Adding it to a soup elevates the entire pot's deliciousness to a higher tier. Chef Wong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, a look of obsession etched on his face. Boss, these mushrooms, combined with the wolf hind leg we just obtained, will eliminate any unpleasant odor and enhance the broth. Just a pinch of salt, my heavens. Even deities will want to take some home. Watching Chef Wong's eagerness to start cooking on the spot left Lin and Mo momentarily speechless. The culinary zeal of this gastronomic deity was ingrained in his very being. Master Wong, our priority should be survival for now, Lin and Mo said with a resigned shake of his head. Yet he carefully stowed the 10 mushrooms that Chef Wong had harvested into his backpack, contemplating whether this green-quality ingredient might bestow some extraordinary attributes when crafted by the chef. As the team continued onward, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chef Wong rambled on about timing and seasonings, using culinary jargon that made it feel as though they were not exploring a perilous dungeon, but rather embarking on a delightful outing in nature. After another 2 minutes, Chef Wong's ingredient radar activated once more. Stop, stop, stop. There's more over there. This time, they discovered a small patch of humus adorned with several half-meter-tall bushes, each bearing clusters of gleaming red berries that shimmered like agate under the illumination of the mushroom's white glow. Underground goji berries, quality, green, description, a pure young entity birthed in the dark caverns. A man's fuel station, a woman's beauty salon. Consuming them in water or as part of a dish can temporarily enhance strength attributes and accelerate stamina recovery. Excellent, this is truly splendid. Chef Wong plucked several clusters and handed them to Lin and Mo, simultaneously murmuring with intention that the dish from earlier was somewhat detrimental to one's health. And this was just the remedy needed. Lin and Mo was momentarily taken aback, bursting into a mix of laughter and tears, realizing that this chef was still mindful of the consequences of his earlier extravagant display. With yet another 10 servings of goji berries in hand, it was evident that this dungeon was akin to Chef Wong's personal paradise. Lin and Mo couldn't help but reflect that if other players were to witness this, they would surely be envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. While others faced perilous challenges in dungeons, they seemed to be merely indulging in a leisurely foraging expedition for ingredients. Boss, how could there be such a plethora of fine ingredients in this cave? Chef Wang quailed, puzzled as he continued to gather. Perhaps this is inherently a unique ecological environment, Lin and Mo casually replied, though his mind pondered whether the presence of the formidable boss monster had contributed to the creation of such an environment. Just as he was contemplating this, Chef Wong, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. Instead of calling out, he swiftly crouched behind a rock, signaling Lin, Mo, and Liana to silence with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Lin, Mo, and Liana immediately understood, crouching low and stealthily moving closer. The previous light-hearted discussion about ingredients vanished, replaced by an oppressive stillness. Peering through the crevice of the boulder, Lin and Mo gasped at the sight before him. Before them lay an immense circular clearing, measuring several meters in diameter, surrounded by towering cave walls and adorned with countless stalactites, resembling a natural arena. At the heart of this clearing, a colossal wolf, comparable in size to an adult elephant, lay sprawled on the ground, feigning slumber. Its body was cloaked in dark, iron-colored fur, every muscle taut and brimming with explosive power. Even in repose, its height surpassed Lin Mo's own. Its heavy, powerful breathing stirred the air, sending gusts that rustled the stones beneath. Its body was marred with intersecting scars, one deep gash nearly cleaving through its entire back, revealing bone beneath. Rather than diminishing its stature, these scars imparted an air of regality born of countless battles. Merely gazing at it, a primal and cruel aura enveloped them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Wailing Terror Wolf Leader, Grade, Blue Elite. Attributes: Health, Attack, Defense. Skills. Description: the true ruler of the Wailing Cave, a nightmare for countless challengers. Its claws have shredded the shields of warriors, and its roar has intimidated the offspring of dragons. Do not be deceived by its massive size. Its speed exceeds your wildest imagination. A barrage of question marks caused Lin Mo's heart to plummet. A blue-tier elite. This was an entity far beyond their current capacity to contend with. The 7 green-tier elite wolves they had encountered earlier would likely be regarded as mere underlings in comparison. He instinctively glanced at Chef Wang beside him, who was fixated on the colossal wolf, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Evidently, his earth-shattering ultimate move would not be unleashed again in the near future. How was he to fight? Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. That fellow could likely reduce his proud crabshell armor to mere fragments with a single slap. Was this truly the end for him? He began to contemplate whether he should retrace his steps. Although he was uncertain of his chances to escape, it was certainly preferable to facing death here. Just as Lin Mo was engulfed in anxiety, a cool and resolute voice softly resonated in his ear. "Boss." It was Liana. Lin Mo turned his head to see the typically taciturn elven archer, now inexplicably kneeling on one knee, her green-quality longbow held horizontally before her. Her expression had transformed from its usual aloofness to one of intense concentration. The starlight danced within her emerald eyes, and her entire demeanor underwent a subtle metamorphosis. "Perhaps I might give a try." Chapter 31. Digging a hole. Spider-Man Lin Mo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He acknowledged that Liana was formidable. Yet if even Chef Wang could not handle it, what could a mere archer summoned by an ordinary talent card accomplish? That petite frame would likely be blown away by the giant wolf with a single breath. Its speed exceeded all imagination. Lin Mo could not help but remind himself. The description of the monster still vivid in his mind. Elves are the beloved of the forest. Climbing is our instinct. Liana did not respond directly, but raised her delicate finger, pointing to the colossal stalactite columns hanging from the cave ceiling. "I can ascend and attack it from above." Lin Mo followed her gaze. The stalactites were at least 20 to 30 meters above the ground. "This distance, your arrows." Lin Mo suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. "I recall you have only about 40 arrows left. Is that sufficient?" "Under normal circumstances, it is inadequate." Liana's tone remained calm. "But what if every arrow strikes its vital points? For instance, its eyes or its gaping mouth?" Both Lin Mo and Chef Wang gasped in astonishment. Shooting the eyes of a moving target from 30 meters in the air? Was such a feat even achievable? Yet, upon reflection, Liana's archery mastery, passive ability enhanced her accuracy by a remarkable 50%, coupled with the inherent attributes of her longbow. Perhaps miracles could indeed be wrought. "How do we ascend?" Lin Mo posed the final question. Liana's gaze shifted to the nearby, rotund figure. "This may require Master Wang's assistance." "Me?" Chef Wang pointed at himself in bewilderment. "I possess strength, but I cannot simply toss you up like a cannonball." "I vaguely recall that we elves often traverse the woods using vines," Liana replied, as she requested several strips of tattered cloth obtained from dismantling junk earlier. She swiftly knotted the fabric, fashioning a makeshift rope over 2 meters long. Grasping one end of the rope, she handed the other to Chef Wang, her eyes brimming with trust. "Master Wang, stand on that boulder and use the force of rotation to fling me." Chef Wang, meeting her unwavering gaze, asked no further questions. He accepted the cloth and nodded decisively. He leaped onto the boulder, inhaled deeply, his arm muscles tensed, gripping the end of the rope like a hammer throw athlete. Spinning in place. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. "Go!" With a thunderous shout, Chef Wang released his grip. Liana's petite figure instantly transformed into a shooting arrow, catapulted high into the air. In mid-flight, she elegantly extended her body with a grace that defied belief, precisely grasping a massive stalactite. The makeshift rope was secured around her waist and then tied to a protruding stone on the stalactite. Lin Mo watched below, dumbfounded, instinctively uttering a few words. "Holy cow!" "Spider-Man?" High above, Liana showed no signs of hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she bent her bow and nocked an arrow. The motion was as fluid as flowing water. Whoosh! A faint sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed, as a black bolt of lightning traversed several dozen meters, striking precisely into the half-closed left eye of the fearsome wolf leader. Weak point attack -45. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very cave itself. However, just as its roar began, a second arrow pierced the air, shooting straight into its gaping maw, nailing the soft flesh of its throat. Critical hit, weak point attack -95. The wolf's howl abruptly ceased, as if its neck had been seized by an iron grip. Lin Mo stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Is this even possible? He suddenly realized that he had been mistaken from the very beginning. He had always instinctively regarded this place as a conventional, data-driven computer game, where defeating monsters relied on gear, attributes, and brute strength. Yet, he had forgotten that this was a semi-realistic world, as long as one could achieve their goals. Any seemingly bug-exploiting methods were permissible. While he pondered this, the enraged wolf leader had already discerned the source of the attacks. It tilted its head back and howled furiously at Liana above, yet could not reach her. However, with each roar, an arrow would swiftly teach it the importance of silence. After several rounds, it grew wiser, choosing to keep its mouth shut and fix its lone eye intently on the heights above. Yet this was futile. The next arrow still found its mark in its remaining right eye. Racked with pain, the wolf leader descended into madness. Seemingly realizing it had become a living target, unable to strike back, it turned to flee deeper into the cave. This is not good. It intends to escape. Lin Mo's heart raced, and he shouted urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out from behind the rock, with Chef Wang reacting just as swiftly. Together, they blocked the giant wolf's retreat from either side. Seeing its escape route cut off, the wolf leader's fury escalated, raising its massive paw to strike down at Lin Mo. Yet, just as its paw lifted halfway, another arrow soared through the air, striking precisely at the last exposed seam of its eye as it raised its claw. Its vision was utterly destroyed. The agony and darkness plunged it into a frenzy. It began to wildly flail its giant paws, gnashing its fangs at everything around, tearing apart the luminescent giant mushrooms, sending juices splattering everywhere. Yet, the arrows above continued to rain down like a grim reaper's summons, again and again, striking with lethal precision from various cunning angles into its bloodied eye sockets and incessantly howling mouth. Lin Mo even observed, as the colossal wolf turned its back to Liana. Several arrows arced visibly, curving around to strike its front once more, embedding themselves into the wounds. Such extraordinary skill. Thus, amidst the suffocating hail of arrows that persisted for a full 5 minutes, the once mighty wolf leader finally exhausted all its strength, its movements growing sluggish until it collapsed to the ground with a thud, barely clinging to life. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo stepped forward in a swift motion, channeling all his strength into the spear in his hand and thrusting it fiercely into the creature's throat. Weak point attack -55. The enormous body of the wolf convulsed violently, then fell silent, dissipating into countless specks of light. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for defeating the dungeon boss. Congratulations on acquiring 5 exquisite direwolf meats, 5 hardened beast hides, and 2 sharp fangs. As the shimmering lights faded, an extraordinary blue treasure chest quietly materialized before me. This chest, crafted entirely from an enigmatic metal, was adorned with deep blue, mysterious runes that danced across its surface. At the center of the lid, a lifelike relief of a roaring wolf's head was intricately carved. However, I did not rush toward it. Instead, I lifted my gaze upward and spread my arms wide. A lithe figure gracefully leaped down from the stalactites, landing firmly on a massive mushroom before me. "Boss, I did it." Liana's voice, tinged with a hint of post-battle fatigue, also carried an almost imperceptible note of exhilaration. "You were amazing, Liana," I exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "Ahem, this must be considered a premium find within the blue treasure chest, right? Such a grand chest. I wonder what splendid treasures it might hold." With that, I placed my hand upon the wolf head relief and deftly lifted the lid of the chest. Chapter 32. Abundant harvest. In the fleeting moment the box lid was lifted, a resplendent blue light surged skyward, casting a dreamlike hue over the entire dimly lit clearing. Amidst the brilliance, a refreshing touch of green intertwined. A treasure has emerged. He reached into the box, his fingers first brushing against a pair of icy, wild-curved knife handles. He withdrew them, revealing twin blades crafted entirely from the polished fangs of a howling terror wolf. The blades were elongated, adorned with natural blood grooves, and their edges shimmered with a chilling radiance. The handles were tightly wrapped in hardened wolf skin, providing an exceptional grip. Wolf Fang twin blades, quality, blue excellent, attack power, 25 to 45, special effect, critical hit rate 10, attached skill, berserk transformation, active, when activated. Your attack power and speed are enhanced by 10 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description: forged from the sharpest fangs of the howling terror wolf leader. The blades harbor the fury of the beast. Such formidable attributes. With an attack power ranging from 25 to 45, it utterly surpassed the exquisite spear he currently wielded. Not to mention the straightforward yet brutal 10 critical hit rate and the short-lived explosive skill, berserk transformation. This was undeniably a weapon forged for slaughter. Although he was accustomed to using a spear, which emphasized the notion that an inch longer is an inch stronger. The instantaneous burst of power offered by these twin blades stirred his heart as well. Suppressing his excitement, he stowed the twin blades in his backpack and continued to delve into the treasure chest. The second item was a necklace woven from an unknown azure leather, embellished with a pale blue wind-type magic core as a pendant. It felt light in his hands, accompanied by a gentle breeze's coolness. Swift wind necklace, quality, blue excellent, type, accessory necklace, effect, agility 5. Description: a necklace infused with the power of the wind, allowing the wearer to move with greater grace. Agility 5, such a significant enhancement. Considering his current base agility stood at merely 9 points, this single piece of equipment elevated his attributes by more than half. For any player or companion relying on speed, this was a coveted treasure. Instinctively, he envisioned the figure soaring effortlessly through the sky, arrows finding their mark with precision. In this battle, Liana played a pivotal role. The higher her agility, the greater her survival capacity in complex terrains, which would also boost her shooting frequency and accuracy, ultimately enhancing the team's survival rate. This equipment was tailor-made for her. The third item was a cave expansion card, 50 square meters, another exceptional artifact. A 50 square meter enhancement represented a substantial increase, essentially doubling the space. Indeed, the quality of items from this monster treasure chest far exceeded that of ordinary chests. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo retrieved the final item from the box. It was a suit of snug leather armor crafted from soft wolf hide, featuring a simple yet sleek design, with reinforced sections made of hard leather, emanating a faint green glow. Swift wind leather armor, full body, quality, fine, type, equipment armor, effect, defense 25, agility 1, description, a full body armor meticulously stitched from the leather of fearsome wolves, offering both lightweight comfort and effective protection. The attributes are comparable to his own armor, making it a piece that enhances agility. Lin Mo gazed at the two pieces of equipment in his hands, and in an instant, he reached a resolute decision. He turned and approached the elven maiden, Liana, who had been quietly organizing her arrows with her head bowed. Upon hearing her name, Liana lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering tension. Lin Mo presented the blue necklace and the green leather armor before her, his tone earnest. "Our victory this time relies heavily on you. These are your spoils, well-deserved." Liana was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she beheld the two pieces of equipment in Lin Mo's hands, particularly the enchanting blue-glowing swift wind necklace. Her delicate fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her garment. She understood the significance of this gesture. Blue-quality equipment was a rarity in the current cavern world, a treasure that could drive any player to madness. Yet now, her master, no, her boss, was unhesitatingly offering it to her. "Boss, this is too precious, she stammered, wanting to refuse. "Take it." Lin Mo's tone brooked no argument. In a team, equipment must naturally be prioritized for the core damage dealers. Your safety and output capacity are vital to our entire team's security. Reluctantly, Liana ceased her protests. She extended her hands and accepted the necklace and armor. Though she held equipment in her grasp, what she truly felt was a heavy sense of trust. Your follower Liana's loyalty 5, current loyalty 86. Your follower Liana's affection for you has significantly increased. Observing this exchange, Chef Wang wore an understanding smile on his cherubic face, muttering softly, "Our boss is truly generous." Liana retreated behind a boulder to don her new attire. The green leather armor fit her slender and athletic form perfectly, accentuating her astonishing curves, adding an air of spirited elegance to her already graceful elven demeanor. The blue swift wind necklace rested quietly upon her fair collarbone, its soft glow illuminating her slightly flushed cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. In turn, Lin Mo equipped the dual wolf fong blades, and instantly, an explosive surge of power coursed through his palms. He swung them casually a couple of times, and the air crackled with the sound of slicing winds, making him feel as though his attack speed had increased significantly. Just then, a flickering light appeared in the adjacent clearing, and a softly glowing portal began to materialize. The exit to the dungeon had emerged. Chef Wang surveyed the surroundings and found no additional resources to gather. Lin Mo took a deep breath, glancing at the revitalized Liana and the invigorated Chef Wang, and stated solemnly, "Let us return home." Chapter 33. Skill scroll. As Lin Mo stepped through the portal alongside Liana and Chef Wang, the familiar sight of the cavern enveloped him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Before he could catch his breath, a resounding system announcement reverberated throughout the area, exploding in the minds of all players. Area announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for successfully clearing the Wailing Cavern dungeon. As the first player in this region to complete the dungeon, you are rewarded with Skill Scroll, Green 1. In an instant, the previously quiet world channel erupted into chaos. What? A dungeon? Someone has already cleared it? B2-9527. That illustrious player again. Hasn't he caused enough commotion already? Is he on a rocket to success? A skill scroll, and it's green. Damn it, I've barely opened a few white chests, and he is already acquiring skills. How am I supposed to compete? Great player, please carry me. Do you need any accessories? I'm the type who can shout 666. Does anyone know where the Wailing Cavern is? Can we form a party to farm it? To those dreaming above, wake up. The great player 9527 just achieved the first clear, which means this dungeon is certainly not for the faint-hearted. For those of us who can't even defeat goblins, entering would mean certain doom. Ignoring the inquiries, Lin Mo directly utilized the 50 square meter expansion card. The cavern walls rumbled and extended outward, significantly increasing the space within. The cavern now spanned 117 square meters. His attention was then wholly captured by the scroll in his backpack, radiating a gentle green glow. It was a scroll woven from the fibers of an unknown plant, warm to the touch, with a faint aura of life coursing across its surface. Skill scroll, quality, green superior. Effect, upon use, grant a random superior level skill, combat, crafting, support, usable by both players and their companions. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Although he possessed attributes and equipment, his combat relied solely on Chef Wang's explosive power and Liana's precision. He himself had no skills beyond thrusting with a spear or slashing with dual daggers. A skill, particularly a combat skill, held immense significance for him. I hope it's a powerful skill. He silently wished, selecting to use the scroll. The scroll transformed in his hands into countless green motes, swirling like fireflies into his brow. A refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as if his mind were immersed in a crystal-clear spring, amplifying his senses to an extraordinary degree. The subtle rustle of the wind at the cave's entrance, the crisp echo of water droplets falling from distant walls, Liana's steady breathing, Chef Wang's slightly labored gasps. Every sound within a 20-meter radius crystallized into a vivid auditory map in his mind. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill, Perception, Quality, Green Superior, Type, Passive Support. Effect, your perception becomes exceptionally keen, allowing you to clearly detect all movements within a 20-meter radius. It was not a combat skill. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Mo's mind, but it swiftly transformed into delight. The passive skill implies that it requires no consumption and remains permanently effective. With a radius of 20 meters, it creates a vast circular alert zone with a diameter of 40 meters, sufficiently encompassing the core area of his over 100 square meter mining cave, even extending outward to some extent. This means that if any monsters were to ambush him in the future, he would be able to respond instantly, set traps in advance, and seize absolute initiative. This skill may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet its worth is immeasurable. At that moment, someone began to him in the World Channel. B2-9527. Esteemed one, stop playing dead and come out to share what extraordinary skill you have rolled from the scroll. Is it something like a single strike of 999 damage? Lin Mo pondered briefly and replied with a thought-activated message. B2-9527. Unfortunately, I received a lifestyle skill called Deep Sleep, which can slightly enhance sleep quality and invigorate my mining efforts. This revelation stirred a considerable uproar. Deep sleep? Are you indulging in a little Versailles, esteemed one? I haven't had a good night's sleep in 2 days. I can't believe you. 9527. You are quite the rascal. Esteemed one, what is the situation with that dungeon? Is it challenging? Are there ample resources within? Observing the flurry of inquiries, Lin Mo contemplated for a moment and decided to disclose a portion of the information, both to establish authority and to dissuade those who might be foolishly reckless. B2-9527. The dungeon is a cave I stumbled upon while mining. I advise everyone not to attempt it lightly at this stage. If it were a resource-gathering type dungeon, it might be manageable, but encountering a monster lair like mine poses significant challenges. I too barely managed to pass through, having exhausted all my trump cards and barely escaping with my life. I'm still nursing my wounds now. His half-truths served to quiet the channel considerably, as the mere mention of life-threatening danger deterred ordinary players from harboring any unrealistic ambitions. After addressing the matters in the channel, Lin Mo finally exhaled with relief. He leaned against the rock wall, savoring the long-awaited relaxation that followed completing the dungeon. With over an hour until nightfall, it was the perfect opportunity to recuperate and perhaps indulge himself and his 2 valiant companions in a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Chef Wang was like a child with a new toy, joyfully tending to the spoils of their conquest. He carefully placed the Blue Wolf leader's meat on a clean stone slab, skillfully removing the sinews and cutting it into evenly sized chunks before tossing them into a clay pot of unknown origin, adding fresh water. He then washed a few translucent, cavern-fresh mushrooms and set them aside. Boss, this wolf meat carries a hint of earthy scent. It should be blanched in cold water first, then paired with these cavern mushrooms to maximize the flavor, Chef Wang explained while diligently preparing the meal. He added the blanched wolf meat and fresh mushrooms into the clay pot, covered it, and added a piece of wood to the fire. As the temperature rose, a rich aroma of meat mingled with the delicate fragrance of mushrooms began to waft through the cave. Liana couldn't help but twitch her petite nose, her emerald eyes brimming with anticipation. Half an hour later, the broth had transformed into a milky white hue. Chef Wang lifted the lid of the pot, nodding in satisfaction, before producing a lustrous string of red goji berries. Boss, the finishing touch is here. He grasped a handful of the berries and, like bestowing a sacred offering, evenly sprinkled them into the bubbling broth. In that very instant, as the goji berries descended into the soup, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A blinding golden light erupted from the entire earthen pot, soaring skyward, nearly threatening to uproot the kitchen's ceiling. A resounding dragon's roar echoed amidst the golden brilliance, as a colossal dragon, composed entirely of pure light, spiraled out from the pot, circling around Chef Wang before unleashing a mighty roar skyward, gradually dissipating into glimmering specks that rejoined the broth. Lin Mo stood agape, his mouth wide enough to accommodate an egg, utterly astonished. He stared at the scene unfolding before him, comparable to the most breathtaking of animated effects, his mind reduced to a mere phrase. Holy moly, a culinary prodigy. As the golden light faded, Chef Wang approached, holding the now seemingly ordinary pot with an expression of uncontainable excitement and a trace of trepidation. The broth, a creamy white, appeared to be sheathed in a delicate golden sheen, with vibrant red goji berries floating atop, exuding an indescribable aroma. Lin Mo hastily checked the attributes. Delicious, nourishing wolf meat soup, legendary cuisine. Quality, blue excellent. Effect, true culinary masterpieces can create miracles. Upon consumption, your overall attributes will permanently increase by 1. This effect applies only to players and is limited to 1 use per player. Description: the food deity inadvertently triggered the essence of divine culinary artistry, perfectly merging top-tier ingredients with pure craftsmanship to create this miraculous soup. Lin Mo's breath caught in his throat. Legendary cuisine. The exceedingly rare passive ability of Chef Wang had indeed activated, a permanent boost to all attributes. This was more terrifying than any blue-grade equipment. Boss, Chef Wang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. I don't even know how it happened. I just felt the flow, and then it happened. Perhaps it's the new kitchen. A good environment and quality tools are truly the keys to crafting supreme delicacies. He carefully set the pot upon the stone table, feeling a bit embarrassed as he addressed Liana. Miss Liana, while the miraculous effects of this soup may not benefit followers, I assure you, the taste is absolutely exquisite. Lin Mo, snapping back to reality from his astonishment, looked at Chef Wang's excited, round face, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He retrieved 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks exchanged for a low price from the channel. He filled a bowl to the brim and handed it to Liana before serving himself as well. As the broth touched his palate, an exquisite warmth and flavor erupted instantaneously. It was not merely the aroma of meat or the freshness of mushrooms, but a complex, rich, and layered taste. The warmth cascaded down his esophagus into his stomach, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs, sweeping away all fatigue and hidden injuries from the dungeon battle, making every cell in his body rejoice. Lin Mo closed his eyes in bliss, feeling as though he had transcended to another realm. Glancing over at Liana, he observed her sipping the soup delicately, though her expression remained neutral. The slight widening of her cerulean eyes and the involuntary twitching of her pointed ears spoke volumes. After finishing a bowl of soup, Lin Mo promptly accessed his attributes panel. Gazing at the tangible enhancements displayed before him, his heart swelled with ambition. He approached Chef Wang, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, and despite the multitude of words he wished to express, all that emerged was a singular sentiment. Master Wang, having you by my side is a true blessing. Chapter 34. The prodigal son of destiny in a dim, damp mine located in a remote corner of Zone B2, a muffled thud echoed, accompanied by a cloud of dust. A young man, his hair a striking shade of red and a menacing scar etched across his face, forcefully kicked an elderly man, stooped and frail, to the ground. Damn it, old man. I didn't bring you out here to lounge about. This player, identified as B2-1444 and known as Blade Brother, pointed an accusatory finger at the curled figure on the floor, unleashing a torrent of invective. Get to work. If you don't unearth a treasure chest today, you can forget about eating. Useless. The old man remained silent, quietly rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, as though he were accustomed to such treatment. He picked up a nearly worn-out pickaxe and trudged toward the rugged rock face, resuming his labor with a mechanical rhythm. Blade Brother spat disdainfully, leaning against the wall while he accessed his player panel. When his eyes fell upon the vivid red announcement in the World Channel, his facial muscles twitched violently. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for successfully clearing the Wailing Cavern Dungeon. As the first player in this region to complete the dungeon, you are rewarded with Skill Scroll, Green 1. It was him. Once again, it was B2-9527. Blade Brother's eyes flared with rage, jealousy, and indignation, threatening to explode from his very skull. How could this be? From day one, this individual's name had continuously graced the announcements. First kill rewards, forging furnace acquisitions. And now, even the first completion of a dungeon belonged to him. Blade Brother fixated on the number 9527, as if he could obliterate the person behind it through sheer will alone. He considered himself the chosen one, having awakened an A-grade talent, frenzied blade master, from the onset, boasting an overwhelming attack power and the ability to unleash blade energy, truly born for combat. In the past few days, the monsters he encountered, whether wild wolves or goblins, fell to his green quality blade within 3 strikes. He believed that even if he were not the best in the region, he certainly occupied a rare echelon. Yet, reality dealt him repeated, stinging slaps. How could a mere scavenger wield such power? Muttering curses under his breath, Blade Brother kept a keen eye on 9527's activities, aware that this individual had been acquiring a variety of electronic waste and luxury items through the channel. To him, it was undoubtedly a lifestyle-oriented support talent, merely capable of turning trash into treasure. How could a support character, a mere junk collector, possibly eclipse his A-grade combat talent? It had to be luck. This guy's fortune was absurdly good. Damn it. If only I could cross paths with him. Blade Brother's gaze darkened with malice as he glanced at the old man laboriously mining nearby, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. This old man had been summoned from a flawed talent summoning card, possessing no utility beyond performing menial tasks and consuming copious amounts of food. However, in Blade Brother's scheming, this old man served another purpose: cannon fodder. In the future, when he encounters the infamous 9527, he plans to let the old man charge ahead to draw the fire, allowing him to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. A fragile life form, in the presence of his blade's aura, would surely fall victim to a single strike. At that moment, all of 9527's resources, treasures, and secrets would be within his grasp. With this thought, the tumult of rage within his heart began to subside. What he lacked now was merely a device to connect him to the minds of other players, a minecart. Once he possesses the minecart, he could take the initiative to plunder and slaughter. Hurry up and dig, he shouted impatiently at the old man's retreating figure. The pickaxe must not cease. The old man flinched momentarily, increasing the rhythm of his mining, sweat cascading down his wrinkled cheeks, only to be absorbed by the dry earth below, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, a sound unlike that of striking rock rang out. The old man's pickaxe snapped in two. Damn it, what a useless fool. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he noticed the old man standing dumbfounded, pointing at the freshly excavated area. Embedded within the fractured rock wall was a white wooden chest, its edges lined with iron. A treasure chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement as all impatience and fury transformed into unbridled greed. He rushed forward, shoving the old man aside, who stumbled precariously, nearly falling once more. Get out of the way, you worthless thing. Clasping his hands together, he gazed eagerly at the white chest, envisioning the gleaming equipment and blueprints within. This must surely be the dawn of his destined fortune. He hastily pried the white chest from the wall and violently flung open the lid. Contrary to his expectations, the chest revealed only a few mundane items: compressed biscuit X2, purified water 500 milliliters X1, worn t-shirt X1. The greed and excitement on his face froze instantaneously, transforming into a pallid shade of disappointment. Is this it? He yanked the tattered t-shirt from the chest, tearing it asunder with a loud rip. What the hell? You worthless system. With my A-grade talent, this is the garbage you bestow upon me? In a fit of rage, he hurled a biscuit from the chest onto the ground, viciously stomping on it until it shattered into fragments. The old man, whom he had pushed aside, looked at the scattered remnants of food with a flicker of unidentifiable sorrow and longing in his murky eyes, yet ultimately dared not utter a word, silently gathering the scraps to consume. Chapter 35. Has the earthquake arrived? In stark contrast, the atmosphere on Lin Mo's side was entirely different. After indulging in a legendary feast, the three of them felt invigorated and brimming with strength. Chef Wong hummed a cheerful tune as he tidied up his precious culinary tools, while Lin Mo leisurely leaned against the wall, checking the rental income from his forge. Forge rental income received: wood X33, rye bread X3, purified water X3, iron ingot X1. The gains were satisfactory, especially considering the scarcity of resources at this critical juncture. The value of a single iron ingot was self-evident. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to reclaim more technological artifacts and precious metals, for that was the surest path to consistently obtaining high-quality resources. As he contemplated this, the crystalline light overhead suddenly began to flicker, gradually dimming. Nightfall had descended for the second time. Minutes passed, and an eerie silence enveloped the mine. Was tonight a safe night? Chef Wong muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a deep, resonant hum emanated from below, causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. The tremors escalated swiftly, transforming into violent shaking. World Channel, what the hell? What's happening? An earthquake? It's shaking here too. I can't stand. Help! Rocks are falling from above. Damn it. My leg is crushed. Lin Mo's expression changed abruptly as his newly acquired perception skill blared alarms in his mind. He shot his gaze upward, an intense sense of danger locking onto the area above him. In the next instant, a boulder the size of a human head broke free from the rock wall, hurtling downwards with a deafening rush. Watch out, boss. Chef Wong reacted with remarkable speed, shouting in alarm. He swung the stainless steel ladle with force, propelling himself sideways to slam against a nearby rock, using his wooden shield to deflect the boulder away. Boom! The boulder crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. However, this was merely the beginning. The rock wall above seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, as stones of varied sizes began to rain down, creating a deadly shower of debris. Into the house, Lin Mo shouted decisively, with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. He braved the cacophony of impacts, shielding Liana as they dashed towards a nearby wooden structure. Chef Wong followed closely behind, wielding his ladle with ferocity, dispatching any approaching stones with precision. Just as the three of them entered the wooden house, a barrage of crackling impacts erupted outside. The stones, capable of shattering bones, struck the sturdy wooden roof, producing dull thuds before rolling off ineffectually. Lin Mo peered through the window at the apocalyptic scene beyond, his heart pounding with trepidation. Thankfully, he had constructed this shelter. Simultaneously, the online count in the chat channel began to plummet at a terrifying rate. Online count, 9,001 online count, 8990 online count, 8,940. Ultimately, the number settled at 8690. In a mere 2 minutes, over 300 lives had been lost. The channel was filled with lamentations. This is horrifying. Thank goodness I made a shield beforehand. Otherwise, I would be done for. I got hit on the arm, and it feels like my bones are shattered. As the tremors gradually subsided, just when the crowd believed the calamity had passed, Lin Mo's perception range detected another disturbance. It was not a tremor, but rather a chilling, hair-raising grinding sound emanating from deep within the rocky ceiling above. There's more, Lin Mo exclaimed sharply. No sooner had he spoken than the rocks above the kitchen suddenly cracked open with a resounding snap, and 3 serpentine creatures, entirely cloaked in a muddy yellow hue, burst forth. Their heads were devoid of eyes. Instead, they bore a massive maw filled with spiraling, razor-sharp teeth, akin to a high-speed meat grinder. Spiked sandworm, grade, green common, race, beast, attributes, health 200, attack 50, defense 0, description, a defenseless insect, yet one must exercise caution regarding its teeth. As soon as they touched the ground, they transformed into 3 yellow streaks, hurtling towards the 3 individuals inside the house. Yet they were swift, but someone was swifter. A green figure had already positioned itself at the doorway, drawing a longbow taut as the moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Weak point attack, minus 210. 3 nearly simultaneous sounds of air being sliced through echoed. 3 arrows, unerringly precise, struck the rapidly rotating maws of the 3 sandworms from 3 distinct angles. Viscous green blood erupted, and the momentum of the sandworms came to an abrupt halt, rolling over and collapsing to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before dissipating into motes of light. Your companion Liana has slain Spike Sandworm 3. Congratulations. You have obtained Sandworm Skin 5. Green Monster Treasure, Chest 1. Liana gradually lowered her longbow, her expression serene, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Lin Mo admired her. Indeed, with her newly equipped gear, Liana's attack power had undergone a remarkable transformation. He glanced at the chat channel, where others were already lamenting encounters with the monstrous worms. The player count had plummeted from 8690 to 8012. Natural disasters, compounded by human misfortunes. This world was ruthlessly filtering its inhabitants. Lin Mo confirmed his friend list. Both 3,838 and 9,999's avatars still glowed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, dismissing the clamor in the channel. He retrieved the 11 white treasure chests collected during the day, along with the newly acquired green monster treasure chest, and laid them all out before him. The white chests yielded the usual fare: food, water, and basic materials, which Lin Mo barely glanced at before tossing them into his backpack. His gaze settled upon the larger green chest, adorned with a relief of a sandworm upon its lid. Rubbing his hands together, he opened it. A flash of light revealed a green blueprint nestled quietly at the bottom of the chest. Sandworm skin boots blueprint, quality, green requirements, sandworm skin 1. Soft bee skin 1. Note: must be crafted at a sewing station. Sandworm skin boots, quality, excellent attributes, defense 5. Agility 1, special effect. Movement speed is unaffected while walking on sand. What a splendid find! With the sandworm skin in hand and sufficient bee skin available, Lin Mo gazed at the green sandworm skin boots blueprint, yet his brow furrowed slightly. Note: to be crafted at the sewing table. The sewing table. This apparatus should be akin to his forging furnace, belonging to the realm of specialized workstations. He had been submerged in a regional channel for quite some time, yet had never encountered anyone mentioning this item. Relying on the trading platform for acquisition was essentially a futile endeavor. A familiar designation, B2-9999, instinctively surfaced in Lin Mo's mind. That extraordinarily fortunate individual. If anyone were to possess such a rare blueprint, it would likely be him. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo accessed his friend list and sent a private message to 9999. Are you there? I have a question. Do you possess the sewing table blueprint? The moment he dispatched the message, a response arrived almost instantly. Big shot. How did you know? I've been in quite a dilemma. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. What's troubling you? Don't even mention it. I've used up all my blueprints, but the construction materials are simply unattainable. Wood, iron ingots, and iron nails are manageable, but in the end, I need a sharp fang as a needle, not just any sharp tooth dropped by those invading monsters. I've been shouting in the trading channel for ages, yet I haven't seen a single specter. I suspect that this item is simply not dropping from any monsters right now. It drives me insane. The frustration permeating his words echoed the plight of an unfortunate soul thwarted by fate. Observing his complaints, Lin Mo understood the situation. A sharp fang. Did he not acquire two from the direwolf leader? Chapter 36. The era of light industry. Lin Mo, devoid of unnecessary chatter, promptly captured a screenshot of the item illustration for this sharp fangs and sent it over. Is this it? On the other end of the screen, an agonizing silence lingered for 10 seconds. Suddenly, a flurry of messages erupted. Wow, big shot. Dad, you're my real father. You actually have this? Where did you acquire it? Name your price. I'll give you anything I possess. Observing the other party's incoherent excitement, Lin Mo found it somewhat amusing. The fangs are not particularly useful to me. I can give them to you. Really? Big shot, you are my deity. From now on, you are my brother. Hold on. Don't rush into brotherhood just yet. I have a condition. I possess a sandworm skin boots blueprint. You can learn it. I'll provide 5 materials. And after you craft a pair, you keep one for yourself and give the rest to me. In the future, when I need items crafted, there will be no handling fee. Lin Mo understood well that the workstation's rental function could only utilize the blueprints that came with the building. To craft something like the sandworm skin boots, it could only be done through the character 9999. This proposal was mutually beneficial. 9999 could immediately establish a sewing station, gain a pair of green quality boots, and a permanent blueprint at no cost. Absolutely no problem. Not only will there be no handling fee, but I'll also cover all the materials for you in the future. Fearing Lin Mo might change his mind, he quickly sent another message. Big shot. It feels too one-sided to only have you provide items. I just opened this, and I can't use it, so consider it a token of my gratitude. With that, He initiated a trade. Lin Mo opened it to find a blueprint radiating with green light. Basic arrow blueprint, quality, green effect, unlocks the crafting of basic arrows upon use. Requirements: consumes wood 1, iron ingot 1, feathers 10. Can craft 50 units of basic arrows. Basic arrows provide an additional 10 fixed damage to your attacks. This truly was a timely boon. Liana's arrows had been significantly depleted during the recent battle, and he had been troubled by the lack of replacements. With this blueprint, his worries were alleviated. Feathers were abundant in the trading channel, easily obtainable in exchange for a bottle of water, making the cost negligible. Thank you. Lin Mo accepted the blueprint and promptly traded the Sharp Fangs, Sandworm Skin Boots blueprint, and 5 materials. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the trade, a resounding announcement echoed through the ears of all players in the B2 region. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9999 for successfully constructing the first basic sewing station in the B2 zone, officially ushering in the era of light industry for this region. In recognition of the pioneer's contribution, a reward of 20 soft animal hides has been granted. The previously quiet regional channel erupted once more. Wow, another one. What's happening today? Is the Industrial Revolution upon us? A sewing station. That is for making clothes, right? Finally, no more being bare. 9,999. I remember him. It is indeed that illustrious sovereign who began with a green axe. The forge belongs to the esteemed 9527, while the sewing station is courtesy of the fortunate 9999. RB2 zone is poised for ascension. Amidst a chorus of awe and envy, 9999 has evidently regained composure from earlier excitement, echoing Lin Mo's earlier demeanor by announcing in the channel. B2-9999. Ahem, greetings, dear neighbors. My simple sewing station will soon be available in the rental area, so please be patient. Currently, it comes with 3 blueprints. All materials consist of supple bee skins. The simple, full leather armor offers a defense of 15 and requires 5 bee skins. The simple leather boots provides 5 defense, requiring 2 bee skins. And the simple gloves also offers 5 defense, necessitating 2 bee skins. There's also a 2 chance for superior quality drops. His words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all present. If weapons are akin to spears, then armor serves as a shield. Both are equally vital. The illustrious sovereign is indeed magnificent. I reserve the first rental spot. I shall offer double the rental fee. Kindly allow me to cut in. The regional channel buzzed with fervor, and within an hour, Lin Mo had received the finished product from 9999. 4 pristine pairs of sandworm leather boots, attributes flawless. Ignoring the clamor in the channel, he turned and handed 2 pairs of boots to Chef Wang and Liana respectively. Change into these. Hey, the boss is generous. Chef Wang grinned widely, unhesitatingly donning the boots and reveling in the lightness brought by the boost in agility, happily stamping his feet. Liana silently accepted her pair, changing discreetly, then bowed slightly to Lin Mo, her elven etiquette both graceful and precise. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement and donned a pair himself before moving to the forge, opening the newly learned simple arrow blueprint and inputting the materials. The flames surged, and soon 150 arrows gleaming with a metallic sheen emerged freshly crafted. Liana, here is a little something for you. Liana took the quiver, feeling its slight weight and the faint power imbued within the arrows. A glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes, she secured the quiver on her back and drew her bowstring once more. In that moment, the elven archer was truly armed to the teeth. As night deepened, the illumination crystals above dimmed completely. Chef Wang stifled a long yawn, promptly retreating to the kitchen, retrieving his single bed from his pack, and comfortably lying down, soon succumbing to gentle snores. Lin Mo glanced at the kitchen, then turned back to the small wooden house. Noting that Liana had put away her longbow and her figure vanished behind the door. Liana was seated on the edge of her bed, meticulously polishing her bow, her movements focused and elegant. Lin Mo cleared his throat, attempting to disrupt the serene atmosphere. Do you elves live particularly long lives? Liana paused her actions, Lifting her gaze, her emerald eyes shimmered like two translucent gems in the dim light. She seemed to be recalling something, her expression momentarily distant. My previous memories have nearly all faded, but there's a vague feeling within me that suggests I have witnessed the blooming and withering of flowers over 300 times, she added, which would perhaps equate to your human age of coming into adulthood. Ahem. Lin Mo nearly choked on his own saliva. Over 300 years old. He gazed at Liana's delicate, youthful visage, his mind buzzing with disbelief. At such an age, one could hardly refer to her as a grandmother. She must be considered an ancestral figure. That, she could very well be my ancestor. He mumbled instinctively under his breath. Liana's ears twitched slightly, clearly having heard him, yet she merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo without uttering a word. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Mo hastily shifted the topic. By the way, I have always been curious for attendants like you, aside from leveling up. Can the quality itself be enhanced? For instance, from green to blue, or even higher? This question evidently piqued Liana's interest, and she pondered thoughtfully. According to the foundational knowledge bestowed upon me by this world, it is indeed possible, she replied, stating that a rare item called the Talent Promotion Scroll is required. Yet its rarity seems to far exceed that of the uncommon talent summoning cards. Another item that sounds tantalizingly out of reach. Lin Montag Musit. It appears that hopes of evolving his two formidable subordinates are dashed for the time being. Unable to restrain himself, he posed another question that had been lingering in his mind. It's peculiar. Isn't it? Your attendants can level up. But why is there no leveling system for us players? Will we solely rely on equipment to bolster our attributes? What if we encounter monsters that we cannot withstand even with our gear? Liana remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the query. Perhaps. The growth trajectory of lords differs from ours, she softly replied. Indeed, why overthink it? One step at a time. You are right. Lin Mo exhaled. Let's rest early. Who knows what antics the system will devise tomorrow? Chapter 37. Have we found a living one? On the third day, as the daylight broke, the cavern and pickaxes were refreshed. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. His luck in mining had always been rather dismal. After 2 days of toil, he had yet to even graze the edge of a white treasure chest. Just as he was about to grasp his pickaxe, a startling announcement echoed through the channel. Goodness. Brothers, I've unearthed a living person. What on earth? A humanoid monster? No, it's an NPC named Wandering Merchant. He collects items and exchanges them for something called mining coins. Mining coins? What purpose do they serve? Can they be traded for food? They can. But when I just inquire with my shabby phone, he only offered me 1 mining coin. Damn it, he wants 20 mining coins for a single rye bread. Upon hearing this, the channel fell silent for a brief 2 seconds, only to erupt into an even more fervent barrage of criticism. 20 phones for a loaf of bread? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Why not just trade with the esteemed 9527 directly for food? Exactly. This merchant is utterly unscrupulous. The player who first discovered the merchant sent another message, his tone laced with both pride and conflict. However, he sells blueprints as well. I've seen wooden helmet blueprint, wood armor blueprint, damaged iron armor blueprint, all of white quality, uniformly priced at 200 mining coins each. The channel buzzed once more, the tide of discussion shifting subtly. 200 mining coins. That is akin to 200 pieces of junk. How long would it take to mine that much? Damn, this wretched system is compelling us to toil for it. Nonetheless, it is always encouraging to see a glimmer of hope. From now on, we shall hoard the electronic refuse we unearth. The esteemed ones only collect a few dozen each day, and the rest can be saved to exchange for blueprints. Lin Mo observed the discussions in the channel, a scheme forming in his mind. The wandering merchant? Isn't he here to compete for business? No, wait. Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. This merchant, though seemingly a rival, was inadvertently aiding him greatly. This was the perfect opportunity for him to raise his acquisition standards, filtering out the less valuable common electronic refuse, allowing players to retain their items for exchanges with the unscrupulous merchant. Meanwhile, he could concentrate on acquiring truly valuable, rare treasures. With this thought, Lin Mo ceased his lurking and boldly spoke up in the channel. B2-9527. From this day forward, I shall only accept valuable technological artifacts and rare items. Common old phones and broken tablets will no longer be accepted, so everyone can keep them to trade for blueprints. The moment the esteemed one made his pronouncement, a flurry of responses ensued. The esteemed one has emerged. I have a complete computer tower. Can I trade it for food? 9,527. I've unearthed a black disk called Otherworldly Record. Is that of interest? Esteemed one, look at me. I possess an item known as Anchor Point Beacon. It's constantly flashing blue light and appears quite high-tech. Would you like it? A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips. It worked. This was precisely the response he desired. I'll take them all. Let us arrange private trades. He replied succinctly and soon received a multitude of transaction requests. Disregarding those with ulterior motives, Lin Mo exchanged food and water in a single breath for 15 extraordinary items. Among them was a computer host, Otherworldly Records, and an Anchor Point Beacon. Additionally, there were several intact gold watches, an object resembling a battery, yet labeled as a damaged mechanical core, and even an abstract oil painting that defied comprehension. The 10 opportunities for reclamation today found their purpose. Spin and commence reclamation. Command received. Initiating assessment of the intact computer host. Assessment complete. Value medium. Technological sophistication medium. Completeness high. Reclamation successful. Please select your reclamation reward. Option A, iron ingots X5, copper wire X2. Option B, green treasure chests X2. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose B. Subsequently, the gold watches, Anchor Point Beacon. All these high-value items invariably presented the option of green treasure chests. Upon reclaiming the Otherworldly Record, the system's prompt altered. Reclamation successful. Congratulations. Extracted rare information from a special item. Reward obtained. Blueprint for a vinyl record player. X1. Finally, it was time for the damaged mechanical core. Warning. Unstable high-energy reactions detected. Reclamation may incur unknown risks. Proceed? Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Fortune favors the bold. He opted to continue. Reclamation successful. Congratulations. Obtained excess reward from a high-risk item. Reward. Blue treasure chests X2. After a flurry of operations, today, as 10 opportunities were exhausted, Lin Mo counted his gains elated. 8 green treasure chests, 2 blue treasure chests, plus a blueprint for a vinyl record player. He first examined the new blueprint. Blueprint for a vinyl record player. Quality. Green. Materials required for construction. Iron ingots X1, copper ingots X1, graphite X2, wood X2. Effect. Comes with a classical music record. The melodious tunes can soothe the mind, slightly alleviating fatigue and fear. Listening daily grants a 1-hour mood enhancement buff. Mental recovery rate 10, rationality 10. This was a splendid item, especially in the oppressive environment of the mines where rationality was equally paramount. Checking his current rationality, which stood at 98/100, and noting his ample supplies and high living standards, he realized there was no immediate urgency. Lin Mo stored it away, his gaze ablaze as he turned to the pile of treasure chests, starting with the green treasure chests. Open. 2 green weapons, a plethora of materials, and 2 blueprints that caught Lin Mo's eye. Blueprint for a shower room. Quality. Green. Materials required for construction. Stone X30, copper ingots X2, iron ingots X5. Effect. A private space to cleanse oneself of dirt and fatigue. Maintaining bodily cleanliness helps effectively prevent disease. Each use consumes 10 units of water. Blueprint for wooden water tank. Quality. Green. Construction required. Wood X10, iron nails X10. Effect. A rudimentary water storage device capable of holding 100 units of water. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. In this dust-laden mine, the prospect of a bath was nothing short of imperial indulgence. Moreover, the description mentioned disease prevention, an almost divine attribute in survival games. However, he soon discovered complication. The shower room's description indicated water consumption, rather than the purified water he possessed in his backpack, which was immediately drinkable. Surely, 10 units of water could not necessitate using 10 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water for a single bath. Even the most abundant resources would falter under such strain. Lin Mo gazed at the blueprint for the water tank, lost in contemplation. Since the system provided a means for water storage and clearly distinguished between water and purified water, did this imply that other sources of water existed within this mine world? Sources that could be obtained but not consumed directly? Chapter 38. Did I summon a cat? Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the two treasure chests emanating a mesmerizing azure glow. These were blue chests, a remarkable reward gleaned from the high-risk item. The damaged energy core, undoubtedly far more valuable than the previous green chests. He rubbed his hands together, filled with the exhilaration akin to receiving an annual bonus. Open. With a mere thought, the first blue chest sprang open. No blinding light emerged. Only several items lying quietly at the bottom, each radiating a distinct hue. Common talent summoning card green, X1. Earth source fruit blue, X1. Lin Mo's breath hitched momentarily, his heart inexplicably quickening. To his astonishment, it was a talent summoning card. Although merely a green card, its worth was indisputable. The presence of Chef Wang and Liana had already demonstrated the critical importance of talent for survival. He suppressed the impulse to use it immediately and turned his attention to the earth-colored fruit. Earth source fruit, quality, blue. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases constitution by 1. A permanent increase of 1 point in constitution. What a splendid treasure. Without hesitation, Lin Mo popped the fruit into his mouth. The flesh melted instantly, and a warm, dense stream of energy surged through his limbs, as if boundless vitality were nourishing his flesh and bones. He could even feel his muscles becoming more resilient, his bones growing sturdier. Upon checking his attributes, he saw Constitution, 11, and Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling invigorated, a profound sense of security enveloping him. With heightened anticipation, he opened the second blue chest. Mining pick quantity upgrade card X1. Mindspace expansion card, 10 square meters, X1. Upon seeing the first card, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mining pick quantity upgrade card. Upon use, increases the daily refresh quantity of mining picks by 1. The strategic significance of this item was even greater than that of the fruit he had just consumed. 1 additional mining pick meant double the excavation efficiency and double the resource acquisition. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to use it. The card transformed into a radiant light, swiftly enveloping the solitary mining pick by the wall. The pick's form began to flow like liquid, and amidst the flickering light, it gradually separated into 2 identical, brand new mining picks. It worked. Lin Mo stepped forward to grasp one of the picks, and the information displayed that the daily refresh quantity had now increased from 1 to 2. He turned and handed the other pick to Chef Wang, who was busy polishing a large spoon. Here you go, old Wang, this one's for you. Chef Wang paused momentarily before accepting the mining pick, weighing it in his hand, his eyes crinkling into a delighted smile. Great boss, our efficiency is about to double. After resolving the matter of the mining picks, Lin Mo proceeded to use the expansion card. Mindspace expansion card, 10 square meters. Accompanied by a faint rumble, the walls of the mine slowly extended outward, visibly enlarging the entire space. Mine area, 127 square meters. With increased space, living conditions became much more comfortable. Having completed all these tasks, Lin Mo's gaze ultimately fell upon the green, ordinary talent summoning card. This was the main event of the day. Old Wang, it's time to feast. Prepare something delectable to enhance my luck today. Lin Mo waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of authority. Boss, that luck attribute is a fickle thing. I cannot control it. Chef Wang replied with a troubled expression. Never mind. Let us just consider this breakfast. I'm famished. Upon hearing this, Chef Wang nodded in agreement and hurried into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. A steaming hot burger was presented, golden buns enveloping generous portions of fragrant wolf meat, drizzled with an unknown sauce. Savage wolf meat burger, quality, green, effect. Consuming this grants 1 strength and 1 agility for 4 hours. Alas, no luck attribute. Lin Mo muttered to himself. It was still satisfactory. He took a hearty bite, savoring the tender meat and rich sauce, his mouth glistening with juices. A warmth surged from his stomach, making him feel invigorated. After satisfying his hunger, he carefully retrieved the summoning card. Pulling out the Cave Survival Basics manual from his backpack and turning to the page adorned with the image of the goddess of luck, offering a solemn bow. Umaba, infinite deity, may God bless, and may Allah grant us fortune. May all divine beings manifest and bestow upon us a formidable ally. He chanted fervently, his actions a blend of reverence and absurdity. Chef Wang shook his head in disbelief, while Liana tilted her head, her azure eyes brimming with curiosity, unsure of the mysterious ritual the Lord was performing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Imo suddenly raised the card and, summoning all his strength, shouted, "Arise, my companion!" The summoning card erupted into a dazzling white light, coalescing on the ground into a diminutive figure. Lin Imo's expression of excitement froze. Something was amiss. This height, this silhouette. Was this truly a talent? It resembled a cat more than anything else. As the light dissipated, a three-colored cat clad in armor, standing upright, appeared before the trio. It donned a lightweight suit of armor adorned with acorn patterns, constructed from wooden panels, and held a short staff topped with a claw-shaped ornament in its right paw, looking quite impressive. Liana's eyes sparkled instantly, her instincts urging her to reach out and stroke its fluffy head. The three-colored cat then presented its paws to Lin Imo, mimicking a bow, and in a childlike voice. It spoke, "Greetings, esteemed hunter." Lin Imo was utterly bewildered and quickly summoned its attribute panel. Name, Charlie. Race, Ilu cat. Class, none. Level, 1, can be elevated through various means. Loyalty, 100. Charlie is your most loyal companion. Meow. Attributes, strength, 5. Agility, 8. Constitution, 5. Mentality, 10. Skills, versatility. Passive. The Ilu cat is the finest companion for hunters. It possesses an array of exclusive tools to assist in combat, such as flashbangs and traps. It can wield weapons to confront ferocious beasts, sound the hunting horn to bestow beneficial buffs, and aid in resource gathering and home management. It serves as a warrior, a support, and even a steward. Oh my! Although its attributes may not be exceedingly high, this all-encompassing skill is simply extraordinary. Is it not a universal tool in the form of a feline? Moreover, its loyalty is unwavering, eliminating any concerns of betrayal. This is a remarkable gain. Chapter 39, Artifact from 20,000 years ago. Charlie, is it? Lin Imo cleared his throat, gazing at the diminutive Ilu cat before him, which stood no taller than a 5-year-old child. I'm not a hunter from now on. You may address me as boss like the others. Understood, boss. Meow. Please feel free to command me, meow. Charlie saluted with a crisp and clear voice. Liana could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to gently stroke Charlie's head. The little creature closed its eyes in contentment, emitting a soothing purr. Lin Imo observed this harmonious scene with a smile and handed over the extra mining pickaxe he held. For the time being, give this a try. Charlie gazed at the pickaxe, nearly as tall as itself, without an ounce of trepidation, and once again offered a salute. Receive, meow. In the next moment, it hoisted the enormous pickaxe and scampered toward the rock wall, energetically swinging it and producing a rhythmic clanking sound as it began to dig. Its movements were surprisingly adept, demonstrating commendable efficiency. Lin Imo nodded in satisfaction. A divine chef and a steadfast tank, an elven archer, and now an all-purpose Ilu cat. His team was beginning to take shape. With Charlie's addition, the sounds of excavation in the mine grew lively. Clang, clang. Chef Wang's digging was steady and powerful, each strike imbued with determination. Clang, clang, clang. Charlie's digging, on the other hand, was much lighter, its small frame unleashing remarkable strength, proving to be nearly as efficient as Chef Wang. Lin Imo leisurely stood by the forge, occasionally crafting several white-quality spears and iron axes to place on the trading channel in exchange for some scarce basic materials or peculiar items unearthed by others. Just as he completed the forging of the third, simple spear and prepared to list it for sale, a panicked meow shattered the tranquility of the mine. Meow. In a sudden burst of energy, Charlie darted out like a cannonball, swiftly taking refuge behind Liana, peeking out with its fluffy little head, anxiously fixated on the dark opening that Chef Wang had just excavated. Liana reacted with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously upon hearing Charlie's cry. She sidestepped and positioned herself protectively in front of Charlie, her longbow drawn taut, the glimmering arrowhead steadily aimed at the entrance. From the darkness of the opening, a figure clad in a deep-colored robe emerged, a comically oversized canvas backpack swaying slightly with his movements. "Wait, friend, do not be alarmed." The man raised both hands high upon noticing the glaring arrowhead, forcing a smile that he deemed friendly. "Yerbo no ilintantions. I am merely a passing merchant here to conduct some business." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This was the very wandering merchant that had stirred up a commotion in the regional chat moments ago, and to his surprise, he had now encountered him in person. He gestured for Liana to remain calm, though the elven archer did not lower her bow, merely adjusting the arrowhead slightly while maintaining a stance ready to shoot at a moment's notice. As Lin Mo stepped forward, a trading interface automatically materialized before the merchant. The interface is divided into two options: purchase and exchange. He first opened the Purchase tab. Rye bread, 20 mineral coins. Purified water, 20 mineral coins. Wooden spike trap blueprint, white 200 mineral coins. Wooden fence blueprint, white 200 mineral coins. Simple tent blueprint, white 250 mineral coins. Indeed, it is extortionate. A loaf of bread costs 20 mineral coins. Yesterday, a fellow in the channel mentioned that he could exchange a broken phone for just 1 mineral coin. It would take 20 phones to trade for a single loaf of bread. Such blatant robbery is hardly conceivable. He calmly switched to the exchange option. The wandering merchant seemed to perceive his intentions, chuckling as he spoke, his voice carrying the rasp of years spent on the road. "My lord, as a merchant and connoisseur, I'm far more intrigued by the ancient relics that lie dormant beneath the earth. For instance, the technological creations of a bygone era, or those splendid artistic pieces that embody the brilliance of civilization." Lin Mo's heart stirred. In his possession, besides a few tattered phones deemed worthless by the trading system, he had an abstract oil painting, incomprehensible to anyone else, which he had just acquired in exchange for 2 provisions. He produced both the phones and the painting. The merchant glanced at the phones and, with a lackluster air, shook his head. "These are far too commonplace. I can offer you merely 1 mineral coin." Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the painting, and his expression transformed instantaneously. He gingerly took the artwork, delicately caressing the canvas with gloved hands, his eyes reflecting an almost obsessive admiration. This style, such audacious use of color and fervent brushstrokes, undoubtedly, it is the artistic style from the Baloch period of 20,000 years ago, just before the Cataclysm. A true masterpiece. The merchant raised his gaze, his eyes filled with appreciation for Lin Mo. "My lord, I shall purchase this painting for 400 mineral coins. Moreover, as a token of gratitude for allowing me to behold such exquisite art, I would like to personally gift you a blueprint from my collection, not the commonplace items found on the shelves. Would you consider it?" Lin Mo felt a tremor of excitement. It appeared that this merchant's appreciation for art transcended the ordinary electronic refuse. 400 mineral coins for a blueprint. This transaction promised substantial profit. "Agreed," Lin Mo stated decisively. A wise choice. The merchant snapped his fingers, and the deal was promptly concluded. System notification. You have received 400 mineral coins. System notification. You have obtained dilapidated well blueprint X1. Dilapidated well blueprint, quality, white, construction requirements, stone X50, effect. After construction, it can produce 50 units of water daily. Note, this water source is unpurified and cannot be consumed directly. It can only be constructed once. Thus, the source of water consumed by the shower room is revealed. A pleasant collaboration, my lord. The merchant caressed the painting, reluctant to part with it. Should you come across any more treasures of this caliber, feel free to seek me out. My goods will continuously update in accordance with the exploration progress of the lords. Upon concluding his words, he turned and walked back to the gaping opening, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows as the aperture gradually sealed, reverting to a solid rock wall. "Boss, This person is elusive, Chef Wang remarked, approaching with a hint of wariness etched on his face. No matter, as long as they bring benefits. Lin Mo thought little of it and immediately utilized the blueprint in the open space before the cottage, accompanied by a thunderous rumble. The ground sank, and an antiquated well, constructed of rough stones, rose from the earth. One stone at the mouth of the well was even missing a corner, bearing the marks of time. Lin Mo stepped forward and opened the well's panel, revealing the display. Current capacity, 50-50, though extraction required tools such as buckets. This is manageable. He returned to the forge, consumed an iron ingot, and with a series of ringing strikes, fashioned a sturdy iron bucket capable of holding 10 units of water. With water at his disposal, the subsequent tasks unfolded seamlessly. He employed the previously acquired shower room blueprint and wooden water tank blueprint. Beside the lavatory, a stone shower room, spanning 5 square meters, emerged, featuring a smoothly polished stone floor, a metal shower head hanging from the wall, and a square wooden water tank atop the ceiling. Next came a laborious task. Lin Montauk, hoisting the iron bucket, made 5 trips back and forth to transfer all 50 units of water from the well to the shower room tank, perspiring profusely. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he announced to the others, "I shall take a bath first. After I am done, you may follow. It has been 3 days since we arrived in this world. It is time for a thorough cleansing." Then he recalled a matter. He had spent a loaf of bread in the trading channel to acquire a bar of soap, infused with a cheap fragrance. Entering the shower room, he closed the wooden door, isolating himself from the outside world. Lin Mo turned on the shower. The warm water cascaded from above, washing away days of dust and fatigue. He exhaled contentedly, even humming a little tune. In this oppressive, dark mind, having such a space to cleanse oneself was nothing short of a royal indulgence. 15 minutes later, Lin Mo emerged, feeling rejuvenated, as if several pounds had been lifted from him. He glanced at his status bar. Status, clean, duration, 24 hours. Your disease resistance has increased by 50. Splendid, he exclaimed in genuine admiration. Chef Wang expressed that his resilient exterior could endure until they finished this area. Charlie vigorously shook his head, asserting that their Ailu cats bathed in frequently, and the time was not yet ripe. Thus, the duty of bathing fell upon Liana. The elven maiden quietly leaned her longbow against the cottage wall, picked up the soap Lin Mo had left at the door, and silently entered the shower room. Soon after, the sound of water splashing filled the air. Lin Mo sat at the edge of the bed, polishing his spear. After several minutes, the water ceased, and the wooden door was gently pushed open. Liana stepped out. Lin Mo instinctively looked up. The damp, silvery tresses, no longer confined in a neat ponytail, cascaded casually over her shoulders, droplets sliding from the tips and falling on her snow-white collarbone, leaving behind a crystalline trail. At this moment, she donned a short-sleeved white shirt, emerging from a treasure chest, revealing the exquisite contours of her shoulders and neck, which were usually concealed beneath leather armor. Perhaps it was the steam from the hot water that lent a subtle blush to her fair cheeks, while her azure eyes sparkled like gemstones washed by water, clear and bright, with an almost imperceptible hint of bewilderment. Lin Mo, too, became aware of his indiscretion and promptly averted his gaze. Liana silently approached the wall and picked up her longbow once more. As the cool, hard bow rested in her grip, she transformed back into the composed and unflappable elven archer. She moved to the front of the wooden cabin, continuing to maintain vigilance toward the mining direction. Just then, a voice erupted from the rocky wall. "Boss!" Chef Wang's shout echoed, filled with astonishment and elation. "I think I have unearthed a monster." Chapter 40. Something's off with this cat. The sudden shout shattered the tranquility within the cave. Lin Mo sprang to his feet, seizing his dual blades and dashing forward. Liana, however, reacted even more swiftly. Almost instantaneously after Chef Wang's words, she glided to the forefront, bowstring taut, arrow poised, her demeanor akin to that of a coiled cheetah. Chef Wang, retreating rapidly, assumed a defensive stance as a fissure cracked open on the rocky wall before him. The interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness, punctuated by the sound of heavy breathing accompanied by the rustle of hooves scraping against the ground. A pungent aroma, a mixture of earthy musk and the scent of wild beasts, assaulted their senses. With a low, guttural roar, a colossal creature burst forth from the cave's mouth. Debris flew in all directions. It was a massive wild boar, its body cloaked in grimy, grayish-yellow bristles, with tusks protruding a foot long, gleaming ominously. Its blood-red eyes were fixated intently on Chef Wang. Wild boar, quality, common white. Attributes: health 300, attack 20, defense 10. Description: a low-level cave monster, tough-skinned and meaty. Beware of its charge. It was indeed a wild boar. Meow. Charlie let out a shrill cry, his fur standing on end. Instantly transforming from an adorable creature into a fluffy ball, his whiskers rigid. Chef Wang remained composed, growling lowly as he positioned his wooden shield in front of him, switching his pickaxe for a stainless steel ladle, ready to withstand the impending charge. Liana's gaze was chillingly calm, her fingers resting on the bowstring. As an intense battle loomed. "Leave it to me, Meow. I know this guy well." Just then, Charlie, who had been startled moments before, boldly dashed from behind Liana, his diminutive form placing itself protectively in front of everyone. Lin Mo was taken aback, unable to call him back in time. Charlie's tiny paws darted into his inconspicuous little satchel, and after a brief rummage, he astonishingly retrieved a mini explosive barrel, the size of a water bucket, its fuse sparking ominously. "Go for it, Meow." With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he twisted his small waist, launching the explosive barrel in a perfect parabolic arc, landing precisely in the path of the wild boar's charge. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded. The force was not overwhelming, but the ensuing cloud of dust and shockwave effectively disrupted the wild boar's charge. It staggered, its massive body swaying to one side, letting out an angry yet bewildered bellow. Now is the moment. Charlie, employing all four paws, darted forward, his body nearly grazing the ground, transforming into a blur of tricolored motion, his speed astonishing. The cat claw staff in his possession underwent a peculiar transformation mid-charge. The claw decoration at the top suddenly expanded, morphing into a wooden cat claw hammer larger than Charlie himself. Thud! -30. The heavy sound reverberated throughout the cavern. Charlie leapt high, the massive hammer striking solidly against the wild boar's forehead. The wild boar rolled its eyes. Surrounded by a constellation of stars, its massive frame swaying as it succumbed to a fleeting dizziness. Seizing the moment, Charlie, with his short legs, unleashed another powerful blow, striking fiercely at the joint of the boar's foreleg. A sharp crack echoed, -35. Accompanied by the boar's anguished scream, its foreleg twisted at an unnatural angle. Unable to bear its own weight, it collapsed forward. The enormous tusks embedded themselves deeply into the hard, rocky ground, while its hind legs flailed helplessly in a futile attempt to extricate itself. However, Charlie denied it any respite, swinging his mighty hammer with vigor, delivering a relentless barrage upon the back of the boar's head. At last, the boar managed to lift its head from the ground, only to be met with an enormous paw that loomed ever larger in its vision. Bam! -40. Silence enveloped the world. The wild boar emitted not a sound. Its eyes rolled back, legs splayed in defeat, utterly still. Its massive carcass began to shimmer, ultimately dissolving into countless specks of light, leaving behind a few items at the spot. The entire spectacle unfolded with fluid grace, a brisk affair not exceeding 10 seconds. Lin Mo, Chef Wang, and Liana stood transfixed. Chef Wang's mouth agape, his stainless steel ladle still held in a defensive stance. Liana slowly lowered her longbow, her cerulean eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Mo's eye twitched in astonishment. Was this truly what one called an ordinary talent summoning card? This was no mere amateur. The combat awareness, the adept use of items, the decisive follow-up. This was undeniably a battle-hardened berserker. Charlie flicked his hammer, transforming the cat paw hammer back into a petite staff. He approached the spoils, pawing at them before glancing back at Lin Mo as if seeking praise. "Boss, it's done, Meow." Lin Mo stepped forward, retrieving the items from the ground. Raw meat X2, soft beef skin X1. He stowed them away, knelt before Charlie, and affectionately ruffled his fluffy head, a genuine smile gracing his face. Goodness, Charlie, is this what you call an ordinary talent? Has the system made an error? Hee meow. Charlie squinted blissfully, emitting a purring sound. I can't quite recall, but it feels as if I've often dealt with these big fellows before. My body just moved instinctively meow. Chef Wang approached, scratching his head in admiration. Little Charlie, your skills surpass my culinary finesse by leaps and bounds. Liana also drew near. Though silent, her gaze towards Charlie reflected newfound recognition and appreciation. This diminutive Ailu cat had earned the respect of all through a resounding display of combat prowess. Lin Montag, in high spirits, handed the 2 large pieces of raw meat to Chef Wang. Old Wang, let's prepare a hearty meal for lunch. Sure thing, boss. Wait a moment, meow. Charlie suddenly raised his little paw. Can I have this? Grilling meat is my specialty, meow. His words left the trio momentarily speechless. Chef Wang widened his eyes in disbelief. Little Charlie, you can cook? This was truly a challenge to his culinary expertise. Of course, meow. Charlie puffed out his little chest, brimming with pride. As an exceptional Ailuro, being adept in both battlefields and kitchens was a fundamental quality. The cat food I create. No, my roasted meat is unparalleled. Lin Mo found Charlie's earnest demeanor increasingly amusing, and he handed over the large piece of raw meat, complete with bone. All right, let us see what you can do. Let us taste the Ailuro's specialty. Just watch, meow. Charlie exclaimed excitedly as it grasped the piece of meat, larger than itself, and began rummaging through its bulging satchel. In the next moment, a gleaming rotisserie was dragged out, appearing seemingly out of thin air. Beneath the rotisserie, glowing embers crackled with life. With a determined grunt, Charlie placed the bone-in meat onto the grill, then flipped a switch, causing the rotisserie to hum and rotate. With hands on its hips, Charlie stood before the grill, humming an off-key cheerful tune. Roast the meat, roast it quick, add some spices for a tasty kick. Meow, 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 an astonishing sight unfolded. The vibrant red meat rapidly transformed on the grill, visibly changing from red to white, then to a tantalizing golden hue. An indescribable, rich aroma of meat, mingled with a unique blend of spices, instantly enveloped the cavern, invading everyone's nostrils with its assertive presence. Lin Mo and Chef Wang could not help but swallow hard. In a mere 20 seconds, it was done. Charlie turned off the grill, proudly holding the bone end of the sizzling, aromatic roast aloft, as if showcasing its masterpiece. The 3 onlookers stood in stunned silence. Chef Wang, as a professional, was the first to voice doubt. Is this really sufficient? It's only been a mere 10 seconds. The outside must be charred while the inside remains raw. Not all, meow, Charlie replied, presenting the roast to Lin Mo. Our Ailuro's secret rotisserie is all about efficiency. Any longer, and it'll be overcooked. Do try it. Boss. Skeptically, Lin Mo accepted the roast, and an item description promptly appeared before him. Ailuro's secret roast. Quality, green excellent. Effect, consuming grants 1 constitution within 1 hour. Instantly restores a small amount of stamina and completely alleviates fatigue. Description, tender and juicy, crispy on the outside yet succulent within. A simple yet pure delicacy that awakens your innermost vitality. Perfect for miners in need of a boost. Good heavens! Not only was it a green quality dish, but it also enhanced attributes and alleviated fatigue. This was nothing short of a miner's elixir. Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He tore off a generous chunk and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch! His teeth broke through the fragrant, crispy exterior, and the scalding juices erupted in his mouth. The pure, primal flavor of meat, intertwined with the exotic spices, surged over his taste buds like a tidal wave. The meat was exquisitely tender, requiring scarcely any chewing, as if it were destined to dissolve upon the tongue. Delectable, Lin Mo murmured in a vague admiration, swallowing a substantial piece in just a few bites. Feeling a warm current rise from his stomach, cascading through his limbs. The exhaustion accumulated from days of mining was utterly dispelled, and he felt invigorated with newfound strength. He offered the grilled meat to Chef Wang and Liana. Chef Wang cautiously tore off a small morsel, placing it in his mouth and closing his eyes to savor it. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment and admiration. The degree of cooking, the retention of juices, simply extraordinary. He gazed at Charlie as if beholding a marvel. Little Charlie, your culinary skills are divine. I, Wang Dahai, am truly impressed. The weight of such praise from Chef Wang speaks volumes. Liana also nibbled delicately, and though she said nothing, her emerald-green eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent shapes of joy. Charlie, flattered by the compliments, scratched the back of his head, chuckling bashfully. Chapter 41. A new crisis. The afternoon slipped away, and both picks had broken. Aside from some basic stone and copper, the only thing unearthed was a hapless wild dog. As the creature poked its head out from the wall, it was swiftly silenced by a hefty stainless steel ladle wielded by Chef Wang, vanishing without a sound, even too stingy to leave a single hair behind. Dinner consisted of braised wild boar, expertly prepared by Chef Wang until it was tender and flavorful, glistening with oil. The 3 men and 1 cat gathered in front of the small cabin, relishing the meal with rye bread, their mouths slick with grease. After finishing their meal, they felt a sudden surge of vigor, warmth radiating throughout their bodies. "Boss, I believe tonight will be peaceful," Chef Wang remarked, wiping his mouth and contentedly patting his belly. After the tumultuous nights filled with monsters and earthquakes, the stillness of the evening felt somewhat foreign. Lin Mo nodded, glancing at the crystal above them, emitting a gentle glow. Indeed, over half an hour had passed. The mine was silent, save for Charlie occasionally licking his paws. Liana leaned against the wall, quietly polishing her longbow, her silver hair shimmering softly in the dim light, her expression noticeably more relaxed than usual. In the chat channel, there was a palpable sense of relief in the aftermath of their ordeal. Thank heavens. Finally, a chance for a good night's sleep. Indeed, I thought we'd face another monster siege tonight. I was so frightened I turned all the wood into barricades. Good night, brothers. May we all see the dawn. Yet, amidst this tranquil atmosphere, a blood-red distress signal abruptly flashed across the screen like a drop of blood on a pristine canvas. Help! Someone is digging into my wall. There are people outside. Who has weapons? I'll trade all my food for help. Please save me. The channel fell into a stunned silence, all taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Moments later, messages began flooding in at an alarming rate. What is happening? Digging? Who is doing the digging? Aren't they monsters? No system alert. He mentioned people, other players. Impossible. How can they invade another's mine? The desperate player continued to send frantic messages, each word laced with despair and terror. They're coming in. I can hear them. Please, I don't want to die. Then his avatar faded, and no further messages followed. A chilling dread enveloped the entire chat channel. Everyone understood that this player was gone. Before they could fully comprehend the horror, a cold, emotionless system announcement erupted before their eyes, the blood-red text searing into their vision. Regional announcement. Player B2-1888 has successfully robbed another player for the first time. The robbery feature is now officially activated. Feature introduction. Robbery allows players to randomly connect to other players' mines via a mining cart. Upon defeating a target, all items and resources in their backpack can be plundered. First successful robbery reward. Robber's leather armor, green quality, X1, as the announcement faded. The chat channel erupted into chaos. Robbery. Feature. Random connection. How on earth could they sleep now? It is finished. Now, not only must we guard against monsters, but also against humans. B2-1888. I shall remember this name. He is a devil. Panic spreads like a plague, and everyone feels as if they have been stripped bare and thrown into a dark jungle, where a sharp knife may strike from behind at any moment. Lin Mo's expression darkened as well. This world has finally revealed its most brutal side. Monsters are terrifying, but what is even more fearsome is the human heart. Boss. Chef Wang's voice was somewhat hoarse, his hand tightly gripping the large spoon beside him. Liana also stood upright, her keen gaze scanning the surrounding rock walls, as if anticipating an enemy to burst forth at any moment. Even the typically lively Charlie had abandoned his playful demeanor, quietly retreating behind Liana, ears perked in vigilance. What is the panic? Lin Mo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. We need a minecart. Such an item is undoubtedly rare and not available to everyone. Even if someone were to come, breaking through the rock wall would take time, ample for us to react. His words provided a slight reassurance to Chef Wang and Liana. Indeed, they were not the isolated and helpless players. They had a divine chef, an exceptional archer, and a formidable ally in Ilukat. Whoever dared to approach would need to be prepared to pay with their life. Lin Mo's gaze shifted once more to the chat channel, where panic continued to escalate. Countless voices crying out for help, while many others frantically sought weapons. 9,527, great one. Please sell me a weapon. I'll trade a blueprint. 9,527. Do you still have a spear? I'll exchange all my iron ingots. B2-9527, please save me. I do not wish to die. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Danger often accompanies opportunity. This afternoon, he had taken the time to forge 5 white-quality, simple spears, initially intending to keep them as reserves. But now it appeared they had found a better purpose. He opened the trading panel and listed all 5 spears, setting the trade conditions to prioritize blueprints, special items, and expansion scrolls, followed by rare materials. Almost instantaneously after listing, his private messages became inundated. He quickly skimmed through, filtering out the most valuable offers. I'll trade a simple water purifier blueprint fragment, 1-3, for a spear. Great one. I have a cave space expansion card, 1 square. Just seeking a weapon for self-defense. I have 1-2. I'll trade for a spear. I have a rough torch blueprint, though of low quality, it is quite practical. May I trade for a spear? Without hesitation, Lin Mo completed several transactions. System notification. You have received simple water purifier blueprint fragment, 1-3, X1. System notification. You have received cave space expansion card, 1 square, X3. System notification. You have received rough torch blueprint X1. After concluding these transactions, Lin Mo gazed at the newly acquired items in his bag, devoid of any sense of relief. The blueprint for the water purifier is merely 1 fragment away from completion. However, there is no scarcity of water sources at present. The expansion card can render the shelter more spacious, while torches can dispel the darkness. Yet, these are merely the foundations for survival. He cast a glance at the modest dwelling, then surveyed his companions nearby. From this day forth, the most perilous threat within the mines is no longer those howling monstrosities, but rather the silent neighbors. Chapter 42. The Gift of the Flowering Family, Another Day Dawns. Within the cavern, Chef Wang and Charlie have commenced a new round of excavation. The sound of the pickaxe strikes resounds, steady and powerful, as each blow sends fragments of rock cascading down. In contrast, Charlie moves with a sprightly agility, his petite frame exuding remarkable efficiency, matching Chef Wang's pace with surprising swiftness. Liana, cradling her longbow, stands vigilantly nearby, her emerald eyes scanning the surroundings like a devoted sentinel. Lin Mo, seated before a modest hut, leisurely polishes his dual-edged wolf's fang while engaging in the regional chat channel. This has long ceased to be a mere pastime. It is now an essential means for him to gather intelligence and seek out treasures. After a series of operations, 10 verdant treasure chests lay neatly at his feet. Open. With a flurry of crisp sounds, radiant lights flicker in succession. You have obtained Great Hammer X1. You have obtained Copper Ingot X5. You have obtained Cavern Expansion Card, 1 square, X1. After opening 9 chests, the spoils consist solely of basic weapons, materials, and expansion cards, with not a single blueprint in sight. How unfortunate! Lin Mo furrows his brow as he reaches for the last chest. As the light dissipates, what lies within is not cold metal or parchment, but a small cloth pouch exuding the fragrance of earth. Mixed vegetable seeds, quality, green, excellent. Effect, contains various vegetable seeds, usable in planting areas, harvestable 24 hours after sowing. Uses remaining, 100-100. Note, achieving a bountiful harvest requires more than merely casting seeds into the soil. At last, something useful has appeared. Lin Mo exhales in relief. He He glances at the trading channel and notices that 3 more individuals have listed their forge rental services. However, with the abundance of players in the area, his rental business remains relatively stable, and resources are still gradually accumulating. He lists the weapons he has just acquired for trade and swiftly exchanges them for several expansion cards. After tallying, he finds that, combined with the cards from the chests, he possesses precisely 20 square units. Use them all. As the words leave his lips, a deep rumble reverberates throughout the cavern, as if an unseen hand is pushing the surrounding rock walls outward, visibly expanding the space. Cavern area, 147 square meters, beholding the newly available space. Lin M.O. recalls the planting box blueprint he had obtained but never utilized. Having been in this world for several days, he has subsisted on little more than bread and roasted meat. Chef Wang's daily offerings primarily consist of staple foods and meat dishes, leaving him longing for vegetables and feeling a twinge of nutritional imbalance. He opens the crafting panel and locates the blueprint for the planting box, which requires wood and soil. Soil, indeed, is a rare commodity within this rocky cavern. Fortunately, the trading channel proves versatile. He successfully exchanges 2 bottles of water for 5 units of soil. Craft 5. With a mere thought, 5 wooden boxes, each measuring half a meter square, materialized out of thin air, filled to the brim with moist soil. Meow. Boss, are we going to plant vegetables? Charlie exclaimed, dropping his pickaxe and scampering over with his short legs, excitedly circling the planting boxes. Indeed, Lin M.O. replied, shaking the seed bag in his hand. Do you know how to do this? Of course. Meow. Charlie puffed out his little chest, beaming with pride. Planting is a fundamental lesson for Ilu cats. We have plenty of water from the well, but as for fertilizer, he dug into the soil with his tiny paws, sniffed it, and shook his head. This soil lacks nutrients. It will take too long for the vegetables to grow. Meow. I remember a creature we once fought called the herbivore dragon. Its droppings are the finest fertilizer. Monster droppings? Lin M.O. paused, grappling with whether to sacrifice his esteemed image as the illustrious 9527 in the chat channel for a few vegetables. Just then, a message popped up in the chat. E.M. Furious. I just dug up a monster, a wild bull. After a hard-fought battle, I hoped for some beef, but all I got was a pile of dung. It was utterly disgusting. Instantly, several mocking replies followed. Haha, the most unfortunate player of the year has emerged. Bro, is that stuff meant to be used as wall decoration for protection? Lin Mo's eyes brightened. This was not merely dung. It was a serendipitous boon. He promptly clicked on the person's profile and initiated a private chat. Bro, do you still have that thing you obtained? The reply came almost instantaneously, filled with a flurry of question marks. Big shot. B2-9527? You're looking for me? Yes, Lin M.O. typed, feigning calmness. Are you selling that item? After a few seconds of silence, the other party seemed to process this astonishing information. Big shot. What do you want that for? It's only good for grossing people out. Lin M.O., not wishing to disclose his planting plans, concocted an excuse. Just conducting some research, seeing if it can be used as fuel. Fuel? That thing can burn? The other party was clearly taken aback by this perspective. Sure, if you want it, take it. I'm just worried about it taking up space. Lin M.O., wishing to avoid any sense of indebtedness, promptly countered. A bottle of purified water in exchange for all that you just acquired. Deal. Big shot. You're generous. The excitement of the other party was palpable. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Mo's backpack brimmed with 10 items exuding a peculiar aroma. Fresh bull dung. Quality, common white. Description, a natural product from the cave wild bull, rich in organic matter. Friendly reminder, it may evoke some curious associations with your dinner brownies. Lin Mo's eye twitched as he stifled his discomfort, presenting the item's illustration to Charlie. Can this be used? Absolutely. It's incredibly useful, Meow. Charlie's eyes sparkled with excitement, though not as brilliant as those of a herbivorous dragon. They still reflected the promise of excellent fertilizer. Chef Wang approached, his expression serious as he assessed. Look at this hue. This bison has clearly enjoyed a good diet. Its richness is undeniable. Listening to the expert evaluations from the man and the cat, Lin M.O. felt the weight of his youth. He took a deep breath, opened the planting box interface, and with a heavy heart, chose fresh cow dung from the additive section. Buzz. 5 planting boxes radiated a layer of green luminescence simultaneously. System notification. The planting boxes have attained a status of abundant nutrients. Abundant nutrients planting boxes. Description. Capable of cultivating plants, accelerating their growth rate by 400. Status. Abundant nutrients. Remaining time. 48 hours. Success. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. Vegetables that originally required 24 hours to mature would now be ready in just 6 hours. This meant he could harvest a total of 4 crops each day. He glanced back at the planting boxes, where tender green sprouts had already broken through the moist soil, visibly growing before his eyes. Fresh vegetables, a stable food source, could even become a new form of hard currency. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth finally curled upward. In a world where everyone gnawed on dry bread, he was on the verge of achieving vegetable freedom. Chapter 43, Uninvited Guest. The night was unusually serene, devoid of monsters and earthquakes, a rare tranquility enveloping the mine. 2 torches flickered against the rock walls, while an antiquated hand-cranked gramophone gently spun, releasing a melodious and soothing piano composition. This was a tranquility reminiscent of a bygone classical era, incongruous with a world teeming with monsters and peril, yet curiously soothing to the soul. Chef Wang busied himself in the small, open kitchen, deftly chopping chunks of meat, which he combined with succulent white radishes freshly plucked from the planting box, simmering a pot of fragrant stew. Liana sat on the threshold of the cottage, meticulously tending to her longbow, her silvery strands of hair shimmering under the soft light of the crystal chandelier, reminiscent of flowing moonlight. Meanwhile, Charlie chased his own tail, rolling gleefully across the floor, lost in his playful antics. In this moment, there was no hunger, no danger, only the warm glow of the fire, the tantalizing aroma of food, and the comforting presence of companions. Lin Mo reclined on a chair placed in the open space, polishing his dual-edged wolf-tooth blade, and a sensation akin to the illusion of home blossomed within him. Suddenly, his motion to wipe the blade came to an abrupt halt. An inexplicable chill crawled up his spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. This was no mere illusion. It was his body issuing the most primal of warnings. Everyone stop. Lin Mo's voice was low, yet it rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly silencing the clatter of kitchen utensils, the Fae's melodic hum, and the playful antics of the Ailu cat. All gazes followed Lin Mo's line of sight, directed towards the seemingly unremarkable rock wall behind them. A faint and persistent sound emerged from behind the wall, akin to the gnawing of mice on the structure. The sound was delicate, yet in the stillness of the mine, it resonated with a disconcerting clarity. In the next moment, a blood-red system alert materialized before Lin Mo's eyes. Warning: a player has linked to your mine via a special item and is attempting to breach the wall. Prepare for defense. Lin Mo's expression turned icy. He slowly rose, signaling to Chef Wang and Liana. Chef Wang immediately understood, tightening his grip on the ladle in one hand while seizing a nearby shield with the other, positioning himself like a formidable wall before Liana silently moved to the side of the rock wall, drawing her longbow, an arrow nocked and ready. Merging into the shadows, her striking green eyes glimmering with a cold light in the darkness. The digging sounds grew louder, drawing nearer. Boom! With a resounding crash, the rock wall exploded, debris scattering in every direction. As dust and smoke billowed, a rusted minecart barreled forth, its wheels screeching against the ground. A burly bald man leapt from the cart, his robust physique clad in tattered leather armor, wielding a spear that emanated an eerie green glow. He slammed the spear into the ground with a thud, striking a pose he deemed intimidating, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Hand over all your food and water. I spare you from death. Otherwise, damn it. His roar reverberated through the cavern, abruptly ceasing as he beheld the scene before him. Contrary to his expectations of a trembling lone wolf player, what he encountered instead was a young man wielding dual daggers, his gaze unsettlingly calm. In front of the youth stood a portly chef, wielding a spatula and a shield, his face adorned with rolls of flesh. From the shadows to the side, A flash of silver hair darted past, and an arrow, glinting ominously, was aimed squarely at his brow. Even more absurdly, a fluffy calico cat clutched a staff taller than itself, its expression one of curious observation. What in the world? The bald, burly man S-Mine stalled. What was happening? A family gathering? Was this a novice S-Mine? The setup was more extravagant than a monster's lair. The ferocity etched on his face froze instantly, morphing rapidly into terror. Oh no, I cannot win. Without a moment's hesitation, the burly man pivoted, intent on escaping by climbing into the minecart. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed as it zipped past his ear, embedding itself firmly in the cart beside him, its fletching buzzing ominously. The bald man's body stiffened, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He sensed that a mere twitch would result in the next arrow finding its mark in his skull. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. With a thud, he crumpled to his knees, raising his hands high in surrender. Great one! I was wrong, he cried, tears streaming down his face. I was just famished, and upon discovering this minecart, I thought I might try my luck for some food. I never intended to kill anyone. Lin Montag approached slowly, looking down at the man who had transformed from a fearsome figure to one begging for mercy in the blink of an eye. B2-1888, is that you? He inquired, his tone dispassionate. No, absolutely not. The burly man shook his head vehemently. I am not that murderer. I am B2-6734. Great one, please see reason. Liana stepped out from the shadows, her brow furrowed, her voice cool yet tinged with confusion. If you possess such a rare item as a minecart, why not exchange it for food at the trading platform? At this, the burly man fell silent, his expression vacant. He blinked in disbelief, as if processing this new information. Moments later, he slapped his thigh with a sudden realization, his face alight with regret and enlightenment. Right? Why was I attempting to steal? I could simply sell it for food. Lin Mo observed the man's unusual logic, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Chef Wang could not contain himself, bursting into laughter, causing the large iron spoon in his hand to tremble. This fellow must truly be a simpleton. Just then, the bald man seemed to recall something, abruptly lifting his head and waving his hand through the air in front of him. Lin Mo's attention shifted as a new system notification appeared before his eyes. System notification. Player B2-6734 has failed to initiate a robbery against you. This player has chosen to surrender. Do you accept? Option A. Accept surrender. The player shall be marked with your soul's brand, becoming your captive. You shall permanently receive 10 of their daily foundational resource output as tribute, and you may determine their fate at any moment through the system panel. The player is powerless to resist or betray you. Option B. Refuse to surrender. The player shall meet immediate death, allowing you to claim all non-bound items from their backpack. Is there truly such a notion as surrender? The bald giant evidently noticed a similar prompt, and his face turned ashen in an instant, the last vestiges of hope evaporating into thin air. He had assumed that surrender merely entailed paying a protection fee, only to discover this tyrannical clause. Master, please do not kill me. I am willing to be your captive. I am willing. He wept profusely, fervently bowing his head against the rocky ground, causing a resonant thud with each impact. Look at my backpack. There is nothing of value. Merely luck that brought me to this minecart. I will give it all to you. I beseech you for a chance to live. In saying this, he voluntarily shared his backpack interface. Indeed, apart from 2 bottles of water and a piece of black bread, there were only some scattered stones and wood, making for a pitifully empty hall. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Killing this simpleton would yield little more than some materials, lacking substantial worth. However, if he were to accept the surrender, an utterly loyal laborer who could also provide daily tribute seemed a most advantageous choice. More importantly, he could send him on a task of his own. To survive, Lin Mo spoke. Thank you, master. Thank you. The bald giant felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. However, Lin Mo's tone shifted. From this day forth, you have a task. Each day, visit the chat channel, keeping an eye out for and acquiring all high-tech electronic products, luxury items, and artworks that others deem as trash. I lack the time to monitor the channel daily. The bald giant was taken aback. Acquire electronic products? This combination of words struck his mind like a lightning bolt. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Lin Mo with a look of awe, his voice trembling. Acquire electronic waste you. You are the esteemed 9,527. Lin Mo remained noncommittal. Yet the bald giant seemed to have received confirmation, his demeanor turning dazed as he began to mutter incoherently. My heavens, I dared to rob the esteemed 9527. I truly overstepped. Like a mouse serving as a bridesmaid to a cat, lighting a lantern in a latrine. Enough. Lin Mo interrupted his self-recrimination. From now on, you are under my command. What you have seen and heard today shall remain buried within you. Should you dare utter a single word, he left his sentence hanging, but his icy gaze conveyed everything. Yes, yes, I understand, master. My life is in your hands. I shall not speak a word. The bald giant nodded fervently. Then, master, may I take my leave? He cautiously inquired, preparing to ascend the minecart. Wait. The bald giant had barely stood when, upon hearing this, he felt his knees once more, clutching Lin Mo's leg and crying, Master, please do not kill me. I promise to be diligent and serve you faithfully. I beg you for another chance. Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words due to the man's actions, and with a swift kick, he pushed him away. I never said I would kill you. You are in such dire straits yourself. How can you assist me in acquiring anything? As he spoke, he retrieved 20 bottles of pure water and 20 loaves of rye bread from his backpack, tossing them over. Consider these your initial funds. Every morning at 8 o'clock, ensure that the items you receive are sent to me via the trading panel. The burly bald man, upon gazing at the mountain of food and water before him, was left utterly dumbfounded. Since arriving in this world, he had never encountered such an abundance of provisions. A wave of warmth surged in his eyes, and the towering figure, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, found himself weeping like a child weighing 300 pounds. Boss, your kindness is something I, Li Daniu, shall never forget. I vow to work diligently to repay your immense generosity. It turned out his name was Li Daniu. Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling him to leave. With countless expressions of gratitude, Li Daniu climbed onto the mining cart, but just before departing, he turned back with a sincere expression. Boss, this mining cart can still be used twice. I will trade it to you when I return. I shall never touch this contraption again. With those words, he drove the cart, vanishing into the hole created by his earlier crash. Moments later, the entrance began to heal slowly, as if nothing had ever transpired. A minute later, Lin Mo's private chat channel lit up with a trading request from Li Daniu. Mining cart, remaining uses 2. Quality? Description, upon activation, it can randomly link to any player's mine within this region. You may choose to collaborate or to plunder. Remember, each choice may alter your fate. Note, the maximum number of individuals that can be carried in each mining cart is 5. Lin Mo accepted the mining cart, observing the now tranquil mine before him and glancing at his companions, each fulfilling their role. A subtle smile graced his lips. This world seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Chapter 44. Automated defense construction. The following morning, before the magical crystals had fully illuminated, Lin Mo's system panel promptly activated with a trading request from Li Daniu. A meticulously organized list appeared. 5 complete smartphones, 2 unknown high-tech chips, 1 fragment of a high-tech prosthetic limb, 1 shard from an exoskeleton battle armor, and a peculiar piece of unidentified technological metal. A smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. Li Daniu certainly exhibited impressive efficiency in his dealings. Without hesitation, he exchanged a few bottles of water and some bread from the previous day as a reward. Then, with a mere thought, he initiated the process. The cheerful hologram of a red cartoon smartphone sprang forth, whirling around the heap of debris at a remarkable speed, with streams of data flashing across its screen. Command received. Initiating recovery assessment on complete smartphone. Assessment complete. Value, medium. Technological content, low. Integrity, high. As the assessments continued, each result reflected a uniform array of green treasure chest options. However, when the hologram hovered over the fragment that Li Daniu referred to as a metal lump, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated from its body. Warning, High concentration of energy residue detected. Conducting in-depth evaluation on unknown energy core fragment. Assessment complete. Value high. Technological content, extremely high. Integrity, severely damaged. Please select your recovery reward. Option A, 15 iron ingots, 15 copper ingots. 1 gold ingot. Option B, 1 blue treasure chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo opted for B. 9 green treasure chests and 1 blue treasure chest were neatly arranged on the ground. He opened all 9 green chests in quick succession, their brilliance flashing in delight. Apart from an assortment of basic materials and several food items, he also uncovered a house upgrade card and a damaged arrow tower blueprint. The house upgrade card would allow for a reinforcement of the simple dwelling, enhancing its defense and internal space, albeit at a considerable material cost. The arrow tower blueprint, however, caught Lin Mo's eye. Damaged siege arrow tower construction blueprint. Requirements: 1 bow type weapon of green quality or higher, 10 units of wood, 30 units of stone, 5 iron ingots. Attributes: attack power 50, attack speed 5 seconds per shot, automatic target acquisition, requires arrows, and automated defensive turret. This was indeed a valuable asset. Yet, the bow type weapon was a rarity, seldom seen for sale in the regional channel. It seemed to be a coveted item. He would need to keep an eye out for it. After all, he could not sacrifice Liana's weapon to construct an arrow tower, lest he suffer a significant loss in combat power should a dungeon require him to venture out. His gaze then drifted to the last and only blue treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, he opened it. There were no weapons or blueprints within. Instead, a solitary ancient tome lay quietly inside. The cover bore a few words formed by runes, emitting a faint glow. A book? Could it possibly be a collection of blueprints akin to the previous compendium of basic constructions? Lin Mo took the book in hand and examined it closely. Miner's Pickaxe Enchantment Book. Resilience. Effect: can enchant a basic pickaxe, granting it the resilience attribute, reducing damage rate to 4, and increasing the probability of discovering rare items by 10. Lin Mo's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. This was nothing short of a timely boon. Without hesitation, he chose to use it, watching as the book transformed into 2 streams of light that swiftly entered the pickaxes used by Chef Wang and Charlie. The 2 seemingly ordinary pickaxes emitted a resonant hum, as intricate and profound blue runes gradually materialized along the handles, altering the very essence of the tools. The attributes of the pickaxes had transformed. Resilient pickaxe, daily refresh amount, 2. Attributes: for chance of damage while mining, 10 increase in treasure discovery rate, excellent. It seems we shall unearth more valuable treasures in the future. Recently, we have only been digging up stones and roots, with nary a decent material in sight. Boss, this Chef Wang exclaimed, grasping his pickaxe, marveling at the steady weight in his hand, his eyes filled with wonder. Meow. A new toy, meow. Charlie was equally thrilled, hugging a pickaxe taller than himself, rubbing his cheek against the cool runes. Let us test its effects, Lin Mo suggested. All right. The man and the cat immediately immersed themselves in fervent excavation, the sounds of clinking and clattering now sharper and more resonant than ever. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, expending all the expansion cards he had just acquired from the transaction and unboxing. Mine area, 158 square meters. It had become even more spacious. Just then, as Charlie was fervently digging, he suddenly emitted a series of frantic meows, his tiny paws desperately clawing at a section of the recently excavated rock wall. The others turned towards the sound, and there, beneath the rock wall, peeked a corner of a beautifully crafted wooden chest, inlaid with silver metal. This was not a system treasure chest, but rather an exquisitely made box, adorned with intricate and elegant patterns, emanating a gentle, soft glow. This is Lin Mo approached. Liana, who had been quietly observing from aside, trembled slightly upon seeing the chest, a hint of nostalgia and confusion flickering in her emerald eyes. An elven weapon box, she murmured almost inaudibly, stepping forward to gently trace her fingers over the patterns, as though reconnecting with a long-lost memory. I can't quite recall, yet it feels so familiar. Liana's voice was hollow, as if from a distant past where she frequently encountered such patterns. Lin Mo watched her, refraining from urging her. Moments later, Liana withdrew her hand, stepping back to regain her composure. "Let's open it," Lin Mo proposed. "Perhaps there is something inside that might jog your memory." He placed his hand on the lid, gradually applying pressure. With a soft click, the box opened, releasing a gentle, forest-like green light without any blinding brilliance, accompanied by the fragrance of grass and earth. As the light faded, nestled within the box lay a pair of elegantly shaped hand crossbows, glistening with a silvery sheen reminiscent of moonlight. Standard elven crossbow, moonlight enchantment. Quality, superior green excellent. Attack power, 25 to 35. Effective range, 100 meters. Special effect 1. Armor piercing, 5 chance to ignore part of the target's defense upon attack. Special effect 2. Moonlight during nighttime. Attack power increases by 10. Applicable only to elves. This attribute has transcended the realm of ordinary green equipment, rivaling even certain blue-grade gear. Lin Mo handed the crossbow to Liana. Without hesitation, Liana accepted it silently. The moment her fingers brushed against the crossbow, the moonlight-colored runes seemed to come alive, emitting a faint yet joyful hum. "Thank you, boss," she said, lifting her gaze, her previously icy demeanor softening slightly. "This truly belongs to your elven kin. It is perfectly suited for you." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and casually picked up the green longbow she had replaced. "This enhances the arsenal of the arrow tower, does it not?" Chapter 45. The terrifying growth of talent, having expended 20 units of timber, 50 units of stone, and 20 iron nails. Lin Mo activated the house upgrade card. The card transformed in his grasp into a cascade of shimmering light, swiftly engulfing the humble dwelling. There was no thunderous roar, only the mesmerizing spectacle of wood and stone materials swirling and merging. Under the astonished gaze of Chef Wang, Liana, and Charlie, a sturdy 2-story brick structure emerged from the ground. The stone floor of the first level was polished to a smooth finish, and a small fireplace graced one corner. The ceiling, composed of wood treated with tung oil, emitted a subtle fragrance, appearing both pristine and warm. The second floor featured a pure wooden floor and a modest 3-square-meter balcony, thoughtfully adorned with a clothesline. "Meow. It's a castle, boss. We have a castle now, meow." Charlie was the first to dash inside, exuberantly exploring their new home, touching here and rubbing there. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Liana. The elven archer quietly observed the second floor, a fleeting emotion flickering in her emerald eyes. "It's yours," Lin Mo stated. Liana said nothing, merely nodding gently, cradling her new moon crossbow, and ascended the wooden staircase. Charlie quickly dragged the elven weapon chest, which he had claimed as his bed, upstairs, lining it with a few soft old garments, contentedly curling up inside, emitting a soothing purr. Lin Mo smiled softly and turned to exit the cottage. The sense of security required further enhancement. He made his way to the center of the mine, retrieving the tattered blueprint for the arrow tower. As the materials vanished, a slight tremor coursed through the ground, and a 6-meter-high defensive structure swiftly took shape. The stone formed a solid foundation, while thick logs constructed the main frame. Atop the makeshift roof, a pulsating green halo hovered, within which an ethereal longbow floated, albeit the base and logs appeared somewhat weathered. Damaged siege arrow tower has been completed and is ready for combat. Damaged siege arrow tower. Quality, green excellent. Attributes, attack power 50, attack speed 5-second shot. Range 30 meters, knockback 1. Arrows, selectable, currently unloaded, 0-200. Lin Mo approached the forge, depositing materials, and soon, 200 brand new simple arrows were crafted. He meticulously loaded the arrows into the storage compartments of the arrow tower, feeling a sense of reassurance as bundles of arrow phantoms materialized beneath the tower's roof. The defensive system of the entire mine was clearly taking shape. As midday approached, the rich aroma of food wafted through the air once more. Chef Wang had prepared a clear soup with freshly harvested vegetables and sliced the remaining wolf meat into thin slivers, stir-frying it with the vibrant red peppers just gathered from the planting box, producing a plate of fragrant and spicy meat in an instant. Just as he held the heavy iron pot with one hand, ready to serve the stir-fried meat, an abrupt change occurred. A blinding burst of golden light erupted from Chef Wang, illuminating the entire mine as if it were midday. Lin Mo's heart tightened, instinctively gripping the wolf-toothed dual blades at his waist, initially believing that Chef Wang had conjured yet another legendary dish. The golden light arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Once the radiance faded, Chef Wang remained in his stance of holding the pot, his face a portrait of bewilderment and shock. "Boss, I think I might have leveled up." He glanced down at his hands, then weighed the spatula in his grip, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I feel as if I could shatter stones with this spatula." Lin Mo stepped forward briskly, his thoughts focused, and immediately opened his attribute panel. Name: Wang. Race: human. Occupation: culinary god. Level: 2. Can be enhanced through the creation of special dishes. Loyalty: 88, a natural follower. Attributes: health: 1000, strength: 45, agility: 35, constitution: 50, mentality: 21, attack power: 70 to 95, defense power: 48. Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. These attributes, having merely leveled up once, each value had nearly doubled. Particularly striking were the astonishing strength of 45 and a constitution of 50. This was no ordinary chef, but rather a heavily armored warrior clad in chef's attire. Glancing at his own attributes, despite his arduous efforts with treasure chests and equipment exchanges, the total of his attributes paled in comparison to what this individual had gained from a single level up. The growth potential of exceptional talent was simply unreasonable. Liana and Charlie, drawn by curiosity, gathered around Chef Wang, circling him. "Master Wang, congratulations," Liana said softly. "Meow. Dahui, you're amazing," Charlie chimed in, suppressing his astonishment. Lin Mo smiled and inquired, "Liana, Charlie, how long do you think it will take for you two to level up?" Liana assessed the changes in her body and replied, "Given the accumulation from our previous battles, it should be soon." Charlie flicked his tail. "Meow. I still have a bit to go, especially since I've just arrived. I need to wait a bit longer." "Meow. Take your time. No rush." Lin Mo waved his hand, suggesting they first enjoy their meal. In the afternoon, after a brief respite, the mining resumed. The duo, a person and a cat, were invigorated, wielding the enchanted pickaxe. Their excavation efficiency markedly improved. Meanwhile, Lin Mo continued to forge weapons in exchange for other resources. Suddenly, Charlie, engrossed in his digging, emitted a series of frantic meows, his little paws desperately clawing at a recently excavated rock face. The others turned to the sound, and beneath that sheer rock face, a dark, gaping cave materialized. Before Lin Mo could ponder the possibility of uncovering a dungeon, a system notification abruptly appeared. "You have disturbed the nest of the radioactive mole." No sooner had the words left the screen than a cacophony of chattering erupted from the cave, followed by the emergence of 8 or 9 hairless, crimson creatures with teeth as sharp as daggers. These moles, roughly the size of small dogs, swiftly burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. "They're digging. Watch your feet," Liana promptly warned. Instantly, everyone heightened their vigilance. Lin Mo's perception ability surged to its fullest extent, allowing him to distinctly hear the rapid movements of the moles beneath the ground. There were far too many. Retreat into the house at once. He made a swift decision. The newly constructed stone cottage had a solid foundation, far sturdier than the fragile earth of the mine. The few people and one cat quickly withdrew into the house. Liana dashed to the second-floor balcony, knocking an arrow and entering a state of alert. Lin Mo, Chef Wang, and Charlie stood guard at the entrance on the ground floor. Suddenly, a mole erupted from the earth near the house, seemingly unable to burrow through the hard stone foundation. Before Liana could release her arrow, a dull thud resonated as an enormous arrow, thicker than a human arm, descended from above, piercing the mole's head and pinning it to the ground. It was the arrow tower. Upon witnessing this, the remaining moles surged from the ground, frantically rushing towards the cottage's entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. Liana's arrows flew in rapid succession, each finding its mark. Chef Wang braced his shield firmly against the doorway, wielding his spatula with fierce precision, sending the stray moles flying. Moments later, silence enveloped the area outside. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of moles, most of which had been impaled by the massive arrows from the tower. Your followers in defensive structures have slain radium moles X10. You have acquired sharp fangs X10. However, the dark entrance of the den remained ominously intact. At that moment, a greenish glow emanated from the depths of the hole, and a colossal figure slowly emerged. It was a giant mole, comparable in size to a calf, exuding an ominous green luminescence. Glowing radium mole, elite, grade, green attributes, health 1000, attack 35, defense 20, description, a mutated creature that has consumed excessive radiation. Beware of its teeth, as a bite may inflict radiation damage. Goodness, it was a mobile radiation source. It must not be allowed to approach. Charlie swiftly rummaged through his pocket, producing a peculiar device that emitted flickering electrical sparks, which landed at the doorway. The elite mole let out a furious roar and burrowed back underground. Lin Mo's focus intensified as he sensed its trajectory beneath the surface. Moments later, it suddenly erupted from the ground near the entrance. As soon as it revealed itself, the arrow tower unleashed its assault, striking heavily against its back. Liana's arrow simultaneously struck, piercing one of its front paws. The elite mole howled in agony, charging recklessly towards the door. In the next moment, it stepped directly onto the device Charlie had thrown. ZZZZET. A burst of yellow electricity erupted, enveloping its entire body. The elite mole convulsed violently, rendered paralyzed and immobilized. Now was the moment. Lin Mo called out sharply, brandishing his dual wolf-tooth blades, and dashed forward. The massive arrows from the tower, Liana's precise shots, Chef Wang's powerful spatula, combined with Lin Mo's tempestuous dual blades, all converged upon the elite mole simultaneously. The elite mole barely had time to scream before it collapsed, transforming into a scatter of luminous particles. You and your companion have vanquished the glowing Rad Mole, Elite. You have acquired an old Fusion Core X1 and Rad Meat X2. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the balcony on the second floor. A gentle and luminous beam enveloped Liana, her aura rising with each passing moment. She has leveled up. Den Montag unterstützt. The battle against the elite Fear Wolf and the Fear Wolf leader just days prior had already amassed a substantial amount of experience points. And now, having slain another elite creature, her ascension was entirely expected. As the golden light dissipated, Liana gracefully leaped down from the second floor, landing firmly on the ground. Her demeanor now imbued with a hint of sharpness. Lin Mo immediately checked her attributes. Name, Liana, race, elf, class, archer, level 2, can be increased by defeating monsters. Loyalty, 89, naturally devoted follower. Attributes, health, 360, strength, 20, agility, 35, constitution, 18, mentality, 18, attack power, 45 to 60, defense, 30, her agility had surged to an impressive 35 points. Observing the heavily armored tank beside him and the spectral archer, Lin Mo felt a profound sense of assurance. He picked up the glowing green fusion core from ground, an unprecedented confidence welling within him. Chapter 46, The Goblin Treasure Carnival. As the night deepened, the flickering flames of the hearth within the stone cottage illuminated its newly constructed walls with a warm glow. Lin Mo carefully stowed the antiquated fusion core into his backpack, contemplating its potential recovery the following day. The day's excavations yielded little beyond a nest of radioactive moles and 2 sightless wild boars, which contributed a few cuts of fresh meat and 2 supple hides, nothing more. As rest time approached, 2 grotesque goblins suddenly emerged from the cavern walls without warning. One clutching a lantern and the other wielding a pickaxe, sneaking about as if on an illicit overtime shift. Before they could make a move, a cold arrow from the second-floor balcony sliced through the darkness, accurately pinning one to the ground. The other met its end with a swift blow from Chef Wang's spatula, succumbing instantly. Kill Goblin Miner X2. You have acquired a Goblin S Lantern X1. Ah, we've even scored some loot. Chef Wamg exclaimed, picking up the lantern and brushing off the dust before casually hanging it on the doorframe, brightening the cavern a tad more. Just as Lin Mo anticipated a tranquil evening to enjoy his full attribute buff, the system panels of all players abruptly displayed a radiant announcement. Dungeon World announcement. Dear survivors, congratulations on your resilience in surviving the initial 5 days. As a reward for your efforts, the Dungeon World is launching its first limited-time event. Goblin Treasure Point Contest will commence shortly. Event rules. In 15 minutes, all players' dungeons will refresh with treasure goblins. These creatures will not initiate attacks, but they are exceedingly swift. Upon defeat, they may drop treasure chests containing items and grant points. Point system. Killing a white backpack goblin 1 point. Green backpack 10 points. Blue backpack 100 points. Higher tiers. Please explore on your own. Event duration 15 minutes. Event rewards. The top 3 players in a region, based on points, will receive special rewards. The top 10,000 players globally will also receive generous rewards. The announcement ignited a flurry of excitement in the previously hushed chat channel. Wow, has the system finally changed its tune? Are we getting benefits? Treasure chests. My eyes are turning green. I haven't even seen what a treasure chest looks like today. Oh no, my pickaxe broke today. Am I just going to watch helplessly? Is there any expert willing to assist me? I'd be grateful. Don't even think about teaming up upstairs. Damn it. This is forcing us to rely on individual strength. Attack. Speed. This event tests just that. I only have a broken pickaxe. How am I supposed to fight? The channel echoed with despair as most players struggled to make ends meet. Forget about efficient weapons. Many lacked even a decent one. Lin Mo closed the chat channel, his gaze tranquil. For him, this event represented an opportunity. Chef Wong, Liana, Charlie, and the cat immediately gathered around him. This time, there will be numerous goblins, and they are swift. Our objective is clear. Not a single one shall escape. Lin Mo declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He cast a glance at the number of defense towers in the upper right corner, 1-4, and promptly made a decision. The defenses must be maximized. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged several pieces of green equipment and some food through the trading channel for 3 green bows. Without hesitation, he opened the crafting panel and invested his resources with 30 stone 90, iron ingot 15, accompanied by 3 slight tremors. 3 dilapidated arrow towers identical to the first erupted from the corners of the mine, forming an impenetrable web of firepower. Defense tower count 4-4. Warning, the current construction limit for defense towers in the mine has been reached. Lin Mo forged over 700 arrows, filling the ammunition stocks of all 4 towers. With all this completed, the 15-minute preparation time was drawing to a close. Liana, you are free to shoot from the 2nd floor. Prioritize the faster ones. Chef Wong, guard the entrance and deal with any stragglers with your shield and spatula. Charlie, your task is the most crucial. Collect everything. Not a single treasure chest must be overlooked. Meow. Charlie puffed up his small chest, wearing a serious expression. Lin Mo tightened his grip on his dual wolf-tooth blades, standing at the center of the mine, his mental perception heightened to the maximum. Event countdown 3, 2, 1. Treasure Goblin Score Competition begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground at his feet heaved, and a diminutive goblin emerged from a mound of earth. It was clad only in a tattered cloth around its waist, carrying a similarly ragged white backpack, and it glanced around in confusion before bolting away. Whoosh! An arrow, imbued with a silvery moonlight, descended from above, piercing through its back with pinpoint accuracy. The goblin transformed into a flash of white light, leaving behind a white treasure chest. Goblin with white backpack killed X1. Score 1. This was merely the beginning. In an instant, the entire mine erupted as if it had disturbed a nest of goblins. Creatures bearing white backpacks emerged from the ground and rock walls, scattering in all directions without a semblance of order. Thud, 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 thud. In that moment, all 4 arrow towers unleashed their fury, unleashing arrows like the scythes of death, igniting a massacre within the mine. Liana's moonlight crossbow became a mere blur, each shot claiming a target. White treasure chests and assorted materials clattered to the ground. Pick them up, hurry up. Meow. Charlie scampered about with a large sack, nimbly maneuvering through the rain of arrows, diligently collecting all the spoils with both hands and feet. Thoroughly engrossed in his task, in a mere 3 minutes, the score had already exceeded 100. Just then, the types of goblins on the field changed. A few goblins clad in rudimentary leather armor and carrying green backpacks emerged from deep within the rock walls. Their physiques were distinctly more agile, and their speed had increased significantly, allowing them to narrowly evade the targeting of the towers. "Boss, these things are too swift," Chef Wong shouted, swinging his spatula in pursuit of one, only for the goblin to deftly dodge and dart into a corner. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. These green goblins were too elusive, making the pursuit inefficient. Trap! He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about it. The blueprint for the wooden spike trap was still languishing in his backpack. What a blunder. Lin Mo cursed silently and promptly opened the crafting panel, hastily consuming wood and iron nails. Wooden spike trap X10 was successfully crafted. He keenly observed the escape routes of several green goblins and swiftly laid down the 10 traps on the ground. One green goblin, smugly evading a cold arrow, stepped right onto one. With a sudden puff, a row of sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through its foot instantly. The goblin let out a shrill cry. Its speed drastically reduced. A perfect opportunity. Lin Mo lunged forward, wielding his dual wolf-tooth blades, slicing through the air to behead it. Chef Wong mirrored this tactic, using his shield to corner another goblin toward the trap, then raising his spatula to deliver a series of blows akin to whacking a mole, swiftly ending the confrontation. With the traps in play, the threat posed by the green goblins was significantly diminished. 5 minutes elapsed, with only 7 minutes remaining in the event. Deep within the mine, a tremor suddenly shook the ground. 5 towering figures burst through the rock wall, clad in lightweight iron armor. They were much larger than ordinary goblins, their enormous blue backpacks glinting in the firelight. Blue Backpack Goblin Elites X5. As these 5 elite goblins appeared, they transformed into 5 blue afterimages, moving at high speed within the mine. The arrow tower's attacks were effortlessly evaded, and most of the arrows shot by Liana went astray. "This one T do. I can't keep up." Liana's voice carried a hint of urgency for the first time. "Boss, watch me." Just then, Chef Wong bellowed, thrusting his shield into the ground, transforming into the familiar robust figure clad in black. He tossed a variety of vegetables into a pot, then retrieved several bottles of bubbling, multicolored seasonings, pouring them in before wielding his spatula with a nearly frenzied vigor to stir. The divine culinary secret, dark cuisine, deadly mixed salad. With a mighty shout, he hurled a bowl of concoction emanating a sinister green mist. The noxious gas instantly enveloped the entire mine. Cough, cough. "Master Wong, do you intend to send us off too?" Lin Mo retreated, choking on the smell. "Meow. My eyes. I can't open my eyes, meow." Charlie rolled on the ground, covering his eyes. Even Liana on the second floor couldn't suppress a frown. The mist arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. When visibility returned, the once mighty elite goblins were now swaying unsteadily, resembling drunken creatures, with a series of green skull and crossbones floating above their heads, indicating their poisoning. Their speed had diminished by a factor of 10 or more. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, they could no longer evade. The 4 arrow towers and Liana's firepower instantly overwhelmed them. The 5 elite goblins, unable to utter a sound of despair, dissipated into specks of light. One of them dropped a treasure chest emanating a faint blue glow. Charlie dashed over and, like a proud bearer of gifts, dragged the heavy blue chest back to place it at Lin Mo's feet. Chapter 47. The Purple Treasure Chest. At this moment, Chef Wong, having bellowed at the top of his lungs, leaned against the stone wall of the cave, panting heavily. The noxious green mist, while astonishingly potent, had left him utterly drained. Yet before anyone could catch their breath, the entire mine trembled violently, more so than at any previous occasion. With a thunderous crash, a formidable rock wall shattered under an overwhelming force, sending debris flying. A colossal figure surged forth from the rubble, clad in exquisite, gleaming heavy armor. with a massive blue backpack on its back, bulging and half the height of a person. Treasure Goblin Chief. Rank, Blue Elite. Attributes: Health 3500, Attack Power 0. Defense 65. Description: the sovereign of the treasure goblins, possessing extraordinary speed and formidable defense. Its crimson eyes scan the havoc around it, releasing a deafening roar filled with rage and fury. In the next instant, its enormous form erupted forward with a terrifying speed that belied its size, transforming into a robust blue shadow as it charged deeper into the mine. The wooden spike traps that Lin Mo had previously set up crumbled beneath its heavy iron boots, akin to crushed cookies, utterly incapable of impeding its advance. "Stop it!" Lin Mo shouted, his voice strained. -4, -5. The arrows from 4 towers struck first, yet the thick shafts merely sparked against its armor, leaving no marks whatsoever. Liana's arrows, aimed with precision at its joint gaps, were effortlessly evaded by its rapid movements. "This is impossible, it's too fast. Its defense is insurmountable," Chef Wang exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, feeling utterly powerless. The group found themselves at a loss. At that moment, Charlie, who had been busy collecting items, abruptly halted. A serious expression overtook its small face as it rummaged through its bag, producing a peculiar stone that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, electric currents swirling within. "Everyone, close your eyes," it cried out, exerting all its strength to hurl the stone into the air, precisely on the path of the Goblin Chief's charge. Upon throwing the stone, it quickly covered its eyes with its tiny paws. The stone detonated in midair, silent yet unleashing a blinding white light, a radiance far more intense than the sun itself, flooding the entire mine in an instant. "Wah!" The Goblin Chief let out a piercing wail, its high-speed momentum faltering as it crashed violently against the side wall due to the tremendous inertia, causing the entire cavern to shudder. -100. Stunned, clutching its head, stars dancing before its eyes, it temporarily lost the ability to move. "Now's our chance." A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes, for opportunity was fleeting. "Transform," he commanded, as his dual wolf fangs became enveloped in a crimson aura, and he transformed into a whirlwind, charging directly at the Goblin Chief's lower body. -25. His objective was crystal clear. It was not the impenetrable armor, but rather the tendons unshielded by it. Alas, Charlie had already sounded his hunting horn, and a stirring melody filled the air. Lin Mo felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, quickening his attack speed. "Boss, I'm coming." Chef Wang gritted his teeth, raising the hefty stainless steel ladle to strike fiercely at the Goblin Chief's knee. -72. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Liana and the 4 arrow towers unleashed their firepower, every assault landing with precision upon the Goblin Chief. In the final 10 seconds before the countdown reached 0, the Goblin Chief, with shattered legs and blinded eyes, finally succumbed to a reluctant roar, crashing down and dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles. A colossal blue treasure chest and a shimmering card lay quietly on the ground. "You have slain the treasure Goblin Chief. Points 5,000. Lin Mo glanced at his score, which ultimately settled at 6821. The event had concluded. He opened a regional leaderboard, and his name proudly adorned the top position. First place, B2-9527 points, 6821. Second place, B2-1444 points, 752. Third place, B2-9999 points, 612. The disparity was staggering. The second place's points barely constituted a fraction of his own. The chat channel had erupted into chaos. 6,821 points. Is that even a score achievable by carbon-based life forms? I declare, the great 9,527 is not a bot. He is the system's progenitor. Alas, I opened a green treasure chest, once believing myself to be the chosen one. But now I just wish to burrow into the earth. Where's the great 1444? Come forth and speak. How can there be such a difference? In that moment, Lin Mo's private chat lit up. It was a message from the player 1444. The content was simple, just a single character. Lin Montag chuckled softly. Refraining from replying, as he bent down to pick up the card on the ground. Goblin Miner Summoning Card. Quality: blue, excellent. Description: upon use, instantly acquire a Goblin Miner. It requires no food, is utterly loyal, and comes equipped with a basic pickaxe that refreshes daily. This was a splendid acquisition, adding yet another free laborer. Lin Mo promptly chose to use it. With a flash of light, a cartoonish goblin clad in a miner's hat and work pants appeared before him. Its demeanor was endearing, strikingly different from the previous lecherous creatures, as it saluted Lin Mo and promptly scurried to a corner, diligently working with its pickaxe, resembling a simple-minded tool. After tallying his gains, he found himself with 31 white chests, 8 green ones, and 2 blue chests. What a windfall! Before he could fully revel in his triumph, a grand system announcement resonated in everyone's minds. Regional announcement. This event has concluded, and points have been tallied. Rewards are as follows. Congratulations to player B2-9527. Regional points first place. Reward: blue chest X3. Congratulations to player B2-1444 for securing second place in the regional rankings and earning a reward: 1 blue treasure chest. Congratulations to player B2-9999 for achieving third place in the regional rankings and receiving a reward: 3 green treasure chests. Immediately after, a notification echoed, audible only to Lin Mo. System announcement. Congratulations to player B2-9527 for ranking 25th globally, earning a reward: 1 purple treasure chest. A purple treasure chest. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He promptly opened the world leaderboard, where unfamiliar numbers shimmered brilliantly on the golden list. At the very top were the 3 entities possessing S-grade talents. Global Rank 1, a 10-4556 Elemental Control, Winter, with a score of 8,210, rewarded with 1 orange treasure chest. Global Rank 2, M3-1415, Gene Frenzy, with a score of 7,922, rewarded with 4 purple treasure chests. Global Rank 3, S58-0002, Sword Heart Clarity, with a score of 7,610, rewarded with 3 purple treasure chests. Gazing at the leaderboard, Lin Mo took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with determination. The gap was significant, yet not insurmountable. He closed the panel, his gaze falling upon the ground of the cavern. Beside a pile of white and green treasure chests lay 5 chests emanating a ghostly blue glow. At the center of all the chests, 1 dark purple chest, inscribed with mysterious runes, pulsated rhythmically, exhaling and inhaling light, capturing all of his attention. Chapter 48. The unboxing frenzy as the clamorous echoes of the event receded like a receding tide. The only sounds that lingered within the cavern were the crackling of firewood in the hearth and the diligent clinking of the newly arrived goblin miners in the corner. Chef Wong leaned against the wall, finally regaining his composure, and gazed at the mountain of spoils on the ground, a broad grin spreading across his face. Boss, could this be what they call an overnight fortune? On the ground lay 31 white chests, 8 green chests, 5 blue chests, and 1 purple chest stacked upon one another, their radiance nearly eclipsing the glow of the fireplace. Meow! So many chests! Charlie exclaimed, darting around the pile, his tail swirling like a windmill. Let us begin with the white ones, Lin Mo said calmly. With a casual wave of his hand, the 31 white chests sprang open, and a flash of light revealed a collection of bread, pure water, and assorted basic materials left behind. As anticipated, yet still a modest reward. Next came the 8 green chests. A bright light erupted, revealing a few scattered green quality equipment and materials, including a rough iron greave that offered a slight boost in strength, as well as a fragment of a simple water purifier blueprint. This fragment caught Lin Mo's attention. The blueprint was now complete. After tallying these appetizers, all eyes, including those of Liana on the balcony above, were fixated on the 5 chests emanating a ghostly blue glow. This was the main event. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, extending his hand to touch the first blue chest. You have opened the blue chest, obtaining fine leather gauntlets X1. Fine leather gauntlets, quality, blue. Effect, defense 8. Agility 2. Description, crafted from premium beast hides, providing excellent protection and flexibility for your wrists. Without hesitation, Lin Mo presented the gauntlets to Liana. The elven archer leaped down from the second floor, landing silently before him. She accepted the gauntlets without uttering a word, slipping them on quietly, then offered Lin Mo a subtle nod, a hint of warmth shimmering in her emerald eyes. The second blue chest opened, and a flash revealed a card resting quietly at the bottom. Cave expansion card, 20 square meters. At last, the space could be made more accommodating. Lin Mo used it immediately. A gentle hum resonated through the cavern's floor and walls as they expanded outward, the area opening up significantly, transforming what had felt slightly cramped due to the addition of arrow towers and small buildings into a spacious haven once more. The third blue chest yielded further treasures. You have opened the blue chest, obtaining Pickaxe Quantity Upgrade Card X1. Pickaxe Quantity Upgrade Card, Quality, Blue. Effect, after use. The daily refresh quantity of pickaxes increases permanently by 1. What a remarkable find. Lin Mo felt invigorated. After usage, the daily refreshed pickaxe count rose to 3. As the light from the fourth blue chest faded, 2 items came into view: a summoning card and a blueprint for equipment. A Lu Cat summoning card. Quality, Blue. Description: upon use, you will gain an Lu Cat companion. Meow. Charlie, who had been crouching beside Lin Mo, suddenly widened his eyes, his little head leaning closer, his nose sniffing the card. Meow. A new companion. Indeed, a new companion, Meow. His voice was brimming with uncontainable excitement and curiosity. Lin Mo smiled as he gently patted Charlie's head and chose to use the card. In a flash of light, a pure white Lu Cat, clad in a pink quilted coat, materialized before everyone. Its large, round eyes curiously surveyed its surroundings, ultimately resting its gaze on Charlie. Tilting its head in inquiry. Meow. It emitted a soft, melodious sound. Charlie immediately puffed out his chest, circling the new companion twice, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Hello, Meow. I am Charlie, the most formidable partner of the boss, Meow. From now on, I shall look after you, Meow. Lin Mo chuckled and opened the attribute panel of the new companion. Name: Xiaohua. Race: a Lu Cat. Occupation: support, loyalty, 100. Skills: support, passive. Xiaohua is not adept at direct combat, but she can blow various magical hunting flutes. Currently available: Healing Flute continuously restores a small area of allies' health. Dispel Flute removes most negative states from small area of allies. A purely supportive ally. Lin Mo nodded and turned his attention to another card. A Lu Cat equipment blueprint. Wild Boar set. The materials were just sufficient to craft a complete set, and he chose to create it directly. Soon, a sturdy-looking mini leather armor made from wild boar hide and tusks appeared in his hands. Charlie's eyes widened. Meow. Boss, is this for Charlie? Meow. No, this is for Xiaohua. The cotton coat she wears does not offer as high defense as yours. Charlie's ears drooped instantly. Lin Mo handed the leather armor to the still somewhat timid Xiaohua, who clumsily donned the armor, instantly gaining an air of valor. Charlie leaned in, poking at Xiaohua's new attire with his paw, then glanced at his own wooden armor, letting out a sigh, his expression one of feline despair, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. The grand finale, the fifth blue treasure chest, was opened. This time, the light was more resplendent than ever before. As the brilliance faded, 5 pieces of equipment, each emanating a unified green aura, were neatly arranged at the bottom of the chest, ranging from helmets to boots, all complete. Hunter set, 5-5, quality, green excellent, Hunter helmet, defense 10, agility 1, Hunter chest armor, defense 15, agility 1, Hunter gloves, defense 5, agility 1, Hunter leggings, defense 10, agility 1, Hunter boots, defense 5, agility 1, 3-piece set effect, strength 5, agility 2, 5-piece set effect. Activate skill, weakness perception. Once activated, the weaknesses of enemies will be clearly marked in your field of vision. Melee damage dealt to weaknesses is increased by 30. Lasts for 1 minute, cooldown of 30 minutes. The assassin's preferred choice, with its formidable capability to shatter weaknesses, allows one to swiftly eliminate adversaries. Lin Mo's breath quickened. for this was an ensemble seemingly tailored for him. Without hesitation, he donned the dark green leather armor. The snug fit of the armor embraced his form, accentuating the fluid contours of his muscles, as an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength coursed through his limbs. With a mere thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Player, Lin Mo, Strength, 19, Agility, 19, Constitution, 14, Mentality, 12, Defense, 50. His attributes surged dramatically. Chef Wang gazed at the rejuvenated Lin Mo, scratching the back of his head, genuinely exclaiming, "Boss, you now exude the aura of a true master." All the blue chests have been unlocked, yielding rewards far beyond expectations. However, this was not the conclusion of their adventure. At the heart of the cavern, surrounded by an array of empty boxes and materials, stood a chest of deep purple, its surface etched with countless enigmatic runes, pulsating rhythmically as if it possessed a life of its own. Purple chest, a reward attainable only by those within the top 100 globally. The entire mind fell into a hushed silence. Chef Wang's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Liana clutched her longbow tightly, her gaze unwavering. Even Charlie and Little Flower ceased their playful antics, sitting side by side, their wide eyes fixed intently on the chest. Lin Mo approached slowly, each step echoing the heartbeat of those around him. He extended his hand, hovering over the purple chest that radiated an irresistible allure and an air of mystery. What miracles lay hidden within? Chapter 49. The Goddess of Fortune is my little fan. Lin Mo's fingers finally brushed against the treasure chest that pulsated with a violet glow. Contrary to the anticipated dramatic spectacle, a gentle, jade-like sensation emanated from his fingertips. With a delicate flick, the lid of the chest opened silently. In an instant, a dense, almost tangible purple mist erupted from within, enveloping the entire cavern. This radiance was not blinding. Rather, it possessed an oddly soothing power. The weakness that Chef Wang experienced from forcibly invoking dark cuisine was significantly alleviated under this luminous aura. Meow! The newly arrived Little Flower comfortably squinted her eyes, while Charlie lay sprawled on the ground, exposing his belly, all four paws in the air. Embodying pure bliss. In the center of the cavern, the purple mist gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into two items suspended in midair. One was a card, larger than any previously encountered, intricately carved from purple crystal, shimmering with resplendent light and exuding a sense of spatial power. The other was an ancient-styled necklace. Its chain was woven from an unknown silver metal, and its pendant was a teardrop-shaped, transparent crystal, within which myriad stars seemed to swirl, deep and mysterious. All eyes were firmly captivated by these two treasures. Lin Mo first focused on the card. Cave Expansion Card, 150 square meters. Quality, Purple Epic, Effect, upon use. Your private cavern will instantly expand by 150 square meters of usable area. Description: space is the fundamental unit of measuring power. Over 100 square meters. Chef Wang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he stammered, "Boss, an increase of over 100 square meters. Does this mean our cavern will transform into a plaza?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo chose to activate the card. Boom! The tremor this time was more prolonged than any before, as the walls and floor of the cavern extended outward at a visibly rapid pace. The stone house and arrow tower, which had previously occupied considerable space, now appeared somewhat cramped. However, this area now constituted less than a third of the entire new cavern. Spacious, unprecedentedly spacious. Your cavern's total area has reached 337 square meters. Gazing upon this expansive space, akin to a small underground fortress, an indescribable sense of security and grandeur welled up within him. Meow. So large. We can run around in here, meow. Charlie excitedly dashed back and forth across the open space. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the final prize, the necklace exuding an air of mystery. He extended his hand, and the necklace gently fell into his palm, a chill sensation coursing through him. Sai, the Goddess of Fortune. Type: accessory necklace. Quality: Purple Epic. Effect: Luck 1. Description: a droplet of divine tear crystallized in the seams of time and space. Wearing it, the scale of destiny shall tilt in your favor, even if just by an inconsequential thread. Luck 1, and it is everlasting. In that moment, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recalled the temporary buff bestowed by Chef Wang's lucky crab leg sandwich, which granted him a mere 4 hours of Luck 1, enabling him to forge 2 green long swords. Now, he possessed an epic accessory that could be worn indefinitely, permanently augmenting his luck by 1 point. What does this signify? It signifies that his chances of uncovering exceptional treasures from chests would be greatly enhanced. His probability of achieving a quality leap from the forge, initially at 4, could now soar to 10 or even higher. When he ventured into the mines, the likelihood of unearthing rare minerals and extraordinary items would surpass that of ordinary folk. This was no mere enhancement of attributes. It was a profound augmentation of the very rules governing fate, an invisible yet palpable arcane force that would ceaselessly influence his destiny. The value of this item far exceeded that of the previously mentioned 150 square meter expansion card by countless magnitudes. He had struck gold this time. It was for real. Lin Mo murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he adorned his neck with the sigh of the goddess of luck. The moment the necklace brushed against his skin, it transformed into a stream of light, merging with his being, leaving only a faint droplet-shaped mark upon his neck. Before materializing once more, he promptly accessed his attributes panel. Beneath the basic attributes of strength and agility, the line that previously bore a question mark finally revealed its true nature. Luck 1. A smile could no longer be restrained from gracing Lin Mo's lips. What goddess of luck sigh? This was clearly a declaration of love from the goddess of fortune to him, the king of scrolls. Lin Mo tempered his exuberant smile, while the elation within him bubbled like molten lava, his exterior remaining as tranquil as a still pond. He surveyed his surroundings. This vast expanse, echoing with sound, had transformed from the initially cramped mine into a veritable prototype of an underground base. Boss, this place is excessively spacious. How shall we arrange our belongings? Chef Wang gazed at the expansive area, momentarily at a loss. Accustomed to meticulously utilizing every inch of space, he now found himself bewildered by the sudden abundance. Let us devise a plan, Lin Mo succinctly proposed. He approached the center of the mine, gesturing towards the ground beneath him. This shall be the location for a small house, serving as the core of our base. It is secure and allows for convenient support in any direction. He then pointed to a large expanse of land on the left. Over there will be designated as the forging area. We shall relocate the forge and material boxes there, separating them from the living quarters to avoid any noxious fumes. Next, he indicated the right side. That area is reserved for mining, where we shall collaborate with goblin miners for efficient management. The largest open space in front of the house would serve as an area for daily activities and training. Finally, he turned his gaze to the rear of the wooden house. The planting boxes shall be relocated to the back, forming a dedicated cultivation zone. Regarding the 4 arrow towers, Lin Mo's gaze swept across the corners of the mine, which were evenly distributed in all directions, creating a comprehensive crossfire network devoid of any blind spots. Any enemy that dared to appear in any corner would inevitably be simultaneously targeted by all the towers. His explanation was coherent and logically sound. The vast space, which had appeared chaotic in Chef Wang's eyes, was instantly transformed into clearly defined, orderly zones, each serving a distinct purpose. A blueprint for a versatile underground fortress, capable of both offense and defense, while providing convenience for daily life, had already taken shape. Excellent. Let us proceed, Chef Wang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes brimming with admiration. He could only perceive the enormity of the undertaking, while the boss envisioned the future. I will reposition the arrow towers and the structures, Lin Mo declared. As the master of the mine, he wielded absolute authority over all the facilities he had constructed within. With a mere thought, those 4 heavy arrow towers, composed of wood, stone, and steel, lifted effortlessly from the ground as though they were weightless toys, gliding silently to the designated corners before settling down without raising a speck of dust. Chef Wang watched in astonishment, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. The boss's abilities are truly becoming otherworldly. Let's get to work. Meow Charlie, displaying remarkable initiative as he hoisted a wooden box larger than his own body and trotted towards the forging area. Meow Little Flower mimicked her brother, nudging a planting box with her small head and following closely behind with tiny, determined steps. Come on, everyone, let us put in some effort. Chef Wong rolled up his sleeves and effortlessly lifted the heavy forge, striding purposefully toward the designated area. The entire mine was suddenly enveloped in a fervent atmosphere of construction. Meanwhile, the goblin miner, whom everyone had conveniently chosen to forget, continued to toil diligently in the corner of the mine, swinging its pickaxe with unwavering dedication, producing a crisp sound that resonated like a melody, as if everything outside held no relevance to it. Lin Mo surveyed the scene with satisfaction. A powerful team must not only possess exceptional combat prowess, but also demonstrate remarkable execution capability. Just then, an unusually sharp and urgent screech, distinct from the normal sounds of mining, echoed from the corner of the excavation site. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! It was the goblin miner. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and immediately approached. There, he found the goblin miner dancing with excitement, pointing animatedly at a newly exposed section of rock, bubbling over with enthusiasm. Chapter 50. The hamburger and the goblin at its feet. A chest emanating a gentle green glow was quietly embedded in the stone wall. A treasure chest has appeared. Chef Wong also leaned over, astonished. Has this goblin struck such good fortune? It is worth noting that as time has passed, the probability of unearthing treasure chests in the mines has dwindled significantly. Many have exhausted their pickaxes with naught to show for their efforts. They had already scoured the area during the day, finding no chests, yet this free labor has unexpectedly yielded riches first. A thought flickered in Lin Mo's mind. Is it mere coincidence? Or perhaps he instinctively touched the sigh of the goddess of luck, hanging on his chest. Could it be that this one luck not only benefits him, but also radiates in some form across the territory he governs? Although it was merely a green treasure chest, this discovery exhilarated him more than unearthing a blue chest would have. He approached, retrieved the green chest, and opened it casually. You have opened a green treasure chest and received iron ingots X5, beef hamburger X1. The rewards were quite ordinary, consistent with the traditional standards of a green chest. The goblin miner gazed at Lin Mo with eager eyes. Despite its lack of advanced intelligence, it seemed to instinctively know that this treasure was unearthed by its own efforts. Lin Mo glanced at the hamburger in his hand, and then at the expectant goblin. With Chef Wong, the culinary deity, by his side, such mass-produced food held little allure for him now. Here, take it as a reward. Lin Mo handed the still-steaming beef hamburger to the goblin miner. The goblin paused momentarily, seemingly in disbelief. It cautiously accepted the hamburger, first bringing it to its nose for a hearty sniff, then opened its wide mouth and took a hefty bite. Gurgle. It blissfully squinted its eyes, cheeks stuffed with food, mumbling indistinctly before squatting in a corner, ravenously devouring the meal, a visage of happiness and satisfaction. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt his spirits lift as well. The planning of the territory had been completed, the team atmosphere was splendid, and even the free labor had begun to yield surprises. Everything was progressing in the most favorable direction. Next, it was time to address one of the most pressing survival issues: water. Though he had ample reserves of purified water, it remained a consumable resource. To achieve true self-sufficiency, a device capable of continuously producing purified water was indispensable. He opened his backpack, and with a thought, 3 tattered, glowing green fragments of blueprints flew forth. Primary Purifier Blueprint Fragment 1-3. Primary Purifier Blueprint Fragment 2-3. Primary Purifier Blueprint Fragment 3-3. The 3 fragments converged in midair, erupting in a dazzling light, merging and swirling to form a complete blueprint. You have gathered all fragments and successfully synthesized the blueprint. Primary Purifier. Lin Mo extended his hand, catching the newly vibrant, complete blueprint. Blueprint for basic water purifier. Quality, excellent green. Materials required: stone X5, copper ingot X5, iron ingot X5, cotton X5, charcoal X5. Description: the spark of civilization begins with a clean water source. It can transform the murky, impure groundwater found in mines into safe, non-toxic pure water. Although its efficiency is not remarkable, it signifies your liberation from reliance on bottled water and treasure chests. Charcoal, a byproduct of burning wood in the forge, is conveniently available in dozens within the backpack, ensuring all materials are on hand. Construction commences. Beside the well, a device resembling a large water dispenser gradually takes shape. At the top is a metal water storage barrel with a delicate spout below. Basic water purifier, capable of converting 1 unit of water or 2 units of murky water into 1 bottle, 500 milliliters, of pure water per hour. 24 bottles a day appears to be quite substantial. Lin Mo calculates swiftly in his mind. The well produces 50 units of clean water daily, while the planting boxes consume 5 units each day. For Chef Wang, Liana, and himself, a satisfying bath requires at least 30 units. After this calculation, merely 15 units of surplus water remain. The purifier needs to operate continuously, requiring 24 units of water. Insufficient. Lin Mo furrows his brow. To ensure a reliable drinking water supply, they must bathe every 2 days. Every 2 days. Chef Wang's voice instantly escalates, pointing at his sweat-drenched forehead. Boss, I could pickle vegetables with this sweat. 2 days without a wash. That would be unbearable. Lin Mo regards him with disdain, but ultimately opens the trading channel. He directly searches for entries related to water and blueprints, the screen scrolling past numerous listings of pure water for exorbitant prices, with a single bottle nearly costing as much as 2 pieces of rye bread. After flipping through several pages, a blueprint marked for clearance catches his attention. The item for trade is the condensation water collector blueprint, requiring an exchange of any quality weapon. The seller's remarks brim with frustration. Trade for a weapon. Even a white one will do. This useless thing needs electricity. Who in the mine has electricity? Deceptive trash blueprint. Take it if you want it. Electricity? Beep beep. A familiar red cartoonish mobile phone apparition emerges, swirling around Lin Mo. Host, I detect you are contemplating high-energy issues. Twirl at your service. The old fusion core, dropped by the mole, while its integrity is questionable, still possesses 2 clean energy, sufficient to power such low-wattage condensation equipment for an entire month. Moreover, it can be recycled after use, retaining its value. Fair to all. Eureka! An idea sparks in Lin Mo's mind. Without hesitation, he retrieves a spear obtained from a previous treasure chest and tosses it into the trading panel. The transaction is completed in an instant. The player likely believes they have struck an incredible deal. You have learned condensation water collector blueprint. Required materials: iron ingot X5, copper ingot X5. Essentially a gift. Lin Mo promptly opts to construct it. A sleek, silver metallic box, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication, materialized beside the water purifier, emanating a faint chill. He approached the side of the box and opened the energy compartment, carefully placing the pulsating fusion core that radiated a soft blue light within. With a gentle hum, the condenser began to operate steadily, releasing wisps of cold air from the seams of the machine. Tiny droplets of water swiftly formed on the interior metallic walls, cascading down to gather in the reservoir at the bottom. The condensation water collector has commenced operation, yielding 20 units of water daily. Warning: the vapor from the mine may contain pathogens and impurities. Filtration is required for safe consumption. Success. With the 50 units from the well and an additional 20 units from this system, a total of 70 units of water could be produced each day. After accounting for daily consumption and agricultural needs, there remains a surplus of 35 units, ample to keep the purifier operational around the clock, with even more to spare. Chef Wang stared in astonishment at the scene, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate his thoughts before finally stammering, "Boss, where did you acquire the power?" Lin Mo merely smiled, offering no explanation. Chapter 51. The Bloodblade Alliance. On the 6th day, the brightness of the magical crystal gradually returned. Lin Mo stood on the balcony of his wooden cabin on the 2nd floor, gazing down upon his vast underground kingdom. With a total area of 337 square meters, it was no longer merely a mine, but had taken shape as an emerging subterranean fortress. The forging area, Living quarters, cultivation zone, and training grounds were meticulously organized. For cold, arrow towers, like loyal sentinels, guarded the corners of the fortress, exuding a silent intimidation. Everything appeared so tranquil, brimming with vitality and hope. However, in the next moment, a system announcement shattered the serenity. Zone announcement. Congratulations to player B2-1444 for gathering 5 followers and successfully utilizing the guild establishment order to create the first guild in this region, Bloodblade Alliance. System rewards. Excellent longsword. Bloodthirst enchantment, X1. Guild warehouse blueprint green, X1. The guild system is officially activated. The initial guild is level 1, with a member cap of 30. Guild members may freely enter and exit the shared guild residence. Initial area of 200 square meters, capable of excavation. Refreshing akin to personal mines. Special buildings may be constructed within the residence to obtain enhancements. When a guild member's mine is invaded or attacked by monsters, they can immediately summon 5 online guild members for joint defense. The chat channel erupted in chaos. What? Did I hear that correctly? A guild? B2-1444. Is that the prominent figure ranked second in the Goblin event? Did he obtain the guild establishment order from that blue chest? Bloodblade Alliance. That name does not suggest benevolence. It sends chills down my spine. The key point is joint defense. 5 people. 5 individuals, my comrades. Joining the guild means we need not fear the plundering of our mine carts or invasions by monsters. What joint defense? Did you not see? They can even have followers. Are there followers in this game? Why do I not have any? This is unfair. Bloodblade Alliance sounds so formidable. Can I join, esteemed leader? B2-1444. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, a message appeared. B2-1444, Bloodblade Alliance, is established today, welcoming talented individuals. Those with B-level talents and above. Combat-oriented preferred. As for those below C level, do not waste our time. This message, brimming with discrimination and arrogance, poured like gasoline onto a fire. Such audacity. What of C-level talents? Have you consumed my family's rice? Damn it. I am a C-level plant affinity, and if you have the ability, come at me with your minecart. I shall suffocate you with potatoes. Brothers upstairs, do not act impulsively. It will lead to your demise. No sooner had the words been spoken than a message popped up from a speaker whose name bore a gray insignia, indicating a recent departure from the guild. Brothers, run. Do not join this Bloodblade Alliance. I curiously entered to take a look, and that murderer, B2-1888, is in their ranks. They were discussing whether to continue their plundering. I lost 5 units of food upon leaving the guild, but it is better than losing my life there. Following this, others began to voice their opinions, so overbearing. They seemed just like a criminal syndicate. At this moment, a player shared an illustration of a minecart, which indicated that it could accommodate 5 individuals at once. Gentlemen, with the establishment of a guild, your future plundering endeavors may no longer be solitary pursuits. It could very well involve a quintet, and who could withstand such odds? The atmosphere was rife with lamentations. Please, Great One, spare me. I possess no resources, cried the players. My dear companions, this minecart connects randomly. Who knows if it will choose you? Others, fearing misfortune in selection, proclaimed themselves to possess B-class talents, expressing a desire to join the Bloodblade Alliance. Lin M.O., observing the scene, sensed that trouble loomed ahead. The days to come might not bode well. In the past, he had encountered a minecart connection, fortunately, with the bumblingly Dainyu, who, despite his feeble attempts, had ended up as a captive instead of a threat. Yet, one could not guarantee that 5 formidable brutes would not storm his mine, leaving him and his 2 companions and cats to withstand the onslaught. As he pondered, a private message notification chimed. It was B2-9999. Great One, have you seen the announcement? The message bore a subtle tremor. I have, Lin M.O. replied. What do you think about the Bloodblade Alliance? Lin M.O. paused momentarily, then responded, what is there to contemplate? It's a nuisance. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must meet them. When the waters rise, one must build dikes. After a brief silence, as if stealing a resolve, an item illustration was sent. Guild Establishment Order Description, a token of kingship, a clarion call in tumultuous times. Gather 5 like-minded players to ignite your own campfire. Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Such extraordinary luck for 99.99 was truly astonishing. Do you possess one? Why not use it? Lin Montag in Kviot. Great one, do not jest. I am indeed skilled at treasure hunting and exploration, but leading a group against the likes of the Bloodblade Alliance. I lack both the capability and the courage. Following me, my brothers would be oblivious to their demise. His words were grounded in reality. Hence, I ponder that this item is merely a hot potato in my hands, but in yours, it takes on a different significance. Are you suggesting you wish to give this to me? Lin Mo was taken aback. Yes, it's yours. B2-9999's response was resolute. Chaos is on the horizon, and I wish to survive. I feel more secure following you than anyone else. Lin Mo fell silent. He abhorred complications and sought not to be tethered. Yet, B2-9999 was correct. The strength of one was ultimately limited. The emergence of the Bloodblade Alliance had irrevocably altered the rules of the game. One could either join them or forge a force capable of contending with them. He had no inclination to be subservient. With that thought, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Very well. I accept. You, I, and 3 more. Do you have trustworthy candidates in mind? There is one, with whom I have previously traded. He is of good character, identified as B2-5688. I believe he possesses ample resources and should be quite capable. B2-5688? This name rings a bell. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then scrolled through some private messages. It turned out to be the individual who had previously crafted a bloodthirsty dagger using his forge and had sent him several pieces of electronic debris. Clearly, they were someone who appreciated kindness. Thus, he consented to this person joining. Subsequently, Lin Mo reached out to B2-3838, his devoted supporter who had consistently maintained his interests. The individual appeared to possess commendable character, so he decided to invite him as well. Lin Mo, B2-9527. Are you there? B2-3838. Yes, esteemed one. What is the matter? I haven't unearthed any advanced technological products these past few days, but I shall deliver them to you as soon as I do. Lin Mo, let us put that aside for now. I intend to establish a guild. Would you like to join? B2-3838. Wow, esteemed one, you're also launching a guild. Of course I'm in. I'm quite anxious, fearing that the Blood Knife Alliance might come after me at any moment. Lin Mo, all right, hold on a moment. I'll seek out one more person to complete the 5 needed for the guild. He then messaged Li Daniu, informing him of his intention to form a guild and requesting his assistance in gathering members. Li Daniu expressed immense gratitude, stating that he would strive diligently to repay such a favor. Following this, Lin Mo initiated a group chat. B2-5688. Greetings, esteemed individuals. B2-3838. Greetings, esteemed one. B2-9999. Henceforth, we shall be comrades in this guild. Let us each introduce ourselves. I shall begin. I am Qian Duo Duo, an A-level lucky one, enhancing luck and increasing the chances of discovering valuable items. B2-6734. I am Li Daniu, with a B-level strength talent, augmenting my power by 30, albeit at the cost of requiring double the food. B2-5688. I am Zhao Yu, possessing a B-level backstab talent, increasing damage by 20 when attacking from behind, with a 0.01 chance of an instant kill, though this probability diminishes against bosses. B2-3838. I am Li Weiwei, endowed with a B-level minor talent, reducing pickaxe wear and providing a chance to double the items unearthed. B2-9527. Li Weiwei, are you a female? Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback. He had previously observed this individual engaging in heated debates in the chat channel, with sharp rhetoric and a robust presence, leading him to believe they were a boisterous male, often embroiled in online disputes. Li Weiwei, indeed, esteemed one, I never claimed to be male. Feeling aggrieved, Qian Duo Duo. All right, enough of the diversions. Esteemed one, it's your turn. Please share your details with us. Lin Mo, I am Lin Mo, C-level, recycling. capable of reclaiming unwanted scraps from others in exchange for basic materials. A profound silence enveloped the group once more. After several seconds, Li Weiwei cautiously typed a message. Dear Li Weiwei, Chi. Sea level? Is it truly sea level? I thought you were jesting, esteemed one. You are so formidable. I had assumed you were at least A level, or even possessed the legendary S-level talent. Zhao Yu. Though Zhao Yu remained silent, the ellipsis conveyed his sentiments effectively. Witnessing the flattery from the group, Lin Mo simply replied with a touch of modesty. Lin Mo, merely fortunate, that is all. Qian Duo. I feel that my A-level fortunate one is merely a facade of talent. Lin Mo, you, with your C-level recycling, must truly be the destined child of fate. Such luck is unparalleled. Silence enveloped the group once more. Indeed, they were oblivious to the realm of the elite. The notion that a C-level talent, through sheer fortune, could ascend to the pinnacle of a district would surely be regarded as the year's most ludicrous jest, if spoken aloud. Yet, the reality lay before them, undeniable and irrefutable. Qian Duo, enough of jesting. Lin Mo, since you have assumed the mantle of leadership, the naming of our guild is in your hands. Qian Duo decisively relinquished the authority, fully aware of his role as the trailblazing scout and treasure-seeking expert, yet not the strategist or commander. Li Danyu, indeed. You take the lead, boss. Li Weiwei, let the great leader decide. A name crafted by the esteemed will undoubtedly be formidable. Zhao Yu. Agreed. Zhao Yu remained succinct, yet his stance was unmistakably clear. Lin Mo gazed at the screen, his fingers tapping gently. Naming, you say? That indeed poses a conundrum. A commendable name serves not only as the facade of the organization, but also embodies its principles and future trajectory. The name Bloodblade Alliance exudes an aura of arrogance. A violent entity centered on slaughter and plunder, replete with aggression. But what of them? Lin Mo had yet to formulate an idea when the group began brainstorming, the atmosphere igniting with enthusiasm. Li Danyu, boss, how about we call ourselves the Macho Alliance? Each of us is a fighter. What a display of might. Lin Mo. Qian Duo. Danyu, are you serious? Li Weiwei. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Macho Alliance. We have female members in our guild. Moreover, that name is far too straightforward. Li Danyu scratched his bald head, seemingly realizing the inappropriateness of his suggestion. Li Weiwei. I believe if we name ourselves, it should be something resounding. For instance, Sanctuary, Judgment, Star Knights. Such names sound grand and would certainly outshine the rustic connotation of Bloodblade Alliance. Qian Duo. Ahem. Weiwei, your suggestions. Might they not carry a hint of the melodramatic? We are still striving for survival in a mine, and yet we speak of sanctuaries and knightly orders, which feels rather out of touch. Zhao Yu. Shadow. Suddenly, the usually reticent Zhao Yu interjected with 2 words. Chapter 52, The Guardians Alliance. Qian Duo. This is quite good. Subtle, yet imposing. Li Weiwei. Indeed, it sounds far better than the Muscle Alliance. As the group considered this name viable, Lin Mo finally spoke up. Lin Mo. None of these are suitable. Qian Duo, boss. I find the name, Shadow, quite appealing. Why is it not acceptable? Lin Mo. It is too ostentatious. The Bloodblade Alliance currently reigns as the undisputed overlord of this region. Establishing a guild under such circumstances would be akin to planting a flag in the territory of a tiger. If that flag bore the image of a dragon, the tiger might exhibit some caution. However, if it depicted an even fiercer tiger, the outcome would inevitably lead to a brutal confrontation. Qian Duo. I see. Boss, your foresight is commendable. We were too presumptuous. So, what should we be called? Lin Mo. What is our objective? Instead of responding directly, Lin Mo posed a counter-question. Li Weiwei, to survive? Li Danyu, to have enough to eat and not be bullied. Zhao Yu, to grow stronger. Qian Duo, to establish a force capable of resisting the Bloodblade Alliance, protecting ourselves from their plunder. Lin Mo. Duo has articulated our ultimate goal. Danyu and Weiwei have described our immediate objectives. In summary, We are not forming this guild to prey on others, nor to seek dominion. Our core purpose is singular. Lin Mo, to safeguard. Lin Mo, to protect our safety, to safeguard the resources we have painstakingly gathered, and to uphold our right to sleep soundly. In this perilous world, we aim to provide a reliable haven for those of us who seek warmth and unity. Indeed, why they joined this guild, if not for that fundamental sense of security? Lin Mo. Thus, our guild shall be named the Guardians. Guardians. This name is neither grandiose nor resounding. It may even seem rather ordinary. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of the five, it carries far more weight than names like Sanctuary, Judgment, or Shadow. Li Weiwei, Guardians. I adore this name. Li Dania, me too. It sounds reassuring. Zhao Yu. Sound good. Qian Duo, excellent. We shall call ourselves the Guardians. Qian Duo promptly transferred the guild establishment decree, and Lin Mo, without hesitation, utilized it. In the next moment, a system announcement echoed in their minds. System, congratulations on joining the guild established by player B2-9527. The Guardians. System reward. As you are the second team to establish a guild, you are awarded Guild Warehouse Blueprint Green, X1. The guild, the Guardians, has been founded. The guild base has been generated. All members' minds are linked to the base and may freely teleport in a non-combat state. Lin Mo did not immediately turn his attention to the guild's details, as he was entirely captivated by a new tab that had appeared on the system panel. Guild. Within their group chat, a new notification appeared. System notification. The Guild Guardians has been established, and 5 initial members have been automatically joined. Qian Duo, it's done. Big Boss, we are now members of the same guild. Lin Mo glanced at the screen, slowly rising to his feet. Let us go and explore our new home. He took only Liana with him, and, with a thought, opted for teleportation. The scenery before him blurred for an instant, and in the next moment, he found himself in an entirely new realm. This space was comparable in size to his own mine, yet the environment was distinct. It resembled a cave rather than a mine. The ceiling was so high that its entirety was obscured from view, with several stalactites hanging down, adorned with glimmering magical crystals. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, and beneath his feet lay an uneven rocky surface that crunched softly underfoot. It was vast, primal, like a blank canvas awaiting the touch of an artist. This was the stronghold of the Guardians. Liana surveyed her surroundings with vigilance, her slender fingers resting on the moonlight crossbow at her waist, as her elven instincts kept her on high alert in this unfamiliar environment. As Lin Mo took in the scene, a flash of light appeared nearby. A tall, slender young man, wearing glasses, materialized before him, dressed in a finely tailored suit of leather armor. With a compass and several small pouches hanging from his waist, he radiated the aura of a seasoned explorer. Behind him loomed a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a massive axe, his muscular frame resembling that of an iron tower, exuding an overwhelming presence simply by standing there. Wow, the quality of your gear. You must be Lin Mo, the big boss. Hello, I am Qian Duo, and this is my subordinate, Zhao Dizhus. Upon spotting Lin Mo, Qian Duo eagerly approached, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Liana behind him. Hello, this is Liana. Lin Mo introduced succinctly. Qian Duo's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at Liana, his voice quivering with excitement. No way. An elf. Is this the ordinary subordinate summon card I traded to you earlier that summoned this? He slapped his thigh, his expression one of exaggerated regret. A ranged attacker. An elven archer. What a loss, I've been robbed blind. Lin Mo merely smiled at his theatrical display. Before the moment could pass, several more flashes of light erupted, and Li Dani, Zhao Yu, and Li Weiwei sequentially teleported in. Boss! Li Daniu exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Lin Mo. His bald head gleamed under the crystalline light, clad only in tattered leather armor. Yet his robust muscles served as the best protection. He instinctively positioned himself behind Lin Mo like the most loyal bodyguard. Zhao Yu, dressed in a practical dark outfit, with a gleaming dagger at his waist, slightly lowered his head, nodding in acknowledgement to the group, his lips moving silently, revealing a hint of shyness and discomfort. The last to speak was Li Weiwei. Hello, esteemed leaders. Her melodic voice resonated, causing the group to collectively pause in astonishment. She appeared to be merely a girl of 18 or 19, standing at about 1 meter 65, with an endearing doll-like face adorned with a playful ponytail. And atop her head rested a small mining lamp as a decorative touch. Her large, curious eyes blinked as she surveyed the crowd. Both Duo and Zhao Yu were left in a state of astonishment. Could this be the keyboard warrior from the chat channel? Known for his audacious remarks and relentless verbal sparring? The contrast was staggering. Are you 3,838? Duo stammered. Indeed, Li Weiwei replied, nodding with a sense of certainty. With her hands on her hips, she assumed a miniature adult demeanor and proclaimed, in the realm of the internet, one must cultivate a fierce persona, otherwise, people may perceive you as easy prey. Duo nearly choked, caught off guard by her audacity. This was not merely fierce. It was downright deceptive. The group fell into a moment of speechless disbelief before erupting into laughter, the initially unfamiliar atmosphere suddenly warmed by this lively spirit. Li Weiwei's curiosity swiftly shifted to Liana and Zhao Dizhu's, prompting Duo to explain the origins of the follower summoning card, which elicited a chorus of envious admiration. Now that everyone is gathered, Lin Mo clapped his hands to draw attention. This place is too spacious. We should begin constructing the guild warehouse. After sharing the guild warehouse blueprint, Lin Mo, Duo, and Li Weiwei, being the affluent ones, swiftly gathered the necessary materials. And a sturdy stone warehouse rose in the center of the encampment. Li Daniu and Zhao Yu were not idle either. They brought forth some surplus wooden tables and benches they had unearthed, and together they cobbled together a rudimentary rest area. At that moment, Lin Mo miraculously produced a large basin from his backpack and placed it on the table. An overwhelming aroma burst forth, a rich blend of savory soy sauce, fragrant spices, and the unique scent of melting fat, boldly invading everyone's nostrils. Li Daniu's stomach audibly protested, while Duo's glasses nearly slipped off his nose. Following the enticing scent, they beheld a massive ceramic basin brimming with glistening, succulent pieces of meat, each coated in a thick, glossy sauce, shimmering enticingly under the crystalline light. This is braised pork. In this pitch-black mine, after subsisting on dry bread and biscuits for 5 or 6 days, such a hearty dish felt nothing short of miraculous. Before they could fully recover from their astonishment, Lin Mo revealed another large basin filled with fresh, vibrant green lettuce. The lively hue sliced through their dreary surroundings like a bolt of lightning. Fresh vegetables? Duo exclaimed incredulously. How is that possible? Where could this come from in the mine? I grew them, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. I set up a planting box. In the future, if anyone wants to eat, they can come to me for a trade, and I'll give you a discount. Trade. We must trade. Li Weiwei was the first to raise her hand, and the others nodded fervently, their eyes alight with eagerness. Everyone understood the significance of being able to savor fresh vegetables in such an environment. Come, stop staring. Let us celebrate our union's inaugural feast. At Lin Mo's command, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. Li Daniu seized a piece of meat with his hand, hastily cramming it into his mouth, wincing as the heat made him gasp but reluctant to spit it out. The meat was cooked to exquisite tenderness, the fatty portions dissolving upon contact, while the lean cuts were succulent rather than dry, the rich aroma of the meat mingling with the savory sweetness of the sauce. Exploding upon his taste buds, he mumbled indistinctly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Duo, more refined in his approach, carefully dipped dark bread into the sauce, then added a piece of meat and a leaf of lettuce, taking a bite where the rough texture of the bread, the tenderness of the meat, and the crispness of the lettuce melded into a perfect symphony of flavors. He squinted in bliss, as if he had tasted the essence of paradise. Even the usually reticent Zhao Yu silently savored his meal, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Li Weiwei suddenly exclaimed, "Look, a new status." The group quickly opened their attribute panels, revealing a brand new buff in the status bar. Blessing of the God of Food, Week 2 strength for 4 hours. Eating can enhance strength. Duo marveled. Boss, this is not merely a friend-s cooking. It is the elixir of the gods. Lin Mo merely smiled. I obtained a special recipe from a treasure chest yesterday. He refrained from revealing the existence of Chef Wang, one of his greatest secrets. Upon hearing this, Li Daniu paused mid-bite, but said nothing, simply shoving another hefty piece of meat into his mouth. He was aware that his leader had a chef companion, but out of respect, he refrained from questioning further. Although he appeared simple-minded, he was not foolish. This meal drew the five of them closer together. After satisfying their hunger, they turned their attention to serious matters. The Bloodblade Alliance has a vast number of members. Should we not begin recruiting as well? Duo was the first to voice the concern. I believe we should refrain. Li Weiwei countered decisively. With too many members, management becomes difficult. What if we inadvertently recruit a spy from the Bloodblade Alliance? I think the five of us are quite sufficient. We are trustworthy allies, each with commendable strength. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Mo summarized, Weiwei is correct. Our current focus should not be on quantity, but on quality. For now, the Guardians will not recruit newcomers. The strength of our five, if united, is sufficient to confront most crises. Our immediate priority is to enhance each of our powers. The group nodded in consensus, finding this decision prudent. At that moment, Li Weiwei seemed to recall something. She retrieved a silvery metallic prosthetic arm from her backpack. Oh right, boss, I almost forgot. I want a mechanical prosthetic, left arm, during the points event, but I have no use for it. You may find it beneficial. Lin Mo glanced at her, noting her worn-out sneakers. He accepted the prosthetic arm without hesitation and produced a pair of leather boots from his backpack. Here, this is for you. It was the sandworm leather boots he had previously discarded. Li Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she gratefully accepted the gift, immediately changing into the boots. As the gathering concluded, the attendees gradually dispersed. Ultimately, only Lin Mo, Liana, and Li Daniu remained at the site. Li Daniu scratched his bald head, wearing a sycophantic grin, as he handed over a multitude of electronic gadgets and luxurious watches and bags that he had collected the previous day, freely exchanging them with Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted the items and, in return, provided him with ample provisions of food and water sufficient to last several days. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to gift Li Daniu his own discarded set of crab armor, eyeing the man's robust physique. Do not solely focus on accumulating items. Your own strength must also keep pace. We are a team, and you must not be a hindrance. Li Daniu cradled the shimmering crab armor, his eyes welling with emotion. Rest assured, boss, I will diligently mine and upgrade upon my return. I will never bring you shame. After bidding farewell to Li Daniu, Lin Mo surveyed the now desolate base, slowly exhaling a breath of relief. From this day forth, he would no longer fight his battles alone. Chapter 53. The luminous forest. He did not linger at the outpost, swiftly transporting Liana back to his mine. Chef Wang was humming a cheerful tune, meticulously polishing his beloved ladle, and merely glanced up with a smile upon Lin Mo's return. Lin Mo made his way directly to the workbench in the corner, pouring out the offerings from Li Daniu and Li Weiwei in one go. A dozen pieces of dirt-streaked electronic waste and luxury items spilled forth, along with a metallic prosthetic limb gleaming with a sheen. Let's get to work, he thought, having only reclaimed half this time, leaving 5 chances remaining. Who knows what better items might come his way today? From 5 rounds of reclamation, he obtained 5 green treasure chests, 1 blue treasure chest, and some materials. He decided to open the green treasure chest first and, upon tallying the results, was pleasantly surprised by the bounty. Iron ingots X10, burgers X2, family bucket X1, iced cola X2, and minor healing potions X3. Additionally, he discovered a blueprint and 2 green items. Wooden soundproof earplug blueprint. Quality. Green. Requirements. Wood X1 description. Are you troubled by the snores of your neighbors or the roars of monsters? With this, the world becomes instantly serene. Lin Mo twitched at the corner of his mouth. This item seemed somewhat useful, yet perhaps not significantly so. The 2 green items were a pair of leather gloves and a short dagger. After a glance, he tossed the durable leather gloves to Chef Wang, who was still polishing his ladle. Master Wang, catch this. Chef Wang caught it skillfully, examined the attributes, and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, boss. As for the remaining short dagger, Lin Mo found it unworthy of his use and promptly listed it on the trading platform in exchange for 1 square meter cave expansion card. Having completed these tasks, his gaze finally settled on the grand blue treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand upon the lid. Come on, let it be a divine artifact. He chanted under his breath before abruptly flinging it open. A brilliant blue light burst forth, more dazzling than ever before. As the glow dissipated, nestled within the chest lay an orange-red ball adorned with black stripes. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, lifting it out. The texture and weight were strikingly familiar. He would recognize this even in ashes. Practitioner S basketball, quality, blue excellent, description, sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Its owner must have worked exceptionally hard. Special effect. Upon picking up the basketball, you'll enter a trainee state for 5 hours, usable once a day. During this period, your agility will slightly increase. Your charm will significantly rise. And there is a high probability that a display of cool basketball skills will leave all beings in a state of admiration, ceasing all attacks for 10 seconds. Lin Mo. Holding the basketball, he stood rooted in place, his expression blank. After eagerly anticipating the blue treasure chest, this was what he received? An increase in charm? In this pitch-black mind, who would care? And that state of admiration lasting for 10 seconds? Lin Mo felt his blood pressure steadily rising. How utterly useless! Lin Mo muttered, examining the vibrant orange basketball with increasing disdain. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to discard the object immediately, and instead relegated it to the deepest recesses of his backpack. Out of sight, out of mind. Surveying his surroundings, the mind was abuzz with activity. Goblin miners toiled diligently, swinging their pickaxes with unwavering dedication. Chef Wang hummed an indiscernible tune while methodically digging. Charlie and Little Flower, the two adorable Ailu cats, were also hard at work, deftly sorting and stacking scattered materials with remarkable efficiency. Witnessing this scene alleviated much of Lin Mo's earlier frustration. Indeed, their team was growing stronger, their resources more abundant. He could not allow a mere basketball to dampen his spirits. He approached the forge, intending to craft a batch of weapons to sell on the trading platform in exchange for much-needed supplies. Just as he tossed an iron ingot into the furnace, a shrill shriek echoed from the far end of the mine. A goblin, frantically scrambling back, sought refuge behind Lin Mo, trembling as it pointed toward the spot it had just excavated. Everyone turned to see a dark, gaping hole materializing in the rock face, within which a slowly swirling, shadowy vortex emanated a disquieting aura. A dungeon. Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The last venture into the Wailing Cavern had yielded bountiful rewards, albeit with a significant stroke of luck. Now, another dungeon presented itself. Was it a blessing or a curse? Should they venture in? He hesitated, instinctively glancing at Chef Wang. The chef, confidently resting his ladle on his shoulder, spoke up, "Boss, I believe we should give it a try." He patted his sturdy leather armor and gestured towards Liana, who had arrived from the Arrow Tower. "Miss Liana and I have leveled up and upgraded our equipment. You have also significantly enhanced yours, with Charlie and Little Flower assisting us. Even if a dire wolf leader emerges, we shall prevail." Lin Mo's resolve solidified upon hearing this. Indeed, times had changed. Their current team strength was no longer to be underestimated. Liana gracefully descended from the Arrow Tower and silently approached Lin Mo, checking her quiver of crossbow bolts before nodding firmly at him. Action was her most eloquent affirmation. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Mo steeled himself, preparing to depart in 5 minutes. The dungeon's entry limit was 5, and with Lin Mo, Chef Wang, Liana, and the 2 Ailu cats, they were perfectly matched. The goblin miners were left behind to guard their home. The quintet stepped into the swirling vortex, and after a brief sensation of dizziness, their surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves within an unimaginably vast underground cavern. Here, the sun and stars were absent. The vaulted ceiling was adorned with expansive patches of moss glowing softly, casting the entire space in a dreamlike azure-green hue. Beneath their feet lay a bed of rich, loamy soil, while the air was thick with the earthy aroma of damp earth and the distinctive scent of fungi. The most striking features are the diverse and vividly colored giant mushrooms, some resembling parasols, others towering like spires, and yet others appearing as coral formations. The tallest among them reaches heights of several meters, while the shorter ones stand at waist level, collectively forming a fantastical underground forest. The atmosphere is serene, with only the occasional sound of water droplets falling from the stalactites breaking the silence. It seems to resemble a resource-gathering dungeon. Lin Mo mused, momentarily lowering his guard. Before he could finish his thought, Charlie and Xiaohua joyfully called out, bouncing forward in delight. They began to dig eagerly beneath a blue mushroom that was half their height. In no time, the two kittens returned, each cradling a few blue mushrooms the size of a baby's fist, proudly placing them at Lin Mo's feet and exclaiming, Boss, these are blue mushrooms. Eating them can restore vitality, meow. Blue mushroom, quality, green excellent, description, a common magical mushroom. Serving as a fundamental ingredient for healing potions. Consuming it restores 10 health points. Chapter 54. Do not recklessly consume mushrooms. They may transform into monster sustenance. Chef Wang had also made a discovery. He rose from beside a cluster of vibrant red fungi, clutching several mushrooms of a different hue. Boss, take a look at this. Nitro mushroom. Quality, green excellent. Description, a mushroom imbued with a faint elemental fire energy, serving as a material for crafting explosives and fire attribute potions. Consuming it directly will temporarily enhance strength by 3, but one will experience a persistent sensation of burning. Lin Montauk nodded. One restores health, while the other augments strength. It appears that this Gloomlight Forest instance is indeed a treasure trove of resources, with the quality of the yields being quite commendable. Gather, Lin Mo issued the succinct command. At the sound of his order, the team sprang into action. Chef Wang, seasoned and astute, collected while discerning the various types of mushrooms surrounding them and their potential value. Liana maintained a heightened vigilance, resembling an elegant leopard, silently patrolling the perimeter of the group, her moonlight crossbow poised to unleash lethal arrows at any moment. The two Alu cats became the primary gatherers, their diminutive forms weaving effortlessly among the towering mushroom clusters, occasionally returning with a trove of newly discovered materials. Meowing excitedly to Lin Mo in a bid to claim credit. Antidote, grass 25, blue mushroom 25, nitro mushroom 20, hypnotic spores 13, elastic mycelium 8, the continuous stream of harvest notifications refreshed in Lin Mo's system log. Lifting his spirits. This expedition had proven fortuitous. At that moment, Liana, who had been on watch, suddenly raised her hand, signaling for silence. The team halted instantly, all eyes directed toward the area she was observing. There in the distance stood a seemingly unremarkable cluster of mushrooms, dozens of specimens identical to the previously gathered blue mushrooms, quietly emanating a gentle glow. What is it? Lin Montauk vispiret. Liana did not respond. Instead, she slowly raised her crossbow, aiming at the plumpest blue mushroom among the lot. Whoosh! A soft sound of air being pierced rang out as the moonlight arrow struck precisely at the mushroom's base. A bizarre scene unfolded. The struck blue mushroom did not succumb as an ordinary plant would. Instead, it trembled violently and then uprooted itself from the soil. It sprouted 2 short legs composed of mycelium, and a fissure appeared beneath its rounded cap, revealing a dense array of sharp spikes reminiscent of fangs. This was not a mouth, but rather a lethal predatory organ. Gloomlight mission, grade, green common race, fungi abnormal creature. Attributes: health 300, attack 50, defense 25, skills, mimicry. Spore ejection. Description: a cunning impersonator. They disguise themselves as harmless mushrooms, waiting for prey to approach before launching a deadly ambush. What the hell? Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Who could have imagined that foraging for mushrooms could pose a peril to one's life? These creatures disguised themselves so expertly that, had it not been for Liana's innate elven intuition, some of them might have already fallen prey. A piercing shriek erupted from the revealed, luminescent mushroom creature, as its cap split open, unleashing a cloud of yellow-green spores. Retreat. Xiaohua dispel it. Lin Montauk commanded instantly. Chef Wang and the two Elu cats reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating in an instant. Xiaohua, unfazed by the impending danger, promptly retrieved her hunting flute from her pack and began to blow into it with gusto. The melodious notes resonated, and an invisible sound wave radiated outward, colliding with the spore cloud, which promptly dissipated, leaving the group unscathed. Well done. Lin Montauk praised it. The shriek of the luminescent mushroom creature seemed to signal an awakening. The seemingly innocuous cluster of mushrooms sprang to life. 1, 2, 3 a full dozen luminescent mushroom creatures emerged from the ground, their mycelial legs swaying as they encircled Lin Mo's party. Boss, it seems we shall feast on mushrooms today, Chef Wang exclaimed with unexpected delight, hefting his large spoon, which produced a resounding clang. Charlie, flashbang. Lin Mo directed calmly. Leave it to me, Meow, Charlie shouted, producing a walnut-sized sphere from behind and hurling it toward the densest cluster of mushroom creatures. Boom! The sphere detonated, unleashing a blinding white light that illuminated the entire area. The once menacing luminescent mushroom creatures found their light-sensitive spores bursting, plunging them into disarray, spinning in place while emitting meaningless shrieks. Now's the moment. Chef Wang advance. Liana, prioritize those ready to spore. Got it. Chef Wang roared, charging forth like a fierce tiger. The stainless steel spoon in his hand whirled with ferocity. Take this. He swung the spoon with all his might, striking one mushroom creature's cap. Thud. Minus 155. Weak point attack. Stun. A dull thud echoed as the mushroom creature's cap caved in, green juice splattering everywhere as it swayed precariously. It had no chance to retaliate before Chef Wang delivered another blow, sending it crashing against a distant stone wall, reducing it to a puddle of mush. A significant damage notification appeared. Minus 250. Weak point attack. Critical hit. The stunning effect of the spoon proved to be an invaluable skill in the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, Liana danced gracefully amidst the mushroom cluster, each pause accompanied by the soft sound of her moonlight crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 95. Minus 101. Minus 98. 3 bolts accurately struck the 3 mushroom creatures preparing to unleash spores. The force of the crossbow bolts sent them staggering, abruptly interrupting their attack. This is professionalism. Lin Mo was not idle either, like a flash of lightning. He maneuvered to the side of a mushroom creature, unleashing his twin blades to carve 2 swift arcs of cold light. With a sharp sound, vibrant green liquid gushed forth as he severed the upper body of the mushroom creature cleanly at the root, causing it to drop to the ground and convulse a few times before becoming still. The battle was an overwhelming slaughter. Under Lin Mo's precise command and the formidable execution of his team members, within a mere 2 minutes, a dozen luminous mushroom creatures were completely eradicated. System notification. You have slain 15 luminous mushroom creatures. You have acquired mushroom spores 20 elastic mycelium 15. System notification. Your companion, Charlie, has leveled up to LV 2. System notification. Your companion, Little Flower, has leveled up to LV 2. They leveled up. Meow. The 2 Ailu cats joyfully spun in circles, hand in hand. As the battle concluded, Chef Wang, wielding his large spoon smeared with green liquid, approached the still visible remains of the mushroom creatures and gave them a kick. Boss, can this thing be eaten? He asked with utmost seriousness. Lin Mo. Chapter 55. Is this basketball serious? You'd best not entertain any ideas about it. Lin Mo gazed at Chef Wang's expression, which was filled with a desire to sample everything, and shook his head in resignation. He crouched down, wielding his dual-edged wolf fang, to slice open the corpse of a mushroom creature, and an acrid stench assailed his senses. These beings resembled grotesque hybrids of animal and plant. Who could tell if they were toxic? Only then did Chef Wang reluctantly abandon his notion of preparing stir-fried mushrooms. After clearing the battlefield, the team pressed deeper into the forest. Having learned from their previous encounters, everyone became increasingly cautious. Two Ailu cats led the way. Their senses far more acute than those of humans, adept at discerning genuine mushrooms from disguised monsters. As they traversed an area dominated by gigantic blue mushrooms, the scenery shifted once more. Before them lay an underground river, shimmering with a subtle blue luminescence, its crystal-clear waters revealing small, glowing fish darting about. The riverbanks were adorned with an array of bizarre plants, creating an environment that resembled a fairy tale wonderland. Yet, it was fraught with peril. There's a big one, came Liana's voice from atop a towering mushroom. Unbeknownst to them, she had taken the high ground and was vigilantly watching the opposite riverbank. The group followed her gaze. There, in a clearing across the river, lay a colossal crab, its size comparable to a small automobile. Its shell bore a rock-like grayish-brown hue, and its enormous pincers glinted with a metallic sheen, suggesting it was not to be trifled with. Most strikingly, a vibrant, half-meter-tall, poisonous mushroom thrived upon its broad back. The cap of the mushroom was adorned with a kaleidoscope of spots, from which tendrils of colorful mist emanated. Toxic mushroom crab, rank, blue elite, race, beast fungus attributes, health 1500, attack 80, defense 70, skills, toxic eruption, hardened shell, rampage, description, guardian of the glimmering forest. The toxic mushroom on its back is both its camouflage and its deadliest weapon. A health pool of 1500 and a defense of 70. The attributes made Lin Mo's eyelids flutter. This was no mere creature like those they had encountered previously. This was undoubtedly a small boss. Boss, its shell is too thick. Miss Liana's crossbow bolts will likely struggle to penetrate, Chef Wang remarked, his expression now serious as he wielded his large spoon. I can see its weaknesses at the abdomen and the joints. Lin Mo activated weakness perception, clearly identifying the red points on the boss. However, attacking from the front would be futile. The most troublesome aspect was that toxic mushroom on its back. Once combat commences, it will certainly unleash a wide spray of toxic mist, and Little Flower's dispelling flute might not fully cover it. Lin Mo inquired, Charlie, do you still have any flashbangs? None left, meow. I can only use one per day, and today I have exhausted that limit. The situation appears to have reached an impasse. Charging recklessly would undoubtedly result in severe casualties. Should I surrender? Gazing at the almost tangible illusion of a treasure chest hovering above the elite creature, Lin Mo felt a pang of unwillingness. What to do? Suddenly, a bold, even somewhat absurd idea sprang forth in Lin Mo's mind. He quietly retrieved the orange-red basketball from his backpack, an item he had long deemed worthless. Boss. Chef Wang looked at the basketball in Lin Mo's hands, utterly perplexed. What are you doing? Liana and the two Alu cats cast puzzled glances as well. Ignoring them, Lin Mo took a deep breath and issued a command to the system. Use trainee's basketball. In the next moment, a wondrous sensation coursed through his body. Lin Mo felt his entire demeanor transform. His body became lighter, and every pore seemed to radiate an aura of confidence. Chef Wang, Liana, listen for my command. When I signal you, unleash your most powerful attacks, focusing on its abdomen. Charlie, Xiaohua, prepare your items for support at any moment. Lin Mo swiftly devised a strategy. Despite their bewilderment, Chef Wang and Liana nodded firmly, trusting Lin Mo watch me. Clutching the basketball, Lin Mo inhaled deeply and then burst forth from his hiding spot behind a mushroom. The toxic mushroom crab on the opposite shore was immediately alerted. Rising on its 8 legs, its massive claws clicking ominously, and its small eyes fixated intensely on the unexpected human. However, Lin Mo did not initiate an assault. He stood at the riverbank and began to dribble. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of the basketball striking the ground echoed clearly within the silent cavern. Lin Mo's movements were as graceful as a butterfly flitting through flowers. He dribbled between his legs, behind his back, spun, and leaped. A series of actions flowing seamlessly, imbued with an indescribable rhythm and grace. Chef Wang and Liana watched in stunned silence. Has the boss lost his mind? Even the toxic mushroom crab seemed bewildered by this sudden display. Its enormous claws hung forgotten as it stared blankly at the human, showcasing his skills before it. confusion filling its small eyes. Suddenly, Lin Mo launched the basketball high into the air, leaping up elegantly, executing a perfect turn in midair to catch the ball, and then striking a stylish ending pose directed at the toxic mushroom crab. In an instant, a brilliant light radiated from Lin Mo's being. System notification. Your basketball performance has triggered an awe effect. The target toxic mushroom crab has entered an awe state, ceasing its attacks for 10 seconds. The once fearsome and venomous mushroom crab suddenly appeared drained of all its strength, its massive form softening as its enormous claws hung limply towards the ground. It even swayed its large mushroom atop its back, as if calling for support. Now, go! As Lin Mo landed, a thunderous shout erupted from him. Chef Wang was the first to react. Though his mind was still in a daze, his body instinctively surged forward. Soul of the beast, fury! He roared, activating his skill as his muscles swelled and his eyes turned a fierce crimson. Explosive stir-fried kidney. He leaped high into the air, gripping the large ladle tightly, channeling all his strength into this one strike, akin to a cannonball, crashing down onto the soft underbelly of the mushroom crab. Liana's attack followed closely behind. It seemed to have triggered an armor-piercing effect, as a crossbow bolt shimmering with red light accurately targeted the same point of Chef Wang's assault. Boom! Splatter! The two distinctly different sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Chapter 56. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird waits. A shrill scream, piercing enough to rupture eardrums, erupted from the mouth of the poisonous mushroom crab. Its hardened carapace, despite enduring the full force of Chef Wang's furious strike and Liana's armor-piercing arrow, ultimately succumbed. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, appeared in its abdomen, and dark green blood gushed forth like a fountain. The searing pain jolted it from its state of reverence, but it was too late. A mere 10 seconds of control could dictate the outcome of a battle. Demon transformation. Lin Mo spared it no respite. At the instant Chef Wang and Liana's attacks landed, he activated the accompanying skill of Wolf Fong Dual Blades, instantly enhancing both his attack power and speed. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly following suit as his dual blades pierced through the newly created wound with lethal precision. -86. Weak point attack. -96. Weak point attack. -92. Weak point attack. The sounds of slicing echoed continuously as Lin Mo nearly plunged half his body into the mushroom crab, relentlessly ravaging its internal structures. The poisonous mushroom crab thrashed wildly, its enormous pincers flailing in desperation, while the toxic mushrooms on its back released a deluge of colorful poisonous mist. Yet all was in vain. Xiaohua had already sounded the dispersal flute, sending gentle sound waves that kept the toxic mist at bay. Charlie, in turn, deployed several wood spike traps, restraining the mushroom crab-esque movements. 30 seconds later, this once mighty elite creature collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground, utterly devoid of life. System notification. Congratulations. Your team has successfully defeated the elite monster, poisonous mushroom crab. A brilliant blue light gradually coalesced beside the crab's carcass, ultimately manifesting into an alluring blue treasure chest. Lin Mo emerged from beneath the crab shell, his body smeared with the foul green blood, exhaling a long breath. Meanwhile, Chef Wang exited his berserk state, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from the mild aftereffects of his exertion. Supporting his waist, he regarded Lin Mo with a gaze filled with reverence and a hint of confusion. Boss, where did you learn that move? Lin Montag unfazit. Stowed the basketball into his backpack, a family secret. Chef Wang. Liana also descended from her elevated perch, her expression mirroring the complexity of Chef Wang's. She was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how a seemingly extravagant and harmless display of dance and ball skills could render a ferocious elite monster in a state of stupor. This surpassed the limits of her understanding. Perhaps this is the enigma of humanity, Liana mused. Without further ado, Lin Mo stepped forward and lifted the blue treasure chest. As the light dissipated, 3 items lay quietly within. The first was a blueprint shimmering with a green glow. Spore Grenade Blueprint. Quality, green, excellent. Materials required. Iron Ingot X1. Spore of the Glow Mushroom X1. Elastic Mycelium X1. Description: a throwable weapon crafted from the spores of the glow mushroom through a special process. Upon detonation, it releases a vast cloud of paralyzing spores, inflicting minor damage on enemies and rendering them incapacitated for 5 seconds. An essential item for home and travel, particularly for ambushes. A remarkable find. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly a tailor-made control artifact for team battles. The second item was a uniquely designed crab claw. Crab claw fist blade left. Quality, blue excellent. Set attack power. 30 to 50 special effect. Armor piercing 5. Set 1-2. Description: a weapon transformed from the massive claw of a venomous mushroom crab. Sharp and sturdy. Lin Mo wielded the fist blade, feeling its substantial weight. Although it lacked the dual-wielding skills of the Wolf Fang blades, its higher attack power and armor-piercing effect were commendable. Alas, it was only the left half. He wondered when he might find a counterpart. The final item was a tattered map made from some kind of beast hide. The map bore strange symbols and lines. Most areas obscured by stains, with only one location circled in red, accompanied by a grand depiction of a mushroom crown. Fragment of the Glow Forest map, 1-2. Description: it appears to indicate the core area of this forest, where immense treasures or dangers may lie hidden. A clue to the final boss. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy as he collected all 3 items. He ordered a brief 10-minute respite to recuperate. Chef Wang immediately produced pots and pans, commencing the preparation of life-restoring dishes using blue mushrooms. The 2 Ailu cats assisted him nearby. Just then, a faint sound of combat and roars echoed from another direction in the forest. There are others nearby. Liana perked up at the sound, her ears twitching in alertness. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Could they encounter other players within the dungeon? That was not a favorable prospect. Let us investigate while remaining concealed, he resolved. The 5-member team stealthily approached the source of the noise. They hid behind a colossal mushroom, resembling a canopy, cautiously peering out. Not far away, a 5-person team was engaged in an assault on an elite monster identical to the venomous mushroom crab they had just slain. The team exhibited remarkable synergy. They appeared to be foreigners, with a burly man wielding a large shield at the forefront, 2 archers at the back continuously loosing arrows, and a figure resembling an assassin circling the giant crab, seeking an opportunity. However, what truly captivated Lin Mo's attention was the individual at the rear of the group, hurling ice spikes. Clad in resplendent black leather armor, the figure stood tall, emanating an aura of overwhelming power that could be felt even without a clear view of their face. Most crucially, perhaps due to the nature of the copy, Lin Mo could faintly discern the ID hovering above his head. A10-4556 belonged to a prominent figure from Area A. Moreover, Lin Mo recognized this ID. He was the very first player globally to awaken an S-rank talent, the one heralded by the system with a server-wide announcement. Elemental Control. Winter's Grasp. It was them. Lin Mo's voice turned somber. He never anticipated encountering such a legendary top-tier player here. As he pondered whether to stealthily withdraw or to observe the situation unfold, Chef Wang beside him suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with an enticing tone. "Boss, look. They seem to be struggling quite a bit. That mushroom crab still has half its health left." Lin Mo turned to him. Chef Wang licked his lips, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. "If we charge out now and hit them hard, wouldn't the boss drops and their equipment all belong to us?" Chapter 57. The S-Class Big Shot seeks help. This script seems awry. The age-old wisdom of the mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, is well understood by all. The present circumstances present a textbook opportunity to seize the moment. The opposing team of 5 has been ensnared by an elite monster, their condition deteriorating. If they were to launch a surprise attack from the flank, working in concert, it is highly probable they could eliminate both the mushroom crab and that beleaguered team in one fell swoop. The potential rewards would be monumental, a blue treasure chest, along with the entire wealth of 5 seemingly well-equipped players. Such a temptation would cause any player struggling to survive in the cavernous world to lose their sanity. Chef Wang's eyes glimmered with greed, instinctively tightening his grip on the stainless steel ladle, poised to charge forth at any moment. However, Lin Mo's reason implored him to refrain. He raised his hand, gently pressing down on Chef Wang's shoulder, shaking his head. No impulsivity. Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable calmness. What ist? Who could determine which was the oriole and which the cicada? Lin Mo recalled with clarity the man bearing the ID, 10-4556. He was no ordinary player. As the first to awaken an S-class talent, he had acquired a special construction treasure chest, and just days prior, an additional orange treasure chest during an event. Orange, the highest grade treasure chest Lin Mo had ever opened, yielded only a purple one, which had produced a lucky necklace of that caliber. What could possibly lie within an orange treasure chest? Lin Mo dared not contemplate it. To play the role of the oriole against such a top-tier player? That was not merely seeking thrill. It was courting death. He had no doubt that should they reveal their murderous intent, the man would undoubtedly possess a trump card to drag their entire team down with him in his final moments. Boss, but Chef Wang expressed a lingering reluctance. There are no buts, Lin Mo interrupted. Just watch. His gaze returned to the distant battlefield. The struggle of that team was indeed as arduous as Chef Wang had described. The burly man wielding a large shield was evidently the main tank of the group, his skills likely defensive in nature. He stood resolutely at the forefront, enduring the brunt of the toxic mushroom crab's assaults. Yet, with each powerful strike of the crab's pincers, sparks flew from his shield, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The durability of his shield was visibly diminishing. Two archers in the rear provided continuous fire support, their arrows raining down upon the mushroom crab as hardened shell, producing only a series of feeble clinks, inflicting minimal damage. The assassin, though elusive, struggled to find an opportunity to strike, as the crab's defenses left little to no openings. It seemed the entire team's output hinged upon the man with the S-class talent. With a subtle flick of his fingers, sharply defined ice spikes materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the joints of the mushroom crab with a piercing whistle. Each successful hit deducted a small portion of its health while momentarily hindering the creature's movements. Efficient and precise. Yet Lin Mo noticed that with each release of an ice spike, his complexion seemed to pale further. It was evident that such a formidable skill exacted a tremendous toll on him. The battle had reached a stalemate. At that moment, the venomous mushroom crab, which had been besieged for quite some time, appeared to have finally been provoked. It abruptly ceased its assault, its 8 legs deeply embedded in the ground, while the enormous, vividly colored toxic mushroom on its back began to tremble violently. This is bad. It is about to release its toxins, Liana whispered urgently. No sooner had the words left her lips than a visibly dense fog, composed of countless colorful spores, erupted from beneath the mushroom's cap. The toxic mist spread with astonishing speed, enveloping the 5-member team in an instant. Retreat. The prominent figure from Area shouted anxiously. Lin Mo felt a sense of wonder. He could actually understand him, evidently aided by the system's translation. It seemed that their team lacked a support role like Xiaohua, who possessed the ability to dispel. Screams of agony erupted from within the toxic fog. This was a sustained, high-level toxin damage. The man with the S-grade talent reacted the swiftest, without hesitation. He pulled a vial of red potion from his backpack and consumed it, his health rapidly recovering. Yet almost immediately, he was once again overwhelmed by the toxin damage. The life restoration potion could only heal momentarily, failing to alleviate the ongoing loss of health from this debilitating state. Roar! The venomous mushroom crab would not grant them a moment's respite. It charged through its own toxic mist, barreling toward the already unsteady shield warrior. Bam! The massive claw came crashing down, shattering the already cracked shield. The shield warrior spat blood, hurtling backward to collide with a boulder, losing consciousness. In that instant, the team's defense completely crumbled. The remaining 4 were now entirely exposed to the elite monster's attacks. Damn it! The figure from Area A cursed, desperately dodging the crab's strikes while frantically searching for a way to turn the tide. His gaze, akin to that of a drowning man seeking a lifeline, swept wildly across the chaotic battlefield. Then his eyes, beyond the rampaging crab and through the swirling toxic mist, precisely locked onto the massive mushroom where Lin Mo and the others were concealed. They have been discovered. A chill ran through Lin Mo's heart. Liana instantly tensed her body, while Chef Wang positioned his ladle defensively across his chest. Confrontation, ambush, or countless thoughts flashed through Lin Mo's mind. However, the next action from the opposing player completely exceeded his expectations. The S-grade figure, revered by countless players as a top-tier player, suddenly exerted all his strength to emit a hoarse cry for help toward them. Friends in the distance, lend us your aid, and you shall be generously rewarded. Chapter 58. The unfortunate boss. The sudden call left Lin Mo utterly bewildered. Help! An S-rank boss was seeking their assistance? Had the script been reversed? Lin Mo's mind raced with considerations. To assist or not to assist? If he chose not to intervene, they would be left to fend for themselves. What if this individual had a hidden card and managed to escape? That would surely create animosity. And if the instance remained incomplete, none of them would be able to exit. The thought of being targeted by a player with S-rank combat prowess was certainly unsettling. Furthermore, this instance required the defeat of the final boss for them to depart. The two mushroom crabs before him were likely the guardians to the boss. If they did not engage, they would have to fight regardless. Who could guarantee that this A-zone boss would not play the role of the true predator lurking nearby? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo opted to assist for the time being. If this person proved to be of good character, they could collaborate on the instance. If not, he would adapt as necessary. A formidable adversary was far more daunting than a potential ally. In a flash, Lin Mo made his decision. Xiao go. Use the dispel and healing flutes. He did not mobilize everyone at once, but instead sent out support first. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a test. Should the other party harbor ulterior motives, the remaining members could quickly provide backup. Meow. Xiaohua acknowledged the command. Her petite figure darting from behind a mushroom like a streak of white lightning, racing toward the battlefield shrouded in toxic mist. The melodious notes of the flute resonated once more, two distinct yet equally gentle sound waves spreading forth. The sound waves of the dispel flute acted like a warm breeze, dissipating the lethal poison and purifying the air. Meanwhile, the melody of the healing flute transformed into specks of green light, showering the members of the A-Zone team. The S-rank boss and his comrades saw their poison damage of -10 vanish, replaced by continuous recovery of 5. The unconscious shield warrior also gradually awakened, nourished by the healing light. The entire A-Zone team stood in stunned disbelief. At that moment, Lin Mo took action. Instead of charging directly, he retrieved a freshly crafted wooden shield from his backpack and hurled it towards the newly revived shield warrior with force. Then, with a resounding clap, the burly man instinctively caught the wooden shield, glanced at its attributes, then looked toward Lin Mo, nodding emphatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled over and raised the white-quality wooden shield, launching himself forward with a charge that collided forcefully against one of the mushroom crab's legs. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the mushroom crab faltered in its movements. Master Wang go. Hit the other side, Lin Mo bellowed. Okay. Chef Wang could hardly contain himself. Activating his rage, muscles bulging, he resembled an enraged bull as he swung his ladle with all his might towards the other leg of the mushroom crab. Lin Mo did not remain idle. His figure darted like lightning, maneuvering to the front of the mushroom crab. Boom! Under the tremendous impact, the already unsteady poison mushroom crab, shaken by the collision with the shield warrior, lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its 8 legs flailed helplessly in the air, leaving its vulnerable, soft abdomen completely exposed to the onlookers. Now is the moment. Focus fire on the abdomen. Lin Mo's thunderous command resonated like the clarion call for a grand assault. The individual from Area A reacted swiftly upon witnessing the crab's fall. He no longer hesitated to expend his mental energy. Gripping his staff tightly, a visible icy blue chill rapidly coalesced at its tip. I spike, he bellowed. releasing a colossal ice spike, significantly thicker than any prior, radiating a terrifying cold, which shot forth with a piercing whistle, striking fiercely at the crab's exposed belly. This blow evidently drained a considerable amount of his energy, and his complexion paled further upon its release. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's attack arrived. The dual blades of the wolf Fong danced, unleashing two lethal beams of cold light that crossed and struck precisely at the most vulnerable point. With a splatter, a critical hit damage number floated above the crab's head. -78. Chef Wang, exhibiting immense brutality, leaped high, gripping his stainless steel ladle with both hands, and, summoning all his strength, brought it down with tremendous force like a pile driver. Bang! The crab's abdominal shell caved in dramatically, green ichor gushing forth. Two archers and an assassin on the side also sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of skills and arrows towards that singular weak spot. Half a minute later, a piercing scream erupted from the poison mushroom crab, its final anguished cry. It thrashed its legs wildly, attempting to right itself, but all was in vain. Under the concentrated fire of 8 individuals from the two teams, its already thin abdominal shell was instantly torn apart, its health plummeting like a floodgate unleashed. In less than a minute, this blue elite monster, which had previously posed a formidable challenge to the powerhouses of area, suddenly stiffened, its 8 legs drooping lifelessly, devoid of all vitality. System notification: congratulations to your team and team A10-4556 for successfully cooperating to slay the elite monster, Poison Mushroom Crab. Based on contributions, you will receive half of the loot from this monster's treasure chest. As the system notification echoed, a blue treasure chest, identical to the one Lin Mo had previously opened, began to materialize beside the crab's carcass as the body vanished, leaving behind a few mushrooms. The battle was concluded. In that moment, Lin Mo remained vigilant, maintaining a cautious distance from a group. Chef Wang exited his frenzy, supporting his waist with a look of having been thoroughly drained. Yet a smile stretched from ear to ear. Liana and Charlie remained hidden in the shadows, their weapons poised and ready, prepared to unleash arrows that would find their mark in the heads of any who dared to make a move. The atmosphere became eerily quiet, permeated by a strange tension in the air. At this moment, the prominent figure from Zone was scrutinizing Lin Mo's team with an exceedingly complex gaze. How could this player from Zone B possess such a lavish team configuration? The feline capable of simultaneously playing 2 different supportive flutes was truly the divine assistance every team dreams of. Then there was the chef, wielding a giant ladle, whose combat style resembled that of a frenzied warrior, exhibiting a terrifying explosive power. Additionally, the shadow lurking in the darkness, alongside the remarkably composed and decisive youth, whose combat prowess was equally formidable. The overall strength of this team was likely on par with that of these so-called elite players from the major zones. In fact, in certain aspects, they might even surpass them. After a brief moment of silence, the figure from Zone A approached. He reined in his arrogance and extended his hand to Lin Mo. Greetings, Davrich. I am Andreyevich from Zone A10. These are my companions. Thank you for your assistance this time. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his demeanor was earnest. Lin Mo, Zone B. Lin Mo shook his hand lightly, a simple gesture. To us, it is a life-saving grace. Andre offered a wry smile. Without you, we might have suffered significant losses today. He glanced at the mushrooms on the ground and the blue treasure chest, decisively stating, the materials from this monster belong to me. While you may take whatever is in the treasure chest as a token of gratitude for this occasion. How does that sound? He appeared quite magnanimous. Firstly, it was indeed Lin Mo and his team who had saved the day, a debt of gratitude that warranted more. Secondly, he sought to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his sincerity to Lin Mo and cultivate a friendship with this powerful, enigmatic player. Having more allies was certainly preferable to having more adversaries. Hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled softly. There is no need for gratitude. Let us split it evenly as the system suggests. Andre was momentarily taken aback. Are you sure? Absolutely, Lin Montag nodded. I help you not for the sake of gaining an advantage. I simply believe that in such a place, Having an additional friend is far more valuable than acquiring another piece of equipment. Lin Mo's words were refreshingly straightforward. Andre regarded him intently before bursting into hearty laughter. "Oh, Lin, I am determined to befriend you." He clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, his demeanor instantly becoming much more affable. As players from different zones, collaboration could greatly benefit future developments and intelligence gathering. The two moved forward, and the chest was soon opened. Crab Claw Blade, right? Quality, blue excellent, attack power, 30 to 50 special effect. Armor break 5, set 2-2 equip, left. Right, blade to activate set effect, Crab Claw heavy strike. Within 1 minute of activation, slightly increases critical hit rate and armor break rate by 5. With a cooldown of 1 hour. Companion skill book, heavy shield charge, pickup bound. Quality, green, learning requirement. Warrior class, strength 15, constitution 15, description, upon learning. You can use a shield to launch a fierce charge at a target, inflicting damage and potentially causing stun effect. Andre cast a glance at the skill book before turning his attention to the shield warrior in his party, who had just risen to his feet. With a slight rub of his hands, he hesitantly spoke. "Brother Lin Mo, may I propose a matter? This skill book holds great significance for my comrade. What do you think?" Lin Mo smiled and nodded in agreement, taking possession of the Crab Claw fist blade right. The fist blades formed a matching pair, and Chef Wang's attacks inherently caused stun, rendering the shield bash skill unnecessary. This arrangement proved beneficial for both parties. "Thank you, my lord," exclaimed Andre's shield warrior companion, receiving the skill book with palpable excitement. As the transaction concluded, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. At that moment, Andrew picked up the fragment of the map and examined it closely. Chapter 59. The final boss. With an unconventional style, Andre shook the half-piece of beast skin in his hand, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lin Mo understood and retrieved his own fragment from his backpack. As the two tattered pieces of the map drew near, they spontaneously emitted a faint glow, breaking free from their grasp and slowly rotating in midair before merging with a resounding clap. The stains and creases on the map were instantly smoothed out, revealing a brand new, complete route map, culminating in a golden arrow that pointed directly at an unremarkable section of the mountainside. With a rumble, the mountainside trembled, and a fissure appeared out of nowhere, a dark entrance exuding an aura of mystery. Lin Mo, my friend, Andre's breath quickened, given the spectacle before them. The final boss they were about to confront was likely guarding a large blue, or perhaps even purple-quality treasure chest. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he turned to Lin Mo. "Let us join forces to seize it. We shall split all the spoils evenly. What do you say?" Chef Wang, nearby, was transfixed, nearly drooling at the prospect of a purple treasure chest. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. "All right." Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. System notification. Player 810-4556 requests to add you as a friend. After agreeing, they took an hour to regroup, allowing their skills to cool down and Andre to regain his composure. "Let's go." Lin Mo waved his hand, leading the charge into the crack. The cave was not particularly long. After a few minutes of walking, the light suddenly brightened. A vast valley unfolded before them, surrounded by towering cliffs, resembling a natural arena. In the center of the valley, a massive gorilla, roughly the size of a small truck, was squatting with its back turned to them, its body covered in pink fur. It appeared to be engrossed in some task. Everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons, bracing for an intense battle. However, the pink giant scratched its rear and then brought its finger to its nose, inhaling deeply. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chef Wang's expression became rigid. A crack appeared in Andre's serious demeanor. Even the usually composed Liana's eyes twitched slightly. "Is this the final boss? This seems a bit off, doesn't it?" Just as the group was bewildered by this bizarre scene, the pink giant seemed to sense something and abruptly turn around. A comical, furry face filled their vision. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in. "Peach Fur Beast King, grade, Blue Elite Boss, attributes, Health 4000, Attack 100, Defense 70, Warning, This creature possesses an extraordinarily strong digestive system and can launch widespread attacks through flatulence. Proceed with caution. As the crowd watched, Chef Wang couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon reading the final warning, his face flushing a deep crimson. Andre's expression shifted to one of peculiar incredulity as he observed the snarling peach fur beast king before them, then glanced at Lin Mo, his demeanor laden with complexity. Brother Lin Mo, are you certain this creature is an elite boss? Lin Mo's lips twitched. This was no mere inconsistency in artistic presentation, but rather a manifestation of the system's abstraction. Prepare for battle. Lin Mo's thunderous command shattered the stunned silence, forcibly drawing everyone back from their astonishment. Regardless of aesthetic discrepancies, a boss was a boss. The attributes inscribed in stark black and white were a palpable threat. Andre, a top-tier player, swiftly recalibrated his mindset. With a grave expression, he gestured for his four subordinates to assume their battle formations. The burly man who had just donned a wooden shield took his position at the forefront once more, albeit at a more lateral angle, evidently wary of the peach fur beast king's rear. Roar! The peach fur beast king paid no heed to the thoughts of the bipedal creatures. With a mighty leap, its truck-like body shook the very ground. It employed no finesse, merely the raw, brutal force of a charge, accompanied by a foul gust akin to an uncontrollable pink heavy tank, barreling toward the densest cluster of the group. Scatter! Do not stand your ground, Andre commanded loudly. Meow! At that moment, Charlie and the usually demure Xiao Hua behind Lin Mo both emitted sharp cries, their fur bristling. What is it? Lin Mo inquired without turning. Meow meow. It's it. It's it. Charlie waved his small paws anxiously, gesturing toward the peach fur beast king while mimicking eating and spewing actions. Lin Mo quickly grasped the situation. These two alien Ilu cats recognize the creature before them. It consumes items and utilizes various skills. Meow. The two Ilu cats nodded vigorously. In the midst of this brief exchange, the peach fur beast king had already charged forward. Andre's shield warrior roared, unleashing heavy shield slam, transforming into a fleeting shadow that collided forcefully with the side of the peach fur beast king's face. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the peach fur beast king's form to stagger, interrupting its charge. Yet, it sustained virtually no tangible damage, merely shaking its enormous head. With a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it sent the shield warrior flying. Minus 112. An astonishing damage figure erupted above the shield warrior's head, his health bar plummeting dramatically. Fortunately, Xiao Hua had swiftly sounded the healing flute, green light points streaming into his body, preventing an immediate demise. Such formidable attack power. Chef Wang gasped in astonishment. The peach-furred beast king, having successfully struck its target, seemed rather pleased with itself. Instead of pursuing further, it stood upright, surveying its surroundings. Its gaze swiftly fixed upon a cluster of vibrant yellow mushrooms flourishing in the corner of the valley. In a few swift strides, it charged over and uprooted the entire cluster, heedless of its surroundings, and voraciously stuffed the mushrooms into its gaping maw, swallowing them whole. It was eating. Caution! Lin Mo shouted in alarm. The next moment, all present witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The belly of the peach-furred beast king swelled rapidly, resembling an inflating balloon. It turned, positioning its enormous, furry rear directly toward the center of Lin Mo and Andre's groups. An ominous premonition enveloped the hearts of everyone present. Run! Andre bellowed in a heart-wrenching cry. Too late. A thunderous, relentless sound erupted from the depths of the peach-furred beast king, as if it could tear through the very air. A cacophony of explosive flatulence. A visibly nauseating, yellow-brown gas, laden with mysterious particles, erupted like a volcanic explosion, forming a massive mushroom cloud that instantaneously engulfed a 50-meter radius. System alert. You have entered the stench domain and are under attack by toxic flatulence. Your strength -5, agility -5, defense -10, and you have been afflicted with poisoned and nauseated statuses, losing 15 health points per second. Chapter 60, The Ultimate Biochemical Weapon. Chef Wang was the first to succumb. Retching uncontrollably, he felt as though his very insides were in turmoil, and his eyes were stinging to the point of closure. Andre fared little better. His two archers collapsed to the ground, their vitality rapidly depleting. This was no mere foul odor. It was a lethal biochemical assault. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a clear and melodious flute sound pierced through the noxious atmosphere like a divine revelation. It was Xiaohua. She had heeded Lin Mo's instructions and retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, she puffed her cheeks and summoned all her strength to blow the flute of dispersion. The gentle sound waves spread forth, and wherever they traveled, the yellowish-brown toxic mist dissipated as if encountering its nemesis. The negative effects hovering over the group vanished in tandem. Everyone breathed in the fresh air deeply, their expressions towards the little white cat filled with gratitude for their narrow escape. Such assistance. Is she a celestial being? One of Andre's assassin followers murmured. Well done, Xiaohua. Lin Mo praised, then commanded, Liana, aim for its eyes. Chef Wang, Charlie, let's strike at its lower limbs to destabilize it. The peach-furred Beast King, having unleashed a powerful attack, appeared somewhat fatigued, crouching on the ground to regain its breath. This was the opportune moment to strike. Whoosh! Liana's arrow flew accurately towards the beast's eye, but was thwarted by its enormous hand. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the others had charged beneath its legs. Wolf Fang twin blades, stainless steel ladle, and cat's paw hammer all landed upon the beast's robust ankles simultaneously. Roar! The wounded peach-furred Beast King bellowed in fury, lifting its massive paw, intent on squashing these irritating flies into a pulp. Yet at that moment, it noticed a cluster of vibrant red mushrooms nearby. It abandoned its attack and rushed over, hastily stuffing a red mushroom into its mouth. Not again. Chef Wang's heart sank. This time, the beast's body did not swell, but a blinding red light illuminated its throat, and the surrounding air began to heat up dramatically. It was a fiery assault. Shield up, Andre bellowed. His shield warrior, having just consumed a potion, promptly raised his wooden shield and rushed to the forefront. Whoosh! A tremendous fan-shaped blaze erupted from the mouth of the peach-furred Beast King, engulfing everything ahead. The shield warrior was forced back by the flames, the white wooden shield visibly charring and cracking at an alarming rate. The others could only scramble to evade the inferno. After the flames receded, the peach-furred Beast King, seemingly unsatisfied, thrust out its enormous, round belly, which glimmered with a strange metallic sheen. Seizing the opportunity, one of Andre's assassin followers deftly maneuvered to its side, plunging a dagger fiercely into its abdomen. Clang! With a sharp crack, sparks flew. The keen dagger merely etched a faint white mark on the abdomen, leaving the assassin himself stunned, his arm numb from the impact. Meow! The belly is hard. Meow! Charlie yelled once more. Lin Mo furrowed his brow tightly. This boss is utterly insufferable, with its long-range flame jets, close-range, widespread poison attacks. An absurdly high physical defense, it boasted a core as resilient as steel. It was nothing short of a mobile fortress of war. Lin Mo, my brother, this cannot continue. Andre's voice echoed. Its defenses are too formidable. Our assaults are hardly effective, and our mana and stamina are dwindling. Indeed, after battling for a considerable time, the peach-furred Beast King remained as vigorous as ever, while their own supplies of potions and stamina had been significantly depleted. The peach-furred Beast King regarded its relentless assailants with growing impatience. It emitted an enraged roar, its gaze slowly drifting towards the enormous, vividly colored mushroom that had remained untouched. Clinging to its tail, a wave of intense foreboding surged through all present. It was about to consume that mushroom. We must stop it. Liana's voice carried a note of urgency. Hearts raced, teetering on the brink of panic. It was evident that the vibrant mushroom, cherished by the Beast King, was no ordinary specimen. The common yellow and red mushrooms had already enabled it to unleash both toxic gas and fiery onslaughts. What calamity would befall them if this extraordinary mushroom were consumed? Would it transform into a Godzilla, spewing atomic breath? Stop it, Andre roared, as an icy chill condensed in the air. A colossal, extreme ice spike was unleashed, hurtling directly towards the Beast King's hand, poised to grasp the mushroom. Yet, the Beast King moved with a swiftness beyond his reckoning. It disregarded the approaching ice spike entirely, yanking the vibrant mushroom from its tail and, in one brutal motion, stuffing it into its mouth. A distinct gulp echoed through the air. Boom! Minus 158. The extreme ice spike collided fiercely against its chest, erupting in a cloud of icy mist. It only caused the creature to sway slightly. In the next instant, a terrifying transformation commenced. A roar erupted from the depths of the peach-furred Beast King's throat, reminiscent of an ancient monster awakening rather than that of a mere beast. Its ludicrously pink fur morphed at a visible pace into a sinister dark red. Its muscles swelled as if inflated, grotesquely bulging, augmenting its already imposing form to an even more terrifying magnitude. Its eyes, now entirely consumed by a crimson glow, radiated pure, unrestrained madness and savagery. System notification. The peach-furred Beast King has consumed the furious rainbow mushroom and has entered a furious state. Warning: in a frenzy state. The peach-furred Beast King experiences a 100 enhancement in all attributes, exhibiting an overwhelming desire to attack, losing all rationality, with a duration of 1 minute. Chapter 61. The ferocious peach-furred Beast King with the system notification declaring a 100 enhancement across all attributes. A wave of dread washed over everyone. How could they possibly prevail against such a foe? It was over the shield warrior's subordinate gazed at the monstrous entity before them, reminiscent of a demon, his face etched with despair. Upon entering its frenzied state, the peach-furred Beast King abandoned any extravagant ranged attacks. Instead, it resorted to the simplest yet most lethal of maneuvers, claw strikes. With a swift motion, its claws, now as sharp as blades, sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. 5 deep gouges, each half a foot deep, were carved into the hard rocky ground as though plowed by an unseen force. The mere aftershocks of its claw swipes bore such devastating power. If caught in its grasp, even the shield warrior would be torn to shreds in an instant. Fixating its blood-red gaze upon the nearest team, led by Andre, the ferocious peach-furred Beast King charged forth. Fall back. Andre's heart raced with terror. Unfortunately, his companions could not outpace this rampaging behemoth. In the blink of an eye, the Beast King materialized before the shield warrior, its massive claw descending with lethal intent. The shield warrior raised his shield, only to be violently struck aside, akin to a discarded sack, crashing against the distant mountainside. His health plummeted, leaving a mere sliver remaining. This was the terrifying prowess of its doubled attributes. Without hesitation, the peach-furred Beast King pivoted and lunged toward an assassin. Lin, help! Andre was in a state of utter panic as he shouted for Lin, M.O., though equally grave in demeanor, remained composed. The moment the Beast King ingested the mushroom, he activated the hunter's set skill. Weakness exposed. In his sight, the frenzied peach-furred Beast King was enveloped in a dark red aura, yet a fist-sized, faintly glowing red that was visible at its rear, its core weakness. However, the current speed and ferocity of the Beast King left no opportunity to maneuver behind it and strike that vulnerable point. Charlie, now's your chance. Use that. Lin M.O. commanded towards Charlie, who had been lurking at the fringes of the battlefield. Understood, meow. Charlie exclaimed as he emerged from concealment, retrieving an intricately designed metallic device resembling a disc from his small backpack. Paralysis trap. With all his might, Charlie hurled the trap onto the path of the charging Beast King. The trap unfolded mid-air, landing and camouflaging itself as an ordinary rock, indistinguishable from the ground. The bloodthirsty peach-furred Beast King, oblivious to this subtle alteration beneath its feet, stomped down with tremendous force. Crack! Z. The trap was triggered. Countless arcs of golden electricity erupted from the ground, ensnaring the entirety of the peach-furred Beast King like a constricting serpent. A roar echoed through the air, and the formidable form of the peach-furred Beast King abruptly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed, its muscular frame rigid with tension. Violent spasms coursed through its body, accompanied by incomprehensible whimpers, while the furious dark red aura surrounding it flickered violently, akin to flames doused with cold water, before slowly dissipating. System notification. The peach-furred Beast King is affected by the paralysis trap-in, has entered a paralyzed state. The frenzy effect has been forcibly interrupted. Paralysis duration, 10 seconds. The frenzy was interrupted. Well done, Charlie. Lin Mo's heart soared with joy. These 10 seconds were a decisive moment that could determine victory or defeat. Everyone, focus your attacks on its vulnerable spot at the rear. Unleash your strongest assaults. Lin Mo and Andre issued the command for a full-scale attack to their teams almost simultaneously. This opportunity was singular. Andre, abandoning all restraint, bit his tongue, letting forth a drop of his own blood onto his staff, chanting an obscure incantation. Fury of Winter. Liana readied her hand crossbow, knocking a silver arrow imbued with moonlight. Chef Wang's eyes glistened with fervor as he wielded two freshly assembled crab claw blades, creating a flurry of afterimages. The crab claw strike. The assassin, who had narrowly escaped death, vanished from sight, launching a long-awaited backstab. Meanwhile, Lin Mo surged with unparalleled speed, darting like a specter to the rear of the peach-furred Beast King, eyes fixated on the crimson light that lay just within reach. With a swift motion, he unleashed a cross-slash with his wolf fang twin blades. In that fleeting moment, every surviving member of the two teams unleashed their ultimate abilities without reservation upon the sole weakness of the peach-furred Beast King. Minus 288. Critical hit. Armor-piercing attack. Minus 121. Critical hit. Minus 355. Additional slow. Minus 63. A cascade of horrifying damage figures erupted from the Beast King's head like a torrential waterfall. Its health bar plummeted, akin to a floodgate bursting open. As the 10 seconds of paralysis concluded, the crimson hue in the Beast King's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion and release. Its immense form could no longer sustain itself, crashing backward in a thunderous fall, raising a cloud of dust. System notification. Congratulations to your team and Team A10-4556 for successfully collaborating to slay the high-tier blue elite boss, Peach-furred Beast King. Based on contribution, you will receive 60 of the loot from this encounter. The battle had come to an end. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with exhaustion and the euphoric relief of survival. As the dust settled beside the colossal corpse of the peach-furred Beast King, an unprecedented, enormous chest radiating brilliant blue light hovered silently in the air. Beside the chest lay a mushroom, seemingly infused with all the colors of the world, emanating a gentle, lumineux a rainbow mushroom. Chapter 62. The Distribution Conference. Ah, we have triumphed. Andre's shield warrior companion plopped down onto the ground, his face a canvas of relief after the harrowing encounter. He glanced at his blood bar, which was barely clinging to life, and then at the little flower in the distance, elegantly grooming its fur, his heart brimming with gratitude. Andre himself exhaled deeply, approaching Lin Mo. Lin. This time, I sincerely thank you. His tone was earnest. Had it not been for Lin Mo's team, especially that elusive cat who deployed the paralysis trap at a crucial moment, abruptly halting the rampage of the peach-fur Beast King, their party would have undoubtedly suffered catastrophic losses. An elite boss with double attributes was simply beyond the reach of players at their current level. It was merely cooperation. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Andre need not be concerned. Lin Mo then turned his attention to the spoils on the ground and declared, "The system judges, we 6, you 4. If there are 5 items in the treasure chest, I shall take 3 and you 2. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely." Andre nodded vigorously, then added, "No, I believe that may be unfair. Brother Lin Mo, your team played a decisive role in this battle, and I think you should take 70%. He was not being polite. Having witnessed the prowess of Lin Mo's team firsthand, he now wished to foster a good relationship with this enigmatic player from Zone B. "Let us adhere to the system's decree." Lin Mo smiled, maintaining the integrity of tradition. "Very well. We shall follow Brother Linmo's lead. Andre ceased his pretense and stepped forward, his gaze landing on the iridescent mushroom. Instinctively, he checked its attributes. Unique decorative mushroom. Quality. Special. Effect can be placed in mines as a distinctive ornament. Note, it appears quite beautiful, but seems to serve no practical purpose. Perhaps you could attempt to consume it. System prompt. Non-peach fur bees consumption may lead to unpredictable consequences. Andre stared at the description, his lips twitching. After all this, the culprit behind the final boss's frenzy had turned out to be merely a decorative item? He shook his head, losing all interest in the mushroom as his gaze shifted to the true prize, the blue treasure chest. But at that moment, Linmo spoke up. Brother Andre, may I propose something? Speak. This mushroom, I find it quite exquisite. Could you possibly relinquish it to me? Lin M.O. pointed to the multicolored mushroom on the ground. While Andre was examining the mushroom's attributes, Linmo's system sprite was already flashing red frantically before him. High-value recyclable item detected. Frenzied rainbow mushroom. Perfect specimen. Recycling value assessment. High artistic value, containing special biological energy. Suggestion, recycle immediately. Unexpected surprises await. Andre was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Linmo's interest in such a superficial object. He glanced once more at the mushroom's attributes, confirming that it was utterly devoid of merit save for its aesthetic appeal and potential peril. He immediately waved his hand generously, declaring, Brother Lin M.O., feel free to take it. It is merely a decorative item, not a trophy. Let it serve as a memento of our camaraderie in battle. Then I shall not be polite, Lin M.O. replied, nodding as he unceremoniously stowed the vibrant mushroom into his backpack. With an ostensibly useless ornament exchanged for a favor from a top-tier player in Zombie 2, Andre felt he had made a tremendous bargain. Meanwhile, Linmo's heart brimmed with delight. Once the mushroom was dealt with, the focus of the group shifted back to the enormous blue treasure chest. Andre took a step back, gesturing invitingly, Brother Lin M.O., please, you may open it. Without hesitation, Lin M.O. approached and placed his hand upon the chest. System notification, you are about to open a high-tier blue elite boss chest. Radiance emanated as 5 items floated gracefully within the chest. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The first item was a hefty blueprint shimmering with blue light. Rock Turtle Heavy Shield Blueprint, craftable 5 times, quality, blue excellent, crafting requirements, stone X10, iron ingot X10, turtle shell X5. Attributes. The shield crafted possesses exceptional physical defense and includes the passive skill hardening, which has a chance to enhance defense when attacked. Both Andre and his shield warrior companion breathed heavily in excitement. This was tailor-made for them. The second item was a skill book. Minion Skill Book, Demon Dance, Quality, Green, Learning Requirements, bound upon pickup Dexterity 30. Required for Assassin or Swordsman-type minions. Description, consumes a significant amount of stamina to unleash a flurry of rapid slashes, increasing attack speed by 10, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Lin M.O. noted the similarity to his own skill, Demon Transformation. The third item was a metal core glimmering with a purple hue. Its emergence captivated everyone's attention. Mechanical core, damaged. Quality, purple epic, damaged. Description, an artifact from an unknown advanced civilization, seemingly the energy core of a powerful mechanical construct. Though severely damaged, it still harbors immense energy and incomprehensible technological information. Special note, you may attempt to repair it, or utilize it as a premium energy source. A purple item. Though damaged, it was still purple. The fourth item was a card. Mine expansion card, 20 square meters, quality, blue. Effect, upon use, instantly increases your mine area by 20 square meters. Simple yet exceedingly practical. The fifth and final item was a blueprint radiating a gentle blue light. Animal Shelter Blueprint, quality, blue. Construction requirements, wood X20, soft beast hide X10. Cotton X20, effect, constructs a warm and comfortable home for your animal companions. Upon moving in, your animal companion will automatically accrue a modest amount of experience each day, facilitating their growth. 5 exquisite items. Lin M.O. pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Andre, what do you think of this distribution? The Rock Turtle Heavy Shield Blueprint and the Demon's Dance Skill Book shall belong to you. The blueprint will benefit your shield warrior, while the skill book will enhance your assassin, thereby maximizing your team's combat prowess. As for the remaining items, the Mechanical Core, Cave Upgrade Scroll, and Animal Cottage Blueprint, they shall be mine. This allocation is entirely based on a 60-40 value ratio. The two blue items will provide the most immediate enhancement to Andre's team's combat capabilities, whereas the three items I have selected lean more towards potential and long-term development. I have no objections. Although the damaged core is purple and could serve as a power source, he had already acquired another energy source from the orange treasure chest awarded by the system, thus holding little interest in this one. With the transaction complete, both parties were delighted. Chapter 63. A bountiful harvest once again, Ender and his team, filled with satisfaction from their skill acquisition, stored away the blueprints and bid farewell to Lin Mo, promising to keep in touch. Upon returning to the mine, Chef Wong rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Hey boss, we struck it rich this time." Lin Mo smiled, first retrieving the blueprint for the animal cottage and selecting to construct it. In a flash of light, a charming two-story wooden house, made of logs and animal skins, materialized beside Lin Mo's abode in the mine. Charlie and Little Flower, intrigued, approached and sniffed the new structure, soon letting out excited cries as they darted inside, peering out from the second-floor window, clearly enamored with their new home. Lin Mo's gaze then fell upon the mechanical core. However, instead of delving into it immediately, he took a deep breath and retrieved the often overlooked Raging 7-color mushroom. With a flick of thought, he initiated the assessment. Receiving instructions. Evaluating Raging 7-color mushroom, perfect specimen for recovery. Evaluation complete. Value, extremely high. Precious metal content, minimal. Technological content, none. Artistic value, special biological energy, extremely high. Integrity, perfect. Recovery successful. Please select your recovery reward. Option A, random blue quality equipment X2. Medium life recovery potion X5. Weak raging potion X1. Option B, purple treasure chest X1. Gazing at the two options, Lin Mo's breath hitched for a moment. The rewards from option A were astonishingly generous, nearly equivalent to vanquishing a boss once more. 2 pieces of blue equipment would sufficiently arm his team to the teeth, instantly elevating their combat prowess to the pinnacle. This was a tangible and solid happiness. Yet, option B, an epic, a purple treasure chest. To gamble? No, this was not mere gambling. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips. In such choices, hesitation was the greatest disrespect to his fortune. I choose B, a magnificent purple treasure chest, radiating brilliant light, materialized on the ground. Lin Mo then retrieved the damaged mechanical core. The purple aura swirled in his palm, emanating a faint yet pure energy fluctuation. While Ender might abandon this due to the rarity of repair materials, Lin Mo saw another, far more valuable purpose for it. Receiving instructions. Evaluating damaged mechanical core for recovery. Evaluation complete. Value, extremely high. Precious metal content, moderate. Technological content, extremely high. Integrity, severely damaged. Recovery successful. Please select your recovery reward. Option A, iron ingots X100, random blue tool blueprint X1. Option B, purple treasure chest X1. I choose B. A resonant hum echoed as another treasure chest, exuding mysterious purple light, appeared on the ground. 2 identical purple treasure chests stood side by side in front of the animal cottage, their rich violet radiance casting a dreamlike hue over the entire cavern. My goodness! Chef Wong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the double yolk eggs. Charlie and Little Flower peeked out from their new home, their curious heads bobbing as they meowed incessantly at the 2 grand treasures. Lin Mo felt his heart race slightly. He instinctively touched the Sai of the Goddess of Fortune necklace around his neck, although he was uncertain of its specific effects. Offering a prayer before opening the chest could hardly be a misstep. Drawing a deep breath, he hesitated no longer and placed both hands atop the chest. Open. 2 brilliant beams of purple light shot upwards, nearly blinding everyone present. As the brilliance faded, for luminous orbs hovered quietly in midair. Lin Mo's gaze was immediately drawn to one of the dark purple rings. The ring, adorned with an intricately carved bat, exuded a faint sanguine glow. Vampire's ring, quality, purple epic, attributes, strength 5, agility 3, special effect, basic lifesteal. Your melee attacks have a 10 chance to restore 15 of the damage dealt as health. Description: it is said to be a cherished possession of a certain vampire count. What a splendid item. This ring perfectly aligns with his combat style. Although the 10 chance may seem modest, combined with his enhanced attack speed from Demon Transformation, his sustainability in battle would experience a significant leap. Without hesitation, he slipped the ring onto his finger, and a surge of icy yet potent energy coursed through his body. Next, he turned his attention to the second item, a card shimmering with a blue glow. Cavern Expansion Card, 100 square meters. Quality: purple effect. Upon use, directly expands your cavern by 100 square meters. Use: with a thunderous rumble, the entire cavern trembled violently once more as the surrounding rock walls extended outward, the space visibly expanding at an astonishing pace. What was already a spacious cavern now resembled an underground plaza. Chef Wang gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Boss, we could even host horse races in here." Lin Mo's eyes then fell upon the third item, a scroll of blue quality. Skill scroll blue. Quality blue. Effect upon use. Grants a random blue quality skill. A commendable reward. Lin Mo refrained from using it immediately and instead focused on the final item, the one radiating the most luminous energy and bearing the heaviest presence. It was a blueprint crafted from an unknown leather, depicting a grand and solemn statue that emanated an aura of iron and glory. War God Statue Construction Blueprint. Guild exclusive. Quality: purple epic. Construction requirements: stone X100, iron ingots X20, wood X20, ancient rune tablet X1. Effect: guild exclusive building. Once completed, all guild members will receive a permanent buff. Protection of the War God. God of War's protection. All attributes 2. All attack damage increased by 10. Description: glory, the essence of our existence. Lin Mo's breath nearly faltered upon glimpsing the attributes of the blueprint. All attributes enhanced by 2, a 10 increase in damage. Furthermore, this boon extends to all members of the guild. What does this signify? It implies that from this moment forth, the members of his Guardian Guild will possess an overwhelming advantage over all other players. However, this ancient runestone seems to be a material that has not been mentioned in the chat channels previously. Chapter 64. The Azure skill. He opened the player panel and entered the Guardian's Guild channel. Inside, Qian Duo and Li Weiwei were engaged in light banter. Qian Duo, Weiwei, how's your luck today? I just opened a green chest, and it was filled with compressed biscuits. Such bad fortune. Li Weiwei, not too bad, Qian. I also unearthed a green chest, and my talent triggered, transforming it into 2. I got a bunch of iron ingots. Zhao Yu occasionally chimed in. I envy you. Li Daniu, can you eat iron ingots? Qian Duo. Lin Mo observed the lively atmosphere of the chat, feeling a warmth in his heart. He refrained from speaking much and directly sent a screenshot of the attributes for the God of War Statue Construction Blueprint. The image appeared distinctly in the guild channel. For the initial 2 seconds, there was an eerie silence in the channel, as if everyone had been pressed on pause. Then, the guild channel erupted like it had been struck by a nuclear bomb. Qian Duo, holy cow, holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. A flurry of exclamations conveyed his current speechlessness. Qian Duo, boss. I can't be mistaken, right? A purple epic, a guild building, all attributes 2, damage 10. Did you just raid the lair of the gods? Li Weiwei, screaming, Mo Shun. It's Mo Shun. I knew Mo Shun was the best. Oh, our guild is going to be invincible. A cascade of adoring emojis flooded the screen. Zhao Yu, these attributes are outrageous. Those words were brief. They carried significant weight. Zhao Yu, typically taciturn, had a knack for incisive analysis. Li Daniu, boss is truly impressive. Once the statue is built, will I be able to take down that wild boar with a single punch? Qian Duo, 1 punch is an exaggeration, but you'll definitely be able to endure and strike much better than before. Lee Daney, really? That's fantastic. I support the construction of this. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the guild members in the channel, Lin Mo also smiled. The joy of sharing this moment with others was far more gratifying than acquiring treasure alone. He waited for the excitement to subside somewhat before sending a second message. Lin Mo, did you see the construction requirements? Stone, iron ingots, and what are manageable, but the last material, the ancient rune stone tablet. Has anyone seen or heard of it? As soon as he spoke, the fervent atmosphere in the channel cooled considerably. Qian Duo, ancient rune stone tablet. I spend every day in the trading channel and have never even heard of it. It's probably a rare material of the same level as the blueprint. Starting from purple, Li Wei E. I haven't seen it either. Starting tomorrow, I'll take all my pickaxes to mine the deeper rock walls. Perhaps I'll come across it. Zhao Yu. I can inquire in the world channel, but I'm not holding my breath. Such strategic resources, even if someone obtains them, are unlikely to be traded easily. The guild's enthusiasm was not extinguished. Rather, it transformed into a collective determination. A clear and magnificent goal lay before all members of the Guardians. Lin Mo closed the chat channel, his heart at ease. The guild affairs had found a direction for the time being, and he turned his attention back to himself. Before him hovered the last orb of light, the blue skill scroll. He hesitated no longer and chose to use it immediately. The scroll transformed into a beam of azure light, swiftly merging into his forehead. A surge of information flooded his mind. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue skill, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, active. Effect, consumes a small amount of stamina to instantaneously dash forward 5 meters. Upon completion of the dash, your next melee attack will inflict armor-piercing damage, ignoring 10 of the target's defense. Cooldown 15 seconds. Description, like a shadow, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. A displacement skill. Moreover, it combined both mobility and explosive damage into a singular combat technique. For one wielding the Wolf Fong twin blades and activating demonization for high-frequency melee output. The value of this skill was akin to that of a purple-grade piece of equipment. Whether pursuing, evading, or utilizing the armor-piercing effect post-dash to deliver a lethal strike, his tactical repertoire had become significantly enriched. He attempted to harness the power within him, operating it as described by the skill. In the next moment, his figure left behind a faint afterimage where he stood, instantly reappearing 5 meters behind Wang Dahai. The entire process was silent, swift as lightning. "Oh my goodness!" Wang Dahai exclaimed, nearly dropping his ladle in shock at the sudden commotion. Turning around, he saw Lin Mo's face mere inches away from his own, and he patted his chest, saying, "Boss, you move without a sound? You startled me." Lin Mo offered no explanation, merely savoring the changes the skill brought within him, nodding in satisfaction. With Shadow Strike at his disposal, his chances of survival and slaying higher-level monsters had greatly increased. At that moment, in the guild channel, Qian Duo's avatar began to flash wildly. "Qian Duo, all members boss. I remembered something." Lin Mo immediately opened the channel. "What did you remember?" "Qian Duo, ancient rune stone tablet. I believe I saw it in someone's chat message." The moment this was said, the entire channel erupted once more. "Zhao Yu who? What was the asking price?" "Qian Duo, it wasn't for trade. It was 3 days ago. There was a fellow whose talent seemed to be archaeology or appraisal, who unearthed a damaged tablet. He didn't know what it was, and simply inquired about it, mentioning runes in his description. Li Wei, where is that person now? Can we still contact him?" Qian Duo took a deep breath, seemingly straining to recollect. "I cannot be certain if that was the ancient rune stone tablet we seek, but it was the only time I encountered something similar." Many ridiculed him then, claiming he was mistaking junk for treasure, and after that, he went silent. I remember his ID. It was quite unique, a consecutive number. B2-1111. Chapter 65. The location beacon Qian Duo promptly sent a private message to the player identified as B2-1111. Yet the chat box remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. In the guild channel, The atmosphere shifted from anticipation to a palpable tension after a few minutes. Li Weiwei inquired, "What is going on? Is he ignoring us?" Qian Duo replied, "No reaction at all. Could he be asleep?" Zhao Yu simply typed, "Dungeon." "That's unlikely," Qian Duo quickly countered. "At this hour, he should be mining, not sleeping. When I previously tried to contact a boss in a dungeon, the system directly informed me that the recipient is currently unable to receive messages. This situation indicates a plain case of being read but not replied to. Or perhaps he is too occupied to respond." Too occupied to respond? In this treacherous world of minds, being too busy to reply often signified the worst possible scenarios, either being besieged by monsters or facing an invasion from rival players. If that person were to perish, would the ancient rune tablet not vanish with his demise or be plundered by his assailants? Damn it, Qian Duo cursed under his breath. If only we had a minecart to go directly there, we could just confront him face to face, regardless of the situation. His lament, however, served as a key unlocking a new line of thought. The minecarts are randomly teleported. How can you ensure you'll arrive at his location? Li Weiwei raised the collective concern of the group. Qian Duo did not provide a direct answer, but instead shared an item screenshot in the channel. Location beacon blue. Quality, rare, effect, a one-time consumable. When bound with minecart, it can precisely lock the teleportation destination to the specified player number's mine. Description: a marvelous product of quantum entanglement technology infused with a touch of magic, making delivery and plunder remarkably precise. Silence enveloped the channel for a moment, followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. Zhao Yu remarked, "Truly deserving of being an A-grade lucky one." Li Weiwei added, "Qiangu, you are extraordinarily fortunate. You possess this item." Even Lin Mo expressed surprise. The strategic value of this item was immense, fundamentally altering the random nature of the minecarts. Nevertheless, a more grave concern emerged in the minds of the group. Li Daniu spoke in a low, rumbling voice. If the Blood Knife Alliance possesses this item as well, wouldn't they be able to locate the boss directly? Upon hearing this, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Mo's reputation was too prominent, be it the announcements on the World Channel or the establishment of the Guardians Guild. He had become the focal point of the B2 region, inevitably making him a thorn in the sides of certain individuals. Setting aside that concern, Lin Mo's voice rang out, stabilizing the morale of the group. "I have a minecart." Upon hearing this, everyone except the informed Li Daniu was left in a state of confusion. Qian Duo exclaimed, "What the hell? Boss, when did you acquire that?" Lin Mo offered no further explanation, stating decisively, "Time waits for no one. We must leave immediately." "Daniu, Zhao Yu, you two come with me. Liana and Charlie, you join us as well." Although Qian Duo and Li Weiwei also wished to join, they understood that their combat prowess was relatively weak, and recklessly following would only result in being a burden. "Understood. Boss, please be careful." The action plan was swiftly finalized. Lin Mo led Liana and Charlie from the mine to the guild's base. When a miniature armored creature, carrying a small pickaxe and speaking with a cute, childlike voice that resembled a meow, suddenly appeared before them, the previously tense and serious atmosphere was instantly shattered. "Oh my, how adorable!" Li Weiwei's eyes sparkled with countless stars as she scooped Charlie into her arms, enthusiastically showering him with affection. Charlie, clearly enjoying the attention, purred contentedly and pointed to his chin with his tiny paw. "Yes, right here, a little harder, meow." After a brief respite, the mood shifted back to seriousness. Lin Mo, Liana, Zhao Yu, and Li Daniu, along with one cat, were fully equipped and ready to embark. Lin Mo retrieved a steampunk-style minecart from his backpack and embedded the locator beacon, acquired from Qian Duo, into the cart's control panel. The target, B2-1111. With a mere thought, the beacon illuminated with an eerie blue glow, and the minecart emitted a deep rumble. Almost immediately, the hard rock wall before them rippled like water, revealing a dark, profound tunnel that appeared out of thin air. "Get on board." 5 figures swiftly leapt onto the minecart, and with a clattering sound of metal colliding, it plunged into the dark tunnel, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, In the B2-1111 mine, the air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat, creating an oppressive atmosphere. In the center of the mine, a young man named Yang Xiaolong with curly hair stood back-to-back with his two labor companions, brandishing makeshift iron spears. Their faces pale as they confronted 5 individuals across from them. Above the heads of the 5 men hovered a blood-red emblem of a battle knife, the Blood Knife Alliance. Leading them was a tall, muscular man with a face full of coarse features, mockingly weighing a cleaver in his hand, his greedy gaze sweeping over Yang Xiaolong and the warehouse behind him. Beside him, a wiry man grinned obsequiously. "Brother Chong, this kid looks like a fat sheep. And he even has 2 followers. This is our big break. Half of the loot goes to Brother Dao, and the rest you can take. Just leave us a little to drink." "Well said, perceptive one." The man known as Brother Chong nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glinting with predatory intent as he regarded Yang Xiaolong like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Kid, will you act, or shall we assist you?" Yang Xiaolong's lips trembled, his voice tinged with desperate rasp. "I can give you everything. Please spare my life." "Spare you?" Brother Chong erupted into cruel laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "By killing you, the loot becomes ours anyway. It saves us some trouble." The shadow of death loomed ominously over Yang Xiaolong, his grip on the iron spear quivering to the point of losing hold. "It's over. Heaven is out to destroy me." However, just as he closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death, a sudden and thunderous roar erupted from the opposite rock face of the mine. Clang, clang, the sound of a mine cart. The laughter of Chong and his companions abruptly ceased as they turned to look. They beheld the rock face gradually crumbling. Another mine cart? Yang Xiaolong stared blankly at the tunnel, his heart not swelling with hope, but rather sinking into a deeper despair. How could this be possible? What are the odds of such a coincidence? Chong bellowed, "Brothers, let us first deal with these 3 intruders. The situation with the mine cart remains uncertain. Let's act swiftly." Chapter 66. Prey or hunter accompanied by violent tremors and a piercing sound of friction, the mine cart thundered through the rock wall, coming to a halt in an unfamiliar cavern. The swirling dust had yet to settle when a pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses. Lin Mo peered through the crack of the minecart door. Before him lay a chamber of approximately 100 square meters, where 2 lifeless bodies already rested on the cold ground. A tattered player, battered and bruised, desperately fled to a corner of the cave. In the center of the cavern, several players, wearing mocking expressions, relished the one-sided slaughter, akin to cats toying with their prey. Above their heads hovered a faint, blood-red phantom of a battle knife. This was the emblem of the Blood Knife Alliance. "Dainyu, Zhao Yu, Charlie, hold your positions." Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable calmness. "Wait for my signal. We shall catch them off guard." After speaking, he pushed open the cart door and, accompanied by Liana, who wielded a moonlight crossbow, descended at a leisurely pace. The sudden appearance of the mine cart and the 2 figures descending instantly captured everyone's attention. The 5 members of the Blood Knife Alliance halted their pursuit. The foremost, a burly man with a brutish face, hefted a cleaver and regarded Lin Mo with keen interest. When his gaze fell upon Liana, a glimmer of unrestrained greed and lewdness flickered in his eyes, a look reserved for rare spoils of war. "Ah, another mine cart has arrived? This is quite fortuitous." The muscular man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Kid, leave the girl beside you and hand over all your supplies. Brother Chong is in a good mood today. I can make your death swift." Liana, clad in a hooded robe, concealed her elven ears, leading them to assume she was merely an ordinary player. A barely perceptible frown creased her brow as she tightened her grip on the crossbow. Lin Mo, however, seemed oblivious to the man's crude taunts, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 2 corpses before settling on the trembling survivor. "Brother Chong, wait." A small, wiry man beside the burly figure suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, a look of uncertainty spreading across his face. I use my talent. Eye of War to take a look. This guy is 9,527. What? The smile on Brother Chong's face froze instantly, replaced by shock and a hint of trepidation. B2-9527. This designation resonated like thunder among all players in the B2 district. The top scorer. Brother Chong's expression shifted rapidly as he immediately opened his panel and sent an urgent message to his leader, B2-1444. Dao Gu, we VE, encountered a tough opponent. It's 9527, along with a girl. A swift reply followed. 9527? Excellent. Eliminate him. Dao Gu, this is the #1 player. Can we handle it? Useless. He has been scavenging in the chat channels every day. He must possess a lifestyle talent. His high score is merely a result of hiding in the mine, relying on those defensive structures to farm points. Yesterday, I stumbled upon a blueprint for a turret. Now, he comes to me unguarded. Without his defenses, he is nothing. You, my comrades, are all warriors of great talent. Why fear a mere scavenger and his companion? Charge forth. Eliminate him, and I shall reward each of you with a piece of green equipment. Upon hearing the words green equipment, the trepidation in Brother Chong's eyes was swiftly engulfed by avarice. He closed the panel, and his expression morphed back into a menacing grimace. Brothers, the order from Brother Dao is clear. Take down 9527, and each shall receive 1 piece of green equipment. With the promise of ample reward, the others instantly ignited with excitement. Their gazes toward Lin Mo transforming from vigilant scrutiny to fervent desire, as if he were a veritable treasure chest on the move. Damn it, let us do this. A mere survivor, pretending to be a wolf. Brother Chong pointed his blade at the survivor lurking in the corner and commanded one of his companions, you, go and deal with that rat first. Don't let him interfere. The 4 of us will strike together. Let us make it quick and dispatch this fellow. Leave the girl. At his command, the 4 surged forward, grinning wickedly as they encircled Lin Mo and Liana. The air was thick with murderous intent. Inside the minecart, Li Daniyu and Zhao Yu had already gripped their weapons tightly, muscles taut, poised to spring into action at Lin Mo's command. However, a figure swifter than they appeared, darting like a specter from beneath the cart. It was Charlie. This Ailu cat, before anyone could react, had leapt into the air, its plump little paw raised, launching a round object in a perfect parabola towards the center of the Bloodblade Alliance's 4 members. With a soft thud, the object landed and erupted into a cloud of pale green spores. Spore Grenade. The 4, poised to unleash their deadly assault, suddenly froze. Their wicked grins stiffened as their limbs were robbed of all strength, plunging them into a state of paralysis. Even the member who was about to strike the survivor found himself ensnared by the explosion's radius. 5 seconds of paralysis. Act. Lin Mo uttered 2 words. There was no need for further elaboration. Liana had already locked onto her target with a moonlight crossbow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air merged into a single line, as several silver streaks precisely found their mark in the eye sockets of the 3 assailants. Save for Brother Chong. Thud thud. Critical damage. -120. Critical damage. -80. Armor-piercing damage. -150. 3 bodies fell in succession, stirring up a cloud of dust, each face still frozen in a moment of shock and greed. One remaining foe, slightly more robust, and perhaps endowed with some defensive talent, miraculously survived. Yet another arrow was unleashed. Critical damage. -68. In the span of merely 4 seconds, the once formidable quintet was reduced to a solitary Brother Chong, now a lone commander, frozen in place, his expression one of disbelief. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. How could this be possible? When the 5 seconds of paralysis dissipated, Chang'e felt his body regain control, and the first action he took was to clatter the mountain-splitting knife from his hand. Then, his legs buckled, and without a trace of hesitation, he knelt down, raising his hands high. Boss, I surrender. Please don't kill me. I surrender. Chang'e's voice trembled with a hint of tears. The arrogance that once radiated from him vanished without a trace, leaving only the stark terror of having survived a calamity. He finally comprehended the grave error of Dao Gu. He had been woefully mistaken. What was this so-called life-related talent? What did it matter if there were no arrow towers? This was akin to facing the Grim Reaper. Lin Mo slowly approached him, towering over him, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Bloodblade Alliance? He inquired, his voice low yet sending a shiver through Chang'e's entire being. Who is the leader? What talents and skills do they possess? How many members does your alliance currently have? And what talents do they hold? How many mining vehicles do you operate, and recently? How many have you plundered? Chapter 67. The archaeologist Lin Mo's gaze shifted from Chang Ji's face to the few warm corpses lying nearby, revealing no trace of emotion. This unnerving calmness instilled a profound fear in Chang Gu, more so than any threat could. It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. He erupted with a torrent of confessions, as if pouring out everything he knew. There are 28 of us in the Blood Knife Alliance. No. There are only 23 left. The president is Knife Brother. He possesses an A-grade talent, Frenzied Blade Master, capable of unleashing blade energy and shrouding himself in it. He's exceptionally fierce. There are 2 others with A-grade talents. One, numbered 1888, has the talent Predator, which can enhance mining carts and inflict significant damage on players. The other, known as Dragon Brother with the number 7523, has the talent Bio Soldier, capable of attacking with poison and releasing toxic mist. The rest of us are all B-grade, with talents like Strength and Hardening. I possess strength. Chang Ji's voice quivered, nearing incoherence, as he feared that a moment's delay might render him the 5th corpse on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. He merely gestured slightly. Zhao Yu understood and stepped forward, placing a cold dagger against Chang Ji's throat. Liana's crossbow was also trained on his head, effectively sealing off any chance of escape. With the captive subdued, Lin Mo turned and approached the lone survivor in the corner of the cavern. As he drew near, the young man with naturally curly hair instinctively recoiled. "Fear not. I'm not here to steal," Lin Mo stated flatly. He got straight to the point. "Do you possess an item known as the Ancient Rune Slate?" The curly-haired youth, Yang Xiaolong, abruptly raised his head, a mixture of astonishment and caution in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded slowly. "I seek to trade for it," Lin Mo continued. "Name your price." "Trade?" Yang Xiaolong was taken aback. He surveyed the man before him, then glanced at the imposing figures behind him and the corpses of the Blood Knife Alliance on the ground. This scarcely resembled a trading attitude. It felt more like a declaration. Yet, the other party had not resorted to outright theft. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xiaolong cautiously retrieved a palm-sized stone slab from his backpack. "Here it is," he said. "Ancient Rune Slate. Description: inscribed with ancient runes that control the power of war. The specific uses require your exploration." He stared at the stone that had once been the subject of ridicule by many, feeling a tumult of emotions. He never imagined this seemingly worthless stone would save his life. Instead of naming a price, he gathered all his courage and met Lin Mo's gaze directly. "This, I can give to you." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, awaiting further elaboration. "I did not want anything in return." Yang Xiaolong's voice trembled with anxiety, but his thoughts were remarkably clear. "I see that you have many members and work in unison. You must be a guild, right? I wish to join you." He understood that in this world, particularly in an era rife with predators, having a formidable support system was of utmost importance. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, he immediately revealed his chips. "I am Yang Xiaolong, and my talent is A-level archaeologist. This ability grants me a significantly higher probability of unearthing various ancient relics from the cliffs, such as this stone tablet. Moreover, I have 3 opportunities each day to attempt to replicate the blueprint fragments in my backpack, although the success rate hovers around a mere 10. At this juncture, he scratched his head in slight embarrassment. "Recently, I've been sustaining myself and my 2 companions by replicating some green blueprint fragments for sale." A-level archaeologist. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. "Ancient relics? Aren't these precisely the high-value items that the system favors? Even if they cannot be recovered, they should serve as materials for crafting advanced items. More importantly, the ability to replicate blueprint fragments. While a 10 success rate may seem low, it implies that, given sufficient time, any incomplete blueprint could potentially be made whole in his hands. The efficiency of gathering the necessary fragments for those schematics would be significantly enhanced with his presence. This was no ordinary auxiliary talent. This was a strategic asset capable of accelerating the development of the entire team. Lin Mo turned back and exchanged glances with Zhao Yu and Li Daniu. Li Daniu grinned broadly, his simple demeanor indicating his lack of objections. Zhao Yu, however, nodded calmly, his eyes conveying his approval. He too recognized the value of this talent. Lin Mo then opened the guild channel and briefly outlined Yang Xiaolong's situation. Qian Duo what? An A-level archaeologist? And he can replicate blueprint fragments? Boss, we VE struck gold. We must recruit him. Our guild is in dire need of such specialized auxiliary talent for future development. Li Weiwei, wow, what impressive talent. I agree. As long as the boss agrees, I'm on board. With unanimous approval, Lin Mo closed the panel and turned his gaze back to the eager Yang Xiaolong before him. I have decided to accept you. He sent out a guild invitation. Yang Xiaolong looked at the prompt on the panel announcing, Player B2-9527 invites you to join the Guild Guardians. Trembling with excitement, and without hesitation, he clicked to accept. A warm surge coursed through his body, and above him, an emblem composed of a shield and a long sword slowly materialized. From this moment forth, he was no longer an isolated wanderer. Welcome to the Guardians. Lin Mo nodded. Having settled this matter, he slowly turned around, his cold gaze once again fixing upon the kneeling Chang Ge. Now, it is time to discuss you. Chapter 68. The statue of war tears streamed down Brother Chang's face as his forehead struck the hard rocky ground with a resounding thud. Brother, please don't kill me. I surrender. I choose to be a prisoner. I am willing to do anything, to toil like a beast, as long as I can live. Lin Mo's gaze drifted past him, landing on the two lifeless bodies that had grown cold. Yang Xiaolong's eyes dimmed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Those were 2 damaged talent cards I had previously issued, summoning 2 ordinary workers. They hadn't even had the chance to acclimate before. His words trailed off, yet the profound sense of despair and helplessness resonated with everyone present. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and turned back to the kneeling Brother Chang, then shifted his attention to Yang Xiaolong, casually proposing, How about you take this fellow as your captive? I see that you could use someone capable. Rest assured, the system designates captives who cannot betray you, and you can determine their fate at any time. Yang Xiaolong was taken aback. To have him subdue the very ruffian who had just sought his life? Instinctively, he glanced at Brother Chang's brutish face, a shiver coursing through him. However, upon reflection, his A-grade talent proved nearly useless in battle. In this predatory world, lacking strength equated to a loss of dignity and a bleak future. The conditions of system constraints, inability to betray, and control over life and death. These 3 assurances acted as a balm to his anxiety. He looked at Lin Mo, took a deep breath, and nodded decisively. Seeing Yang Xiaolong acquiesce, Brother Chang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. The instinct for survival prompted an immediate transformation in his demeanor. He crawled before Yang Xiaolong, tears and snot streaming down his face as he exclaimed, Brother, long brother, I was blind to my own ignorance. From this day forth, I am your loyal dog. I shall bite whomever you command, and I shall be the first to charge at any monster. You can simply call me Qiangzi from now on. This sudden turn of events left Li Daniu, who was standing nearby, utterly astonished. He scratched his bald head and muttered to himself, This guy changes his tune faster than one can flip a book. It seems he has completely forgotten how he was just moments ago. Having resolved the issue of his new member's self-preservation, Lin Mo seamlessly acquired the mining cart from Qiangzi. Reinforced mining cart. Usage 2-6, not bad. Combined with his own, he now had a total of 3 transport opportunities remaining. After collecting the resources from the 4 deceased players, he examined the contents, which amounted to little more than stones, iron ingots, food, and some white-grade weapons, items to be deposited into the guild's warehouse later. Let's head home. Meanwhile, in another mining cave within Zone B2, Brother Dao paced irritably, watching as a frail old man trembled while wielding a pickaxe with pitiful efficiency. Suddenly, a series of cold system notifications popped up on his player panel. System notification, your guild member B2-4886, 7898, 9566, 3663 has died. System notification, your guild member B2-1878 has exited the guild. These successive messages struck him like heavy blows. causing his pupils to constrict. He quickly sent a private message to the member designated as B2-1878, Xiangzi. System notification, message sending failed. You have been blocked by the other party. Damn. The fury of Brother Dao erupted instantaneously as he forcefully kicked the bothersome old man nearby, sending him crashing violently against the rock wall. Useless. Hurry up and mine. If you don't find the treasure chest, there will be no food today. He knew without a doubt that with 4 dead and 1 fled, it had to be the doing of 9,527. That coward, Xiangzi, undoubtedly surrendered and became a captive. 9,527. It's you again, you scoundrel. The air around Brother Dao quivered with rage. The ill-level talent, frenzied blade master, unleashing an uncontrollable aura of ferocity, causing the temperature within the mine to drop perceptibly. Yet, after the anger subsided, he forced himself to regain composure. Xiangzi had mentioned that 9527 was accompanied only by a girl. Given his ability focused on resource recovery, cowering in a mine, could that girl possess formidable skills? Was she a player or merely a follower? The more he pondered, the more he deemed this to be a plausible scenario. One's talent indeed dictates their path of development. He refused to believe that a recovery talent could yield significant combat prowess. It must be that girl. He gritted his teeth, concluding, damn it, once I gather the materials and forge a blue weapon, I'll send a beacon and drive the mining cart over. Let us see how arrogant you can be then. At the Guardian Guild S base, as Lin Mo returned with the others, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Qian Duo and Li Weiwei were surrounding the newly arrived Yang Xiaolong, curiously inquiring about the wonders of the archaeologist's talent. Yang Xiaolong appeared somewhat reserved, but patiently answered each question. Upon seeing Lin Mo return, he respectfully presented an ancient stone tablet. Ancient rune tablet description contains ancient runes that govern the power of war. The materials are complete. Qian Duo exclaimed excitedly, clapping his thigh. Boss, hurry. I can't wait to see our guild's first superstructure. The resources in the guild warehouse had long been prepared, and everyone gazed at Lin Mo with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to construct. In an instant, the stone, iron ingots, and wood from the guild warehouse transformed into 3 torrents, drawn by an invisible force toward the center of the mine. The ancient rune tablet morphed into a streak of golden light, merging into the flow. A brilliant radiance erupted. The members were momentarily blinded, and as the light dissipated, a towering stone statue, 5 meters tall, emanating an aura of iron and majesty, stood proudly in the mine's center. It depicted a robust man wielding a colossal axe, his muscular form radiating explosive power, and engraved with intricate patterns identical to those on the rune tablet, an air of solemnity permeating the atmosphere. The next moment, a system notification echoed in the minds of all Guardian members. System notification, Guild Building, War God Statue, has been completed. System notification, you have received the permanent buff, War God as Protection. All attributes 2, all attack damage increased by 10. A warm surge coursed through their bodies. What the hell? Li Daniu felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, and, in a moment of exhilaration, he swung his fist, exclaiming, I believe I could fell a bull with a single blow. Qian Duo, flushed with excitement, remarked, these attributes are simply extraordinary. Our guild is truly poised for greatness now. Li Weiwei, brimming with enthusiasm, leapt into the air, exclaiming, long live the silent god. The Guardians are invincible. The guild channel resounded with jubilation. However, just as the crowd reveled in their immense joy, an unexpected system announcement echoed throughout the entire B2 region, silencing their cheers. Regional announcement. Chapter 69. Tension mounts. Regional announcement. Player B2-1444 has used the item regional horn. You wretched 9,527, you filthy scoundrel. Those who dare to harm me, beware. I shall personally twist off your head. From this moment forth, my Bloodblade Alliance is offering a high price for mining carts. As many as you possess, we shall acquire. Regardless of your subpar talents, I will grant you entry into our guild. Spaces are limited, So those wishing to survive must act swiftly. The consecutive roars declared an irrevocable rift between the foremost guild in B2, the Bloodblade Alliance, and the top of the activity leaderboard, 95-27. How dare he insult Lord Mo? Li Weiwei's face flushed with anger as she clenched her small fists. Li Daniu cracked his massive knuckles, producing a resonant sound. And in a deep voice, he inquired, "Boss, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. I will surely take him down when the opportunity arises." Zhao Yu's gaze turned icy as he solemnly remarked, "This 1444 is declaring war openly. Is this 1444 mad? Unable to handle defeat, he resorts to public bravado? He truly lacks vision." Qian Duo clicked his tongue, swiftly navigating through his personal panel to access the regional channel's information. Pausing briefly, his tone grew serious. However, this tactic is quite insidious. He is pressuring the entire region, compelling all players with mining carts to choose sides. Join them or become their adversary. Recently inducted into the guild, Yang Xiaolong's complexion paled, having experienced the ruthless nature of the Bloodblade Alliance firsthand. Their unreasonable tyranny brought back memories of despair not long past. At that moment, the long quiet B2 regional chat erupted into chaos. What the hell? Big news. 1444 is facing off against the esteemed 9527. What is going on here? Has 9527 dealt with the Bloodblade Alliance? What else could it be? The Bloodblade Alliance must have attempted another raid, only to hit a brick wall. Those scoundrels deserve their fate. Could you keep it down? Aren't you afraid of attracting the Bloodblade Alliance's attention? Afraid of what? With so many of us, can they really reach my mining cave? 9527 is formidable. I've long been displeased with that lot. But with the Bloodblade Alliance acting this way, won't our lives become even more difficult? If they seize the mining carts, who can withstand that? In an instant, the regional channel buzzed with tension, the majority of ordinary players feeling an overwhelming pressure. Amidst this chaos and panic, a distinctive message quietly surfaced amidst the flood of chat records. B2-7878. In tumultuous times, there must be order. Today, the Cloud Pavilion Guild offers sanctuary for peace. All who aspire, regardless of background or talent, may join our Cloud Pavilion, provided they possess strength. Interested parties may privately message with attribute screenshots. This announcement, devoid of any emotional flair, resonated with a powerful clarity, starkly contrasting with the furious tirades of the Blade Bro. The regional channel fell silent for a moment before erupting into an even more fervent discussion. Cloud Pavilion? Where did this new guild come from? B2-7878? Who is that? Cloud Pavilion? It sounds so mysterious. At last, is there a force bold enough to challenge the Bloodblade Alliance? How splendid. Let us observe for a moment. I wonder what caliber this Cloud Pavilion possesses. I hope it is not merely another iteration of the Bloodblade Alliance. The winds in Zone B2 have been thoroughly stirred. Within the Guardian Guild stronghold, Lin Mo calmly watched the tumultuous changes in the regional channel, his expression inscrutable. Qian Duo clicked his tongue in amazement. Boss, things are heating up. The Bloodblade Alliance is an openly rabid dog, yet this newly emerged Cloud Pavilion remains shrouded in mystery. All eyes turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo silenced the chat channel, his gaze settling upon the imposing statue of the war god. He spoke slowly. If battle is to be, then let it be. The mining trucks are a harbinger of disaster. The more mining trucks the Bloodblade Alliance possesses, the swifter their growth, akin to a snowball effect. Once they have fully inflated their power, dealing with them will prove exceedingly difficult. It is imperative to take proactive measures to quash the threat in its infancy. This is the consensus shared by all. Lin Mo turned to Qian Duo. Do we have any more positioning beacons? None left, boss. That was the only one already utilized. Chindwood's face reflected his dismay, for such items are rarer than blue gear and scarcely seen on the trading platform. Now, go to the marketplace and the chat channel and acquire one at a premium, Lin Mo instructed. Everyone else, remain vigilant. We must seize the initiative. At that moment, an unfamiliar private chat request quietly emerged. The sender was none other than the president of Cloud Pavilion, who had just stirred another tempest in the regional channel. B2-7878. Lin Mo accepted the request. B2-7878. Esteemed 9527. I have a proposition for transaction. Might you be interested? Lin Mo's eyes flickered, and he replied succinctly. Do tell. The response came swiftly, as if the sender had been anticipating this moment. B2-7878. You have likely witnessed the methods of the Bloodblade Alliance. They resemble a swarm of locusts, intent only on destruction and plunder. If this continues, the entirety of Zone B2 will become their hunting ground, leaving none of us at peace. My proposal is for us to collaborate and eliminate 1444, thereby resolving the issue once and for all. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Can you locate him? B2-7878. We possess 2 mining trucks and 2 positioning beacons, capable of accurately pinpointing an individual's mine. Furthermore, I have embedded personnel within the Bloodblade Alliance. Intelligence suggests that their core consists of 2 A-grade talents, the guild leader, Brother Knife, and one known as the Plunner, number 1888. My plan is for us to deploy mining trucks and positioning beacons, with both sides contributing 2 A-grade warriors to lead the assault, simultaneously targeting both individuals for elimination. Once their core collapses, the remaining rabble will pose no threat. As for the spoils, those who secure the kill shall claim them. What say you? Such a bold initiative. This cloud pavilion is indeed formidable. Lin Mo's fingers lightly tapped the screen, and he did not immediately acquiesce. It seems your intelligence personnel are not particularly adept. On the other end of the screen, 7878 appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Is our intelligence erroneous? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. Your intelligence is accurate, but you have overlooked one individual, number 7523, a biochemist with an A-grade talent, capable of inflicting poisonous attacks and releasing toxic mists. This time, the other party remained silent for a full half-minute. Xiangzi, a minor leader within the Bloodblade Alliance, possessed far more core intelligence than the average member, which was an advantage for Lin Mo. B2-7878. Master 9527, your tactics are impressive. It seems there are indeed your people within the Bloodblade Alliance. Lin Mo chose not to engage in this topic, but instead inquired, do you have any solutions at this point? B2-7878, a biochemist. The poison attribute is indeed troublesome. We cannot simultaneously launch a 3-pronged attack. Once the battle commences, he will certainly rush to support 1444, leaving our forces in a precarious position. After some contemplation, Lin Mo replied, leave the Blade Brother and that biochemist to me. In addition to the spoils I rightfully deserve, I require an additional piece of blue-quality equipment or blueprint as my reward for dealing with that biochemist. B2-7878, Master. It is not that we doubt you. However, confronting 2 A-grade battle talents simultaneously, it is difficult for us to believe you possess such strength. How about this? You temporarily join our guild and come to our base for a friendly spar. Rest assured, players of the same guild cannot inflict fatal damage upon one another. The truth behind their intentions was revealed. This was their actual objective, to test his capabilities. Lin Mo closed the chat window and turned to the others. I shall return shortly. He glanced at Qian Duo and added, President, I will first meet with this Yunge. With that, he vanished with the silent Liana and the assistant cat Xiaohua, who was dozing while clutching its tail. Qian Duo watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. He understood that the leader's decisions were never to be questioned. Chapter 70. Strength is the sole passport the light and shadow before me twisted and reformed. When my vision regained clarity, I found myself in a guild headquarters that was starkly different from my somewhat chaotic base. In contrast, this place exuded a sense of orderliness. One might even say it was immaculate. The ground had been meticulously leveled, and the excavation marks on the rock walls bore a uniformity that suggested careful planning. A dozen players stood on either side, their gear varying in quality, yet their postures were upright, and their gazes sharp, filled with scrutiny and vigilance as they regarded the trio of us. An invisible pressure pervaded the air, as if this were not a sanctuary for survivors. but rather a rigorously disciplined encampment. At the forefront of the crowd stood two women. The one leading was tall and poised, her short hair neatly styled, her gaze calm as still water, clad in an exquisitely crafted leather armor. She was Lina, the president of the Cloud Pavilion, possessing an A-grade talent. Martial master. Welcome. 9527. Lina spoke first, her voice crisp and cool, devoid of superfluous words. I am 7878. My name is Lina. I possess a combat-oriented talent. This is my partner, Lin, who specializes in control and healing abilities. We were both police officers. The woman beside her nodded at me. She appeared much more demure, wearing a pair of rimless glasses that lent her an air of intellect. Yet the hand that held a peculiar syringe was remarkably steady. Linimo, I responded succinctly, my gaze sweeping over the assembly without a hint of awkwardness. I gestured toward my companions. These are my attendants, Liana and Xiaohua. Liana maintained the inherent elegance and vigilance of her elven kin, her hand resting poised on the crossbow at her waist. Meanwhile, Xiaohua completely disregarded the tense atmosphere. Squatting on the ground, diligently washing her face with her tiny paws, her fluffy tail swishing about, a stark contrast to the somber surroundings. A cat? A flicker of surprise crossed Lina's eyes. In this world, ordinary attendants were not particularly rare. Several members of the Cloud Pavilion had companions, but most were human or some subhuman species. It was her first encounter with a seemingly innocuous pet cat that could also serve as a combat asset. The members of the Cloud Pavilion began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Xiaohua filled with curiosity, and several female players even exhibited signs of affection. It seems that your hidden cards are more numerous than we anticipated, Lina mused, redirecting her gaze back to me, quickly regaining her composure. She looked directly at me and stated plainly, you should understand that the foundation of cooperation is trust, especially in actions that could determine life or death. We need a clear understanding of our allies' capabilities. Verbal promises are worthless in this world. I understand, I nodded. How would you like to confirm that? A faint smile finally graced the corners of Lina's lips. Quite simply, we shall engage in a bout. We will send 3 from our side. You shall do the same. Let us see each other's strengths with restraint. As her words fell, the members of the Cloud Pavilion immediately stepped back, skillfully clearing a vast space. The faces of the crowd were adorned with expressions of anticipation and aggression. Their curiosity about the enigmatic figure who had dominated the leaderboard for so long was palpable, and they were eager to witness firsthand the audacity with which he dared to challenge the Bloodblade Alliance. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Mo stepped forward, fully aware that this confrontation was inevitable. In this perilous world of minds, strength was the sole currency of survival. Be cautious, boss, Liana whispered, her voice low. The woman named Lina is formidable. I am aware, Lin Mo replied, sensing the potent and concentrated energy emanating from Lina. She beckoned to the crowd, and Lin naturally approached, positioning herself at Lina's left side. Subsequently, a towering man, as robust as an iron tower, emerged from the throng. Standing over 2 meters tall, his skin bore an unusual, rocky gray hue, and with each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. He wielded no weapon, merely securing 2 heavy arm shields tightly to his forearms. My retainer, Zhang Shan, specializes in defense, Lina introduced succinctly. The man named Zhang Shan nodded gravely at Lin Mo, his gaze resolute, resembling an immovable mountain. The members of the Cloud Pavilion beamed with confidence upon Zhang Shan's appearance. With Brother Shan here, victory is assured. Last time, that elite level, charging wild boar collided with his shield and knocked itself out, while Brother Shan remained unfazed. That elf may seem powerful, but breaching Brother Shan's defenses is utterly impossible. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Mo's party stepped into the arena. Liana stood poised with her crossbow, her eyes sharp as a hawk. Meanwhile, Xiaohua yawned, stretched languidly, and strolled over to Lin Mo's side, producing a small hunting flute to cradle in her arms. The scene was undeniably absurd. Are you ready? Lina inquired. Lin Mo nodded gently. Commence. The moment Lina's voice fell, battle erupted with ferocity. She burst forth like a drawn bowstring, her speed astonishing as she charged directly at Lin Mo, the core of their formation. The A-grade, martial master, talent not only enhanced her attacks, but also conferred terrifying physical prowess. Lin swiftly retreated, casting 3 capsules that soared towards Lin Mo's trio in a formation, clearly intent on asserting control from the outset. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan crossed his arms heavily, the shields clanging together in front of him, resembling a mobile fortress as he advanced steadily, blocking movement and safeguarding Lin in the rear. A flawless tactical collaboration. However, they were up against Lin Mo. Just as Li Na was about to close the distance and the capsules were set to land, Lin Mo's figure vanished. Shadow Strike. A mere afterimage lingered as he bypassed Li Na's advance, instantaneously appearing before the seemingly safest control core. Lin. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Li Na's mind as she attempted to pivot her stance, but she was already a moment too late. Lin never anticipated that Lin Mo's target would be herself. Instinctively, she raised the peculiar, oversized syringe to shield herself. However, Lin Mo's aim was never directed at her. Weakness unveiled. Within Lin Mo's line of sight, behind Zhang Shan, the formidable shield bearer advancing steadily. A subtle crimson dot glimmered at an inconspicuous spot on the nape of his neck. Demon transformation activated. Lin Mo's aura shifted abruptly, an overwhelming fury radiating from him. With a powerful push of his foot, he surged forward like a hawk gliding just above the ground, bypassing the astonished Lin. His Wolfang twin blades carved 2 chilling arcs through the air, targeting Zhang Shan's vulnerable neck. "Watch out, Shanzi!" Li Na cried out sharply. Zhang Shan reacted swiftly, sensing the lethal threat approaching from behind. He spun around abruptly, attempting to block with his arm shield. Yet he was too slow. Lin Mu's agility, bolstered by the Hunter's Set and Vampire's Ring, had transcended a terrifying threshold. Thud! Thud! The twin blades pierced the crimson dot with pinpoint accuracy. -95. Armor piercing. -102. Critical hit. 2 astonishing numbers floated above Zhang Shan's head. A guttural roar escaped him as he writhed in agony. His once proud, rocky skin crumbled before Lin Mo's blades. As fragile as tofu, the force of the impact nearly brought him to his knees. Gasps filled the arena. How is this possible? A single strike broke through his defenses and dealt such immense damage? The confidence on the faces of the Cloud Pavilion members instantly froze. Meanwhile, battles raged on in 2 other arenas. Liana had paid no heed to anyone else. From the onset of the fight, her crossbow had relentlessly locked onto the swiftest contender. Lina, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, imbued with the moonlight, sealed off all of Lina's evasion routes in a triangular formation. Lina's pupils constricted as she leaned back at an astonishing angle, her feet shifting deftly to narrowly evade 2 arrows. The last one grazing her arm and drawing a bead of blood. -23. Such precision. A chill coursed through Lina. She could sense that each arrow was expertly predicting her movements, leaving her, despite her melee prowess, unable to close the distance of even 5 meters. The suffocating pressure of being suppressed from afar left her utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Linin's 3 thrown tranquilizer capsules finally hit the ground, bursting open with a loud pop, releasing 3 puffs of pale yellow smoke. Anesthetic mist. Inhalers will enter a state of paralysis for 1 second. However, just as the smoke was about to envelop Xiao Hua's feet, a clear, melodious, albeit slightly off-key, whistle resounded. Flute of dispelling. An invisible wave of sound rippled from Xiao Hua, dissipating the 3 pale yellow clouds of smoke as if they had encountered their nemesis, vanishing without a trace. Linen stood there, stunned, watching her once proud control skill effortlessly undone by a cat playing a flute, momentarily questioning her very existence. She was undeterred, casting several capsules into the air. The playful sound of do-do-do echoed as Xiao Hua seemed to revel in the moment, producing a delightful melody. Smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the sound of the flute, as the haze gradually dissipated. After several exchanges, Linin's complexion turned a shade of green. She felt less like an A-grade talent controller and more akin to someone amusing a cat. In a mere span of seconds, The tide of battle had decisively shifted in favor of Lin Mo. Zhang Shan found himself ensnared by Lin Mo's relentless assault. Unable to retaliate against the overwhelming damage and armor-piercing effects, rapidly succumbing to defeat. Lin Na was thoroughly suppressed by Liana, finding it impossible to advance. Meanwhile, Linen's control was effortlessly countered by a single cat. Stop! Lin Na inhaled deeply, abruptly retreating a step to call an end to this foregone conclusion of a duel. She glanced at Zhang Shan, whose health had plummeted and whose expression was one of frustration, before turning her attention to her partner, Linen, who appeared lost in contemplation. Finally, her gaze settled on the man wielding dual blades, exuding a calm and steady presence. The entire cavern fell into a profound silence. The members of Yungu looked upon Lin Mo with transformed expressions, shifting from initial scrutiny and wariness to shock, and now to a profound reverence. We have lost, Lin Na admitted with grace, stepping forward to stand before Lin Mo. Her eyes held no trace of doubt. Only gravity and sincerity remained. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. I apologize for my earlier tests. She paused, her tone earnest. Now, we can discuss the particulars of our potential collaboration. Chapter 71. The peculiar injector of the goblin and the unaltered circumstances. Lin Na shattered the silence, candidly acknowledging the disparity in strength between the two parties. Her tone remaining composed. Originally, our strategy was for the Cloud Pavilion to take the lead against 1444, while you would tackle 1888. However, the situation has changed, and I shall heed your directives. Her gaze fell upon the little Elu cat nestled at Lin Mo's feet, clutching a flute with an innocuous demeanor. This diminutive creature perfectly countered her partner, a controller with A-grade talent. This realization dawned upon Lin Na, indicating that the newly emerged A-grade bio-soldier posed a significant threat to her side. Once the toxic mist dispersed, their melee professions would suffer a considerable decline in combat efficacy. Yet this small feline should be able to counteract it. The bio-soldier would undoubtedly rush to support 1444. Lin Mo succinctly stated, "Leave 1444 and him to me." Lin Na cast a deep glance at Lin Mo, inquiring, "Do you require assistance? I can dispatch 2 more individuals to accompany you." "No need," Lin Mo replied tersely. "Just prepare the minecart and positioning signal. We shall act tonight. I need to wait for a few skills to cool down." He paused, then shifted his focus. "Now, what about the promised reward?" A hint of relaxation surfaced on Lin Na's face as she appreciated his practicality. She signaled to Lin and beside her. Although still troubled by the fact that she had been completely outmatched by a cat, Linen nonetheless retrieved an item from her backpack. It was an unusually designed, oversized injector, crafted entirely from a dark silver metal, with a disconcerting green liquid coursing through the syringe. Goblin-esque peculiar injector. Quality: blue excellent, attack power 35 to 45, equipment requirement, support class or talent special effect, paralysis 10 chance to paralyze the target for 1 second upon attack. Effective only against biological enemies. Attached skill: lethal dose injection. Upon impact, injects a vial of lethal paralysis agent, inducing a 5-second mandatory paralysis effect that cannot be dispelled, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Description: a product of the Goblin Caves, it is the Goblin Doctor's tool of choice. It excels not only in healing patients, but also in creating ailments. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. Goodness, a 5-second mandatory paralysis that cannot be dispelled. Had Lin been able to utilize this technique during their recent spar, the outcome would indeed have been uncertain. This was obtained during our Guild-S dungeon raid. We found 2 in total, Lin Na elucidated, and used 1, and this is the remaining one. We had intended to trade it on the marketplace for resources since we lack a second support talent. Now it appears that your companion should be able to make use of it. I hope it assists you in tonight's operation. Lin Mo accepted the injector and directly handed it to the little flower at his feet. Upon spotting the new toy, the little creature's eyes sparkled with delight. It clasped the peculiar injector with its tiny paws, affectionately rubbing against it, then looked up at Lin Na and Linen, sweetly meowing, "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, boss." Meow. The sudden turn of events brought forth laughter from the previously tense female players within Yungu, their defenses crumbling in an instant. The once somber atmosphere lightened considerably. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to inquire. You mentioned a guild dungeon? Indeed, replied Lina, while mining at the outpost. There exists a slim chance of unearthing a special dungeon entrance, where a team of up to 10 can venture forth. She did not withhold any information, as their collaboration had been decided. Lin Mo nodded, committing this crucial detail to memory. After adding them as friends, he chose not to linger any longer, departing with Liana and Xiao Hua amid a myriad of complex gazes. Upon returning to the Guardian Guild's outpost, Li Dinyo and Zhao Yu immediately approached. Boss, how did it go? Did that Yungu pull any tricks? Li Dinyo inquired in his characteristic deep voice. All is well. We discussed a collaboration. Lin Mo briefly recounted the evening's assassination plan. Damn it. Count me in, boss. Li Dinyo exclaimed, clenching his fists. I'd long to take that knife brother's head. Zhao Yu's expression hardened. Boss, take me along. I can assist from the shadows. Lin Mo shook his head. Not this time. Yin Ge will be addressing another target, and I have support. This mission is perilous. Guard the fort and await my report. He declined their offers to join the fray, returning to his mining cave. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, the enemy's combat prowess was formidable. His current team composition sufficed. Himself, Liana, and the two discreetly powerful Ilukats. And let us not forget Wang Dezai. The thought of the jovial bald chef wielding a large spoon brought Lin Mo a sense of reassurance. Even against two A ranks, it seemed Wang, alone, could handle them all. The remaining cannon fodder could be entrusted to Liana and Charlie. Once he had soothed his comrades, Lin Mo opened his panel. He had yet to utilize today as 10 recovery opportunities. The batch of scrap that Li Dinyo had traded earlier consisted of nothing more than ordinary items, yielding at most a few green chests. After perusing the trading platform, he found nothing of interest in terms of technological artifacts. At that moment, a private chat request from Yang Xiaolong popped up. Boss, I heard from Brother Dinyo and Sister Weiwei that you're collecting some special technological products or unidentified items? Yang Xiaolong's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, have you made any discoveries? Lin Mo inquired. While clearing the cave walls, I unearthed a peculiar metallic fragment that I have yet to comprehend. I wondered if it might be of use to you. In the next instant, an item description was transmitted. Remains of an unknown civilization's weapon. Description, a fragment of a high-tech ion ray weapon. Curiously, it bears intricate magical runes, suggesting a creation that intertwines science and magic. Lin Mo's breath caught for a moment. A fusion of technology and magic? He promptly agreed to the trade, sending over a previously confiscated green-quality longsword in return. Thank you, boss. Yang Xiaolong responded, visibly surprised. Lin Mo did not respond. All his thoughts were concentrated on the palm-sized fragment within his backpack, which shimmered with faint blue arcs of electricity and golden runes. Suddenly, a red cartoonish mobile phone phantom appeared without warning, spinning around. Unlike its usual playful demeanor, it circled the fragment rapidly, resembling an appraiser who had just encountered a rare treasure. This object, the sound of its spinning carried a hint of incredulous excitement. It was extraordinary, holding immense research value. Moreover, it evoked a sense of familiarity within me. Host, should we proceed with the retrieval immediately? A familiar sensation? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could this fragment be related to the origins of the spinning entity? Retrieve it. He made his decision without hesitation. Chapter 72. I, Wei Yin, pay my respects to the sovereign. Receiving commands. Currently conducting a recovery assessment on the remnants of an unknown civilization's weaponry. Assessment complete. Value, exceedingly high. Precious metal content, elevated. Technological sophistication, exceptionally high. Special energy content, extraordinarily high. Integrity, severely compromised. Detected that the item contains superlative interwoven properties of laws, meeting the highest standards for selective recovery. A rare tremor accompanied the whirring sound. As the red holographic mobile device vibrated with fervor, the screen frantically refreshing data streams. Please select your recovery reward. Option A, Standard Assault Rifle, Purple, X1. Purple Treasure Chest X2. Option B, Orange Treasure Chest X1. the standard assault rifle. This is a true modern firearm of the highest caliber, boasting a purple quality. In this current era, where everyone wields cold weapons, a purple-grade firearm could decisively alter the course of any battle. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he lacked blueprints for ammunition production. Would he wield a rifle as if it were a mere stick for kindling? Lin Mo's gaze shifted to option B, the orange treasure chest. This was the highest quality chest he had encountered thus far. The balance of risk and reward is always proportional. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo made his choice. I select B. Selection confirmed. Recovery successful. In a flash of light, a substantial treasure chest radiating a warm orange glow materialized before Lin Mo. It resembled a small sun, casting a warm hue throughout the cavern. Even Wang Dahai, who was nearby polishing kitchenware, paused, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo placed his hand upon the chest latch. Open. With a crisp click, a blinding light erupted skyward, more dazzling than any previous chest opening. As the light dissipated, 7 items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. A 5-piece set of heavy armor shimmering with metallic and leather luster, a longsword, and an ancient card adorned with golden filigree along its edges. Warrior heavy armor set, 5 pieces, quality, blue excellent, full set attributes, defense 60, constitution 10, agility -5, set effects, 2-piece set, defense 10, strength 10, 3-piece set, activates set skill, heart of adversity. Heart of adversity, passive your fighting spirit will surge in tandem with your injuries. Each time you are attacked, you will gain a layer of adversity effect, each layer enhancing your attack and defense by 5, stacking up to a maximum of 5 layers. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, and being struck will refresh the duration. Description: balancing protection and power, enabling you to maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield. Each movement imbued with strength. Lin Mo picked up the armor and walked directly towards Wang Dahai. Master Wang, this set is for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai looked up, smiling and waving his hand. Boss, I cannot accept this. He patted his seemingly ordinary chef's robe, which bore a few grease stains. My attire has long evolved alongside me, now possessing a blue quality, its capabilities rivaling that of this armor. Moreover, when wielding a ladle, one must move with grace. Donning this clunky metal armor restricts my agility and hampers my spoon-wielding finesse. Lin Mo, upon reflection, acknowledged that Wang Dahai's combat style was indeed unique, and thus he refrained from further insistence, returning the armor to his backpack. His gaze fell upon a particular card. Special Talent Summoning Card, following the summoning of Chef Wang. Yet another Special Talent Summoning Card lay in wait. Lin Mo was well aware of Chef Wang's combat prowess, even with the combined efforts of himself, Liana, and Charlie. Victory would remain uncertain. Without hesitation, he opted to utilize it. With a hum, the violet card in his grasp transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, coalescing on the ground into a grand and intricate summoning array. Golden runes danced along the periphery of the array, emanating a somber, deadly, and iron-willed aura from its center. Chef Wang was momentarily taken aback by this overwhelming presence, retreating a step. Liana's countenance mirrored his unease. From within the array, she sensed the scent of blood and death. The radiance intensified. A towering and formidable figure gradually materialized at the heart of the array, clad in a battered yet fearsome black heavy armor. The surface marred by the marks of blades and axes, dark red stains had seeped into the metal's crevices. Though he bore no weapon, his mere presence exuded the ferocity of a battle-hardened warrior, reminiscent of a tiger poised to pounce. His features were not conventionally handsome, bearing a menacing aspect with a savage scar tracing from brow to nose, his gaze wild and brimming with aggression. I am Wei Yin, paying respects to the Lord. The figure knelt on one knee, his voice gravelly and deep, akin to iron scraping against iron. Name, Wei Yin Wenchang. Race, human, heroic spirit. Class, berserker. Level, 1 can be increased through combat and slaughter. Loyalty, 70, he admires the strong but questions authority. Attributes, strength, 45. Agility, 30. Constitution, 40. Mentality, 28 skills. 1. Rebellion, passive, LV. Max your essence is imbued with defiance and pride. When cornered or facing an overwhelming number of foes, all attributes will increase by 50, entering a state of berserk, rendering you immune to most control effects. However, should loyalty drop below 60, there is a chance of disobeying orders. 2. Berserker Blade Technique. Passive, you are a natural master of bladed weapons, adept in various fundamental melee skills. When wielding a blade, your attack power is further enhanced by 30, with a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. 3. Zawugu Stratagem. Active, you may designate an enemy target to initiate a high-risk surprise attack lasting 1 hour. You will lead a squad, maximum of 5 members, directly to the vicinity of the target. During the ambush, all squad members receive a 30 boost to attack power and a 10 increase to defense. Cooldown, 72 hours. The body forged through countless battles. Passive years of warfare have bestowed upon you a physique of iron. You suffer a 35 reduction in all physical damage taken. Wei Yan. It is indeed him. Lin Mo gazed upon Wei Yan's attributes, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Such attributes, such skills, seem to have been crafted for the sole purpose of becoming a harbinger of war. When Chang, rise quickly. Lin Mo's voice remained serene, yet his inner excitement surged. Thank you, my lord. Wei Yan stood, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking on a Lin Mo, unaware of the reason for his summons. His eyes swept over Liana and Wang Dahai, ultimately resting on Lin Mo with a scrutinizing intensity. He was a fierce general, one who only bowed before true power. Lin Mo met his gaze and gradually retrieved the final item from the treasure chest. It was a blade, an ancient-looking long sword, slender and entirely black, radiating an ominous aura. Soul-cutting blade, imitation, quality, purple epic attack power, 40 to 50, attribute requirement, strength 40, special effect, soul devourer upon killing an enemy. There is a chance to absorb a small fragment of their soul, permanently increasing the weapon's attack power by 1 point. With a cap of 100 points, description, a demonic blade that craves souls. While its base attack is relatively low, it will grow alongside its master. Lin Mo directly handed the sword and armor to Wei Yan. As Wei Yan grasped the long sword, a surge of dark energy emanated from the blade, enveloping him instantaneously. Yet with a mere grunt, the iron-blooded aura within him erupted, forcefully pushing back the malevolent energy. A fine blade, Wei Yan remarked, casting a look of newfound respect towards Lin Mo. That night, Lin Mo spoke, his voice unassuming yet resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Kill. Chapter 73. The ingenious scheme of Meridian Valley in the cavernous realm of the mine. Night is but a mere concept. As the timer reached the appointed hour, an eerie silence enveloped the world, poised for an impending storm. In Lin Mo's private channel, Lina's message appeared punctually. Lina, there should be no monsters today. All is prepared. We shall depart in 1 minute. Lin Mo acknowledged. Closing the chat window, Lin Mo instructed Charlie to keep watch, ensuring that the foolish goblin with the pickaxe did not wreak havoc on the planting boxes, then turned his gaze towards the assembled group, ready for action. With a soft voice, Lin Mo addressed them. Let us proceed. Wei Yan stepped forward, his armor clattering with a dull resonance. In his rebellious eyes burned the fierce flame of battle. Target, B2-1444. Lin Mo's tone was as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Commence the scheme of Meridian Valley. Wei Yan grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, his expression brimming with arrogance and confidence. By your command, with a swift motion, he plunged his Zanpakuto replica into the ground, murmuring incantations. A hum resonated, an invisible wave emanated from him, and beneath their feet, a sigil more intricate and profound than a summoning array materialized from thin air. Golden light traced the ethereal contours of mountains and rivers, while an aura of bloodshed and slaughter surged upward. Select target, mining KB2-1444. Choose companions, Lin Mo, Wang Dahai, Liana, Xiaohua. Ambush commence. With a low roar, Wei Yan activated the array, its brilliance engulfing the five figures in an instant. The fabric of space tore apart, and light twisted into a chaotic maelstrom before them. In the next moment, as solid ground returned beneath their feet, a foul air mingled with the scent of blood, sweat, and rusted metal flooded Lin Mo's nostrils. They had arrived. In mining cave B2-1444, Brother Knife was meticulously polishing his blue-quality, blazing longsword. Without warning, at the cavern's edge, the space rippled like water, and an esoteric golden array unfolded. Five figures gradually emerged from the radiance. Brother Knife's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. What is happening? Where are the mine carts? Where are the system alarms? How the hell did they get here? Arrow towers. Attack. His reaction was swift, a roar echoing throughout the cavern. Almost instantaneously, the four automated rapid-fire arrow towers in the center of the mine unleashed a barrage, their cold metal heads glinting ominously as they locked onto the intruders. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrential downpour of arrows descended upon them. Mere grains of light. Wei Yin scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, positioning himself defiantly against the rain of arrows, shielding Lin Mo and the others behind him. He did not even raise his weapon to block, standing firm with his chest out, allowing the arrows to strike him directly. Clang, 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 clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing filled the air. -3, -3. As the effect of the Heart of Adversity activated, attack power increased by 5 and defense by 5. With the current layer at 1, a series of damage numbers ascended above Wei Yan's head, yet their values diminished at an astonishingly visible rate. Ultimately, when the arrows struck him, they merely manifested a string of -1 force damage, but the tremendous impact still propelled him backward by a meter. This negligible harm, amidst the discordant notes of Xiao Hua's healing flute, barely affected his health bar. Toot toot toot. Xiao Hua, clutching her flute, puffed her cheeks as she played, rhythmically tapping her tiny feet, as though this were not a battlefield, but her personal concert. Wei Yin, enveloped in a rain of arrows and healing sound waves, felt the power within him surging, and could not help but erupt into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! Bring it on! Is this a massage for me? This scene left Dao Gu and the three subordinates who had just rushed out utterly dumbfounded. What manner of monster is this? Enduring the concentrated fire of 4 automatic arrow towers and remaining unfazed? Boss, what do we do? This person's defense is too high. One subordinate asked, trembling. Calm down. Dao Ji's face turned ashen, striving to maintain composure as he shouted in the guild channel. Second, third, bring people here. Quick, we're being raided. However, the response from the second-in-command, the plunderer, darkened his heart. Boss, I'm being attacked here too. It's that bunch from Yingo. Damn. In an instant, Dao Gu understood the enemy's strategy, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Third, forget about the second. Gather 4 people and come to me. Dao Gu issued his final command. Soon, a flash of teleportation light revealed 5 players, led by Long Gu, the A-ranked talent, bio soldier, along with 3 subordinates, rushing in from various corners to join Dao Gu. 9 in total, alongside the 4 still firing arrow towers. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's side comprised only 4 players and 1 cat. The overwhelming numerical advantage rekindled a flicker of confidence in Dao Gu. You're from Yingo. You've got some nerve. Dao Gu pointed his blade at Lin Mo, sneering. You choose to trespass into hell when the path to heaven lies open. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be outnumbered. Beside him, Long Gu, the man endowed with the bio-soldier talent, began to take action. He retrieved several glass jars from his backpack, a grin spreading across his face as a faint green toxic mist enveloped him, ready to enjoy a sauna of poison. Yet, Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to glance his way. His gaze fell upon Liana. Understanding his intent, Liana retrieved a nondescript, grayish spherical object from the pouch at her waist. It was a secret weapon crafted from the paralysis spores collected in the gloom cavern. Spore grenade. Liana raised her arm, and the grenade traced a precise parabolic arc through the air, landing perfectly in the center of the enemy's formation of 9. What is that? Before Knife Brother and the others could react, boom, the grenade detonated, enveloping all 9 of them in an intense gray smoke. You have been affected by the paralyzing spores and will enter a state of forced paralysis for 5 seconds. In an instant, every member of the Blood Knife Alliance, including Knife Brother and Dragon Brother, froze in various comical poses, unable to move. The sinister grins on their faces remained frozen in time. Now's the moment. We must neutralize the arrow tower first. Its arrows have a knockback effect that severely restricts our movements. Lin Mo whispered softly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Shadow Strike. His target was one of the arrow towers. Wang Dahai followed closely behind. The stainless steel ladle in his hand had transformed into a gleaming weapon, swinging with ferocity. Liana showed no signs of hesitation, her hand crossbow firing in rapid succession, several bolts striking the energy core of the arrow tower with precision. Boom! Under the concentrated fire of the three, the first arrow tower exploded into a pile of debris. On the other side, true violence unfolded. Roar! Wei Yin let out a thunderous roar. Heart of Adversity was already stacked to 5 layers. Rebellious Bone, passive talent was triggered, and with the boost from Midnight Valley Ambush, his attributes skyrocketed to a terrifying level. He transformed into a shadowy figure, completely disregarding the attacks from the other 3 arrow towers, charging in a barbaric and unreasonable manner. Boom! The first arrow tower was shattered by his shoulder. Boom! The second arrow tower was cleaved in half along with its base by a single stroke. Boom! The third arrow tower was grasped in his arms, uprooted from the ground like a weed, and then violently smashed to the ground, turning into a heap of scrap metal. In a mere 3 seconds, the 3 arrow towers were reduced to ashes. When the 5 seconds of paralysis ended, and Knife Brother and the others regained their ability to move, they were met with a scene that would chill their very souls. For proud defensive structures lay in ruins, transformed into a landscape of debris. And there stood the armored man, resembling a demonic deity, slowly turning around, wielding a long blade that emanated an ominous aura, his defiant eyes locking onto them. Behind him were Lin Mo with dual blades, Wang Dahai with the frying ladle, Liana with a hand crossbow, and a cat, clutching a syringe longer than itself. The entire cavern fell into a deathly silence. The muscles on Knife Brother's face twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 74. The Bloodblade of War. What on earth is this? Boss, he is 9,527. A keen-eyed subordinate trembled as he pointed at Lin Mo, recalling the screenshot sent to him before the demise of the previous leader. Although the face was unclear, the set of leather armor was unmistakably identical. The corner of Brother Dao's eye twitched violently. 9,527. The one who stirred up a tempest in the channel, marked as a target for elimination. Damn it. 9,527. Brother Dao suppressed his inner astonishment, forcibly inhaling, and hoarsely shouted, "How dare you collaborate with those women from Yungo? Don't think that dismantling a few dilapidated towers means you have won." He abruptly waved his hand, issuing commands to his trusted aides. "We possess combat talents. We fear them not. Third, unleash the poison. Sanzi, initiate control." With these orders, the remaining fighting spirit of the Bloodblade Alliance was instantly ignited. The individual known as Longo, an A-class talent bio soldier, grinned ominously as he retrieved a dark green glass vial from his backpack and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The vial shattered, releasing a dense yellow-green poison mist that spread rapidly toward Lin Mo and the others, as if it were a living entity. The air was suddenly filled with a nauseating stench, and the ground sizzled as it was corroded. Simultaneously, another slender youth named Sanzi clapped his hands to the ground and shouted, "Vines entwine." Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of thick green vines erupted from the earth like venomous serpents, possessing remarkable resilience as they accurately coiled around the ankles of Lin Mo, Wei Yin, and Liana. However, at the very moment when the poison mist was about to engulf them and the vines were about to ensnare their ankles, a melodious yet slightly off-key sound of a flute resonated through the air. It was Xiaohua. Clutching the flute, it puffed up its cheeks and produced an invisible sound wave that rippled outward from its center. Upon contact with the advancing poison mist, it dissipated instantly, as if it were ice melting under the scorching sun. Long Ji's malevolent grin froze. Meanwhile, Wei Yin, confronted by the encroaching vines, could not even be bothered to draw his blade. He merely scoffed disdainfully and stamped his foot. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from his foot, fracturing the hard rocky ground. The resilient vines, before this overwhelming force, crumbled like withered branches, turning to dust. In a moment of shock as the Bloodblade Alliance members found their lethal moves so effortlessly countered, a plump chef, who had been standing at the rear of the group while polishing a stainless steel ladle, stepped forward with a grin. Is this what you call poison? Little children playing house? Wang Dahai weighed the ladle in his hand, his amiable smile now chilling. Today, allow me to show you what true poison is. As his words fell, his chef's attire began to darken as if animated by an unseen force, emanating an indescribably eerie aura from within him. He conjured a cauldron from the void. In the pot, there lies a bizarre dish, a concoction of vibrant hues, sticky and oozing an ominous aura. Deadly salad. Come, indulge. Everyone. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Wang Dahai transformed the entire pot of salad into a stream of light, elegantly arcing in a perfect parabola, and accurately splattering it into the midst of the Blood Knife Alliance's throng. Alas, the crisis alert triggered by Brother Knife's A-level talent made his scalp tingle. He roared in alarm, and in an instant, a searing flame of knife energy erupted from his body, forming a protective armor of blade energy around him. Brother Long, as a biochemical soldier, possessed a high resistance to toxins and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothing. However, the others were not so fortunate. As the eerie soup struck the ground, it emitted no sound but immediately erupted into a cloud of green mist, sweet and cloying. Except for Brother Knife and Brother Long. The remaining 4 players and 3 subordinates inhaled just a breath and simultaneously let out a brief, pained scream, collapsing to the ground as if their bones had been extracted. The health bars of the 4 players plummeted at a staggering rate, reaching 0 in less than 6 seconds, vanishing in a flash of white light. 4 bags of varying sizes tumbled to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Liana reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as they fell, 3 arrows imbued with moonlight shot forth, striking the 3 farthest subordinates, who were in a slightly better state. The 3 had no time to react before being pierced through the throat, falling to the ground in defeat. In an instant, the once formidable Blood Knife Alliance was left with only Brother Knife and Brother Long. Damn it. Brother Knife's eyes bulged with fury as he surveyed the chaos around him. The will to resist had utterly dissipated. Cursing under his breath, he turned and sprinted toward a structure deep within the mine, moving with astonishing speed. He had abandoned his most capable subordinate. Left alone, Brother Long faced the slowly approaching Lin Mo and his companions, the color draining from his face. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down. I will give you everything. Spare my life. In response, Wei Yin offered nothing but a cold gaze and the glint of a drawn blade. The weak have no right to plead for mercy. In a flash, the blade shimmered. A head soared into the air. Minus 488. Critical hit. A massive damage number drifted upward from Brother Long's headless body. The others paid no heed to the spoils on the ground and directly moved toward the direction Brother Knife had fled. Within his sensing range, Lin Mo could clearly perceive Brother Knife and another feeble presence hiding behind a rudimentary building. Suddenly, that faint aura was forcefully propelled outward by a tremendous force, staggering toward Wei Yin, who led the group. It was an elderly subordinate, gaunt and tattered. Wei Yin, caught off guard, was bumped into by the old man, causing his forward momentum to falter. Now it was the moment. The figure of Brother Dao emerged from behind the house, engulfed in raging flames, brandishing dual blades held high above his head. With a frantic roar, he unleashed a devastating attack aimed at Lin Mo, who was exposed due to a momentary lapse in evasion. The fiery blade energy surged forth. A resounding hum echoed as a 5-meter-long crescent-shaped red blade aura erupted from the weapon, tearing through the air with an overwhelming force, descending upon Lin Mo with the intent to obliterate. Wang Dahai had just exhausted his ultimate move, his energy waning. Liana, being a fragile archer, and Xiao Hua merely a support, left them with no means of escape. This strike was inescapable, just as the blade energy was a hair's breadth from his head. Lin Mo vanished in an instant, reappearing like a specter behind Brother Dao. His reflexes were astonishingly swift. What? Brother Dao's pupils constricted in horror. But the opportunity had slipped away. Weakness exposed. Demon transformation. In Lin Mo's vision, a crimson fatal point materialized clearly at the back of Brother Dao's neck. A faint blood-red glow ignited upon his dual blades. In that moment, all skills synchronized flawlessly. -45. Armor break. Weak point attack. -29. Weak point attack. -21. Weak point attack. A cascade of damage figures streamed down like a waterfall from Brother Dao's head. His once proud blade aura armor began to shatter under the pressure of Lin Mo's demon form and wolf-toothed blades. Brother Dao, rigidly turning around, felt the flames in his eyes extinguish, leaving only boundless resentment and unwillingness. You. He attempted to articulate further, yet only a guttural sound escaped his throat as his health bar plummeted to 0, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Only then did the fiery blade energy soar away, crashing into the cavern's rocky wall, leaving a deep charred mark. With a soft exhale, Lin Mo released a breath of stale air, reverting from his demon transformation. My lord, Wei Yin, witnessing the crisis averted, bore no expression of relief, but rather an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. He knelt on one knee, his voice heavy with remorse. This subordinate failed to protect you, nearly placing you in peril. Please, mete out your punishment. With that, he sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade, intent on confronting the elderly attendant sprawled on the ground. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I shall execute this man. Stop. Lin Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. Wei Yin froze, confusion flickering in his gaze towards Lin Mo. Yet he sheathed his blade and stepped aside. Lin Mo approached the quaking old man, his gaze calm. You are a retainer of 1444? What is your name? The old man trembled, lifting his head to reveal a face etched with wrinkles and fear. His voice hoarse as he replied, I am Lu Gui, merely an ordinary person summoned here. Tears tinged his voice as he continued, that demon. Since he summoned me, I have never had a full meal and have been beaten and scolded daily. Just now, he pushed me out to face death. Chapter 75. The Division of Spoils. Lin Mo gazed quietly at him. The attributes of Lu Gui displayed on the system panel were pitifully low. He was indeed just an ordinary laborer, devoid of any combat skills. His status bar clearly indicated that he was unbound and could be transformed into a summoning card. With the death of the Blade Brother, the contract was automatically dissolved. A thought stirred within Lin Mo, prompting him to inquire. If given the opportunity to go to a place where you could eat your fill and not be beaten, would you be willing? Old Lu abruptly lifted his head, his murky eyes igniting with incredulous light. He fervently nodded, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Lin Mo turned to Wei Yin, stating, Wunshang. He is not an enemy, merely a pitiful soul. Wei Yin remained silent, scrutinizing the old man before glancing at Lin Mo ultimately. He sheathed his blade and retreated silently to the side. Lin Mo extended his hand towards old Lu, saying, I currently do not lack manpower, but I can transform you into a summoning card to find you a true master who will appreciate and care for you. I am willing. I am willing. Old Lu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he bowed repeatedly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his hand in a gentle gesture, enveloping old Lu in a soft glow, transforming him into a slightly tattered gray card that quietly landed in his palm. Having completed this, his private channel illuminated appropriately. It was Lina from Yunga. Lina, it's done. 1888 has been dealt with. We lost one on our side. How about you? Lin Mo, glancing at the message, could envision the fatigue and resolve in the woman's demeanor. He replied, We have resolved our situation as well. Lina, thank you this time. I will remember this favor. Closing the chat box, Lin Mo took a deep breath and began to clear the chaotic battlefield. He opened all 6 backpacks in one go. Swish! In an instant, the system notifications cascaded before his eyes like a waterfall. You have obtained Stone X541. You have obtained iron, or X388. You have obtained iron ingots X86. You have obtained, in addition to a plethora of basic resources, there were also a dozen pieces of white and green quality equipment, their attributes barely noteworthy but abundant in quantity. Among them was a green heavy shield, which he promptly gifted to Wei Yan. The true highlight lay within the backpacks of the Blade Brother and the Dragon Brother. Within Dragon Brother's pack, alongside various vials of poison, was a blueprint. Blueprint for basic antidote, quality, green required materials. Antidote herb X1, blue mushroom X1. Description: neutralizes the effects of most toxins. An excellent potion indeed. Lin Mo's gaze ultimately settled upon the loot dropped by the Blade Brother. A long sword, entirely crimson, as if still ablaze with fire. Flame blade, quality, blue excellent, attack power, 35 to 55. Equipment requirement, strength 20, attached skill. Flame blade wave, active, consume stamina to unleash a blade wave imbued with fire damage. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that while it was indeed a fine weapon, it was of no use to him. Perhaps he could sell it for resources? Now, there are no shortages of supplies. Return and give them to my younger brother, Li Daniyu. He is still able to provide himself with a 10 return daily. Let us not let him perish so soon. Lin Mo sheathed his blade and gazed upon the final and most extraordinary item. It was a core, the size of a fist, pulsating slowly like a heart, emanating a blood-red glow. Guild Core Blood Blade Alliance. Quality, special. Description: a symbol of the guild leader, a manifestation of the guild fortune. It drops upon the leader's demise. Function 1. Inheritance. The user may choose to consume this core to become the new leader of the Bloodblade Alliance. Function 2. Sacrifice. The user may choose to sacrifice this core to enhance the level and scale of their current guild. Note: this item will dissipate its energy and vanish completely after 24 hours. If not utilized within this time frame, the leader position will be randomly transferred to any member of the guild. Inheriting the Bloodblade Alliance? Lin Mo dismissed this option without a moment's thought. The Bloodblade Alliance was notorious, having made countless enemies. Taking over this mess would equate to inheriting all its troubles and animosities. Sacrificing Guild Core Bloodblade Alliance. Buzz, the blood-red core, transformed in his palm into a pure torrent of energy, soaring upwards and disappearing into the cavern ceiling. The next moment, a series of system announcements resonated in the ears of all members of the Guardians. Announcement: the Guild Bloodblade Alliance has officially disbanded due to the leader's demise. The core has been sacrificed. Announcement: your guild, Guardians, has absorbed the core's energy, elevating the guild level to LV2. The area of your guild residence has expanded to 400 square meters. The maximum number of guild members has increased to 60. Your guild has unlocked a new building blueprint. Guild Residence Guardian Puppet Blue. At the Guardians' Guild Residence, Qian Duo and others stood together, their eyes wide with disbelief as they observed their suddenly expanded territory. What the heck? Am I seeing things? How did our domain suddenly grow? Li Daniyu rubbed his bald head, utterly bewildered. The guild has leveled up. Look at the announcement. The Bloodblade Alliance has disbanded. Zhao Yu pointed at the system panel, his voice brimming with excitement. Li Weiwei's eyes sparkled with delight. It must be the work of Brother Lin Mo. Incredible. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Lin Mo emerged from the teleportation light. Without any superfluous words, he directly deposited the equipment he had acquired onto the ground. These items were of no use to him. Reinforcing the strength of his team would be beneficial for future encounters with invaders. Clang. A small mountain of equipment piled up. Choose what you can use, of course. It's not for free. Contribute some supplies to the guild warehouse. And remember to keep an eye out for any intriguing technological artifacts or luxury items we encounter in the future. The group gazed in astonishment. Li Daniyu's gaze immediately fell upon the most conspicuous flame blade. In a swift motion, he dashed forward and cradled the weapon in his arms as if it were a child, nearly drooling with excitement. Mine. This is mine. No one dare take it from me. Qian Duo glanced over and remarked, no one is competing with you. Only you possess the 20 strength required to wield it. He attempted to swing, and a searing wave of blade energy grazed Zhao Yu's scalp, scorching a patch of the distant stone wall to a charred black. Startled, Zhao Yu plopped down on the ground, nervously touching the singed tuft of hair on his head, rendered momentarily speechless. Li Weiwei, Zhao Yu, and Yang Xiaolong each selected armor and accessories suitable for themselves, significantly enhancing their capabilities. Qian Duo surveyed the items, shaking his head in disapproval. Just ordinary fare. I have no use for them. Lin Mo chuckled, unperturbed, as he produced a gray summoning card and handed it over. Damage talent summoning card. Lu Gui, a non-combatant skilled in menial tasks. Aren't you in need of a steward? This is for you. Qian Duo's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted it without hesitation. This is splendid. I've been vexed by my attendant, Zhao Di's who only knows how to mine and is utterly inept at household chores. Thank you. Once the spoils were divided, Lin Mo unveiled the grand finale, a blueprint for a puppet radiating a blue aura. Everyone, gather around. We shall construct a magnificent creation. The materials are readily available. With collective effort, the group swiftly assembled a towering 3-meter-tall humanoid puppet, crafted from rock and metal, which rose gracefully amidst a burst of light. It bore a hefty form and rugged contours, its core glowing with an ethereal blue light. Guild Residence Guardian Puppet. Rank, Blue Elite. Health points for 4,000. Attack power, 80 defense power. 80 skills, Guardian, passive, mining, active. Description, a loyal guardian and industrious miner. As the puppet took its first form, the core in its chest flickered, and its stone head mechanically turned towards the crowd. Just as everyone expected it to utter commands of obedience, a stark, emotionless electronic voice resonated. Calculation complete. Optimal interaction method analysis. Initiating humor module. The puppet turned to the grinning Li Daniu and posed a question. What animal is the quietest? Li Daniu blinked, taken aback. Ah, what a turtle! The puppet's electronic eyes flickered. It is a gorilla. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The puppet continued, because even when a gorilla is angry, it only thumps its chest. A profound silence enveloped the room. 3 seconds later, ta! Li Daniu clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. The others exchanged bemused looks, their expressions darkening. The puppet's joke was decidedly too cold. Meanwhile, the guardian puppet, having delivered its frosty punchline, turned on its heel and began striding toward a rock wall, using its metallic arms to commence mining. Chapter 76, Guild Instance, Activate. In Zone B2, within Lin Mo's personal mine, the tranquility following a great battle is always particularly precious. Lin Mo meticulously classified the spoils of war, with a vast array of fundamental resources stacked in the newly constructed warehouse. Gazing at the nearly overflowing piles of stones and ores, he felt an unprecedented sense of stability. Due to the system's constraints within the mine, he could only construct a single wooden hut. Thus, he reluctantly procured a bed for Wei Yin to use outside. Wei Yin expressed no objections, stating that the conditions during their previous military campaigns had been far more arduous. As night descended, Lin Mo reclined on the comfortable single bed, yet slumber eluded him. His recent battles had significantly enhanced his strength, but he felt no sense of complacency. He recalled Wei Yin's demeanor when dismantling the arrow tower. Currently, his defensive structures comprised merely some wooden spike traps and a few dilapidated automatic arrow towers. Such a level of defense would be akin to paper against true masters. It was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength, particularly the defensive capabilities of the base. Lin Mo murmured to himself, resolving to acquire blueprints for more advanced defensive buildings. With these concerns lingering in his mind, he drifted into sleep. The following morning, the magical crystals began to shine brightly, and the regional chat channel flickered to life. He casually clicked to open it and discovered a lively discussion unfolding. Did you hear? The Blood Knife Alliance was annihilated overnight. The president, Brother Dao, has fallen. Seriously? Who's that formidable? Could it be the Cloud Pavilion's doing? Most likely. This morning, President Li Na from Cloud Pavilion personally issued a recruitment announcement, stating they aim to eradicate the tumors in Zone B2. The skies in Zone B2 are clear now. Cloud Pavilion is amazing. President now is mighty. It's a shame my talent is too poor. Otherwise, I would truly wish to join. Lin Mo observed the chat records with a slight smile. The downfall of the Blood Knife Alliance had remarkably purified the atmosphere of Zone B2, a delightful surprise indeed. Just then, a piercing alarm blared abruptly within the guild channel of all Guardians members. Alert! Alert! The guild's Guardian puppet has detected special spatial fluctuations while mining and has confirmed the activation of guild instance, normal. The entrance to the instance will vanish in 1 hour if not utilized. Members, please proceed swiftly. Li Daniu, what on earth? An instance? Li Wei, it's me. I unearthed it together with the puppet. Just now, there was a tremendous boom that startled me. I thought there was a collapse. Qin Duo. The puppet discovered an instance? How intriguing. I wonder what treasures lie within. Zhao Yu, is our guild's first collective activity about to commence? Yang Xiaolong. Brother Lin, shall we go? Lin Mo scanned the information in the channel, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was fortuitously timed. He promptly issued a directive in the channel. Everyone, gather at the guild base. This is our Guardian's first collective activity. It's a normal instance, so the difficulty should not be great. But no one is permitted to be complacent. Qin Duo, bring your Zhao Di's Who's. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Understood. We're on our way. The members responded eagerly. Lin Mo entrusted Wang Dehai and Charlie with the task of house sitting, specifically instructing Charlie to meticulously tend to the planting boxes. For it was solely Charlie's care that ensured a steady supply of fresh vegetables. As he transported Wei Yin, Liana, and Xiao Hua to the guild stronghold, Qin Duo and others were already awaiting their arrival. Curiously, they scrutinized the man behind Lin Mo, clad in heavy armor, wielding a long sword, and emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. Boss, who is this? Qin Duo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Allow me to introduce him. Lin Mo replied as he stepped aside to reveal Wei Yin. This is Wei Yin, Wei Wenchang. He will henceforth serve as the core strength of our guild. Wei Yin, the one from the 3 kingdoms, exclaimed Qin Duo and his companions, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They understood Lin Mo's prowess and enigma, yet they could hardly fathom that he could summon an illustrious spirit from the era of the 3 kingdoms. In response to the astonishment of the crowd, Wei Yin merely nodded slightly, clasping his hands in greeting. If you're friends of the Lord, then you are friends of mine. Enough with the days. Lin Mo clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. The entrance to the instance has a time limit. Let us proceed. He took stock of the participants. Players, Lin Mo, Qiandudu, Li Daniu, Li Wei, Zhou Yugoslavia, Lan Shulon. Attendants, Wei Yin, Liana, Xiao Hua, Zhao Di's Who's. Exactly 10 individuals, neither too many nor too few, comprising tanks, melee fighters, range attackers, and healers. They approached the side of the stronghold, where, on the previously smooth rock wall, appeared a swirling vortex of dark green light, approximately 3 meters in diameter, continuously rotating and distorting. This instance doesn't seem very welcoming, Qin Duo remarked, stroking his chin and squinting. Who cares if it's welcoming? Li Daniu replied eagerly, hoisting the flame blade. I can't wait to test my new sword on some monsters. Lin Mo said nothing further. He glanced at Wei Yin and Liana beside him, then back at his eager companions behind. This was the Guardian's inaugural expedition. Taking a deep breath, he was the first to step into the distorted light of the vortex. Chapter 77. The Goblin Armory. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and the surroundings swirled like a shattered kaleidoscope, spinning wildly. In the next instant, a solid sensation met their feet. A pungent aroma, emanating of machine oil, charred coal, and scalding steam, rushed into their nostrils, replacing the damp, earthy scent of the mine. System notification. You have entered the ordinary guild dungeon, the Goblin Armory. The group found themselves standing in an immense subterranean chamber. It resembled the hollowed belly of a mountain, with countless gears of various sizes rotating slowly and resolutely overhead, producing a dull, rhythmic clattering sound. Sturdy steam pipes crisscrossed the space like colossal metallic serpents, occasionally releasing jets of white steam accompanied by a piercing hiss. Before them lay a vast metallic plaza, and at the far end of the plaza, the imposing silhouette of a building emerged, partially illuminated by the distant glow of furnaces. This was undoubtedly the Goblin Armory. Goodness! Li Daniu tilted his head back, gazing at the gears above, which were larger than his wooden hut in the mine. His mouth agape. He marveled at the industriousness of these green-skinned dwarfs and their remarkable industrial revolution. Yang Xiaolong, a new member, adjusted his non-existent glasses with excitement. The architectural style exudes a raw, violent beauty. Gears and rivets, steam and steel. It's magnificent. Everyone be cautious. Lin Mo's voice drew their attention back to the matter at hand. His gaze was fixed on 5 figures patrolling the plaza. These were 5 robots, approximately 2 meters tall, resembling metal barrels on legs. They moved with stiff, heavy steps along a predetermined path, their single red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Goblin Automatic Defense Robot, Grade, Green Elite, Race, Mechanical Creation, Attributes, Health 2500, Attack 55, Defense 50, Skills, Steam Jet, Sturdy Iron Armor, Description, Mass-produced creations of Goblin technology. Their armor is thick, and the steam they emit is scalding. Do not underestimate them. Green Elites, 5 in number. Qian Duo quickly assessed their health and defense, noting that they were formidable opponents. A direct assault might prove challenging. Who is afraid of what? Li Daniu could hardly contain himself, shouldering his newly acquired weapon and eager to engage. Do not act impulsively, Lin Mo cautioned. We are unfamiliar with their attack patterns. Let us approach one by one and understand their capabilities first. He turned to Liana at his side. Liana, target the one on the far edge and draw it towards us. Then, he addressed Wei Yin. Wenchong, you take the lead. Understood, my lord, Wei Yin replied succinctly, stepping forward to plant his heavy replica blade into the ground, crossing his arms over his chest, embodying an immovable mountain. Receiving her orders, Liana wasted no time. Raising her hand crossbow, whoosh, a crossbow bolt sliced through the air, striking the forehead of the robot on the far right with precision, producing a crisp, ringing sound. -30. The patrolling robot abruptly halted. Its crimson single eye instantly locked onto the group, emitting a cacophony of mechanical friction before it lunged forward with a thunderous stomp. It has arrived. Zhao Yu tightened his grip on the dagger, his palms slightly clammy with sweat. Li Weiwei also raised her spear, assuming an aggressive stance against the monstrous machine. In contrast, Wei Yin did not even flinch at the sight of the menacing robot. As it approached, raising its massive mechanical arm and generating a gust of wind, it struck down fiercely. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resounded. The robot's iron fist slammed into Wei Yan's heavy armor, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. Nevertheless, Wei Yan's figure merely swayed slightly, remaining steadfast. On the other hand, the robot appeared to be momentarily stunned by the recoil, taking half a step back. -2. An insultingly low damage number floated above Wei Yan's head. I can't believe it. Li Daniu's eyes nearly bulged out. This was astounding. Such defense was thicker than my own skin. Qian Duo and the others also wore expressions of shock. Is this the might of a 3 Kingdoms warrior? Standing there, absorbing blows from elite monsters without flinching? This was no longer mere combat prowess. This was the stabilizing force of the guild. Attack! Lin Mo issued a low command, taking the initiative. Shadow Strike. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the robot, twin blades aglow with crimson light, aimed directly at the joint of the robot's leg. It's my turn. Seeing this, Li Daniu excitedly shouted, charging forward like a cannonball, wielding his flame blade, engulfed in roaring flames, striking down. Feel the heat of my fiery sword technique. Meanwhile, Qian Duo's subordinate, Zhao Dizhu's, swung a massive wrench, bellowing as he struck the robot's side. Liana danced around, continuously firing her hand crossbow, each arrow striking true at the robot's single eye. In a moment, blades flashed and sparks flew. The unfortunate robot could not advance a single step before being bombarded by the combined firepower of the group, its parts scattering. In less than 10 seconds, accompanied by a flurry of electrical sparks, the green elite monster crashed to the ground, reduced to a heap of smoking scrap metal, which then exploded into a myriad of glowing motes. You have obtained Steam Energy Core X1. You have obtained Mechanical Gear X5. You have obtained Refined Iron Ingot X3. Splendid. After delivering the final blow, Li Daniu gazed at the spoils on the ground, breaking into a broad grin, thoroughly satisfied. Highly efficient. Lin Mo nodded, pleased with the outcome, signaling for the next. With the success of their initial encounter, the subsequent battle flowed seamlessly like an assembly line. Liana drew the Monster S attention. Wei Yin held the line, and the group unleashed their combined firepower. The entire process became increasingly fluid, their coordination growing ever more harmonious. As the fifth defense robot was reduced to a mere heap of components, the entire square fell into a profound silence. Upon surveying the spoils of their victory, they discovered a total of 5 steam energy cores, 24 mechanical gears, and 15 ingots of fine iron, a substantial bounty indeed. The group took a brief respite, their gazes directed towards the immense factory at the far end of the square. At that moment, a heavy, prolonged creaking sound emanated from the factory's direction. The colossal circular door, constructed from interlocking gears, which had remained dormant for an extended period, began to slowly swing open. A wave of even more intense and ferocious energy surged forth from the profound darkness beyond the door. Within, a pair of crimson lights, vastly larger than the single eye of the previous robots, began to glow ominously. Chapter 78. The Goblin Tank creaking ominously. A colossal behemoth crushed the scrap metal beneath it and thundered forth. It was a veritable war machine, its heavy riveted armor encasing the tracks and chassis, while atop it, a long, dark cannon ominously aimed at the onlookers, accompanied by a multi-barreled steam gun exuding wisps of white steam. Goblin War Tank. Rank, Blue Elite Leader. Race, Mechanical Construct. Attributes: Health 8,000, Attack 70, Defense 70. Skills: High Explosive Shelling, Steam Gun Barrage. Iron Barrier. Description: a masterpiece of goblin engineering, a mobile steel fortress heralding destruction. Oh dear! Li Daniu swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the flame blade he bore on his shoulder grow heavier. How could they possibly contend with this? A defense of 70 seemed rather formidable. Qian Duoduo's expression darkened. If I charge in, it would merely be a futile endeavor. The tank's turret began to rotate, and the steam gun locked onto the group, emitting a preheating clatter. Wenchang, lead the charge. Lin Mo's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. Understood, Wei Yin replied in a deep tone, not retreating, but advancing boldly towards the imminent fire of the gun, striding forth like a moving wall. Hot, 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 hot. The sharp sound of gunfire exploded instantly. Scorching metal projectiles formed a dense line of fire, raining down frantically upon Wei Yan's heavy shield and armor. The clattering sounds fused into a cacophony, sparks flying. However, Wei Yan's figure merely staggered slightly amidst the hail of bullets before continuing his steady advance. Damage indicators of -5, -2 floated above his head, almost negligible. Everyone scatter. Flank it, Lin Mo commanded in a low voice, his figure flickering as he dashed towards the rear of the tank, aiming for its cooling vents and tracks. Li Daniu, his blood surging with excitement, shouted as he charged forward, General Wei is incredible. Watch me. The others quickly caught on, circumventing the tank's frontal firepower to encircle it from both sides. Liana, suppress its turret. Got it, boss. Liana skillfully leaped between various metallic cover, her moonlight crossbow firing ceaselessly, each arrow striking precisely at the junction of the turret and chassis, attempting to disrupt its aim. Lin Mo had already maneuvered to the rear of the tank, where a massive heat-emitting cooling vent awaited. Weakness identified. Demon transformation. His wolf-toothed dual blades shimmered with a crimson glow as he thrust them savagely into the glowing red heat grid. -58. Weakness attack. -62. Weakness attack. The tank emitted a piercing alarm, its immense body shuddering violently as the turret abandoned its previous targets to swivel frantically towards Lin Mo. Now's your chance. Li Daniu's flame blade ignited in a roaring blaze, striking down fiercely upon the tank's track axle, erupting a shower of sparks. -35. Zhao Dizu seized his large wrench and struck fiercely at the same spot. The tank's health began to steadily decline, but its retaliation was swift. Boom! The main cannon fired abruptly, a high-explosive shell whistling towards Li Daniu, who was engaged in the fray. Startled, Li Daniu rolled away clumsily to evade the attack. The shell detonated at the very spot he had just occupied, sending a shockwave that hurled him back, inflicting a damage of -28. That was close. Li Daniu scrambled to his feet, dirted and shaken. Xiaohua began to play a restorative melody on her flute, rejuvenating the party's health. The battle entered a stalemate. Wei Yin steadfastly attracted the machine gun's firepower at the forefront, while the others risked being targeted by the main cannon to fervently assault the tank's treads and cooling vents. As the tank's health dwindled to 20, an unforeseen transformation occurred. It ceased all attacks, its body quaking violently, and the enormous cannon barrel abruptly lifted, gathering a dazzling sphere of energy at the muzzle, compressing it at an alarming rate. A devastating aura enveloped the entire space. This is bad. It's about to unleash its ultimate weapon, Qian Duo exclaimed. A palpable sense of lethal threat gripped everyone, as if they would be obliterated by that terrifying energy in the next instant. At this critical juncture, the ever-steady Wei Yin sprang into action. With a powerful push of his legs, his robust physique erupted with an astonishing speed, launching him skyward like a cannonball, soaring over the tank's hull. In midair, he gripped the Zhan Pedao tightly and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the charging cannon. Slash! In an instant, a flash of blade light illuminated the scene. Crack! A crisp sound of metal shattering echoed throughout the area. The enormous cannon barrel, filled with dreadful energy, was severed in two by Wei Yan's strike. The energy sphere spiraled out of control, exploding in a brilliant display of fireworks. -200. The tank emitted a mournful wail, its turret destroyed and machine guns silenced. Plunging into a frenzy, rampaging wildly across the arena in an attempt to crush everyone into pulp. Scatter. The group hastily evaded. Just as the tank was about to collide with Yang Xiaolong, Wei Yin landed, seizing the moment to crouch low and slammed his shoulder hard against the tank's side track. Thud! A thunderous sound resonated as the war tank, weighing several tons, was violently toppled over by his audacious maneuver, exposing its relatively vulnerable armored underbelly. Well done. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed, recognizing the opportunity. Focus fire on the bottom. Everyone surged forward, unleashing their most ferocious attacks on the unprotected undercarriage. -25, -30, -55. Critical hit. A flurry of damage numbers erupted, and within a minute, this once mighty war machine was reduced to a heap of burning wreckage amidst a series of violent explosions. Crash! The spoils were strewn across the ground, the most conspicuous being a large treasure chest radiating a blue glow. We won! We won! Li Daniu exclaimed as he plopped down onto the ground, bursting into hearty laughter. The others sighed in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of exhilaration. Lin Mo swiftly began to tally the loot. A pair of uniquely designed blue crossbows were promptly handed over to Liana. Gremlin Steam Crossbow, quality, blue excellent, attack power, 40 to 55, critical strike rate, 5, equipment requirement, agility 30, special effect 1, steam-powered, bolts fired possess a piercing effect, capable of penetrating a single enemy. Special effect 2, steam rapid fire, upon activation, can shoot 8 arrows in succession, increasing damage by 10. Cooldown of 10 minutes. Description: a hand crossbow enhanced by Gremlin Steam technology. Though slightly cumbersome, it boasts remarkable destructive power. Liana lovingly caressed her new weapon, her combat prowess significantly augmented. Lin Mo's gaze then shifted to the large blue treasure chest. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the fortunate Qian Duo approached to open the chest. As the light dissipated, 3 items lay quietly at the bottom. 2 shards of blueprints emitting a faint glow, alongside a ruggedly designed colossal warhammer. Steam-powered hammer, quality, blue excellent, attack power, 40 to 50, equipment requirement, strength 30, special effect 1, steam acceleration, utilizes steam propulsion to enhance attack speed and damage by 10 for 1 minute. Cool down of 30 minutes. Special effect 2. Mechanical nemesis. Damage to mechanical constructs increased by 20. Description: a massive hammer augmented by gremlin steam technology. Powerful enough to easily shatter various mechanical components. It was perfectly suited for Qianduo's attendant, Zhao Dezuzu. All eyes were drawn to the 2 shards of blueprints. Steam machine gun turret blueprint fragment 2-3. Having just experienced the might of the machine gun mounted on the tank, the prospect of constructing this in the mine promised to ease future defenses against monsters. Regrettably, one piece was still missing. Li the new Siga. Not necessarily, interjected the newly joined Yang Xiaolong, adjusting his non-existent glasses with a fervent glint in his eye. My talent might just come in handy. He stepped forward to the shards, inhaled deeply, and activated his A-grade talent, archaeologist, along with its accompanying skill. With the talent activated, he attempted to replicate the fragment. He extended his hand, gently touching one of the shards. A fleeting shimmer appeared. Replication failed. A bead of sweat trickled down Yang Xiaolong's forehead, yet he remained undeterred. Once more, replicate. Replication failed. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Yang Xiaolong gritted his teeth, using his last opportunity for the day. Let this work. Buzz, this time a radiant light, several times brighter than before, burst forth from his fingertips. Replication successful. You have obtained steam machine gun turret blueprint fragment X1, exclaimed Li Daniu in astonishment. Yet, the surprise was far from over. Just as everyone thought the excitement had concluded, another system notification echoed in Yang Xiaolong's ears. Talent triggered a special effect. This replication resulted in a critical hit. You have additionally acquired steam machine gun turret blueprint fragment X1. Double jackpot? Yang Xiaolong stammered, bewildered, as he gazed at the 2 identical fragments that had materialized in his hands. 4 fragments. Incredible. Xiaolong, your talent is simply astonishing. With luck like this, you could win the lottery. 3 of the fragments floated together, merging in a dazzling display, revealing a complete blueprint before the astonished onlookers. Steam machine gun turret blueprint. Quality, blue excellent. Require materials for construction. Steam energy core X1. Mechanical gears X20. Refined iron ingots X1. Iron ingots X10. Stone X50. Description: a formidable fixed defense facility capable of unleashing devastating firepower against invading foes. As they beheld the blueprint, a profound silence enveloped the group, followed by a synchronized gaze directed towards Lin Mo. Boss, this is all thanks to General Wei. You should take the blueprint. We have no objections. Money Duo was the first to speak. Yes, boss, you take it, added Li Daniu, his demeanor as earnest as ever. Lin Mo, observing the sincerity in their eyes, did not decline. He nodded affirmatively. All right, I shall accept this blueprint for now. Xiaolong, you still have 1 fragment left. Continue replicating tomorrow so we can each have 1. Absolutely, Brother Lin, Yang Xiaolong replied, brimming with excitement. Amidst the exhilaration of dividing the spoils, Lin Mo discreetly approached the pile of tank wreckage. Can this be recycled? Indeed. Host, I shall proceed with the recycling, the system responded. Receiving command. Initiating assessment of Goblin War tank wreckage. Assessment completed. Value high. Precious metal content high. Technological content high. Integrity low. Please select your recycling reward. Option A. Refined iron ingots X15. Iron ingots X50. Steam energy cores X3. Option B. Blue treasure chest X1. Linamo opted for A, as these materials were essential for constructing the steam turret, thus completing the necessary components. To the others, the tank wreckage shimmered and vanished like mere motes of light, reminiscent of a system refresh. Once the spoils were distributed, everyone's condition returned to its peak. Let us proceed, Lin Mo declared, his gaze fixed on the shadowy depths of the factory's corridor. This was merely the entrance. The true treasures lay deeper within. Chapter 79. The Iron Overlord. Youth Edition. As the group ventured into the factory, it felt as though they had entered the belly of a colossal steel beast. Beneath the towering dome, countless conveyor belts moved languidly, bearing a plethora of semi-finished mechanical components. Enormous robotic arms hovered in midair, executing programmed tasks of grasping and welding, sending forth showers of sparks. The entire space resonated with the relentless clatter of machinery, cold and monotonous. Regrettably, these appear to be mere stage props. Lin Mo had tested the retrieval with Zhuang, but to no avail. As they progressed along a main corridor, a figure lurking around the corner piqued everyone's caution. It was a stout goblin, wielding a wrench, tapping away at a steaming engine. Seemingly sensing their presence, it abruptly looked up, panic flashing in its small green eyes before it emitted a shrill cry and dashed toward a partially open metal compartment. Inside, a cacophony of metallic clinks and mechanical assemblage ensued, accompanied by the hissing of high-pressure steam. The next moment, a towering tin automaton burst forth, significantly larger than before. Its entire body was clad in rough, riveted steel plates, for small exhaust pipes at its back belching out scalding white vapor, while it brandished a massive wrench, thicker than its own legs. "Goodness, it's Iron Man!" exclaimed Li Daniu, his eyes widening in astonishment. "If your vision is poor, perhaps you ought to seek treatment," retorted Qian Duo candidly. "Iron Man boasts a red and gold color scheme, sleek lines. Just look at this. It's merely a heap of scrap metal riveted together. At best, a mini version of the Iron Overlord." Amidst their banter, the Iron Overlord had already locked onto them. Goblin Steam Mech Warrior, Grade, Green Elite, Race, Mechanical Construct, Attributes, Health 2000, Attack 55, Defense 50, Skills, Steam Jet, Sturdy Armor, Steam Shield. Not particularly formidable. Let us engage, Li Dania bellowed, and before Lin Mo could utter a word, he and Shindwood's follower, Zhao Dizhu's, charged from either side. With a resounding thud, Li Daniu shielded himself, while Zhao Dizhu's swung his hammer with ferocity from the flank. A combination of a meat shield and damage dealer proved effective, sending the mech warrior staggering. Noticing the unfolding scene, Lin Mo chose not to intervene, allowing the newcomers to hone their coordination. Liana's crossbow arrows followed suit, and others joined in the assault. However, at that moment, a thin veil of white steam enveloped the mech warrior's surface. -15, -18, blades and arrows struck, as if ensnared in a bog, their force significantly diminished, inflicting minimal damage. "It possesses damage reduction," Zhao Yu cautioned the group in a low voice. The mech warrior appeared incensed, abruptly halting its advance. The armor on its chest cracked ominously, and a searing jet of high-temperature steam erupted forth like a high-pressure water cannon. Li Daniu and Zhao Dizhu's, caught off guard, stumbled back in alarm, their exposed arms instantly scorched, their health bars dipping perilously. The clarion call of the dispersing flute resonated through the air, as Xiaohua timely blew it, casting away the searing pain with a refreshing wave of sound. Following this, the healing flute chimed, gradually restoring the vitality of both individuals. Seizing the moment when the mech was momentarily distracted, a shadow darted from the side. Zhao Yu emerged behind the mech, his innate talent, backstab, quietly activated. With precision, his dagger pierced through the cockpit's crevice, embedding itself to the hilt. -1821, backstab. Instant kill. The mech's movements abruptly froze, and then it collapsed with a thunderous crash, the goblin pilot slumping lifelessly to the ground. "Wow, Zhao Yu, that damage!" Li Daniu exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yu, equally exhilarated, flushed with excitement. "I've never triggered the instant kill effect since arriving in this world. I was taken aback myself. As a monster's corpse vanished, a bounty of iron ingots and gears erupted forth. Most notably among them was a hefty chest plate reminiscent of the mech's design. Goblin Mechanical chest plate, quality, green excellent, set, Goblin Mechanical, 1-5, attributes, defense 20, strength 1, equipment requirement, strength 20, what a splendid find. Li Daniu's eyes sparkled, and the others nodded in agreement, promptly distributing the chest plate to him. The journey ahead felt akin to poking the heart of the goblin mech's lair. As they delved deeper along the assembly line, they encountered over a dozen similar mech warriors. The initial chaos of battle gradually transformed into a harmonious synergy. With a newfound chest plate, Li Dania's defense surged, bolstering his confidence as he braced at the forefront, while Zhao Dizhu's wielded a steam-powered hammer, sending sparks flying with each strike. As they pressed forward, They continued to unearth pieces of the goblin mechanical set, greaves, arm guards, and boots, all eagerly donned by Li Daniu, who had transformed into a living embodiment of a tin can. Furthermore, they also acquired 2 shards of the green quality Goblin Electric Net blueprint. Finally, at the end of the assembly line, a more formidable door barred their path. Flanking it stood 2 steam mech warriors, akin to sentinels. Swift and decisive, Lin Mo commanded. This time, Wei Yin sprang into action. Without even drawing his weapon, he darted toward the left mech. The onlookers witnessed Wei Yin execute a powerful Iron Mountain strike against the mech's flank, sending it hurtling like a train collision. Crashing into the wall and scattering parts everywhere, its body embedded within the debris. Wei Yin then relentlessly pummeled the creature, his massive fists raining down blows, each accompanied by immense damage indicators. Minus 235. Critical hit minus 112. Minus 120. The entire spectacle unfolded in less than 5 seconds. The crowd stood in awe. Qian Duo quietly remarked to Li Daniu, "Did you see that? Now, that is what I call an Iron Overlord." Meanwhile, Lin Mo led the others to besiege the right mech. With prior experience and Li Daniu's upgraded gear, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. 2 monsters lay defeated, the ground strewn with spoils. Among them gleamed a radiant helmet, a shard of blueprint, 2 steam cores, and a plethora of materials. A helmet. It's a helmet. Li Daniu seized the helmet with fervor, laughter spilling from his lips as he clumsily donned it. In an instant, a radiant green light enveloped him. The ensemble was complete. Eagerly, he shared the attributes of the set in the team channel. Goblin Mechanic Set, Quality, Green Superior, Attributes, Defense 65, Strength 5, 3-piece bonus, Strength 2, Constitution 5, 5-piece bonus, Steam Shield. Upon activation, a steam shield forms around the user, reducing all types of damage by 20. Lasts for 1 minute, with a 30-minute cooldown. Well, you truly resemble a tin can now, and one that emits steam at that, quipped Qian Duo, surveying him from head to toe. Lin Montak chuckled softly, combining the recently acquired Goblin Electric Net blueprint fragment with the 2 he had collected earlier. With a flash of light, a complete blueprint was forged. He turned to Li Weiwei, who had been quietly trailing behind. "Weiwei, this is for you, to bolster the defenses of your mind. Your self-preservation skills are rather lacking." "Huh? For me?" Li Weiwei exclaimed, taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. "Lin Mo, this is far too precious. Take it. We are a team," Lin Mo asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Thank you, Lin Mo." Li Weiwei accepted the blueprint, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Once the spoils were distributed, all eyes converged on the final, tightly sealed steel door. Wei Yin stepped forward, pressing his hands against the door and gradually exerting force. Creak, screech, a sound so heavy it sent shivers through one's teeth echoed as the door opened a crack. A wave of scent, more pungent than any encountered previously, filled the air. A noxious blend of blood and oil, mingling with the distant roars of some unseen creature, spilling forth from the narrow gap. Chapter 80. The ultimate creation of the Doctor. Beyond the door lay a vast circular core of the factory. At the heart of this core stood a colossal, steam-powered automaton, towering at 5 meters. Its armor was more formidable than that of the previous war tanks, shimmering with an ethereal blue metallic sheen. One arm was a rapidly rotating drill, while the other was a massive barrel riddled with gun ports. Embedded within its chest was a transparent, reinforced glass cockpit, where a diminutive, goggle-clad goblin doctor sat, his expression manic as he revealed a sinister grin to the onlookers. Goblin Warlord, the Doctor's ultimate creation. Rank, Blue Elite Leader. Race, Mechanical Creation Goblin. Attributes, Health Points 9,000. Attack Power 90. Defense Power 80. Skills, Overload Drilling, Mini-Missile Scatter, Emergency Repair, Berserk Mode. Description: the pinnacle of Goblin engineering. The Goblin Doctor has fused himself with his killing machine, existing solely to pulverize any intruders. Li Daniu gasped in astonishment at the gargantuan creation, instinctively swallowing hard. The joy of acquiring a complete Goblin set vanished in an instant. Was this the father of Iron Tyrant? Qian Duo turned pale, cold sweat beading on his palms. The goblin doctor in the cockpit seemed to revel in the shock of the crowd, cackling maniacally as he abruptly pushed the control lever. Virum, the warlord's immense form sprang to life, the whirring drill emitting a piercing shriek as it surged toward Wei Yan at the forefront. "Beware, Wen Chong," Lin Mo cautioned. Wei Yan's expression hardened. He stood resolute, bracing his heavy shield before him, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. Clang! The drill collided violently with the shield, unleashing a visible shockwave. The metallic floor beneath Wei Yan cracked under the force, propelling him backward several meters before he regained his footing. -35. A crimson number floated above his head. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply. Even a behemoth like Wei Yan lost such a substantial amount of health with a single strike. They feared they would not withstand it. It has a moment of vulnerability. Everyone, disperse and target the joints and cooling vents. Lin Mo's calm voice shattered the stunned silence. He was the first to act. Shadow strike. In a blink, Lin Mo appeared at the side rear of the warlord, his dual blades radiating with a fierce crimson glow as he aimed for the hydraulic pipes behind its knee. Weakness exposed. Demon transformation, -58. Armor piercing. Weak point attack, -34. Weak point attack, clang clang. The warlord emitted a furious mechanical roar as its other arm's barrel began to rotate, locking onto Lin Mo. "Now on my watch." Liana's clear voice rang out as she activated her Goblin Steam crossbow. Steam rapid fire. Swish, 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 swish. 8 penetrating crossbow bolts sliced through the air, leaving behind shimmering trails as they accurately struck the arm of the warlord's firearm. A series of damage notifications, -25, -30, flashed across the screen, successfully interrupting its targeting. Splendidly executed. Li Daniyu felt a surge of adrenaline, inhaling deeply as he activated his newly acquired skill, Steam Shield. A veil of white steam enveloped him entirely. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, shield in hand, aiming for the warlord's other leg. "Iron Can, taste the might of your Grandpa Nyo." Zhao Dizhu's raised his steam-powered hammer, the 20 damage bonus transforming him into a significant source of output as he hammered relentlessly on the joints. The battle unfolded with methodical precision. Wei Yan held the front line, while Lin Mo and Zhao Yu sought weaknesses from the flanks. Liana provided range suppression, and Li Daniyu along with Zhao Dizhu's acted as demolition experts, relentlessly assaulting a leg, while Qian Duoduo, Li Weiwei, and Yang Xiaolong seized opportunities to deliver quick strikes. Little Flower sounded the healing flute as green light particles cascaded upon Wei Yan and Li Daniyu, stabilizing their health. Squeak! The goblin doctor emitted a sharp cry, and the warlord stomped the ground, sending a shockwave that knocked back several melee fighters. Subsequently, the armor on its back opened, releasing dozens of miniature missiles, trailing flames as they soared into the sky, then rained down upon the group like a torrential downpour. "Find cover," Qian Duo shouted. The group hurriedly took refuge behind a massive machine within the factory. Boom! 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 The explosions roared incessantly, engulfing the entire core area in flames and smoke. Cough, cough. This beast's firepower is overwhelming. Li Daniyu emerged, dirted and disheveled, from behind a pile of scrap metal. At that moment, the armor on the warlord's chest opened, releasing several small, steam-driven spheres that began to spray green repair beams onto its damaged areas. 50, 50, 50. To their horror, the warlord's health bar started to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate. "We can't let it repair." Lin Muskaza sharpened. "Zhao Yu, Liana, take out those spheres." "Understood." Zhao Yu vanished into the shadows, while Liana readied her crossbow once more. The battle escalated into a fever pitch. They not only had to evade the boss's attacks, but also allocate manpower to deal with the incessantly appearing repair drones, intensifying the pressure. Amidst the chaos of dodging the missile barrage, Li Daniyu's steam shield expired. A shockwave from a missile sent him flying, causing a significant drop in his health. "Daniyu!" Li Wuwei exclaimed in alarm. In that critical moment, Wei Yan sprang into action. He forsook defense, gripping his Zampakit tightly, charging forward towards the warlord's rapidly rising drill, advancing instead of retreating, and bellowing as he initiated a charge. In the instant when his life hung in the balance, Wei Yan's passive talent, rebellion, activated. All attributes surged by 50. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, colliding head-on with the colossal drill. Clang, a resounding clang, louder than any before, reverberated throughout the arena. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the indomitable colossal drill was unexpectedly cleaved asunder by Wei Yan's ferocious strike, leaving a profound fissure. Minus 880. Critical hit. A terrifying number of damage erupted above the warlord's head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The goblin scientist in the cockpit let out a panicked shriek, frantically retrieving a massive wrench from its pocket and violently thrusting it into the mech's control panel. Berserk mode activated. The warlord's eyes instantly turned blood red, and steam vents erupted with crimson vapor, dramatically enhancing both speed and power. It forsook all others, obsessively attacking Wei Yan before it. Now is the moment. Target the cockpit. Lin and Mo seized this fleeting opportunity. Everyone unleashed their mightiest attacks upon the transparent cockpit without reservation. Shadow Strike. Steam Barrage. Minus 50. Minus 155. Critical hit. Minus 45. Minus 89. Weak point attack. Under the torrential assault, the once impenetrable reinforced glass finally cracked with a resounding snap. Lin and Mo leaped high, merging his dual blades, channeling all his strength, and thrust down with tremendous force. Bang! The cockpit shattered completely. The goblin scientist, now exposed and vulnerable, quickly succumbed to the concentrated fire of the group, its head lolling lifelessly. The warlord's massive form stiffened momentarily before emitting a mournful wail, crashing to the ground, reduced to a heap of smoking scrap metal. Clatter! A plethora of spoils, accompanied by a colossal blue treasure chest, erupted across the ground. We have won. Li Daniu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. A foolish grin of survival etched upon his face. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone as they sank to the ground, fatigue mingling with unparalleled exhilaration. Lin and Mo stepped forward to begin tallying the loot. Several bottles of intermediate healing potions were promptly deposited into the guild warehouse for anyone in need. Some metal ingots, gears, and steam cores were distributed among them. Then, under the eager gazes of the crowd, Qian Duo rubbed his hands together, inhaled deeply, and opened the massive blue chest. As the light dissipated, 3 items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest: an ancient, circular compass and 2 elegantly designed rings. Upon picking up the compass, Qianduo's face lit up with delight as the attributes were revealed. Goblin compass, quality, blue excellent. Attributes, spirit 2, special effect, treasure seeking, passive. Slightly increases your chances of discovering chests while mining rock walls, occasionally revealing special items. Description, a favorite among goblin explorers, though its efficacy is not always guaranteed. This is mine, is undoubtedly mine. Qian Duo eagerly tucked the compass into his pocket, overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Gu, brothers, no objections, right? With this in my possession, it will serve as our guild's treasure detector. Take it. With your luck, pair with this. Think more about what good things lie ahead, brothers. Lin and Mo nodded with a smile and turned his gaze towards the 2 rings. Ring of strength, quality, blue excellent. Attributes, strength 3, agility 2, special effect. Attack damage increased by 1 Zhao Yu, Xiao Long. These 2 are for you. Lin and Mo handed the rings to Zhao Yu and Yang Xiaolong, who were quietly polishing their daggers. Zhao Yu paused for a moment before accepting them, murmuring, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Yang Xiaolong also promptly accepted and expressed his gratitude, mentioning he would strive to replicate the blueprint fragments so that everyone could utilize machine gun turrets. Amidst the excitement of the group dividing the spoils, Lin and Mo discreetly approached the massive remains of the warlord. Scan and recover. Receiving command. Conducting recovery assessment on Goblin Warlord remains. Assessment complete. Value high. Noble metal content. High. Technological content. High. Integrity. Poor. Please select your recovery reward. Option A. Iron ingots 50. Refined iron ingots 30. Steam power core 8. Option B. Blue treasure chest 3. with sufficient materials? He opted for B. 3 treasure chests, radiating a blue glow, silently appeared in his backpack once more. This dungeon run was immensely fruitful. Not only had the team members' strengths been enhanced, but the guild's warehouse was also significantly enriched, and he himself had made a substantial profit. Just as everyone prepared to rest and depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hey, Chin Duo suddenly exclaimed, flustered as he fumbled to retrieve the freshly acquired goblin compass from his pocket. At that moment, the needle on the compass was trembling violently, not pointing in any direction, but spinning incessantly. Boss, brothers, look quickly. Chin Duo pointed at the ground, his voice slightly wavering. This thing seems to be indicating that there is something beneath. Chapter 81. A shotgun for a cannon. Is it true? Li Daniu leaned closer, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could there truly be something hidden beneath this rickety floor? The compass should not be mistaken. Chin Duo, exuding confidence, crouched down and tapped the floor with his hand, producing a dull, clanging sound. It was undoubtedly empty beneath. Moreover, the compass's strong reaction indicated that there must be treasures concealed below. Without needing Lin Mo's instruction, Wei Yin stepped forward. He carefully targeted the seam at the edge of the floor, inhaled deeply, and inserted the tip of his Zhan Pe Dao into the crack, then forcefully pried it upward. Creak! The jarring sound of twisting metal echoed as the heavy metal floor was pried up at one corner. A wave of stale air, imbued with the sense of oil and metal, surged forth from the gap. I'll do it! Li Daniu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. He seized the lifted edge and exerted all his strength. Ha! With a mighty shout, he hurled the entire floor panel aside, revealing a dark underground entrance, with a rudimentary metal ladder leading downwards. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the thrill and anticipation in their eyes. A secret stash hidden beneath the boss room? This plot promised something extraordinary. Wei Yin and Li Daniu descended the ladder first into the warehouse, ensuring there was no danger before the others followed suit. The warehouse was modest in size, yet the contents within stirred immense excitement among all present. Piles of neatly stacked metal ingots shimmered enticingly in the dim light. Wei struck gold. Chin Duo gazed at the sight before him, nearly drooling. Upon counting, they discovered over 100 iron ingots and more than 20 refined iron ingots. Additionally, several complete steam power cores were stacked in a corner, alongside a multitude of variously shaped, clearly unfinished robot parts. This was an unexpected fortune. Chin Duo glanced at Lin Mo, awaiting his distribution plan. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the heap of semi-finished parts, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. To others, these might appear as mere scrap, but to him, they were a delightful surprise that could yield treasure chests. The materials will be distributed among everyone. The iron ingots and refined iron ingots will be allocated based on need. We shall each take one steam core, and the remainder will go into the guild storage. He paused, pointing to the pile of semi-finished parts. I'll take all of these and see if I can break them down for use. There was no dissent among the group. Their successful completion of the dungeon was largely due to Lin Mo's guidance and Wei Yan's extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Mo to claim these seemingly useless scraps. Soon, the group joyfully divided the spoils. Li Weiwei and Yang Xiaolong received the most metal ingots, their smiles wide and uncontainable. Once the distribution concluded, the group left the dungeon, thoroughly satisfied. Observing the empty cavern, Lin Mo let out a deep sigh of relief. While teamwork was undoubtedly efficient, it was within this moment that the rewards belonged solely to him. Turn, Lin Mo silently called out within his mind. Host, I am here. A vibrant red cartoon, mobile apparition joyfully sprang forth. How many recycling opportunities remain today? Report to the host. Remaining recycling chances today, 8. Excellent. With a mere thought, Lin Mo extracted the 20 semi-finished robot components from his backpack, arranging them neatly upon the ground. These components varied in size. Some resembled arms, others legs, while several unknown core parts emitted faint energy fluctuations. Let the recycling commence. Command received. Initiating assessment for semi-finished robot components. A series of prompt sounds resonated, and in the blink of an eye, 7 recycling opportunities were expended. Materials were ample. Thus, Lin Mo's backpack now housed 7 verdant treasure chests and 2 azure ones. Finally, his gaze settled upon the largest and most complete component among the pile, a nearly intact goblin steam mechanical arm, adorned with intricate gears and pipes. I shall recycle this. Command received. Initiating assessment for goblin steam mechanical arm. High completeness. Assessment complete. Value high. Noble metal content. Medium. Technological content. High. Completeness. Extremely high. This assessment was evidently a notch superior to the preceding ones. Please select your recycling reward. Option A. Advanced Steam Core, 5. Mithril Ingots, 5. Refined Iron Ingots, 20. Option B. Purple Treasure Chest, 1. Success. Lin Mo felt a surge of delight, including the 3 blue treasure chests obtained from defeating 2 bosses. He now possessed 1 purple treasure chest, 5 blue treasure chests, and 9 green treasure chests. A bountiful harvest. Rubbing his hands together, he decided to commence with the green treasure chests, savoring the joy of unboxing step by step. Open. The 9 green treasure chests burst open simultaneously, shimmering with brilliance. You have received iron ingots 32. You have received copper ingots 21. You have received low-tier healing potions 5. A plethora of materials, food, and potions, an excellent appetizer indeed. Next, it was time for the 5 blue treasure chests. May they yield something exceptional. Lin Mo took a deep breath and opened them simultaneously. Brilliant blue light erupted. You have received Intermediate Forging Furnace Blueprint 1. You have received Cottage Upgrade Card 3. You have received Simple Sewing Table Blueprint 1. You have received Assassin's Ring 1. You have received Underfloor Heating Blueprint 1, an Intermediate Forging Furnace. This signifies a substantial leap in productivity. Intermediate Forging Furnace Blueprint. Quality, blue. Materials required for construction. Simple Forging Furnace 1. Stone 50. Refined Iron Ingots 10. Description. The flame of civilization burns ever brighter. It possesses a higher temperature and a more intricate structure, allowing for the smelting of superior minerals. It includes blueprints for some green tools, weapons, and armor, with a 2 chance to produce blue quality equipment. The ring and underfloor heating blueprint also represent commendable enhancements. Assassin's Ring, quality, blue excellent, attributes, agility 3. Strength 2, special effect, increases attack damage by 1. Description, a finely crafted silver ring, intricately engraved with patterns of the wind. Though simple, equipment that directly enhances attributes is always welcome. Underfloor heating blueprint, quality, blue. Materials required for construction. Stone X50, iron ingot X10, copper ingot X20. Requires a fireplace or campfire. Consuming 1 wood per hour. Description, technology transforms life. Laying this beneath the floor of your cottage effectively raises the indoor temperature, allowing you to feel the warmth of spring even in the frigid depths of mine. Additional effect. Resting in a cottage equipped with underfloor heating increases fatigue recovery speed by 10 and cold resistance by 30. Excellent. It will be useful in this cold weather. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the treasure chest lying quietly on the ground, emanating an eerie purple glow. This was the greatest anticipation of the day. Come, let me see what surprises you hold. With a hint of excitement, Lin Mo slowly opened the purple chest. There was no blinding light, only a fleeting shadowy energy, and soon, a neatly stacked set of dark leather armor appeared at the bottom of the chest. It was a snug armor crafted from the hides of unknown beasts and lightweight alloy plates, predominantly dark gray, with joints connected by flexible materials, exuding a lethal elegance and a chilling aura of death. Lin Mo placed his hand upon it. You have obtained Combat Assassin Standard Set, 5-5. Combat Assassin Standard Set, quality, blue excellent. Components: Assassin Hood, Assassin Chestplate, Assassin Gauntlets, Assassin Greaves, Assassin Boots. Full set attributes: Defense 75, Strength 10, Agility 15. 3-piece set effect. Activates skill Stealth. Upon activation, your form merges with the shadows, significantly reducing your presence. Sound is eliminated while moving. In a non-combat state, Enemies find it exceedingly difficult to detect you. Attacking or being attacked breaks the stealth state. Cooldown 5 minutes. 5P set effect. Activates skill, weakness detection. Upon activation, enemy weaknesses will be clearly marked in your field of vision. Any damage inflicted on these weaknesses is increased by 50. Lasts 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Even Lin Mo could not help but be astonished upon witnessing the attributes of this set. The power it possessed was terrifying. It surpassed his current Hunter's set by several tiers. Without hesitation, he removed the Hunter's set and donned the brand new Combat Assassin Standard set. As the leather armor enveloped him, a sensation of lightness and resilience washed over him, as if it had melded with his very being. He moved slightly, feeling no sense of hindrance whatsoever. Opening his personal attribute panel, the data had undergone a remarkable transformation. Player, Lin Mo, ID, B2-9527, Health, 300, Strength, 31, Agility, 36, Constitution, 15, Spirit, 13, Attack Power, 51 to 76, Critical Hit Rate, 11. 8, Defense, 75, Luck. 1. Gazing upon these splendid attributes, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he activated the skill set of his three-piece ensemble, Stealth. In an instant, his figure became a blur before vanishing entirely from sight, leaving behind only a faint shadow. Lin Mo glanced down at his hands, now rendered semi-transparent, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. This effect, he attempted to take a few steps, landing soundlessly like a specter. This was truly a divine skill tailored for him. Coupled with Shadow Strike and Ghostly Transformation, he would become a terrifying phantom on the battlefield. Lin Mo deactivated Stealth and directed his gaze towards the House Upgrade card and Intermediate Forging Furnace Blueprint. It was time to bestow a grand upgrade upon his base. Chapter 82. A Sense of Security House Upgrade card, a special consumable that can be used on a dwelling. Each usage slightly enhances the quality and area of the house, requiring additional materials. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to use them all. Using House Upgrade Card X3. Ding. 3 House Upgrade card detected. Would you like to merge and upgrade? Merging will yield superior results. Requirements: Stone X100, Wood X80, Iron Ingot X20 merge. Command confirmed. Strengthening and upgrading your dwelling. Accompanied by the system's notification. The modest 2-story house, constructed of wood and stone, began to tremble violently. The wall